that you don't understand it in your reference frame
I
and
have the
how to
vacuum chamber. What
extrapolate
don't
from
I
it. But I
understand?
want to know. This is boring. Like, I will
I know
talk
it's
about the
boring to
gravity.
you. I want you to repeat what you learned today so I understand that we don't have to do this again every time you come in here.
All right, here's what I learned. You understand how water works in the reference frame useful for an 8-year-old. Great.
An 8-year-old?
Yes, children. I don't know. Like you said, I don't know what age groups
We
kindergarten
we
is, but
vacuum test. We vacuum
kindergarten
leak
cop
test
was like
100% of
young
our
kids.
parts where I work, and that's not for 8-year-olds.
No, no, you understand it to an 8-year-old level, which is useful, is good. I mean, you're getting there. But yeah, that's
So,
what I learned today
was
is
it
that
air
you're
pressure? Was
unwilling
air
to
pressure
think
keeping the
outside of your
water in the
reference
vacuum
frame.
chamber,
And
or
that's
was it gravity
that's
keeping the
crazy.
water in the vacuum chamber?
So we're not if we're in a vacuum chamber,
Just
it's a
answer
huge
that
vacuum
question.
chamber.
Was it
It's
air pressure
13
or was it
billion
gravity
light.
keeping the water in the vacuum chamber?
Sorry, I didn't listen because I was guessing it was.
You were
Say it again. I'll
talking.
listen this time. I'll listen this time.
Okay. Was it air pressure or gravity keeping the water in the vacuum chamber?
In the vacuum chamber, it's going to be pressure, isn't it?
Yep. So vacuum of space can't exist.
That doesn't automatically follow.
It automatically follows.
No, it doesn't. But anyway, this is boring for now. I want to
I
know
can hear the
what's
pain in your voice.
the pain is like that we're fully grown adults and you guys are
Yeah,
having
boring
extreme
people get
difficulty
bored. I less
comprehending
than
a
three
concept
this.
higher than an 8-year-old's level.
You're mumbling now.
Extremely
Boring
frustrating.
people get bored.
Yeah. So I wanted to I into the break brought something up. He's remixed my artwork of my remix of his artwork, and I want to know what he
No,
thinks as
no,
well.
I didn't initially have any artwork. I had data.
All right, cool.
I had data. Do you know? Remember?
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
You
yeah.
didn't
I
think
remember.
I did artwork, did you?
I was just being silly. So data.
Yeah,
What
that was
about the
pretty
data?
silly.
So
I
what's
had
wrong with the
data.
way
We
that
have flight
what's
data.
what's
What's
wrong
a
with the way?
bore?
Oh my goodness. So what's wrong with the way that I displayed the data?
Um, well, it's, do you have data that comports with
I
this
used
artwork
your
that
data. It's data that you
you
are
used
happy with.
my data and you made a piece of art with it? I know.
Okay,
Do you
but
have data
do
that
you
supports the artwork that you made?
the very data that is there? Yes. So in the
The very
even
data that you turned into an artwork, an art piece.
so I'm
So you
showing you how it applies. Oh, for
uh,
fuck's sake.
you transform the data into art.
I
Hey, he's a postmodernist.
Yeah, I would say
displayed
that
the
you have
data
now
in a
taken
way
the
that might have
data
helped you to
from being
understand how
data,
it applies to reality.
how it
All
applies to
right?
reality. So you would have that data.
Yes.
Do you have that data that because I had the
Yeah.
data, that is like real
So
data.
the point is that's exactly how the data would appear on a gravitationally affected sphere. All right.
Oh well,
So
well,
whether
too bad.
whether
Well,
you
that's not
believe
what
the
the
concept
data.
or not,
Yeah, we
it's
didn't
still
do that
true
because
about the
that's not what the data
concept.
showed. The
Oh my!
data
It
didn't
is
show that.
exactly what the data shows.
Not exact because if it was exactly what the data shows, the data would have showed exactly your art and not the data.
No, but that's not how we use graphs. Like again, this
Oh,
is that
really?
kindergarten level of understanding. Yes, graphs is useful to have straight lines because then we can draw straight lines and we can envisage
So
numbers as the
horizontal isn't horizontal. Okay.
scribbles into graphs so that we can be a bit more consistent about what they're displaying. Yes.
Yes, we would use these to, to display data.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is on a level on a gravitationally affected sphere, your altitude data is going to come out as
So you
data the
think that
exact same
the
way on a
airplane is
flat graph.
nosing down to the horizon
No, but that's
constantly
not what's happening.
at every
Like
moment?
boats, for example, don't have to nose down. All right.
No, you would
So
like on that. Here, I'll put another one. Like on the heads-up display, you think that this artificial horizon is the leading edge of
No,
a globe?
no. Or- Yes and no. Like
Yes and
I know
no. Wow.
because I
Okay.
know that you mean something else, so I've got to just
Precise enough.
I've just got a caveat, all right? Because I'm willing to discuss it through, but you're just jumping to conclusions every time
No, I'm
you just
not discussing.
so
You
there's
are
no
a
nose
caveat.
down. Yeah, maybe there's no nose down because the plane is at every moment in time is remaining level with the center of the gravitationally affected sphere that it's flying around. So it's like a piece of string from the center of that sphere to the plane, all right? And so that string pulling the plane is not the plane nosing down, it's just the plane remaining level and being acted on by the string, in this case, gravity. So the
Right.
plane doesn't have to make any
So the heads up
adjustments.
display. This I just put it in the. I just tagged you in it. So the heads up
Yeah,
display, that would be the leading edge of a toilet paper roll, of a tube,
okay.
right?
Yeah,
That's what you would say,
yeah,
right? Because that would be your
yeah,
artificial horizon.
yeah,
So
sure.
yeah. So you are saying that you're nosing down to fly
No, but
level.
no. So the
You're
plane
going
doesn't need
to
to nose
down. You're flying down to the horizon.
from the reference frame of where the plane is there. Yes, its nose will be down from that point. All right, but the plane isn't having to do anything in
Well,
this
it's actually
scenario.
3 degrees pitched up. So
Okay,
this is again what the data shows. The data
that's
doesn't
just
show that it's
semantics.
going down and aiming down towards the horizon. The data doesn't show that.
You're confusing things now. Yeah, like that's not necessary. So 3 degrees is just a default of how the plane goes about its
Okay,
whatever it's
sure.
doing.
Yeah, to fly level, a horizontal
It's almost
condition,
like you're describing an
like
orbit.
water seeks level. Like horizontal is
Please let's
parallel to the plane of the
stupid
horizon.
shit in. Let's deal with this. Like so the plane isn't having to
Like a
nose
hammer
down.
throw, right? Like a hammer throw. Like
Like a what?
hammer throw player at an Olympic event, right? In sports,
What
hammer
about
throw.
them? What about it?
So they're spinning it around. As they're spinning it around, there's always a perpendicular to that chain, or the
Yeah,
rope or whatever they.
yeah, exactly.
Right.
The
Yeah.
ball's not doing anything. Like the ball is being acted upon. Exactly.
Sounds like an
And so
orbit.
So all the plane is doing is maintaining, for example, engine speed and flap degrees to keep their 3 degrees or whatever, however they do that. And so all that has to do is maintain that, and it's going to keep just falling to its level moment by moment.
Wait,
It's
what
not
is
going
it
to fly
maintaining?
out and then drop. It's level.
No, but before you said that,
I can't remember. What did I say?
yeah, because to me the level is the horizontal condition. You'd be flying
Yeah.
parallel to the plane of the horizon. To
Yes.
you, you'd be nosing down to the horizon that you see. This
Okay.
hump
So
in front of you.
yeah,
That hump
you
that's
haven't understood.
represented in the heads-up display that
Okay.
would be the representation of the leading edge of a sphere.
So it's not necessarily level to the horizon, though it does look like it because of the scales
Yeah,
involved.
you'd
It's
have to
level.
nose down to the horizon. Yeah.
No. Like we just described, like someone's throwing the hammer ball in the Olympics, whatever that is. The ball is not changing anything. The ball's not doing
Well, you
anything. The
wouldn't
ball is being
be
acted
parallel
upon.
to the plane of the horizon.
Okay, so parallel to the
Horizon.
to the horizon. All right,
You'd
so
have
the
to go
horizon is
down because it would be constantly dropping out from underneath it.
yes. It is constantly dropping out. All right, but all that
So
needs to
now
occur.
it is constantly nosing down.
No, it's not that it's nosing down because level is only level to its point above the globe at that point, and moment by moment, it's always going to be as long as the conditions are perfect. And this is
Right. So it
hypothetical.
is nosing down.
No, it's nosing down relative to where it was in the previous point, but the plane itself is not having to nose down. The pilot is not having to nose down the plane. Like they just have to maintain, like a boat on water. They just
So
go,
apologetic
right?
for what it's not doing. I get it.
And in the air, it's maintaining an engine speed or
Well, it
something
is
like.
nosing down, but it isn't nosing down.
Yes, but you're not understanding
Yes.
the what's true about this concept, all right? So I'm saying nose down because that's what you're saying, all right? So I'm telling you that in its
Well,
reference
you would
frame.
say level, which is a horizontal condition. You're not saying
No, but
equidistant.
okay,
I've
but
told you
yes,
about
it's
the difference in these
level.
words. So
So this is
instead
the
of saying
thing, but
level, say
level
equidistant.
works equidistant, fine, but that doesn't matter if level is equidistant on a gravitationally affected sphere.
There's
So
no definition that supports that unless you can provide citation.
my goodness, I didn't hear most of that, to be honest. Your mic was a bit overloaded.
There's no evidence of what you're claiming, even with this gravitationally affected sphere. All these definitions that you're throwing out, they don't exist unless you can provide citations.
Okay, fine. I don't care whether you believe them or not. All right, they're still true
Well,
about
no,
the
that's
concept.
not the point. You need to support your claim with evidence. See, we have data
No,
that supports our
that's not what I'm
position.
doing here. That's not what I'm doing here. Okay,
I know you're just saying nah. You're just saying nah, and I don't really care to hear nah unless you support your nah.
I don't care
Okay?
about the globe here. Like, I'm just
Listen,
describing how.
I want you to support your nah.
Oh, for fuck's sake! I don't.
It's worse than nah. He's saying it is, isn't. He's
Yes.
He's in an identity violation.
Stacy.
He's saying level is curved. That is not defined that way anywhere. There's no citation for that.
Nobody said level is curved. Nobody said level is curved. You keep reframing
level
it.
equidistant?
I don't know why.
Is level equidistant from the center of a sphere?
Yes, at each
Okay,
moment.
get me that citation.
Equidistant from the surface of, the center of a sphere is a curve, is a circle. So you are saying level is curved.
No, but it's level at each point. It's not that the whole line.
You just need the citation, my friend.
It's not that a whole path is level,
Level's not a point.
like level plane. It's that
Yeah,
at
but
each
level's not
point
a point.
of that thing, that the
Yeah,
thing
level's
being
not a
level
point.
is
Level
at.
is a surface condition of having no point higher than another, and you've got all points higher than
Yes,
others
exactly.
if it's a circle.
So if it's a sphere, no point is higher than another if it's equidistant.
Oh,
if
really?
The reference frame is the surface of that sphere. Yes.
I'm standing on the sphere. It's dropping in front of me. It's not higher where I am.
It's higher relative to you, but it's not at each point of the path from the reference frame that is the surface of the sphere. The reference.
Yeah, it is.
No.
Yeah, the surface is all parts higher than the other.
Oh.
Yeah, it is. Anywhere you stand, it's going to be higher than it is anywhere else.
It's going to be higher from its previous point, higher or lower from its previous point, yeah, or from the starting point, or from the end point.
Level. This is just goofy.
Level.
There's a level surface. It has no point higher than another. That's a level surface.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
I mean, this is real easy.
Okay, what point of the sphere is higher or lower than the other point?
Got a yoga ball. That's not a level surface.
What? No, but what point of the sphere is higher or lower than any other point of the sphere relative to the center?
That's not how higher or lower is determined.
How? At what point of the sphere is higher or lower than any other part?
Horizontal baseline. So that's just some mental gymnastics.
Relative to the center of the sphere, what point?
That's not how higher or lower is determined. Elevations are determined with respect to a horizontal baseline.
Okay, but what point? Okay, if it is a sphere, okay, is higher or lower from the center?
No, if it is Harry Potter, if we are in Narnia, no thanks.
Okay, cool. Welcome to the globe.
What globe?
The one you're standing on.
Imagination land.
The one in your imagination. You're welcoming me.
One with zero flat surfaces.
So I said Harry Potter, and you went welcome.
Level means zero slope. Good evening, guys.
Yeah, it does.
Hey, George.
So it's like I'm going to draw a circle with one of those compasses, you know, those things that you draw circles with. And I'm going to say, well, relative to the center of that circle, no point along this surface or this the circle is higher than another.
Exactly.
That's a level circle. Yeah. That's a level circle.
Exactly.
That's just dumb as fuck.
Yeah, circle 2D, not 3D. You guys confuse 2D with 3D. A sphere is 3D, not a 2D circle.
Yeah, so if you put those circles in a big
Yes.
sphere.
For a circle, you need a plane to draw a circle.
Yeah, but then if you just get loads of like unlimited planes and you angle them slightly,
If you have
from
loads
the
of begging the question, I know.
create a sphere. You know what a sphere is, right? It's like any way you slice it, the center is good. Well,
Spheres don't have horizontal planes. Meanwhile, we observe and measure lots of horizontal planes.
it's
Something that
tedious.
spheres don't have.
Because we're talking about the surface, correct, George?
Absolutely. The surface of a sphere has no level planes.
So if
Yeah,
like
horizontal is a direct
Imagination
reference.
and such.
Yeah,
so if you had to level
horizontal is
some
a direct
land,
reference to the surface of Earth.
yeah, so if you're building something and you had to level out some land or something like that, you're going to reference like a yoga ball or something and try to get the land all rounded and curved and spherical. Is that what you think level means? Because you're going to tell the foreman, well, I mean, relative to the center of that ball, this is a level surface. Is that what's going to happen? Yeah, it's pretty fucking dumb, eh?
No logic.
Oh, we left the chat. Oh.
Dang. A basketball is a level surface.
Crazy talk.
And also, the
Also, my
surfaces of 3D figures are 2D. Imagine that logic.
snooker table is also spherical because it's a sphere. So
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Did you know that when you're leveling out a surface so you can build on it, that means turning it into a ball first?
Shit, no. I had no idea.
Because that's what a level surface is one where the surface is equidistant from the center, which means a ball.
Oh shit. Well, I mean, I've got a level table at home that I play my games on. It looks flat though. What's going on?
Yeah, that's not level. It's not equidistant from the center of a ball.
Oh shit. Well, what am I going to do about that?
You got to level it out, man.
Fuck, so I've got to make it into a ball and so everything falls off just so it's level.
Yeah, and then everything's level.
Sweet. Do that when I get in.
I mean, that's what this guy just told us. So it has to be true.
Sure, yeah. Did he have a degree or PhD or something?
No, he was just a glober.
Oh. I thought they were all way cleverer than us, though.
Yeah, that's why I'm going with this. I'm going to get rid of all my counters and every level flat surface I have in my house and make sure it's actually level.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, totally fair.
make sure you do that throughout the different levels of the house. So first floor, ground floor, basement, all the levels to be curved, please.
Oh, yeah. So they should all be like concentric, right? Like a ball inside of a bigger ball and so on.
Now, a radius should be from a center. When it comes to Earth, no one measures the radius from the center, do they?
They wouldn't know where to find it.
I see. Because a sphere must have a radius, if exists such a sphere, and the radius is measured from the center.
You can
Oh
measure
dear.
center. It's useful to teach to children how to measure from the center. But
Earth from the center. Can you measure Earth from the center?
you
Center of
don't need
what?
to go from the center.
Children do it. Even children do.
Well, what children do is drawings. If you ask a 3-year-old to draw an horizon, he'll draw a horizontal plane. If you ask the same child to draw the sun and the sun rays, they'll draw a circle with divergent rays. Looks like kids are more up to date than bowlers.
Yeah, they are. And then after a certain age, it seems like it all goes wrong.
Indoctrination.
I gave them a pre-kindergarten level citation for the physics of water. And so it seems that we just have to get them back to that pre-kindergarten level, and then maybe they can start to sort it out.
Have to like reset, because somewhere down the line they went off. They just, something broke. So then you try to troubleshoot and slowly turn the clock back until where you find the problem is. And it seems even, kindergarten stuff is too advanced for them.
It is.
It's like you're thinking you could do like high school level or junior high or just basically just talk colloquially from their lived experience. And it's too confusing. They're just very, very confused.
We also learned that the triangles have 180 degrees, but these bowlers say that triangles have more than 180 degrees.
Yeah, even with Matthew, that's an amazing thing too. Matthew's been in here telling them that's not a triangle. Like it's kind of got the same name, but it's not the same thing. Two different things. And they don't get it. They're like, he's in on it. Nope, Matthew's all in on the globe. He's not in on flat earth at all. And he's trying to teach you math, which he gets paid to do. But the problem is they watched a YouTube video. So they have an actual professional educator on the globe side giving them free college lessons. And they still don't get it. Too complex. That one word can have more than one meaning. Which should be easy because that's kind of like how they live their life. They always are confused about what words mean. Which definition are you using there? What does that mean? It's just a hard life when, being like this sort of anti-flat earth atheist globalist. They just don't know what to think or what to say. Just always at a constant loss for words, always at a, suffering from some level of confusion and bewilderment. Even when they add their own answer, they're like, still can't use it. I saw this hilarious video today, like a little short. It's basically this kid was in the kitchen making an ice cream cone or something, walks out of the kitchen, steps on a cat's tail. The other cat got pissed that the kid stepped in the other cat's tail and kind of jumped at the kid. The kid gets scared, the cat jumped at him and runs. The dog gets mad at the cat because the cat scared the kid and chases the cat. Just like out of the middle of nowhere, just chaos just erupts, you know? And the mom was like on the couch, like, what the fuck?
Slow day for globe proof.
Isn't that every day?
Yeah, it's just it's a grind.
Well, if you imagine the surface of a sphere two-dimensional and flat, then there's no problem.
Yeah.
Roboting. Crypto, wait until you get in better surface area and then it's like I don't mind the roboting, but I just don't want him to go on thinking it's heard. So that's why I said something. Yeah, if you ignore logic, identity specifically, and then just use terms ambiguously, then there's no problem.
There is no ambiguity on level. It's not up for discussion, for debate. It's a measurement level. Measurement. There's no ambiguity.
Yeah, there's no ambiguity to it being parallel to the plane of the horizon. Like maybe if you got your eyes closed, it won't mean that.
One thing is for them to want us to deny our senses. I can't feel the movement, for example. Yeah, another thing is to deny measurements that anyone can repeat. That's why it's a measurement. How can you rebuttal a measurement? A 1 meter stick is a 1 meter stick. Anyone can go there and measure it. 1 meter. There's no ambiguity. There is no debate. Obviously, on a university level, things bend around geodesics and stuff like that. It's so ridiculous, man. You go to university to come out dumber than when you went in.
Yeah, the universities promote a lot of the drugs and the degeneracy, and then they tell them complete a logic. Or you usually have tasked with taking many electives that will then have much these interpretive dance classes and such, where then they break down logic further. So it's just a full scrambling of the mind. Many of these young people. I mean, there's always the outliers where they do great things, right? And they're not under some delusion, but it seems mostly it's just fully mind scrambling on every level.
Well, if they would listen at least to the powers that be, the people who are the subject matter experts, at least they claim to be. Neil deGrasse Tyson, that stuff is flat. They lied to you. They used the fish islands on the Red Bull jump. He says it. They've lied to you. From that height, you cannot see the curvature of the Earth. That stuff is flat. He says it. They've lied to you. Same thing with Michio Kaku. They've lied to you. They've told you in school that gravity was a force. They've lied to you. Gravity is not a force. They say it. It's not like we are inventing. We're just quoting them. They are the experts.
Maybe it's lunchtime, no?
That reality man?
You can call me Raiden if you want. I think that's
Raiden.
easier to less confident,
Raiden.
you know. Are you well today?
Yeah, what's up, dude?
Well, nothing. I was just listening to you guys. Well, maybe you can answer this. I'm just curious. On a flat Earth, how does the volcanic process operate? Like, what's generating all this heat and magma and stuff down there?
Let's just Google the explanation real quick.
Yeah, wait, let's see. This is a troubleshooting thing. Do you think volcanoes are from the core of the Earth spewing out?
Well, I do because I think the Earth is a sphere, but
fuck,
if it's flat, I'm wondering what's the physics and mechanics behind it.
This is why we're talking about this. How we got to roll the education back. Where did you learn that volcanoes are molten material from the core of the Earth?
Hold on. How do volcanoes prove a sphere? First of all.
Well, I didn't say that it proved anything. He just asked me if I thought that the heat source came from a core that was within a sphere.
So,
yeah, dude, this is a glorious scientific illiteracy that you're showing right now. Glorious. Okay. This is absolutely glorious.
Okay, well, let's say I'm wrong about everything. How does it work on a flat Earth?
You don't know anything about volcanoes to even ask that.
Okay, educate me. How would it work on a flat Earth?
What do you mean wood on a flat Earth? Just Google the explanation. So the explanation we're given is volcanic eruptions consist of the expulsion of gases, rock fragments, and or molten lava from within the Earth through a vent. Where does any of that say globe or need a globe?
I didn't say it did.
How deep do you think volcanoes go?
I have no clue.
Like miles or feet? No. Do you think they're measured in miles or feet? How deep a volcano is?
I would say miles.
Fuck.
You did indirectly say that it has something to do with the globe, because otherwise you wouldn't have asked how it works on a flat Earth, therefore making a distinction between how it must work on a globe and how it must work on a flat Earth.
I was just asking someone to explain how we work on a flat Earth and where all this heat is coming from.
Just ask how it works, period, dude.
Here, the deepest volcano they think that exists is in the Pacific Ocean, and it's 4,000 feet.
Okay. Well, that's almost a mile. So. Okay.
Yeah, and you're thinking this is pulling shit from like the different layers of the Earth.
So you
guys, these weaselly questions hiding behind some sort of like, I'm not claiming anything. Yes, you are. Just man up and make your fucking claim, dude.
Oh, that's below the water. Okay, yeah, it's 4,000 feet below the surface of the water.
So you accept the scientific explanation for volcanoes, but you don't accept the scientific claim that the Earth is
science. It's not science. There's no cause and effect relationship. We don't know the cause for volcanoes. Otherwise, it would be science.
No, I don't accept it.
Volcanoes.
Well, who provided the explanation of what volcanoes are?
Well, since you just asked for the flat Earth story, and I just Googled it, and that's all they gave me were flat Earth stories. Every single diagram just showed a horizontal flat Earth.
Okay.
So, I mean, I'm just giving you what you asked for. It's not even my story, but just go to Google, and it'll just give you the flat Earth story on volcanoes.
Okay, is that a scientific story or what?
No, because like these guys just said, they can't vary and manipulate the cause, so they can't actually put it through the scientific method.
You did this. I know there's a kid in your school for like 4th grade science fair who busted out of the volcano.
If they did, I don't recall.
Oh, come on. It's like one of the biggest cliches there is. Like, your paper.
Now he doesn't know about the most popular diorama in science fairs. Yeah.
How do you know what I know? I'm curious.
Well, other than the other explanation is what we were just got done talking about, that the globalist has an amazing lack of education.
Right. Well, you know, you
I
can probably
didn't
say that about
know. I
anybody.
didn't know volcanoes were exclusive to spheres and to balls. I didn't know that.
I didn't
Geology
say
books,
that.
yeah, geology books don't make it look like it.
I mean, if the
It's-
Earth was shaped like a pyramid, we still have volcanic activity, right? I didn't say it was exclusive to any state. I was just wondering how it would work.
Yeah, only
Okay,
the
flat
Earth.
isn't a shape. Flat is not a shape. Flat is a surface quality. So you're somehow trying to ask how that relates to, a surface quality relates to the event of magma and gases and other matter coming out of the ground due to pressure and stuff, and heat. I mean, what
Flat
the
is a
heck,
surface
dude?
quality.
Yeah.
Okay, so can you have a surface quality on a sphere?
Okay, we'll just read right from the thing. Volcanic
What
activity.
sphere?
Just like what Heretic said. Volcanic activity occurs at the plate boundaries. These tectonic plates are moving in apart and coming together. Where's
Okay.
their globe in that?
I didn't say there was a globe in there. I was just
See, in
asking
your
a question.
mind,
Globe, because
you
plates
had
are flat.
you sound like the volcano as a straight line shot all the way to the core of the earth.
I was just simply asking if we live on a flat plane, where all this heat and magma is generating from. That's all I asked.
In the ground.
Okay.
I'd take a wild stab and say it comes from under the ground. Yeah,
Yeah, it's
under
underground,
the
too.
surface.
Under the ground. Okay.
Now, where's it at on a globe?
What was that again?
Where's it at when it's on a globe?
I'm guessing the Earth's core has a lot to do with it.
So it's not in the ground?
Well, under the ground, sure.
You're guessing. You're guessing the core has a lot to do with it. Why? Where did you get that? Where did that come from?
He saw one of them fucking all day gobstopper fucking images cutting, the cut in half, sliced out pie part of the globe, and then the middle of the little cartoon sun in the middle.
Okay,
Yeah, this is all within the crust of the Earth. All this is happening.
Okay,
Even
so
in the
what's
globe
generating it?
In the globetard, this does not go to the core of the Earth. A volcano is not your proof of a core.
I'm not trying to prove anything. All I do is ask a question. Okay, so let's say there's no core. What's generating all of this heat and stuff down there?
Did you bother to Google it? Did you bother to even Google it?
Unicorns
Well, if I was
is
just
the
going
answer.
to Google everything, and then I wouldn't need to talk to anyone. I could Google the shape of the Earth too.
Tell me why the lava comes out of the ground on a globe.
Why?
Yeah.
Well, he just explained it a minute ago.
So why are you asking again? Plates move around, lava comes out. Plates are flat, they're not curved.
Okay, so what's generating all this stuff under there on a flat plane?
Plates moving around.
Why don't you go and research it?
Okay. Okay, should I research the shape of the Earth too?
Yeah, no gotchas today.
Go do research whatever you want, dude.
Okay. And that applies to you as well, right?
Here, I think I got a good citation that breaks this down. Do volcanoes erupt from the core? This is the National Park Service, US.gov. Okay, this should unfuck you. At least I hope so.
Okay. I like that.
Or all of government is in on it. Do volcanoes erupt from the core?
They erupt upwards, and we know that up and down is in relation to a horizontal plane.
Melted rock magma is erupted in volcanoes. Does not come from Earth's core.
Only
Or
on the
even
weekends.
deep within the mantle. There is no permanent pools of molten rock found within the crust or mantle, but instead magma is produced from partially melting of the upper mantle. Damn, dude.
Fair enough.
So this is what I'm saying. Like, you didn't have the appropriate education to even ask the question because you thought your answer was explain how volcanoes without a core of the earth.
So
Nothing
in
to
other
do
words,
with it. Nothing to do with
in
it.
other words, a flat plane that we live on, it doesn't have a core.
It still would have volcanoes. Volcanoes have nothing to do with the core.
I'm just asking. A flat plane has no core, right?
The earth doesn't have a core
Doesn't need
either.
a core. Doesn't
Okay.
need one.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Well, I mean, we took the long way, but you guys answered the question.
Well, because the problem is that you could tell by your question that you lack scientific literacy.
No, that's not true. I just wanted to see what you guys had to say.
Dude, you
Well-
thought volcanoes come
How
from
can
the
you comment
core
on
of
someone?
the earth.
He's commenting on your opinion. He's disagreeing with your personal opinion. That's hilarious.
You believe that somehow like a volcano was a straight line shot all the way to the core.
No, I don't do that.
That's what you said earlier.
No, what I was asking was where is this heat and magma generating from?
Nobody's making a claim about that. I don't know why you're asking the question.
I didn't say anyone made a claim. I was
Obviously,
just asking us what your ideas were about it.
So the answer is, I don't know. It's not something where we
Okay,
can just
fair
go ahead and speculate. Why do you want us to speculate about
We don't
something
know
like that?
anything, guys. We don't know anything here.
Well, I thought we were just having a conversation. I'm not trying to gotcha anyone or stump anyone.
Yes, you are, dude. Stop being disingenuous. You're a
I'm not
fucking lying
trying to
asshole. Shut
have you guys
up.
pass a standardized test or anything. It's not anything like that. I'm not
Aiden,
quizzing
Well,
you guys.
Don't.
on your
Man.
on your ball
Stop it.
model, yeah, the magma comes from hell.
Okay.
Right. So no one's making a claim about it. Is that what you wanted?
I just asked a question. I didn't say you guys were claiming anything. I was just wondering what your thoughts and ideas were. That's all.
Okay. Well, let me help you out a little bit. So you came to a 24/7 flat earth server asking a question about something that has nothing to do with the nature of the surface of the earth, didn't you?
Well, I don't know if that's true.
He's
You
got
don't know
amnesia.
Look at he's bricked again. I just read you from a citation from .gov website. It has
Why wouldn't
nothing to do.
volcanic activity have something to do with the surface of the earth?
Another question, no acknowledgement. Yeah.
So volcano and flat, what do those have to do with one another?
Well, when you say flat, you're referring to the surface of the earth, right?
Yeah, but what do volcanoes and flat have to do with one another?
I don't know if it has anything directly to do with it, but I'm guessing it has some indirect relation.
Oh, see, that's where you messed up. See, your logical thought process is all skewed. Now, flat, which is an aspect of the surface, and volcanoes, geological type stuff, not related.
Okay, so volcanoes have no part in shaping the earth, whether it's the surface or below the surface or anything else. Is that what you're saying?
Do you think you could go to a volcano, look at it, see what it's doing, analyze the magma, etc., and figure out the shape of the earth?
Not in whole, maybe in part, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so there's a few places where the magma is mounding up. Yeah, it gives us that topography, but that topography is described in relation to a horizontal plane, rise over run. So that would be the only time where they kind of coalesce or come together. You're asking about heat and stuff underneath the earth, which we don't make claims about, and that doesn't have anything to do with flat. So you kind of messed up, right?
No, I didn't.
You're kind of
This
stupid.
is like the fourth time you guys said something about making a claim. I didn't say you guys made any claims. I just simply asked you a question to see what you guys' thoughts and ideas were. That's it.
I didn't say anything about a claim, Raiden. I didn't say anything about a claim. You were asking us about something that is not related to the topic. Why?
I don't know. They're 100% unrelated. You guys seem to be like in gotcha mode or something, and I'm not trying
Oh,
to do
no,
that.
lady, yes, you are. Don't be stupid. Dude, come on, this is what you do every time you come in here.
I'm not trying to catch you guys in anything. I just ask a question.
So why would you ask a question about something that's not part of the topic?
Okay,
didn't
well,
know about
I thought it was.
volcanoes. He thought
I thought
volcanoes go
maybe
all the way to the core.
I
He still
thought
didn't
maybe in an
acknowledge
indirect
you.
way that volcanic activity would have some
He
part
still
in the
didn't
shape of
acknowledge
the
you.
Earth.
Yeah, you're still
That's
dodging
You
it.
want the
good.
connection?
That's fine.
You want the connection? Volcanoes are measured in relation to the surface, the horizontal plane, if they are above sea level or below sea level.
George, that's not what he asked. You're helping him with
I
something that he
know.
didn't ask.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was asking about heat and stuff, right, Raiden?
That was part of it. I did ask on a flat plane where this stuff generated from. And I just wondered what you guys' thoughts and ideas were. Because I don't
Yeah,
know how
so
that
what
would
does
work on a
flat
flat
have
plane.
to do with
Stupid
heat?
question. Stupid.
What does flat have to do with heat?
It's
Yeah,
a
this is a
question,
stupid
that's
question.
fine.
So, what does flat have to do with heat?
I don't know. I was asking if you had any
Okay,
ideas.
well, why would you ask such a dumb question? If you don't know that flat has anything to do with heat, why would you ask that question?
I'm going to apologize to you. I'm not omniscient. Okay. If I were, I wouldn't need to ask anyone anything.
What?
Right?
Okay. Well, in the future, maybe you should Google first and say, hey, does flat have anything to do with heat? And see what you get. Then maybe instead of coming in here asking such a silly question, you should Google that first. What does flat have to do with heat?
Here's a perfect example how things work. It's a common misconception that magma comes from Earth's molten core. It really comes from the mantle. The
Okay.
layer, yeah. So this is where like this common misconception. So what happened? It's like time because was never my misconception. We've had people come in here since the very beginning and just blurt volcano. This is something that happens a lot. And where does this misconception come from? If they passed fifth grade or fourth grade science fair, they wouldn't have had this misconception. Were you just sick that day? Is there just a large number of people who skipped science fair?
No, I was just wondering what you guys' estimation would be on it. But according to you, it doesn't matter what the shape of the Earth is. The volcanic activity the mechanism would still be the same, right?
No.
You mean P waves and S waves?
Yeah.
The angle of incident, it requires a horizontal plane.
And you have volcanic activity on something other than a flat plane.
It's called P waves and S waves. It's
What? Yeah, they
in
do it at
relation to a
science
horizontal
fair
plane.
projects every year. Remember?
I just got done telling you that. They
It's a
make
total non sequitur.
volcanoes.
You can do it on a card table.
Okay. So again, it doesn't matter what shape it is. You can still have the same mechanics going on underground, right?
No, it's in
Oh, my
relation to a
Lord.
horizontal plane.
Or you say it can only happen on a flat plane.
Yeah, I mean, how are you going to wrap all those plates and everything around, a ball?
I
Like
don't
a
know.
disco ball?
There.
You think the plates wrap around the Earth like a disco ball?
I don't know. They could. How
So I
big
got
are they?
No,
Like
plates
what
are flat.
happens when they collide against each other? What would that produce?
I didn't hear you say that again real quick.
And then when they collide into each other and they're both at angles, what would that make?
I guess it depends on which way it's going. Is it going up when they collide?
Strange choice of words. Up. You mean in relation to the plane?
Sure. Toward the surface.
So with all of this,
Yeah, some volcanoes they erupt above the surface. Yeah, that's correct.
I got to ask then. So how would volcanoes work on a globe?
In the same manner.
Plates wrapping around a ball? Looks like all the layers of the
If
Earth are
the plates are
considered
big enough,
horizontal.
why not?
Those layers of the Earth are considered to be horizontal for the explanation that we're given. So those are all like curving and wrapping around the ball.
Yes, they are.
Here,
I
check
don't see
this
why
out.
not.
Here, this says how volcanoes work. Consider your fingernails. Your fingernails grow at the same length. This is the same as volcanic activity. The nail bed growing out across. Creating divergent boundaries, these plates move apart, creating a rift. Where's the ball in there? Here's another one. On a very large scale, you can imagine a volcano as a thick pot of stew on the stove. The heat causes tiny movement of particles.
Definitely no ball there because stovetops are usually flat. They're not curved like a ball.
Yeah. So any way you would try to reproduce a volcano will be.
Hello, I am from space, and I'm gonna bomb every nigger's house from space with my UFO.
He got about 8 words in before using an ethnic slur. Very well done.
Your cope is noted, senor.
Is it crazy to think the Earth is round?
You know what's
Yes.
funny is they have the idea that because we have volcanoes, the Earth is a globe. How do you make the correlation?
Oh.
Yeah, that doesn't follow for me, but it's not a good argument.
Well, I mean, why was it even brought up as an argument for globe?
I don't know.
It's like trying to follow the logic. They know that volcanoes can go extinct. How would it go extinct if you still have your core? If your volcano comes from the core and the volcano went extinct, what happened there, do you reckon?
Yeah, he's got the lore incorrect. Yeah, I get it. The lore is incorrect, but how does that prove that the Earth is geometric shape? That's what I'm asking. Does anybody have the answer to that, or is it just like a non sequitur?
And just real quick, I didn't say that. I never said volcano. Therefore, the Earth is a sphere. I never.
Well, why
said
did you
that.
bring volcanoes involved into this forum?
Oh, well, maybe
For
you
what
didn't hear it
purpose?
earlier, Alpha. I had
I
simply
didn't.
asked a question.
No, hold on, reality man. Reality man, let me remind you how it went down.
Okay.
When you said, well, I believe I'm on a ball, so obviously I think the volcano goes to the core. Those were your words.
Well, I initially asked Crit a question.
Back to reality, bro.
Oop, there goes gravity.
Again, I just simply asked where.
Yeah, you lost yourself in the moment.
Generated from on a flat plane. That's all I asked. I didn't say anything about therefore the Earth is a sphere.
You sure as shit did.
His question was, how do volcanoes work on the flat Earth? That was his question.
Yeah, and then it was asked he was asked, do you think that volcanoes go to the core of the Earth? And he goes, well, I think the Earth is a ball, so yeah, volcanoes go to core. That was you.
It's not the volcanoes, it's the lava. The lava proves the globe.
Yeah, then he asked, do you think there's a core on a plane? He's just an idiot.
Yeah, so nothing to do with the geometric shape, just assumptions. Yeah. Yes, no.
It's just an inquiry. That's all it was. I didn't say anything about.
Yeah, but why do you want to,
anything.
Raiden? Why do you want to inquire about volcanoes? What do they have to do with anything in this forum that we talk about geometric shape of the Earth, whether it is or it is not one? Why
What
would
are
you
we
talk
eating
about
tonight?
volcanoes? I'm asking.
Because I was curious how volcanic activity, how the heat would generate on a flat plane.
Yeah, so we're talking about, the idea that volcanoes, when they erupt and, what happens in that process. Like, we're not going to look into the idea that there's an assumption being made by people thinking that where the lava is coming from. I think that's where you're trying to get into a conversation about like how we can speculate on the idea that the idea for the Earth being a globe, all that's coming from the mantle, but you got the lore incorrect. You thought it was coming from the core. The critic kind of corrected you on that. So because of that, you think because you have some kind of explanation, where's our explanation? I think that's what you're getting at. Because I was listening to you, but I didn't hear the whole extent of it. Is now
You're close.
isn't that the
Everything
case?
that I was saying was you're 90%, but everything that I was saying was not in an attempt to prove that the shape of the earth was a sphere.
Yeah, but you're asking
One had
for an
nothing to do with the
explanation
other.
on asking for an explanation for flat Earth to say what's going on here, right? Because there's an explanation for globe. Isn't that correct?
That's fair.
Right. So what we're saying though is there is no there's no knowledge about what's going on far beyond what we can understand, from the surface level. There's no way to go underneath the earth like to certain depths to figure out, okay, we know the mechanism that drives this. Obviously, it has to do with pressure, right? And temperature. But like outside of that, how far down does it go? That's all just speculation on either side. If you're going to say, okay, what do you guys think, flat earthers? And a flat earther is going to give you speculation. And of course, the globe earth has their own speculation, but it's not a statement of fact. They have like their theories of like how things operate.
That's good. That's fine. Fair enough. I didn't
Well,
expect someone to say, I'm right, this is how it is, etc.
so as
What
I
was
said
it talking about
before,
is work.
as I said before, it's a non sequitur because we're just going to enter a realm of speculation.
Okay.
Unless you can say that Globe Earth has provided, with their explanation, a way to demonstrate that what they're saying is true. Where
Well, I
the
stopped
source
short
of
of
the
that.
lava is coming from is exactly where it is coming from, according to the way they propose this gobstopper Earth. Right? You got all these layers. Well, that's all I'm saying, dude. Like, you have a story. It's a just so story, but there's no way to verify it. All you got is just, well, we got this explanation, and because we're not providing you one, you think you have the upper hand because you got a story, right? That's the
Well, I don't.
case.
I don't think I
Well,
have an upper hand. I just, like I said, I was saying earlier, I wasn't trying to stop anyone or do some sort of gotcha thing. Just simply ask the question.
yeah. So because nobody wants to play ball, that's going to get you kind of like, all right, well, you guys don't want to tell me. It's not that we don't want to tell you. What do you want us to say? You want us to give you another story to replace the one that you have for the Earth being a globe?
No, you don't have to replace anything. I just wonder what your thoughts and ideas about what's generating all this heat on a flat plane.
Right. So as far as what you know, what's generating heat for the Earth being a globe?
If I had to guess without Googling it, I'm saying that the Earth's core has something to do with it. That would be my
Okay, yeah.
educated guess.
Yeah, that's great. Now, you saying that or you even googling and finding out it probably lines up with what you're saying. Who cares? Because I'm asking where's the verification of that? How do you know? How do you know that's
Thank you,
So no evidence that the Earth is a globe, just a whole bunch of non sequitur information of like why you just want to draw us away from why you are not talking about the shape of the Earth having any curvature, like on the surface. Like, why don't you attempt that?
guys.
That would
Okay.
be better, wouldn't it? Instead of this
Just say
gimmick.
that.
Instead of this gimmick, I mean, that would help. I mean, put your energy into something that would be beneficial to extracting information about, maybe how people can understand whether the surface is curving or not with the rate
Okay,
that.
so that's primarily what you guys want to talk about.
Yeah.
To
What do you,
curve,
dude?
nothing else.
Honestly, what do you think? Are we here just to talk about, like I said, the lifespan of the bluegill fish? Like,
No,
is that what you think we're here for?
no. So sometimes things overlap, you know.
Really, what are
So
things? That the bluegill is going to last longer in the winter than it does in the summer? Like, what things are overlapping for you, Raiden?
well, no, I wouldn't think that would have anything to do with the shape of the Earth, but
Okay, then. And your volcanoes didn't either. So
okay.
what do you think is relative to what we're saying? What do you think, man? I mean, let's use the old noodle for just a second. What do you think it is?
You assume he has a noodle.
I
Come
understand
on.
what you're saying, Arthur.
Yeah, well,
Your opinion
I
is that
mean, a
volcanoes have
whole
nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, and that's fine.
brother. All I'm saying
Let,
is that when you bring up a topic, make it make sense to us of how you're saying this means the Earth is a globe. Like, because obviously,
Okay.
if you're saying, well, I really want to know how this relates to a flat Earth, you're not really like. There's nothing there. There's no substance. We're trying
Okay.
for you guys to realize what's make in this Earth what makes sense to you that it's a globe. If volcanoes in some way made sense to you that it's a globe, we could see that there's some kind of correlation that you're trying to bring forward. But if you're saying, "Well, I got nothing," well, then
Okay.
why'd you bring it up?
Well, next time I ask you guys something, I won't even use the word flat. I'll just talk about the sphere. How's that?
That'd be great. And then
Okay.
how does it relate? How does it relate? Because obviously, volcanoes in this particular context doesn't have any relative information of how you're going to draw the correlation of what understanding do you have that it's talking about a globe other than that you've heard an explanation of where the lava comes from deep underground. Like there's this idea that the gobstopper Earth has a crust, a mantle, a core, inner core, whatever. Like you got this idea in your head. Other than that, how do you know that? Like we want you to realize if you apply your critical thinking skills in any conversation, you're going to be able to draw some type of contextual information that you could say, this is a demonstration right here. I'm going to show you. This is how it works. And then we could all see, but there's no method here. There's nothing. Just a bunch of information that we receive from the idea that the Earth is a globe and that lava comes from deep within the Earth in this gobstopper fashion, right? Layers.
Actually, he doesn't even have their model of that ideal down properly because you're confusing lava with magma, but that's a whole nother story.
Yeah, I mean, according to the way he was explaining it, corrected him, but he said, "Well, I don't know. I'd have to look into it. I'd have to check it out online." So he's he's basically shooting from the hip with his idea. His gimmick is all like doesn't
He
even work
is
properly. If it
because
was a good gimmick, he would at least have it down pat, but he doesn't have that. So
he thinks lava comes from the core and he believes in continental drift, but he didn't apply the friction from drift to anything to do with lava or magma. I don't know. These guys, I don't know how they believe in a model that they so vaguely understand.
It's the guys that gets me. That's what pisses me off. It's this guys. I just want to learn. I'm just asking a question. Now you're attacking me. Bullshit.
you expose their gimmick so that the people can understand that they don't really have anything. This conversation had nothing to do with him being inquisitive of how he wants to figure out whether the Earth is a globe or not. He basically he's just it's one of those, right? Or you're just trying to ask questions about like how do doorknobs work on a flat Earth? Huh? Flat earther? Like that's all he's doing, dude. Just bringing a gimmick. Like, it's stupid.
Yeah, explain billboards. Explain street signs.
Yeah, it's wow, dude. And yet he was still, even after I told him that had no relevance, he was still pressing. Well, I just still wanted to know how this had to do. Like, how does this, have any relevance to the flat Earth? I was like, dude, how many times did he? Like 3 or 4 times after I told him it had no relevance. It was a nothing burger. He still kept asking. Like, wow, dude.
Bro, you killed me with the bluegill. I was like, damn, that motherfucker just smacked you. He flat smacked you with a panfish.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, just
That's
name
impressive,
something
too,
else.
bro.
There's no relevance. I mean, okay, let me sit back down. Jesus, dude.
Can that be done with a crappie too, or a
Yeah,
freaking sunfish? What'd you
yeah.
do? I didn't hear that.
I just picked a lake fish because it was easier.
Listen, a flat smacking isn't fully finished until you give them their last supper. So any fish will work. A salmon would be the ideal situation. Give them their last supper, but
Old Haas used to say, "What's this got to do with the price of rice?" You know what I mean?
Ended up nothing, apparently. It only took 45 minutes.
It took 45 minutes. Let's dissect the non sequitur. That's fun.
I just joined, but it sounds like this other guy was he trying to like say like, hey, here's a doorknob science experiment, and you have to explain flat Earth under that experiment or something?
Nah, he was trying to say. I'm gonna steel man him a little bit. Correct me if I'm wrong, Raiden, but he was basically saying what relevance, volcanoes happening have to deal with the flat Earth. He wants to know what relevance that has to, like, for us to go ahead. Let me sit back. Got my popcorn. You go ahead and tell me, flat earther, what do volcanoes have to do with the flat Earth? How does it make the Earth flatter or in any way relevant? You guys explain to me. So basically, what he was trying to do. Get it? Okay. Let me. I'm a flat earther here. Let me go ahead and go through my explanation. Well, you see, we have tectonic plate motion, and since it happens on the globe, it can also happen on the flat Earth. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's so stupid. Engaging on that point. That's him. He thought that was something. I thought it was relevant in some way.
Yeah, I think it's actually a good question.
Really?
Would you not agree?
You think it's a good question?
So a better question would be, where does lava come from?
All right.
Yeah.
Hold on, Mike.
That would
under
be
flat
answered.
Earth, the magma would have to be uniform all the way down.
Uniform. All the way down. Okay, hold on a second. Wait.
Listen, he asserts that, but why would it have to be?
How far down?
Why couldn't it be created through processes such as decomposition, nitrate, pressure?
Yeah, but hold on. Solly.
Why would it have to be consistent?
Solly or Sally? What's your name there?
You can't just say
Solly.
Solly, how do you know where the explanation that's been given to you, right? How do you know that's been verified for you to understand?
No, I'm not even. I'm just asking what the argument
I'm
was.
going there.
Like,
I'm going there, right? Because I did that to him. Now I'm going to do it to you. So if they're telling you how the Earth functions, right, as a globe, okay, that's great. They told you a story. Wonderful. Now, how do you know that could be a dichotomy you're going to put against? Well, we got the globe. It works this way.
You're missing what I actually asked you.
I'm not actually.
Okay, can I ask the question?
I'm going to lay it out for you. So
No,
now you're looking.
before
You're
you
looking
lay it
to
out.
flat Earth. Now you're looking to flat Earth, and you're saying, "Well, yeah, it would make sense because on a globe it makes sense." But now you're
not
telling
even
me on a flat
interested
Earth,
in my
it doesn't-
argument.
Yeah, because I'm trying to expose how you're logically.
You think I'm
not
a
going to make any sense.
glober? You don't even understand.
I don't give a shit what you're saying because
yeah,
this
you
is
just
a non
want to talk.
sequitur. It's a
Okay,
non
you just
sequitur,
okay.
Sully.
Is that what this chat is? You just talk and
No,
Well,
if
it is his platform. Is there a problem with that?
Yeah,
You
the
can
I
problem.
just
create
want to
your
ask a
own
very
Discord
specific.
for free, bro. You can
I
create
just
your
want
own
to ask a
Discord for free.
Just
Your own.
wait. Just wait. All I'm saying is that it has no relevance to the Earth being a globe or the surface being flat. Has no relevance, dude, whatsoever. And you said there is relevance.
No.
Yeah, you did say it's relevant. I think it's relevant. Yeah, I think it's good. So I'm
Yeah, then
asking you, in what way do you think it's relevant?
Without
Once
even
again,
letting me explain myself.
yeah, I want you to tell me. Just tell me how you think it's relevant to the argument. Go
You're
ahead.
talking over me. Okay.
I'm not.
So
You have a good
Try
point.
more.
under flat Earth, you could justify all volcanoes to a glober by saying the magma is uniform underneath the flat.
Excellent. Excellent. Now, how can we test that to be true? Go.
We can't like.
Okay. My point exactly. It doesn't have relevance. We can't test it. If I made a claim, just for example, if I made a claim and I said it's all uniform, it's this way, thus saith me, and then somebody asked me, how do you know that? What do you think I'm going to be able to tell them? Because the Earth's flat. Duh. You think that's the way it's going to work?
You just like to talk over.
No, I want you to realize what you're doing here. All right? Are you focused on what we're saying? If I made a claim that there's uniform magma underneath the Earth, how can I verify that it's all uniform like I'm saying it is? Go.
No, I can't even start because you're.
Yeah, you can. I'm giving you the floor. All you got to do is go from where I said, how can I explain that it's all uniform? Just like you said.
Are you going to cut me off again?
No. Go ahead and tell me.
Okay.
Dude, just say what you want to say.
Okay, so volcanoes under a globe Earth or a flat Earth have to have some kind of like uniform kind of property where magma is coming up through these volcanoes under each system. Would you agree so far?
No.
Yeah, you're talking about like some idea
I
that
wouldn't.
you're gonna propose how everything works. You're talking about the mechanism
No,
that
I'm not.
drives.
I'm just asking if you agree.
Well, they don't
so
go
far.
off
You're such a
uniformly.
retard. Oh my god. You're making
Listen.
assumptions about what I'm going to say before I've
Your
even said it.
prayers are noted, bro. There's all kinds of different volcanoes. There's pyroclastic. There's the magma ones, the lava
I
flowing.
agree.
Okay, so there isn't any. Okay, well, hot shot. There's no uniformity.
Exactly.
them
Nothing's
to be
uniform when it
they
comes
all-
to that.
For them to be uniform,
Not
for them to
flow.
be uniform, they all would have
Can
to go
I
off at the
finish
same
my
time.
statement? Under
Well, I was
each
just speaking and you
system-
cut me off.
Under each system, magma is flowing up and shooting out of these volcanoes under both systems. Can we agree on that?
Captain Obvious.
Yeah, not pyroclastic volcanoes.
That's not.
Your prayers to God are noted. You pray a lot, bro.
Yeah, thank you for the saying the obvious. Now what?
Now what is the question? And you brought up a good point. You're attacking. Here's the problem. You're attacking
You're
me, even though
hypersensitive, Sully Jim.
agreeing.
Oh, his feelings are hurt. We're not going to get nowhere with this one.
Yeah, he's just gonna keep talking
I'm
about
trying to
his feelings,
extend
it seems like.
Yeah, next it'll be a therapy fucking session, man. Can you go play victim somewhere else, buddy?
I'm not
We just
being
want
a
people to
victim.
substantiate
You guys are so.
Okay, here we
butthurt
go.
about asking
You guys.
I
basic
don't want to hear about your feelings or what us guys so are. If you can't answer something, if you can't explain your premise, then you don't understand it as well as you think you do. The problem is you and your delivery.
The issue is that your premise is completely invalidated because you just made the argument of them all being uniform. They're not. So whatever you have to say after that is completely invalidated.
It's irrelevant, yeah. And that's the thing too. It's like even if I did say it was all uniform, because that's what he said. Well, you flat earthers could just say that it's all uniform, and I'm like, yeah. How would I be able to substantiate? I'd have to be able to have all the volcanoes that are everywhere on this Earth's surface be happening uniformly. And this guy is apparently he's saying that we could argue for that. You can't.
You can't because they don't all go off at the same time, which means they're each different.
How are there still
Well-
volcanoes? Like,
This guy thought it had relevance, and I said it does not. He's like, yeah, it does. I could show you. And he said, you guys can argue for uniformity. Like, it's
like the globalist
weird.
education level is so low. It's shocking.
Yeah, isn't it?
Like,
it's crazy.
Just go to your community center, register to be a judge at the next kids science fair, and just learn about volcanoes, for fuck's sake.
Well, it comes back again to the belief that they have all this explained to them. Yeah, they think that they have direct evidence and that, this is what causes volcanoes. They don't realize it's just a best guess, yeah? And none of it's based on direct evidence. It's all indirect evidence and theoretical models that are made up, yeah? And then they... Yeah.
I was just going to say, let me just say that he wasn't really arguing for the Earth being a globe in that way. He said that we could tell the globers that we have an argument for flat Earth. He was saying that it has relevance for us to tell the glober that it's all uniform. So he was basically trying to say it's better for us to argue about this, and there's relevance to argue for it. So he said for flat Earth. That's what he was saying, but he was wrong in the sense of saying that we could argue for uniformity. You just can't. There's no way. You can't argue that way.
He's not entirely wrong, because all volcanoes themselves do eventually all the same, right? They all involve lava. They're all relevant in some sort of another way, right? But each way itself, them erupting, is completely different, and that's where the uniformity is go off correct, completely.
Yeah, but he was saying that we could argue for that, and that's the point that he didn't understand. You can't argue for that, because I even told him, if somebody even asked us, well, go ahead and prove it. How could you prove it?
You can't.
That's the thing.
And even if you did attempt to prove it, that any evidence would be false, because they're not. They go off at different times, and there's different volcanoes, and there's also different states of volcanoes that goes along with it. They're not all active. They're not all dormant. They're not. It's just complete difference to all of them.
And I wasn't telling him that he has to believe flat Earth for that. I'm just saying, when you make an argument, it has to stand that if it's challenged, you're gonna have to produce the evidence of how you can back up the claim, and you can't back that up. There's no way, because it's incorrect. I mean, off the rip.
What are you goofballs talking about? Volcanoes?
Oh yeah, that'd be correct.
Your side has been arguing for the relevance of volcanoes being to do something
proof
with
of the core
shape of the Earth.
About the core, the claim was, how do you explain volcanoes without using the core of the Earth?
Yeah, how do you? That's a good idea.
I knew it.
Here we go.
Another one bites dust. Well, we already knew you would easily bite for that one, because.
Okay, hold on.
Why is there magma?
Do you think it has to do with the core of the Earth?
No, I don't.
Then why would you say that?
What the hell is going on?
I think it's good evidence, right? How do you explain magma?
Just FYI, Globers, this is why you guys are losing the argument. This is the reason why.
I'm just asking a question, though.
It's lava before it surfaces.
Yeah, how do you explain magma?
Where does the lava come from? He's asking. Well, you're saying, but where does it come from?
Underground.
Yeah, how do you explain how volcanoes go extinct then?
I'm asking you how, under the flat Earth model, you explain the presence of magma under the ground.
Yeah, how do you explain how volcanoes go extinct?
You mean
how do you explain clovers?
So if you think this core of the Earth is producing volcanoes, and you got volcanoes going extinct, how do you explain that? What happened to your core?
I'm trying to answer you, and you keep talking over me. Because the plates move. That's why.
Not only the plates, but
you said the core of the Earth had nothing to do with plates.
Right, but you're asking why volcanoes go extinct. The true reason is because sometimes it's with the plates, right, which it also initially caused volcanoes to start in themselves. But the lava at the bottom of the volcanoes can also harden up, and an eruption can also cause them to go extinct, because volcanoes are technically always erupting. It's just the size of the eruption of what it is. So the amount of eruptions also has something to do with them going extinct.
So I answered your questions. I told you it has nothing to do with the core. It has to do with the presence of magma deep in the earth. But you have no explanation for volcanoes.
Well, talk to Raiden about it. He was the goofball that brought it up.
I don't care what somebody else has said.
Oh.
That's my explanation.
Well, you were calling the wrong people goofballs, Brenda.
That was a honorable opponent, little pleasant jib, right? That's like,
well, no,
term of endearment. You know.
Yeah, well, the term of endearment should have been directed towards Raiden.
Yeah, but I didn't hear him. So how does flat Earth explain?
You sound just like him.
So how does flat Earth explain volcanoes?
It doesn't. I think that's what his claim is.
Of course not. Of course it doesn't. Why would rocks be molten underneath the Earth?
Right, but so with the flat Earth claim,
pressure
and
mediation,
the assumption of there being no core is what I'm understanding right now. Where
it doesn't make any difference. The core is the issue.
If there's no core within our flat Earth theory or whatever you guys claim, right? Why is the current, depth of the Earth that we have right now not always hot? Because technically, if the flat Earth itself, for example, bottom of oceans, the bottom of the diggest we've dug itself, why is that not steaming hot without there being a core?
Why is there any heat at all?
Well, if you're saying why is there any heat at all, then explain where the magma comes from.
No, for flat Earth, under the flat Earth world, right? If the Earth was flat, why would there be molten lava deep below the surface?
This is what Crit's talking about, like how just horribly educated you guys are. You could just Google the explanation for that, and there's really nothing about it that doesn't comport with a flat world.
So no, it doesn't actually. Flatness doesn't explain. Flatness doesn't explain why there's molten rocks deep below the Earth.
Is ever intended to be the explanation for molten rocks. I don't think flatness has ever been floated for that. So I don't even know why you're bringing.
Yeah, so
because your theory needs to
only have
account for everything.
Volcanoes with a molten core.
Why are there volcanoes?
Yeah, why are there volcanoes on the moon then?
Why? Because it used to be molten.
When did you have take a photograph or a video one?
Because we can see the volcanoes, we can see the flow.
Well, we can. Maybe you have pareidolia and you're just on acid, and you have a whole host of things going wrong.
Yes, we can see it. So, why are there volcanoes? Why are there volcanoes on Earth?
I don't know. Maybe maybe just Google the explanation for volcanoes on Earth and just point out wherever it says because ball.
That's a globe solution. What's your flat Earth
a globe solution?
Yes.
That's the globe's best guess.
So volcanoes equal the Earth. I didn't think it was going to go this far, but lo and behold,
so you got nothing then.
Really?
Yeah. So you got nothing. You got no.
I mean, you're clinging on to volcanoes right now, but yeah, project.
No, I'm not clinging. I told you what explains them.
Okay. Well, what?
Heat and pressure.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So that's exclusive to a sphere. How? Why?
Because of gravity. You don't believe in gravity.
Oh, so the layers of Earth, it's not going to be more pressure the deeper down you go into them? Just because it's flat, or?
Right. Why would there be more pressure since there's no change in density?
The fuck?
Yeah,
there's no more. It's more land piled on top of itself.
It's not true.
Yeah, that's
the deeper
called
you go, there's going to be more pressure. The weight causes density. Density causes pressure. The more density, the more pressure.
Density.
It does. It creates pressure. It does.
In the globe model.
Don't even bite.
You're claiming weight doesn't claim pressure. When you swim to the bottom of a swimming pool, there's more water on top of you than you were at the top. That's why your ears hard. That's why there's more pressure. So whatever you just said is invalidated.
Yeah, weight is caused by gravity.
Good
but you don't believe in gravity.
Weight is caused by pressure. Pressure is caused by weight.
No, weight causes pressure.
That's what I just said. Thank you. Yeah.
No, it isn't. You said pressure causes weight.
You got to claim a gravity. What's gravity?
Gravity is a pseudo force, right? That it's a fundamental force. It's a property of mass.
Okay. Well,
property
go
of
ahead.
mass.
Yeah.
No, property of mass. That's
Yeah. Gravity is an
ridiculous.
intrinsic property of mass.
That's just vague.
That's
It's a
Well,
property of mass.
explain.
Okay, so you want to say then that a property of mass causes the pressure? Okay. A proper. Okay. Well, that's really not telling us anything.
Yeah. How does that apply to gas molecules?
Because gas
Huh?
molecules have mass.
Yeah, I know, but how does your idea that a property of mass is a gravitational force or a pseudo force?
It's just what it is. It's just defined that way.
It's just what it is. Oh, just
It
because.
contradicts. It says
Just because.
It's measured.
Resistance to inertia is actually inertia.
That's a good explanation,
No,
Brenda.
mass.
Just because.
Gravity is not. Gravity is not inertia.
But mass is a resistance to inertia.
That's a measure of mass. Mass itself is just an intrinsic property.
Yeah,
Well, the bigger something is, the less likely it is to move. But
It's
the bigger it is, the more likely it's to move too.
So how much gravity is affecting the gas molecules?
All of the Earth's gravity is affecting the molecules.
Really? How did you measure that? Because they look to be going in every different direction every time.
But they're not.
Really?
Yeah, you can measure it.
So yeah, well, what's the gravitational force exerted upon each gas molecule?
9.8 meters per second per second.
Excellent.
Right?
How did you measure that on gas molecules?
Yeah, you put them in a scuba tank and you measure it.
So in a container. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but so you
Well,
have
why
them
does-
turn it.
Why does
Brenda? Why do you want to make something that has no way for you to figure out that gravity is affecting it? And the idea, because we're talking about a cause and effect relationship. So you're saying the effect is we see things happening. That's a phenomena. And then on the causational side, you said it's a pseudo force. But in the explanation that you can give, there's no way to test that in any validation or any scientific way. There's no validation for that.
Right, so I can explain. So it's called a pseudoforce because actually it's the bending of space-time by mass that causes the phenomenon we call gravity. So it's technically a pseudo-inertial force like that. Because
Going further into story time, though, doesn't give him what he's talking about, which is the experimental validation part is still missing.
Yeah,
You're just going further into the story.
It is validated. It is. So the bending of space-time is a sort of a prior cause, right?
Yeah,
of
that's
the
just the
phenomenon that we
assertion
call
again. I'm still
gravity.
waiting for the validation, hopefully in the form of an experiment.
There's no such thing as validation in science.
Okay.
Okay.
Don't have
So story
Right.
time.
There's falsification.
A minute ago, you said that it is validated. Now you've said there's no such thing. Nice job.
I never said it was validated. I said it's experimentally confirmed, which increases the probability that your theory is true, right? But there's no such thing as proof in science.
Experimentally
You don't like the word yeah, so where's the experimental confirmation? Post that then.
Right. So you conduct experiments that are predicted.
Don't tell me what I do. Just post who's done it.
I'm talking. I'm talking. So I'm just trying to explain to you, and I'm not getting
I
upset
don't
or
need you
anything
to
like
explain
that.
how it works. I just need you to post.
Yeah, you do.
No,
Yeah, you
I don't.
just.
No,
the
maybe you
theory-
need to do that so that you can get around having to post your experiment because you don't actually have one. But I don't need you to tell me about experiments. Just need you to post yours.
Yeah, the Pound-Repka experiment validates gravity. The Pound-Repka experiment is a confirmation of Einstein's theory of relativity.
What's the dependent
Right?
Gringer,
So that's
you're
how
back
science is.
Hold
So I'm
on.
trying to explain.
Gringer, you're
I'm
back
trying
feeding.
to answer you guys.
What?
Right?
Hold on, dude. You're back feeding.
So when you want me to answer you, just let me say something. Right? So science. So science only
so
only
say something.
confirms
Say
theory.
what the dependent variable is for your experiment.
Just go read about it and you'll figure it out.
You don't know, so I don't know how I'm to trust
It
that
doesn't
what
matter.
you say is in there actually is when you don't even know it.
Just go read about it. The Pound-Repka.
You go read about it. 'Cause it was your claim. But you go study your claim. Go study your claim a little bit and come back when you know. Because you couldn't even answer the first question about it. So,
I don't have to. I don't have to. You can just look it up yourself.
yeah, you don't have to. I know. You can put your foot in your mouth instead. You can do that. That's fine for us.
Right. So science doesn't prove things; it confirms
I'm not asking
theories.
for a speech. I'm not asking for a lecture on what you think science does or doesn't do. I just asked for the observed phenomenon or the dependent variable of the experiment. You don't even have that, so I don't really trust that you have any experiment.
Exactly.
Well, go read about it for yourself. That's fine with me. I'm okay with you with that.
Sure, it's your thing. You go read it.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, we
no, it's
don't-
fine.
The
It's
burden
fine.
of proof is yours, Brenda. If you say that you have the evidence, then you need to produce it. If you don't have it, then you don't have what you think you
This
have,
is-
which
This is
Actually,
just.
I'm happy with you going on mute until you provide the dependent variable.
This is just
Me
us
too.
talking. It's not a formal debate. Just relax.
we know that it's not a debate, because if it was, then we would be able to produce information on either side, because the validation of that claim would have been done by now, and you would have been having mountains of information. You would have just been like, dude, it's this, it's that, but there's no way. You don't have anything.
Within my paradigm, volcanoes are explained by pressure and also radiation.
You got a story. You got a
and
story.
you have
Good for
you have
you.
no. It's within my paradigm.
Yeah, it's a story.
Yeah, just like yours is a story. You have a
No,
story
we didn't
too.
make a story up, because there's
Yeah,
the
you did.
question. The question was asked: how do volcanoes work for the flat Earth? And that's how it all
Yes.
began.
How
And
how
so
do they work for flat Earth? You haven't
Listen,
told me yet.
Yeah, whatever's being proposed right now is the observation of the phenomena happening on the surface. We don't have to go into detail as to what happens beneath that.
Yeah, you actually do. We
beneath
have an
the Earth,
explanation.
like all the way.
And you don't.
I know that, and it's tied into the mythos of the Earth being a globe. So as far down as you can
No.
go, there's these layers, right, like a gobstopper, down into the Earth, and then all of this is like the mechanism that drives this pressure pushing
Yeah,
us.
what is the mechanism? What's the mechanism?
Well, we don't have to have a story for you to replace the one that you have.
Yeah, you actually do, because
No,
if
we
you
don't.
have a scientific theory, then the theory has to account for all observed phenomenon.
So just because I can tell you that there's magical unicorns on the bottom pushing up the lava that's gonna happen
you
on
could
the eruption.
you could say that. You could say that.
I know that. That's why I'm telling you. There's nothing to validate here. It's just a theory. I'm just
Yeah, you
coming
could
up
say
with
that.
whatever.
But that would be a not very good explanation, because you need to show that there's these unicorns or fairies or whatever, right? You
Yeah.
need to account for that. You can't make up an ad hoc explanation.
That's what you did.
The globe explanation is not ad hoc.
Then how did you validate it in some way? What's the confirmation that the pressure further down into the Earth is happening due to the way that they're proposing it is?
Because it conforms with our theory of gravity.
Yeah, see, and then you don't have any validation of that, which we're going to get into
Yeah,
the
we
whole
do.
other argument.
I just told
said it was
you.
a pseudo force, dude. There's no way. You said
Yeah.
science doesn't
Yeah.
validate. You don't have to do that. You just have to have a good explanation as to how
Yeah, it's
all
a-
this ties into it.
Yeah, the reason I called it a pseudoforce is because the bending of space-time creates the effect of a force, right?
Where's
Which
the
I call a
experiment
pseudoforce.
Yeah, you already told us that can't be validated because that doesn't exist. So why do you keep floating it?
Nothing can be validated in science. You
Well,
can
there you
only
go.
provide.
And
You can
so
only
you
provide.
fail to
Just a
validate
second.
any of that what you're
Just a
telling us.
second.
And that's what we're looking for. So why are you
Yeah.
even speaking for him still?
Well, science doesn't work by validation. That's your
I
misconception of how
already
science
know
works.
that you don't think that you can validate anything.
Right.
So why are you still talking? We're looking for somebody who
So-
has the validation.
So that'll never happen because there's no such thing.
Oh,
So what
well,
happens? What
thank you
But
for
you're
happens?
right.
spoiling.
It will never
Thank you.
happen because there is no such thing as validation.
Yeah.
Thank you
for
for
what
spoiling it for the
Right.
rest of the Globers in here. Yet
Right.
they're yet
What
to
happens?
speak. They
Veritas.
haven't.
Veritas. Let me
Oh God.
explain it to you.
Whatever, dude. Just
Please let me. So what happens there is you have a theory. The theory makes predictions, and then you test the theory, and those tests increase the probability that your theory is true, but they never make it 100%. You never get to 100%.
horse shit on aisle 5, please. We need to clean up.
Well, you don't like science. I understand. You're a science denier.
Right.
Yeah, flat
As
earthers are
opposed to you.
science deniers.
As opposed to you.
No, this is what I'm talking about is actual science. That's how it's done. By falsification.
No, it starts with an observed phenomenon. You couldn't even tell me what that was.
Because I'm just not interested in playing your little gotcha games.
No, you're just not interested in doing any science. You're just interested in chanting
Yeah,
science.
yeah, the science has already been done. People have already done this. But you have
No, it
no
hasn't.
explanation for
No, it
why
hasn't.
there are volcanoes.
No, it hasn't, or else you'd have an observed phenomenon that you could at least start with, and you don't even have that. So you're just talking shit.
In relation to gravity, the experiment on gravity is posted in the chat.
See, this new guy is already doing better than you, and he's only been
Yeah,
here for
that's
one
fine.
day. You've been here for
Okay.
years, and you still don't know what a
It's
scientific experiment.
okay. Just relax. Just relax. It's just a conversation. It's not a
God. You're
great
soothing
big
us.
It's
Yes,
boring.
I'm trying to keep things calm so that you don't get too upset.
Yeah, I know
it's-
that's throwing me off too, Brenda. I'm not used to you acting like that. I was
Yeah,
going to ask, when
yeah.
did you get so calm? What is this, a new tactic?
It's called a Zen mind, right?
She took a Midol, you guys.
Well,
You take Zen mind is,
yeah, but it doesn't matter if you're calm or you're coming at us, angrily. It's still not going to make you right. So you can do whatever you want. It doesn't
that's true.
The approach doesn't make the outcome correct.
You're absolutely right. The approach doesn't make the outcome right. What makes it right are the experiments, which you can't
have
do.
zero.
There are none.
We can't do. There isn't any. Like, how are you testing the bending and warping of space-time to actually interact with the physical
Pound
and natural
Rebka
world?
experiment. The Pound Rebka experiment does.
Which you keep talking about, and do you know anything
Yeah.
about it?
Also,
Hello?
Einstein cross. The Einstein cross is another confirmation of general relativity.
You didn't answer anything about
Black holes are a confirmation of.
Oh, stop, Gish Gal. Answer questions about the first one.
No, just go ahead and look, and Wikipedia will answer all your questions for you.
Just going to go ahead and ask you because you keep bringing it up.
Wikipedia is not completely true. Anyone can add anything to Wikipedia.
And that's
no,
true.
but it's like miles above where these guys are.
Miles above.
Right,
What is your
but
what's
I'm
your
just-
standard?
Yes.
How are you rating that information? Like, what statistics? Who's gauging that? What's the standard for that? Being that Wikipedia is factually correct.
There have been studies of Wikipedia and that have found that it's more accurate than Encyclopedia Britannica.
Yeah, that's why
If I'm going to be honest with you, bro,
use it in
my
college,
my
though.
best recommendation is stop arguing with them because I learned from yesterday. Your opinion doesn't mean shit. Just provide them evidence. That's what I think it comes down to.
Yeah, they just deny evidence anyway.
No, you got to have receipts in this forum. You got to have receipts. You don't have receipts. You're just.
okay.
In regards to his gravitational argument, I posted the evidence within the chat that you can review. Feel free to read it. Feel free to do whatever you want with it, right? But it is there and explains the.
Yeah, I just went through it. There is no hypothesis in any of that, and there is no where's the independent variable? There's no structure to it. It's just an article. It's just an article, and it doesn't answer the question that you're being asked for: is what's the observed natural phenomenon?
Now
What's
hold
the
on,
hypothesis?
Gringer. Yeah, into the break is correct. Let me just read a little bit of it, right? A snippet on the first paragraph. The essence of Newton's theory of gravitation is that the force between two bodies is proportional to the product of their masses and the inverse square of the separation, and the force depends on nothing else. With a small modification, the same is true in general relativity. Newton himself tested
Brendan
his
left,
assumptions.
by the way. He's not here.
Good. No, I'm talking to Gringer.
Oh, my fault.
Gringer put this information in there. But it's saying Newton himself tested his assumptions by experiment and observation. He made a pendulum experiments to confirm the principle of equivalence and check the inverse square law as applied to the periods and diameters of the orbits of satellites of Jupiter and Saturn. There's a lot that they're saying in this article, but there's no substance, right? So how does anything of this check out? Like, what of this do you know is validated? Because there's a bunch of people saying things here, right?
Right.
Whoever.
So you're looking for a substance variable that's like proven within something. That's what you're looking for.
Because it's talking about a pendulum here. It's great.
Right.
Well, what did they do with the pendulum?
Right.
So, I mean, if you're gonna put forth something that shows validation of what they're saying, then yeah, we got some meat on the bone. But here is just I'm looking for where we can draw from.
It was really just an explanation of the experiment itself. I can do research in regarding the actual
That'd be great.
experiment proof of itself, but I was just giving forth the explanation of it.
Yeah,
so
I know.
far.
What we listen. All it is people filled with it. So the time where critical thinking begins, Gringer, is where you're starting to say, okay, they're saying all of these things. I'm going to post it in here so that everybody can look at this. What they're saying, we know what they're saying. There's many different ways people have been articulating these points about what gravity is. I want to know what's been validated, what has been run through a method that we can test and verify. That's where the buck stops, right? Where you can actually have something to show people, a demonstration, something that's been tested. But this is really not giving us anything other than they say something has been done. So if you can, go ahead and look for that, and we'll come back and discuss it. Damn, we went from volcanoes to this, like, tense, man.
We had 2 eruptions with the volcanoes.
Yeah, I know. It's so funny.
I think alongside with Crit, like they're getting the lore wrong. Wow. And it's not even hard for them to look at the lore. They can just look it up. Find out.
Yeah, it's quite incredible how they don't know what they're talking about. And then they use that ignorance as if they know something to ask you a question that demonstrates just how bad they are with like seriously, dudes. Just look this shit up. Like Google, you seem to want to Google everything until it's something like this. Then suddenly your Google's broken. Like, just type in, are volcanoes related to the core of the earth? I did it for Raiden, and he still didn't get it.
Yeah, Brenda said that they're not. It's weird. But I don't know. It doesn't matter how many times we go through these arguments. They always seem to think there's some relevance to it. And the guy that was listening came in, oh, it does have relevance for the flat earth. You guys can say it's all uniform. And it's like, there's no end to it, man. It just...
That dude bored me after 3 sentences. I thought, yeah, 6 years of that, oh, I'm getting tired.
The rest of the people in here think that we got Mango Spice 23. Welcome, politics legend.
But in 6 years, bro, they don't have anything new. They rearrange it, repackage it, and bring it back in another flavor.
Yeah, it just sounds, it's a different twist. It's the same. Mango Spice 23, welcome to the room. We got Trees Top that just joined. Welcome, Trees. Who else is in here? I knew this guy up here. Got the Confederate flag flying behind him. Jesse 707, welcome. Playing college football, EA Sports. Just saying what's up to all the new people in here. Any evidence that the Earth is a globe? All right, we've been asking that question. Got Coco. What's up, Coco? Saw you unmute your mic. Do you have any evidence for the Earth being a globe?
Yo, hello.
What's up, man?
What's up? Can you hear me?
Sure can.
Shoot. Okay. So is there any flat earthers, or is it like?
Yeah, theories. So what we're focused on right now is that, do you think that the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. In what way has it been confirmed to you that the Earth is a globe?
I'm not I think it's a globe. I'm not entirely sure, just because of NASA's space imaging.
NASA's space imaging. Okay, and what have they shown you with their images?
Pictures of the Earth being round from space.
Okay, and is there anything that you can compare those images to in the physical and natural world? Like when you go outside, can you take those images and go, okay, I'm gonna compare what they're showing me here on these images to something I see in the real world outside?
Maybe I probably could.
Okay, think about it. In what way can you compare those images to anything you see?
Shoot, I don't have like a answer off the top of my head.
That's okay. So you're telling me that what they're showing you is not comparable to anything you see outside. Is that true?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay. So that in a really quick glance, you can say, I can say that they're showing me images of something I can't compare anything to. But if they showed you, like, or if I showed you a picture of a horse, you probably seen a horse in real life. You could probably go to a ranch somewhere and see one. But it doesn't matter because you could also say the image that I'm showing you can be comparable to something you've seen. But if they're showing you something that looks like a sphere and you've never seen the earth in that way, or nor can you, then how is it possible that it is what they're saying it is by an image?
Um, I'm not sure. I'm just taking their word for it. They seem like they're
Right.
professional. They seem like they don't have any reason to lie about the Earth being round. So I'm just taking their word for it.
Right. And so this is what we would all call is just a belief, right? And that's acceptance without evidence. So there's no evidence that you could draw from that you know that the earth looks like those images that they're presenting to you. And that's why we're saying that's just a belief you have. You're accepting it without any evidence whatsoever. That's the issue right now, Coco.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
the issue. The issue is
Gullibility 101.
yeah, when you think about it, you have to think about the earth being exactly the way they're representing it to you. And so they're basically telling you a story about what the earth is through an image. They're saying, this is what the earth is. Go ahead and trust us, bro. And you're going, yeah, I trust you, bro. That's all you're doing. You just, it's an exchange of like an acknowledgement of like how you trust whatever they're showing. But we're asking, if you think about it, there's nothing you can compare those images to. It doesn't look like anything you've ever seen. So
Yeah. So what do you think like what does NASA get from Linus? Like what value will they get from Linus about that?
well,
Like
it's not so much the motive of what they're doing with that image, showing you that image of the earth that you can't compare anything to, more than it is not the truth. Because if it was true in some way, then even at the level of saying, well, I can't compare it to nothing in reality, nor can I measure any surface curvature, because it looks like a sphere and a sphere has curvature on it, on the surface. So you would be able to test the surface. Like, not only does it look like something that you've never seen, but you could at least test the surface to have the curvature that it would have if it was a globe. So if the information is incorrect,
Yeah,
it's just
you guys
wrong.
are all gay, by the way.
Yeah, thanks for that. So if the earth
Yeah,
is
I'm
not
incredibly happy right now. Thank you for noticing.
if the earth isn't what you can test or what you can compare anything to, then the information is incorrect. So it doesn't matter why they're doing it. It only matters that it's not true.
Okay.
And that you know that it's not true, right?
Yeah.
So their motive could be whatever it is, and like, we're not so invested in the motive, but what happens when you believe something or you accept it without evidence is that the information controls your mind. So it's like a narrative, right? So if I told you a lie about something, I control you with the information. So you believe what I say, even though it's not true, but you have no way to discern whether it's true or not. So my information to you, my lie, it controls the way you think. So that's exactly what's happening with their information. It's controlling the way you think about the earth. You think the earth is a globe in the vacuum of space. So it's controlling the narrative of like what your worldview perception is.
Right, yeah. So
You get
yeah,
it?
why haven't like any planes or any boats like fallen off the side of Earth, right? Because like Japan, like there's trips from Japan to America all the time, and that's like that would be considered on the edge of the Earth. Like you would have to fall off, or we do not.
No, that's the idea of falling off the Earth is just some comical way for you to think that it cannot be a flat and stationary plane. But as we know, people have flown from those places and there's no problem, right? The idea that you can fall off is like some kind of uh, it's basically a gimmick to you can start thinking of a comical way to look at the Earth being not a flat and stationary plane. So if you think about it, people live in those regions, right? And they've flown in planes. So that doesn't follow what you said that people would fall off because nobody's ever done that. It's
Yeah,
it's
what the hell are you talking?
comical
What the hell are you talking about being on the edge?
it's a comical way for you to think of the Earth being flat, and it soothes your mind that if you say those things because it makes it comical, and you don't have to think about it being a flat plane.
Well,
So
then how
for
is
you, check it
Yeah,
easy out.
Japan's somewhere in between China and Hawaii, Coco.
No, Japan
Doesn't
is
sound like the
actually in
edge of
North
anything.
America, by the way.
Well, the irony is that he
Sure it is.
actually would believe
Everything you see on the map is Jewish
physical
propaganda.
edge of his view.
How
Oh, now
is
you're
Earth
gonna
even
cope.
flat if there's no edge? It doesn't even make any sense. That like
No, that's
paper
what
has
you
an edge.
believe, that there's an edge of your view that boats and buildings fall off of. That's
Yeah,
a
so
globe belief.
we've talked about it being comical. I think do you understand that what you just that comment you made was just to make flat Earth sound comical, and that's all you wanted. You wanted to make it sound comical so that
No, that's not.
you don't
That's
have
not
to
all I
think
wanted
about
at
it.
all. That's not even like I'm trying to like hear out because if something's
Right.
flat, there needs to be an edge. That's how it works. It isn't
Well,
just
yeah, but we're
infinity.
not talking about edges. The only thing we're talking about at the moment, whether or not the Earth has the curvature that they've told you that it has. And we started with NASA images, and now we've migrated to this conversation where you're talking about things falling off edges.
Well, no,
So
you're not.
focus.
Yeah,
So let's
but you're not.
focus back. Let's focus back because we're jumping from topic to topic. And then you went into like why would they lie to us? And now we're on like how could things not fall off if they came out from Japan and such. So let's get back to the place where you're actually realizing whether the Earth is a globe or not. That's what I really want you to focus on, Coco, not this other information. So how can you validate the surface curvature? Now NASA images couldn't get you there, as I thoroughly explained. There's nothing to compare it to. Plus, there's no measurement of the surface having any drop over the distance.
But
So
how,
if you think, go ahead.
what?
Go ahead.
All right. So, yeah, I get what you're saying. And I don't mean to jump around conversations. I don't have. I'm gonna say that I don't have an answer for the coverage part, but I do wonder, because if we're claiming the Earth is flat, like it isn't infinity, right? The land isn't like gonna go on forever, so there has to be like a fall off. There has to
Yeah,
be
I
an
know,
edge, and I
but that
don't want to dance
question.
around it, but that's like
No,
the truth.
I know. Yeah, but it's so much like that you're focused on that so much that you forget that the whole paradigm of the Earth being a globe has been like you're just pushing it aside, and I don't want you to. I want you to actually focus on that because if it is a globe, Coco, then all the information up until this day would somewhere in the library or on internet or somewhere you're going to find out that someone substantiated the claim that the Earth is an actual globe. So I'm asking you, I don't know how much information you can search for, do some research, but if you find out that there's somebody that figured out how they know the Earth's size, like did they measure the surface, like what did they do? So I'm asking you, think about it critically. Like forget that you're trying to think of like planes falling off an edge. Like start focusing on how do they know the surface is curving, and they gave you the information that you live on a globe.
You watch it every day.
Like once you realize that, then you'll start to like, well, how is it a globe? Right? You start to really think.
So when you stand on top, like for example, if you stand on top of a massive and large ball, for example, a ball, like we can say a bowling ball and enlarge it. Do you immediately fall off, or do you have the option to stand there without, like,
Yeah,
you
but
have?
let's see if Coco, do you see what I'm saying? I want you to focus on the narrative that that's controlling your mind currently, which you think the Earth is a globe via images and people talking about it, whatever. That information controls your perception on reality because you think you're like a giant ball flying around the vacuum of space currently, but there's no way that you're substantiating it, and I want you to substantiate it some way. I want you to make it make sense to everybody here. If you really think you live on an Earth that's a globe, and if you can't do it, I think that's going to raise some red flags for you. You'll be like, "Well, dude, I
Yeah,
can't do it. That's
yeah.
problematic for me. I should be able to do it like in an instant. Like you just easy Google search, there you go. Why I'm
Yeah.
saying I want you to engage with that, Coco. Like
Yeah, so yeah, I'm gonna jump in. Okay, so I don't. I kind of hear what you're saying, and I'm not necessarily putting the flat Earth idea aside. It's just there's so much, at least from what you told me, there's so much things you're trying to like kind of avoid, like with the edging thing. You didn't want to talk about that with the why the motive behind it. You didn't want to talk about that. So there's so much plot holes to why like there being a flat Earth. Like I just like
yeah,
the
but we
plot
don't
holes
need to be
cover the
concerned with that.
substantial part of
We
it.
don't need to be concerned with the Earth being flat at the moment. The thing you need to be concerned with is how you can substantiate it being a globe. So you haven't looked at that. You're still not. You're talking about the other topics that you were trying to discuss. So, and I told you the information, whatever somebody tells you, like as when you're growing up, your worldview is shaped around all the information that you've received, which is that the Earth is a globe. But you don't know how to articulate that you know it's a globe. That's problematic. That should raise some flags, red flags. Be like, wait a minute, I don't know how to articulate that point. Like, I don't know how to substantiate it. That's all I'm pointing out to you right now, and you haven't done any justice to make it make sense to you or us.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if you're being serious or not.
We are. Everybody in here is serious. This conversation we've been having for years now. This is serious. And if you're serious about critical thinking, you'd be able to figure out whether or not it's a globe easily and demonstrate that somebody's actually measured the surface to be curving, just like they say it is. Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm serious. I don't really have any
Okay.
like anything to say. I mean, I thought that should be common sense, but I guess
Yeah,
not.
common sense isn't going to win the day. What's going to win the day is you being able to demonstrate that the surface is curving exactly according to the metrics of the size of the Earth, which is radius, diameter, and circumference of the oblate spheroid. You can look those up if you want.
I mean, shoot. So, all right. So I'm gonna concede on those points. So I'm gonna say you're right. I'm gonna go with what you're saying and say the Earth is flat. Can we
Yeah,
dance
but
back to the topic of the edge
yeah, but
part?
see, your easy kind of like folding is. Do you think that's gonna make everything all good to talk about all those things you want to talk about? Because you've actually not realized what just happened if you're doing that. That you haven't produced the information that everybody understands today, according to the mainstream, should already know. You're just easily giving that up without even a fight. And what does that say about the globe? I just like, do you realize what you've just done? If you just said that there's no way, I'll say that the Earth is flat now. Like you just bypassed everything that you could even say that it, shows that the Earth is a globe. Like there's big problems, dude. Like it's not just an easy like let me push this aside so I can talk about flat Earth. This is a like okay, your whole paradigm has just shifted to like no evidence. Okay, fine, no evidence for the globe. Let's talk about flat Earth.
Well, because I don't have
Is that
any
what you
evidence
want to
for the
do?
globe.
Because
That's
we
fine.
can. So
Yeah.
right, if you want to engage with flat Earth, it's simple. Right, there's three things that I want to show you: observation, measurement, and practical use. I break it down simply in those three steps. So when you view the Earth, according to like, if you go outside and you want to go any place you want, it doesn't matter if on a mountain or on a plane, it doesn't matter where you go, anywhere on Earth that you can go, you can travel to. Is the Earth observed in any way as a globe?
Nope.
Okay, locally to you, does it seem like you live on a flat Earth? Locally, just what it appears like.
Yeah.
Not saying for you to confirm that it's not a globe. I'm just saying, does it look locally like a flat Earth? Like when you go to the beach, it looks pretty level.
Yeah.
Right. So it looks so we can check the box where its observation is. Observation check. Looks like locally flat. All right, we're gonna move off to measurement. Now, for measurement, of course, you didn't have any ways that the Earth was measured to have any curvature, because like you just gave that up and you wanted to talk about this subject, which is if the Earth is measured to have any curvature, then that would be substantiated by a method, something that someone's done to measure the surface dropping away over the distance. Now, if you're thinking about a measurement for a globe Earth, then it would be simply put as a vertical point where the individual, the observer, is standing off into the distance. There would be a tangential line that the Earth would be dropping away from. So if a tangential line, so think about a tangential line would be like essentially if you could put a ruler on a basketball. Do you know that analogy? Putting a ruler on a basketball?
Nope.
So you know what a basketball is, right? I don't want you to.
Yep.
Okay, and you have a ruler. You know what a ruler is, right?
Yep.
All right. So if you put a ruler on top of a basketball, as the basketball, the surface of it is curving away, well, any way away from that ruler is going to be the drop over a distance, right? Dropping away from that ruler. So the tangential line where you're standing on the earth is like an imaginary line, right? That extends far. It's a straight line. It doesn't curve, the tangential line. So the tangential line that you're standing on is like the ruler. So everywhere that the earth is curving away, that would be the drop over a distance. And then as you gradually get further out in distance, the more drop there would be. You follow?
Yep.
All right. So if the earth has a measurable drop over distance, do you think that on the surface we would be able to measure that? How much drop there would be according to the curved surface?
Yep.
Okay. And not only could we measure it, but we could also demonstrate that the earth is curving at a specific rate with seeing things or not seeing things at a specific distance due to the fact that the earth's curvature would be obstructing our view, like, boats disappearing behind the curvature. I'll give you an example.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if that was true, then we could measure the drop over distance. But now I'm asking you, has that ever been done? People could measure the drop over the distance to figure out how much the earth is curving with that. Of course, I know you're probably going to say you don't know that.
No, I don't.
Okay, so what we're saying is on the earth's surface, what we understand, I'm going to switch it over to the understanding of flat earth. What we understand is that from mean sea level to any point on land, we have that same vertical point garnered from mean sea level, the rise and fall of tides, right? So the mean level from the rise and fall, they're going to get that line. It's going to extend outward. So anywhere, it's essentially a horizontal plane, the same horizontal plane that we're talking about, right? But it's not going to be that line that we're drawing from that vertical point off to any place on land. You're going to get an elevation profile. So if you're standing on land, you're going to say, I'm above or below mean sea level, depending where I am, right? So you're going off from the vertical point where mean sea level was got from, all the way to whatever place you're standing on. It's going to create a horizontal plane. Now that horizontal plane that you're creating to get an elevation profile, either above or below mean sea level, that's what we're saying flat Earth is. It's the horizontal plane that all of nature references. So we reference that horizontal plane as well. So from mean sea level to any place on land, you're going to have a specific elevation. Let's say you're like, 400 feet above sea level. Well, above where you're standing on right now, if you're standing that much above sea level, if you were to have a drill down all the way to where you're going to have a point meeting the mean sea level, that point's going to create a 90-degree angle from all the way straight down to the mean sea level horizontal plane. So you know that you are a distance away from mean sea level because of the fact that you now know how much above mean sea level you are. So it creates a horizontal plane everywhere on the surface of the earth. Now, that horizontal plane, people know that they're above or below mean sea level. Now, think about this. That doesn't have any drop over distance, right? The horizontal plane. So that horizontal plane extends outward, and that's the earth. That's a flat earth. Now, if you were to think about that same horizontal plane sitting on top of a basketball, you would not have a flat earth. You would have a curved earth because the earth would be curving away from that horizontal plane, which would be the tangential line, right? As we said, drop over distance. Do you agree?
Yep.
So if it was a curved surface, then that tangential line wouldn't go straight and people couldn't get an elevation profile from that horizontal plane because it would be curving away from the horizontal plane. So that horizontal plane either would be curving away and you couldn't know how much above sea level you were because that horizontal plane would never be below your feet. It would be above you at all times. Because as you get gradually further away from that tangential point, from that line, from mean sea level, then every point on land would be curved away from that line. So you'd say I'm, X amount of distance away from the vertical point of mean sea level, and I'm actually, because I'm specifically, like, let's say 20 miles away from mean sea level, then I'm this much. There's this much curvature between me and mean sea level. So you'd be able to pronounce the curvature that way, but we don't. We're pronouncing elevation profiles from the horizontal plane. You get what I'm saying? Because the Earth is horizontally, all across the Earth, that horizontal plane is how we know we're above or below mean sea level, and that's flat Earth. So there is no deviation from that vertical point to any place on land. All we know right now is that's how we know we're above or below mean sea level is the horizontal plane, which is flat Earth, and there's no drop over distance. So that the measurement for that would be 0 deviation from the horizontal plane. So the only way we know that the Earth extends outward is because we are at a specific elevation above mean sea level. So if you're above it, then that means that the horizontal plane is below you and it's not above you. Are you confused? Or hopefully I'm not. I'm trying to keep it as basic as possible. You a bit confused, Coco? Hello? Did I lose him? Yellow.
Yo, sure, I'm back.
Okay.
Yo, I'd be right back real quick. Yeah, I missed like most of the last part of what you said, I think.
Oh, this dude's a dick.
No,
All
I'm
right,
just
man, whatever.
Nah, but I'm gonna give up because I'm not like you're saying a lot of like a whole lot of nothing. 1, 2, you're saying a lot of
Yeah.
like stuff I can't like. I don't have like you're not more knowledge on this topic by a wide margin, than I am, and so you're obviously like you seem more like very very educated, and so I can't really like the only kind of points I have to like put up a defense is the like the edge thing and the what is it, the other one, and if you like
Your
if you don't have, like,
gullibility.
if you have other points, I'm not gonna be able to debunk those just because I'm not educated on that topic at all, and
Yeah,
like you're
you're
kind of like
gullible.
I'm sorry, I just got back. What did you say?
oh no, I'm just saying that I'm not educated
Got him.
like enough.
Oh, sorry, man. I just went to get something to eat when you started. My apologies.
No, it's all good, man.
I'm back. Okay. So, I don't think there's anybody else in here.
At least the kid's honest. He ain't gonna sit around acting like he knows a bunch of shit.
Yeah, he's
Just
honest
thinking
about
that.
that.
Smart.
It's all right.
Delightful child.
I feel like the foghorn leghorn in this scenario. I say, pay attention to me, boy. Boy's about as smart as sharp as a bowling ball.
boy, I say, I'll tell you what. No, he is a bright kid, though, or a bright person. I won't say kid. You're not supposed to argue what you don't know, so that is a good sign of intelligence.
We could talk about volcanoes again.
Oh
Anybody
yeah,
got
I
a
never
spare 45 minutes
got
on their
into
hands?
my Earth is one big compost theory. One big compost pile. Decomposition, biochemical transitions, heat, nitrate composites, and potassium, which are natural composites, all equal up under pressure to molten flow. What happened when the fertilizer plant caught on fire? Anybody remember that? The fertilizer farm? It burnt for 2 fucking weeks straight until it went to a pyroclastic flow. But they say we need all this magical bullshit to be true because lava don't just come out of nowhere. Actually, it does. It comes from a natural process called decomposition. You can add a whole lot of other variables to it, but people actually use this the ideal that heat comes from compost to heat their homes. Some people heat their homes with compost heaters. They pump fluid through a box all around the outside of their house, and they fill the box with compost that's in a certain stage of decomposition. It creates heat, and they pump a fluid through that, and they also pump that fluid through their walls and through their floors. It'll heat their home.
Mike, is it true
Damn.
that like, if you have a
That's a
big
slip
pile of
setup.
compost and you don't
Wait, what?
dispense with it right away, it causes a lot of heat? Like you can burn.
Well, they can combust.
Listen, he cut you off twice, bro. So if you always have to manage a compost pile, because if you get too much nitrate or potassium in one area, it can combust. So normally, under a normal compost mixture, you would expect it not to burst into flames. But like I've said, there's natural processes that involve nitrates and potassiums, crystalline structures that under pressure with heat will ignite and go molten. So yeah, so if all it takes is a tree or anything to die that has a whole lot of nitrate, and then to become part of the compost pile, so the heat will be more intense in that area. Sure. We generally keep our compost pile covered from the suns to get off as much input as we can. We don't want it to get hotter than 160 degrees, But in the summer, you don't stand by the compost pile unless you feel like getting hot before you go jump in the river. But I got a whole theory on how magma and lava could happen on a flat Earth without movement of tectonic plates, but we generally don't get to it. And when we do, people want to treat it as if it's given. It's a theory. It's speculation. It's not given as a replacement, because just because Miggy tore down your story doesn't mean I have to replace it. Falsification is independent of replacement. What are you cooking, dinner or something, Miggy?
No, I was just I was being sarcastic, like the kid was doing. He didn't say, "Hey, I'll be right back." No, common courtesy, man. If someone's talking, be like, "Oh, just let me interrupt real
Bro,
quick."
he was gonna do it again. I couldn't. He started to repeat himself.
Yeah, some young people they do that. Oh, sorry, I just came back. What were you saying again? Like, yeah,
Yeah, the what troll? What?
yeah.
Huh?
What happened?
I don't know. I was asking you.
Exactly.
Can you define how you're using that term? That's the one I hate. It's like all of a sudden, this generation is smarter than us, but we have to define every word that we use as if the usage isn't already defined colloquially. We're from the same nation, get the same education, yet we speak two different languages.
It's funny is that they have the Library of Alexandria at their fingertips, and they're still lost.
Yeah,
In the age where they could come in here like fully stocked.
Bro, they
like
figured
with-
it out when we were
Yeah.
young and people started hacking all their computer systems as kids before they could even get them up and connect them into a World Wide Web. And they were like, holy shit, we're going to have to dumb down the information we share on the internet, or they're going to run and own our internet because we won't be able to keep them out. Kids were hacking computers and getting into government computers when I was a kid. What are they doing nowadays? Playing fucking Minecraft.
Well,
They were getting free. They were getting free phone calls with Captain Crunch whistles.
Oh hell, these kids get
Remember
free
that
phone.
shit?
Obama just started giving them away. I'll
Guys
give
used
you
to
a
get
phone.
free phone calls at the payphones. I don't know if you remember that shit. They would blow certain tones and get free phone calls. Yeah.
I volunteered shelter, and I go down there, and most of these homeless people all got a hotspot, a laptop, and a fucking phone. And I'm like, well, how do you pay for that if you're homeless? You know, because I'll help out, genuinely help a guy out. But if you got a phone, I don't
We'll just go to
understand.
McDonald's, free Wi-Fi.
Yeah, well, yeah, I get the stories. So yeah, but the government, everybody's giving away free phones right now. They want you on the internet. They want you brainwashed. Hook up to the Matrix.
I don't know about hotspots though. Giving away those?
When I was a kid, what did they say? You can't believe everything you see on TV. Nowadays, they believe TV is only reality. That's the only reality, bro. I've seen it on TV. That shit could happen. Well, when you give a visual demonstration of something how it can be true, and somebody's too stupid to investigate it, then all of a sudden you can just create and with editing whatever reality you want.
You know, I didn't know that about the nitrate in the piles. I know our mulch pile never freaking got hot, but we didn't have a lot of wood in there. But I remember seeing the
Well, it all
wood chip piles. Wood chip piles always were smoking.
yeah,
Like
it
if you had
depends
big
on
ones,
what
yeah.
you're adding to your compost pile too. If you're not adding things high in nitrate, no, you're not going to get high temps.
Yeah, we had a bunch
But
of freaking
nitrate,
little red worms, and a lot of vegetables and
yeah,
grass clippings and shit,
that's
leaves.
another factor. Some animals come in and they eat certain things while they're in that decomposition process, and then biologically they change it into another material or another mineral.
Little red worms. I couldn't go fishing with them; they're too skinny. But they broke down everything like crazy.
And some things, when they release their energy and go through decomposition, turn from potassium to nitrate, or either or. You know what I mean? I don't have the alchemy down completely of a compost pile. I do study it though, but because, like I said, I'm trying to model that. But everything under pressure, now on the surface you will need way more nitrate to ignite it, but under pressure that it's less is needed because it's already under pressure.
No, in Tacoma, you could get when we were in Washington. You could go get. I remember my buddy was like, "I'm gonna go down and get a load of human manure," and I'm like, "What the hell is human manure?" He's like, "Oh, you go get it from the shit plant," and I'm like, "What the hell are you talking about?" So they would let it sit for a certain amount of time. I was
Yeah.
like, "You're gonna go freaking weed with that?" I was like, "I'll pass." I don't even smoke weed, but I was like, "I'll pass. I'm not freaking selling freaking
Here's
shit
the thing
weed."
that only mostly country people know, but today there's cow manure is more valuable than most people.
Yeah, we used to have the best freaking garden, man. It was the baddest ass garden, and we put our mulch on it, and then we go down and get horse manure from the horse farm, and then till it all in and let it sit for like I don't know 3 or 4 weeks before we plant.
We got a
So
baller in the chat at all? Let's get a baller up on the line.
That would be
doing
nice.
manure talk, man.
No,
It's on the flat earth.
we're straying, bro.
I was just thinking that, it's like it's gone to literal manure now.
Yeah, it got kind of crappy there, but it was a replacement speculation theory for magma and tectonic plates.
I don't know if we got a baller. We got Gringer, but he's pretty sane, so that won't be much fun.
I mean, I had that conversation once with Professor Phil, and like he said, well, at least it's possible, plausible, and backed by science. My compost theory. And Earth is a big compost pile. You can't argue that. There's no arguing that.
This is a shit show.
Yeah, that's the word I was searching for.
Man, they mute me for that, heretic. I'm just joking. I'm not complaining. So
Me neither.
you guys
Don't get me
have any?
talking. I'll ramble.
I'll take it.
Ramble off topic. Sorry.
You guys have any thoughts on that final experiment and all the controversy surrounding that?
How's it an experiment?
Yeah, the trip to Antarctica with it, this Will Duffy guy, the
You know what
lost money.
QE's calling it? You know what QE's calling it, don't you?
I do. I watched his show. Yeah.
I'm
You
more
can say it
concerned
though.
with this Duffy character and whether he's trustworthy or not. He's got some fraud, some investigations into fraud in his businesses.
Yeah, exactly. He's got some questionable business practices. He could call them shrewd, but they imply other, like fraudulent. In business, you're going to get a certain degree of lawsuits, but not for fraud. You're not.
Duffy's an Irish name, right? So, like a sneaky Irishman.
I'm not going to take that shot, bro. I don't find him a shrewd businessman, but he is fighting lawsuits for fraudulent behavior. That's not shrewd. That's illegal. I don't like how it's being pumped as this final be-all, kill-all when I don't see that it is. At best, it might collaborate with a model, but that'd just be another reification.
I mean, they're not breaking any new ground. The camp's already there. I don't know why they have to go and do anything. Why don't we already have it?
Well, yeah, the tour guide already posted on their front page that you can go do what they say they're doing. But I don't see it as a killer. But maybe it lacks an alternative model, or nobody's modeled it on a flat Earth. Okay, and it goes along with the globe model, but it doesn't. It's not showing me the shape. I'm not seeing the curve.
If it was something that happened all the time, they'd have freaking hundreds and hundreds of videos of this thing, and somebody'd have a video that lasts like a week with the freaking sun up. Where's all the videos?
Where they're actually supposed to be going to, there are hundreds of videos on YouTube about this.
But there's not any that are really like.
No, but there are.
People have searched and searched. They can't freaking find any.
I don't. Even
Anything
if it is 24 hours
definitive.
I only see it as collaborating evidence for a model.
Well, right.
To say it's an absolute truth or a final thing is a reification of a model.
It's the same thing with the hump at 3 miles. It would be there. It would be there all freaking day long.
That's what I want. I want to see the curve. You want to put final on something, finally we're going to show the flat earthers a fucking curve.
That's McToon's grift. He says he's doing science by going on a vacation. That's science. He hasn't formulated any hypothesis. There's no independent variable he's manipulating.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue those. I just don't see it as a finalization, just another reification. And I would need some validation.
He's just grifting though.
Gosh.
Well, I
can hear the rap song. It's coming up.
Yeah, I got some bars for that. That all rhymed, bro. But I'm trying to keep it on flat Earth, man. They've been muting the shit out of me here, man. They don't just mute Globers here, man. Beware, flat Earthers. You better keep it on subject. Shit, they're strong arming the battle mod. Think about that one. I love these guys though, or I wouldn't be hanging out. But I've asked a few servers that I don't see it as final anything. It's more of a reification, and it's being promoted that way, as a final end all be all, which it is actually going along with that end all be all, Will Duffy, somebody won a golden ticket. Now there's no golden ticket. And the Glober's asking the flat earthers to go fund somebody else's $40,000 trip to Antarctica. All for some shit that they already post on the webpage of the tourists. You can see this here. And if you come back with it so it goes along with your model, but it doesn't show me the curve. I honestly like to hear a Glober's ideal or reasoning for validating it as final end all be all.
Yeah, they ask, how does it change your life? And I went to the Globe Gangsters and I surveyed them, and I asked how many of them donated to McToon and donated to this golden ticket winner, and it was like half the room. And I've done it a few times, so a few different people here and there. But I guess it was like, I don't know, 8 people, right? That confirmed that they had actually donated because it's made money. But it's like, that's how it changed your life. Maybe you know what science is. So if McToon's saying, hey, I got a scientific experiment, and you say, okay, well, where's the science? Oh, you're looking at something? Well, that's a step of the method, but that's not fulfilling an experiment.
Yeah, that's my point. It's just an observation, and with that observation, you can make assertions of reification, but you'll lack validation.
Gangsters? What's gangster about?
Yeah, it's not. It's not. I mean, Bev just wipes the floor with them, and then they just say, "No, levels a curve, levels a curve," and they just cry about it. It's not gangster.
Yeah, Bev did.
Doing drive-bys?
No, they're con men. They're not gangsters. So you got that twisted. There's a difference, you know. Now the mafia, the La Familia, they do employ gangsters, but they're just con men.
Pranksters, maybe, huh? The Globe Pranksters. They should rename themselves.
Yeah, I'm from Michigan. We got a whole nother word for it, but yeah. There's not one globe earther in here that wants to champion their final experiment. That's encouraging. See, I'm trying to not get muted so much, and sometimes I gotta let the best of me be heard so people remember why. I feel like the debate was over a long time ago. They gave up on showing us any curve at all, and they just keep reifying their beliefs, adding stories to stories, modifying their model that they reifying their modified model, pointing to the sky like we're looking for Superman or something, you know. I just want to see the curve. That's been my only requirement. Glover's asked, what would it take? Well, show me the fucking curve. It's pretty simple, right, guys? I mean, they go to the moon, they go to space. Fuck, just get the camera, look back. Show me some shit that you can absolutely tell is real and unaltered.
Well, they will prove that they're flying level, a horizontal condition, the whole way there and the whole way back. So there's always flat Earth proof that'll come of it.
When we first started this, we'd ask for stuff and they'd say, well, if you first imagine this, that's normally how all their conversations started. So before I can prove a globe, you got to imagine this. Or if you're like Bob, the science guy, you need to be able to reify. You have to be able to use fallacies or you can't prove a globe, and you're going to have a moderator before you'll come into a server and even talk to people. But you're the science guy. You're the great globe host. Look at their personalities. Mick Toons, Bob the science guy, Duffy. One's charged for fraud. The other one's been charged for sex crimes. The other one, he's dropped out for mental bullshit. Out of the military, the Royal Military. So
yeah, Bob the reefer guy. Bob's kind of cool. He was advocating for medical marijuana for PTSD trauma.
I know who Bob is. Bob lives in my state. He got some of my veteran friends PTSD paid for marijuana by the VA. Sure, I respect that of Bob, but I don't
Yeah, I do.
respect everything else. And he ran for the 33rd Congress district in my state, and I actually spent my money to campaign against him.
Nice.
Not for the position, but for the. Would you really consider this guy if you knew his criminal record? And I don't care if you've been expunged. Now, if you're at a crack house and you get your charges thrown out, you were still at the damn crack house, right?
If it had happened that way.
Yeah, so there was a reason you were charged in the first place, even though there wasn't enough proof to substantiate it. The reasons can be proof enough. Like, okay, you're for payment, you're giving away pain scripts. So it's not so far from that to say, well, you offered to take sexual favors for pain scripts. Sure, you're the dope dealer for pain scripts. You and Big Pharma, that's your man. You got the plug. But still, I'm waiting for these Glovers to come.
Jaren and Witsit better sleep with an iron diaper on.
I don't know. Anybody involved with this is questionable to me now. To put a final tag on some shit that's just a reification makes you questionable. So every man has his price, and I know this to be true. You could say you don't, but in the background when nobody's listening, I could buy you for a given amount. All I'd had to do is name it and show it. And they say dumb shit like, why would they lie? Cash is king, baby. They paying your bills, you got mouths to feed. To ask why is a pretty dumb question, right? If you ain't got mouths to feed and you're just a broke motherfucker, money's a damn good thing to you. It'll feed you, house you, and clothe you. If anybody wants to go through and talk to all the new people in here, or go through each person and give them all a chance to talk, go ahead and do that. That's always fun. Hey, the bot cracks me up, man. You guys ban a fool. It shows the list and puts them right there at the bottom, man. The bot's funny.
Yeah, I like it. It
It's got
keeps
a
me
stream
updated
of
with
offenders
because
list.
it gives all the bands, so you get like updated.
Got a list.
Yeah, it gives you the list, so you
Yeah.
see how long and like who they got. I
Yeah,
love
I
it. It's
seen
like
the whole.
it's like the trophy case.
Yeah, it's like, here's all
Holy
our
shit.
convicts. Here's our convict list. I thought it was
Like we'll see him again.
I mean, call me boomer, but yeah, it got a chuckle out of me. Dude was talking stuff. Next thing you know, he's at the bottom of some list.
They're institutionalized. They get let go, and then they just keep coming, doing the same thing.
That is amazing, too. For people who hate us so much, they just can't leave us alone. You got guys that don't even bother to try to bring a valid argument. They sit in text lobby and try to attack your character. Like, I really care what some dipshit on the internet got to say about me. I might come in once a week. You know, I got a life. I got to work. I run a business. And some idiot that's on the internet every day of the week thinks I care about his opinion. It's entertaining. It really is. Why should I? Why should I care?
Yeah, in lieu of glob evidence, they will tell you how they feel. They got no problem with that.
Brenda surprised me. She's taken a different approach. She's usually more aggressive than that.
No, yeah, Brenda's mellowed. It's much better. Like the discussions that she brings, or whatever.
Makes me wonder if the testosterone treatments are over. It's a joke, but yeah. I don't mind.
But I mean, it was the same thing. She came in after like an hour nonsense conversation with Raiden about volcanoes, and then we gave them all the diagrams. They were all flat Earth. So it's like we only have explanations, and they describe this flat Earth.
Yeah, they think we've
And then she
measured.
came in like after that happened, like it was a new argument.
Bro, they act like we've actually measured the continents to drift, and we haven't. The oceans aren't widening. It's one body of water. They take more of it and call it the Atlantic, and less of it and call it the Pacific. But that's not an ocean widening. That's one body of water, and you're just setting arbitrary limits to it.
What's up, Flurfers?
Waiting on globe proof.
I was just thinking of. I just thought of a good globe proof. If you want to hear it.
Yes.
Well, the tides. How do you explain the tides?
Oh, that's a good one, Globetard.
Something is a globe proof?
Well, I'm asking you how a flat Earth explains it.
I thought you were going to give me a proof.
No, I just wanted to talk about the tides a little bit.
Change the subject in a hurry.
Huh?
You sure changed the subject in a hurry. I was about to get to and you're just asking me a question about water.
Yeah, I was just asking about the tides, that's all.
Oh, that's not fair.
Oh, yeah. I know. It'd be hard to explain on a flat Earth.
Why? The water's horizontal, it's seeking level, right?
You know how tides work?
How do they work?
Do you know?
No, I don't know what causes tides, do you?
No, I'm saying, do you know how tides work? I'm not saying what causes them.
Well, not really. Isn't that how they work? What causes them?
No, it's two different things.
What does that mean then? How do they work? You don't even know what you're asking.
Right.
True story. I thought we were going to get a globe proof.
No, no.
Tides, I guess, on a globe.
I just wanted to see if anyone knew about tides in here.
What about them? They're long waves.
They're long waves?
Long period waves, they're called.
Okay.
Yeah.
What causes them?
I don't know. Who cares?
Who cares?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What if I told you it had to do with the moon?
I'd ask how you validated that. What test did you run?
I just did some reading.
Oh, so just read a story.
Yeah.
Cool story. The moon.
Isn't it cool how some stories just like accurately describe how things work?
How did you test the accuracy?
With reason and logic.
What reason did you apply? Remember when this was going to be a globe proof? Those were the days.
I never said I was going to give you a globe proof, bro.
Yeah, you said you just thought of a new one. And then you started asking me questions about the ocean.
I was just thinking I thought of a topic. That's what I should
I
have
would
said.
steer clear from the ocean as a glober because it doesn't do anything to back your case. Since the water's seeking level. Ocean is a point for us.
I think you guys might be convincing me slowly of being for flat Earth.
It's time. It's time to accept the nature of water.
I'm the one that really needs to break, not the people that are already rich and have the money. The 1% don't serve anybody but themselves. So for them to get a tax break, no, that's not cool. I'm not going to make them cut taxes.
Well, I guess we're gonna have to find something else to argue about.
Yeah, I'm eating some ice cream right now.
I call bullshit. Prove it.
I have no camera perms in this thing.
That's okay.
Did you ask to hear about every flavor and then you chose vanilla?
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
I don't know. A lot of people do it.
When I was a kid, I only liked vanilla, but now I like chocolate too.
Butter pecan? You only like chocolate and vanilla? What kind of freaking blasphemy is going on with you, dude?
No, not
Terrible.
only, bro.
Oh.
Usually, if there's no options, it's just like chocolate, vanilla, strawberry, like, the basics.
Come on, Neapolitan nonsense.
Especially for like soft serve. I mean, come to think of it, I don't think there's a flavor I don't like. Is my TV, sorry about that.
Looks like we got nothing else to stream anyhow. Although it could get us a copyright strike.
Come on, Mr. Frickin' Ice Cream. Where's the frickin' proofs, man? We need proofsies.
Hey, bait and switched me up.
A lot of the proofs are just logical deductions.
Dude, when your ice cream melts, does the frickin' melted ice cream just kind of stick around the frickin' scoop because of gravity? Or do you have to lick it because it's going to fall down your cone?
Because of gravity, right?
No, it would hover around the frickin' scoop. Like your frickin' precious globe. It would
Because
all
of
just sit there. You'd never have to lick it, dude. Just chill.
If there was no gravity, you're saying?
No, that's what gravity does. It makes frickin' things stick to frickin' spheres, remember?
No, that's not what it does.
So your scoop should make the melted stuff adhere to it. You know? Don't say it's not big enough either.
I was thinking of something, but then you derailed me with the gravity.
Not my gravity. If gravity was real, it'd be a law. Remember that. It's a theory.
No, there's a law of gravitation. It's an inverse square law.
What?
You obviously never took basic physics, have you?
Nope, I'm a freaking idiot, dude.
Yeah, there's actually a law, bro.
I
Look it up.
failed freaking algebra. Actually, I got kicked out in 7th grade, so I didn't finish algebra 2. So, yep.
Well, that's okay. I'm sure you're a hard worker or something.
Well, gee, thanks. Guess it means the Earth's a freaking globe because I failed algebra 2, or I didn't finish it.
No, it's just Americans are bad at math. One of my favorite globe proofs is night and day.
How's that proof of a shape?
Well, how else would you explain half of the globe being dark at one time and the other half being light?
What do you mean, how else? You didn't explain
You
it.
know that's not true?
But you just
didn't explain it.
It should be 50-50 if your Earth was a sphere.
Well, he put the globe
It's
in the
not.
question, so he's already assuming his outcome of the globe.
Right, because
Isn't like
it,
one side light like by like 62% or
Yeah,
some
he's like,
shit?
he's
How'd
like,
that happen?
listen, he's like, explain the globe having day and night if it's not a globe.
right. Well, try to imagine on a flat Earth it wouldn't work that way, but it does work on a globe.
What waiting?
Technically, it could work on a lot of 3D shapes, but not a flat Earth. It wouldn't work on that one.
Really?
Yep, really.
Is there like an objective proof for this, or
I think even someone who failed algebra could understand that.
what's the understanding? You haven't given any. What's the logic for it? It just sounds like a blind assertion.
Well, the logic is that the Earth is a globe and it's rotating.
That's just the assertion.
Well, that
That's
explains
the reason why it wouldn't work on a flat Earth. Really?
Yeah, he's saying it won't work on a flat Earth because it's a
not.
globe.
You haven't even made it a logical inference that it wouldn't work yet. Can we get a syllogism? And a logical one.
I'm not going to waste my energy. I'm just going
This
to
and
have
that, i.e., this isn't flat, and that wouldn't work on flat, i.e., logically.
If you can't follow what I'm saying, then I can't help you.
It's because it's not formulated properly. It doesn't make logical sense.
Yeah, sure it does.
It's right. No, you've said nothing. You just made an assertion. It wouldn't work. He asked why. Add some specificity.
In my mind,
listen,
it works.
I'm assuming a guy who even failed algebra could be specific. Fastidious even.
You're using big words, bro.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying if you believe it and it's true, then you should be able to build a bridge between how you know that and why I don't.
Okay. Well, do you agree that it's dark in America right now and it's becoming light in China right now?
I don't have to agree for you to demonstrate why it wouldn't work on a flat Earth just because you asserted it.
What do you want me to do for you?
I mean, do I agree in time zones? Sure. But that's
right,
still
but why is the light not shining everywhere?
What I want you to do for me is give a logical reason why your assertion could be true, or even I'd accept it just being a logical inference from A plus B equals C.
Well, I told you, because it's a sphere and it's rotating.
Well, sure, a rotating sphere doesn't work on a flat Earth. Cool. But what's that got to do with the day and night cycle?
Everything.
Listen, only if you're taking the way you modeling it, and then you're pulling out a ball and inserting a flat disc. Is that true? And that's like a straw man, because we don't place a flat disc in your model. We're not.
Oh, it's not a flat disc. What is it?
No, I'm not a flat Earth Society guy. Honestly, I don't know what it is, but it appears to be flat. So it could be infinite, but damn, I'd need an infinity to prove that. But it's definitely an observable level topographical plane.
All right. Okay, that's fair.
With undulations.
If it's flat, then how could you have light everywhere? How would that work?
Well, nobody's saying you would have light everywhere at one time. You're being vague. So listen, you asserted day and night doesn't work on a flat Earth, and I want to know why. And you keep asking me questions. No, just back up your premise and make it a logical ideal.
Because the backside is not being lit. That's why.
Backside. So the sun doesn't move at a given rate on an elliptic? Is that what you're saying? 15 degrees per hour? We observe it, right? Does the sun move or not?
Yeah, the sun moves.
Does it appear to move? It appears to move, right? 15 degrees an hour on an elliptic, which changes.
Okay.
Periodically throughout the year.
Okay.
Okay.
So
when the sun's lighting up one area, it's not lighting up another. So why doesn't that work for you? Why doesn't that work for you?
It doesn't.
I know why, because you have an infinitely far away sun, and it's enormous, and you're still applying your model to a model
How do
we
you know how
haven't
far the
given
sun is
you.
away?
I don't.
Right. So why?
Yeah, let me
would?
finish. So
Okay.
you're still mixing your model with a model we haven't given you.
I'm not mixing anything. I'm just
You
asking. I
just
just
need
asked
to
you
make
how
it
you know.
logical why a person would make me understand why it wouldn't work on a flat Earth without overlapping your model over some model you assumed for me.
Okay. So put a flashlight on a flat surface, and you'll see that it illuminates the whole area.
Well, that depends on the size of the surface area. So once again, you're being too vague. A flashlight in the forest will disappear when you walk away from it within probably 50 to 100 yards. If you
No,
take
it
an
won't.
elevated position, sure. If you in the forest, dumbass, there's trees in between you and the
Right,
flashlight.
because things
So
are
if you take an
obstructing it.
elevated
Exactly.
position, you might be able to see it, and then we could make that logical. I.e., I'm in a forest because the tree blocked the fucking light. So you're not making it logical. You're just
Yeah,
asserting a
you're
thing.
just waffling around.
You're just asserting something. It wouldn't work. Day and
I
night
don't
doesn't
have.
work on a flat Earth, but you give no logical reason why.
I just did.
No, you didn't.
Even if I did, you wouldn't accept it, man. Let's be honest.
You
guys always say that.
You can't speak for me, dude. You can't tell me what I accept. I'm a reasonable man. That's why I want you to put it in a logical manner. I might accept it then, but when it's totally illogical, I'm just going to toss it. Occam's razor, right? The point is, you can't grandstand on assertions here. You need to be able to build a premise.
I did build a premise.
Make your assertion a logical inference.
I made a premise.
No, you made a statement. Day and night don't work on a flat Earth, but you give no logical reason why. No mechanism.
Why?
Nothing.
Because nothing would be blocking the sunlight. That's why.
Nothing would block. Nothing blocks the sunlight in your model.
Yes, it does. The Earth
No, it
does.
doesn't.
What are you
You
talking
either
about?
face it or you don't.
Exactly. So half of. Oh my god.
That's
All
your
right, dude.
model. Nothing's blocking it.
I don't have the energy for you, bud.
But what you're saying is because I believe in this infinitely large sun, if I made Earth flat, my big sun would light up your entire flat Earth. So you've inserted your model into mine. And I didn't even give you that disk.
You don't have a model.
Exactly.
So I can't insert anything into it, dude. Relax.
Well, you're actually assuming it for me.
You told me it's flat. We're just saying we're just talking about a
I
flat
can get
surface,
hyper
bro.
specific, hyper fastidious.
I know. I get it that flat earthers don't have anything to go on. I get it.
No,
Trust me on
listen,
that.
what happened here is you made an assertion, but you couldn't back it logically. That's what happened. So you've made unfounded
I used
proclamations that are not even logical
I used elementary
in
school
reason.
logic.
It's not reason.
I used elementary school
Listen,
logic.
we can follow no path of reason for why it wouldn't work because you haven't given one. You said the backside wouldn't be lit up.
Exactly. That's a reason.
What's that even mean? What side's the backside of a flat Earth?
It's not flat, dude. That's my whole point. Oh my god,
You can't even stay on your
Are
own
you drunk
premise.
right now,
Listen,
bro?
no,
Come
I'm
on.
not drunk. You're just listen. There's no win or lose. If you're not losing. I'm not gonna grandstand like you guys do and go, "Oh, I beat you." It's just a conversation. So if you're gonna lead us with a premise, you should at least be able to make that premise logical for us. If not, you shouldn't assume to take a position of authority over our intellect. Because it doesn't appear to me that you have a greater education or academic career than I do. I don't believe so, and you could make it apparent if you wanted to.
Wait, are you the guy that failed algebra or no?
No.
Or that was a different guy.
I didn't. It's the first time I ever talked to you, and you can't even form a logical postulation. Come on. You probably don't even know what a syllogism is.
Yeah, I do.
Well, then form one to make your...
All right, you form one for the flat Earth.
It's not my premise. We're
Then I don't
talking about
care.
your premise that it can't be flat because day and night cycles wouldn't work. Time zones. That's just, you're just saying shit.
If you can't form one for your model, then I won't form one for mine.
Okay, well, the day and night cycle does work on a flat Earth. When it's light in one area, it's not light in another, i.e. time zones, i.e. the Earth is flat.
What is obstructing the light on half of the Earth?
You don't have to obstruct light. Listen, light isn't infinite in the atmosphere. You may
Yes,
say
it
it
is.
is. No, it's not. The atmosphere is a fucking medium. It absorbs it, refracts it, scatters it. You don't know what Rayleigh scattering is, or
you would still be able to
absorption
see
to the
some light.
point of extinction. It's called atmospheric extinction of light, and it's not a flat Earth principle. It's an astronomical principle.
You'd still see some light.
I bet even one of your prophets quoted it. But Kepler? No, you don't read that stuff.
No, I know Johannes. You're right.
So it's called atmospheric extinction of light. It's attenuation to the point of extinction. That the atmosphere is a medium. Light isn't infinite. Now the speed may be infinite, but it's constantly getting direction changes.
That doesn't do. So what?
Yeah, it decreases the intensity over distance. That's inverse square relationship.
Yeah, that's fine.
At a point, it will become extinct.
No, it won't.
Well, people greater than you with greater educations have agreed. They're actually
No.
the people who postulated and made it a logical syllogism. But yeah, and they demonstrated
I don't
it
believe
too
it.
with diamond, amethyst, all kinds of crystalline structures in labs.
Sounds fishy to me.
Multiple kinds of light. We can demonstrate attenuation to the point of extinction.
Nope, you can't.
I can.
I don't believe you.
I don't care about your belief. Hey, when you up your game a couple levels, holler back at me, bro. You bore me.
I mean, that's fine. I can explain it very simply. You have to bring in all these crazy ideas.
Bro, you couldn't even make it a logical syllogism. And
even
then you're
with
going
all-
to sit here
even
and
with-
say you could explain it easily. Then fucking do it.
Even
That's
with
what
all
I've
your
asked you to do
fancy,
for 20
even
minutes.
with all your
with
fancy
your
terms,
obfuscation.
it still doesn't make sense, dude.
Obfuscation. Here you are obfuscating what you said you could do once again.
You can use all your fancy terms you want, but it still don't make no sense.
Bro, just put it into a syllogism for me then. You're the man. You can do it.
Nah, you ain't got nothing for me.
The truth is, you ain't the one.
No, the truth is, I'm still the one.
Well, that's cool. When you form that syllogism, let me know. Maybe I'll debate it then. But right now, it's just gibberish. You're just babbling, bloviating.
It's a fallacious argument, dude. It's a begging the question fallacy. So if Earth is flat, there'd be 24-hour sun. We don't see a 24-hour sun, therefore Earth is not flat. So it's just a begging the question fallacy. So it's an invalid argument. Need to have something better. Something a bit chewier.
Yeah. The
bit of steak instead of just salad.
I would say the Earth is flat because the light don't go all the way. That's just what you would like use as general logic.
Well, like a street has lights, right? Instead of one light to light up the whole street. No, there's lights every 10 or 20 meters.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
There's probably like, I mean, there's thousands of stars. There's probably like, like 6 or 7 suns out there, like something like that. It's just makes
6
no
or
sense.
7 suns.
You getting the Obermann's paradox?
Well, I mean, the Earth is obviously flat, and there has to be like, more than one sun. So I'd probably say like 6 or 7. But
Dazza, you articulated that well. Thank you for the critique of the conversation.
I mean, would you disagree with me then, or would you say there's
Oh,
even
no,
more?
respect.
Probably.
No, I haven't. And the point on the streetlights is that you do need multiple streetlights because the light attenuates; it doesn't propagate forever. Yep.
How many would you say that? I
If it
would
did, we'd use a
probably.
flashlight to light up our backyard, right? The back 40 be lit up by a flashlight.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
Just went
you need
forever.
multiple. You need multiple. You know.
And with 2 flashlights, I'd point at the moon and light it up, right?
Yeah. Well, that's what I was thinking.
With his logic, anyway.
Yeah, exactly. I was just thinking like maybe there's like more than 10, but like because you got how many time zones? I don't know, like 12, right? Could possibly have up to 12.
Yeah, it depends. There's multiple time zones in each time zone too. So like we give this continent one whole time zone, but within it they construct their own time zones. You know.
I would say the well, yeah, that's probably constructed to be honest.
Yeah, he wanted to give us a flat disk, but then he acted like time zones couldn't work in an azimuthal grid or a circle. And I find that amazing too. It shows that you haven't done much research on the time zones because they're actually displayed in azimuth or two-dimensional circle, your slice of the pie on the wheel.
Yeah, just sort of flattening Earth in their model.
Yeah.
So all they can think of is just a flat disk in space, and all these other circular planets.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say probably the satellite thing is also pretty good evidence for kind of the flat Earth thing. I definitely believe.
Yeah, I love they do the same thing with satellites. They'll come in here and assert that satellites will never work on a flat Earth, but you know, NASA was launching the Echo
They
1
do all the time.
helium balloons, and now we got them solar powered drones. I don't see how we don't have the technology to orbit anything when there's solar
You got
power.
nuclear power. There's probably nuclear powered
Echo
drones,
1
man.
Echo 2 stayed up for 18 fucking years. So you had to change a helium balloon every 18 years, and then you just launch it up there in the jet stream.
Yeah, yeah.
And the jet stream circles the Earth. Look it up sometime. So a helium balloon in a jet stream, you could use it when it was in your range, and then you just switch to another one when it was out of range. And if you
make
got
it look like it's round.
Yeah, if you got one in every position, then the jet stream is just making the balloon circle around, and you're connecting to the nearest one to you every time. Now, my cousin worked for NASA. He's a naval admiral, and he worked at Hart. So one of the things he does, he was like an air traffic controller in space, and I'm like, so you adjust the path of all the satellites? And he's like, no, actually, we don't adjust their course. They do that. It does it itself. That's what they tell them. But what they do is switch from satellite to satellite, so they keep that SATCOM communication up for the military network, right? So they always had to switch to the closest one. And they got a time schedule for that and a period, area, a geographical position where they're going to point it. And they'll catch it when it's closest to them and then get it when it's furthest away. So it's actually how it's done. But I mean, my cousin is currently enlisted. When he gets out, I'm going to try to get him on a live stream, because he actually does the stuff for the military that a lot of these people try to say is a validation of anything, when this man says, Mike, I can't validate anything other than I stare at a computer screen all day long, and I make adjustments to this program that was pre-built before I use the application.
Well, I mean, obviously, they're trying to hide something from him.
I don't know if they're trying to hide something, but it's
Well, the Earth is
compartmentalized. If
flat.
you're
I
not the
mean, why else
programmer,
would they
you
have
don't
try
need
to
to know
hide?
what the program is. You sit at your station and run your computer.
Well, I mean, obviously they're trying to hide the Earth is flat. The real nature of the Earth.
Yeah, no.
Who's trying to hide stuff, dude?
The
That's
government,
what I'm
man.
trying to point out. My cousin isn't
Government.
aware of anything about hiding anything. He just sits at a
Yeah.
computer center, and he's got 3 computers, and he's and when they go out of range, he switches this connection from one satellite to the next one that's in range, and they have a time schedule for that.
What are we even talking about?
I'm not going to go back and read satellites and being able to work on a flat Earth.
How do you explain seasons?
The angle of light from the sun as it travels on its elliptic, the same way the globe does. Next question.
That doesn't you can't just say elliptic and then.
Yeah, the
Well,
gravity
its
be working a
elliptic
different
goes from
way.
the tropics, right? It goes from one tropic to the other, crosses the equator periodically throughout the elliptic over time, and that's your seasons.
Wait, so in a flat Earth, where's the tropic? Hold on, dude, slow down. Where's the tropics on a flat Earth? Are they near the middle? Are they near the edge? Where
We're
are they?
specifically talking about the path of the sun. So the tropics are dictated by the path of the sun, the elliptic of the sun, just like the equatorial plane. The equatorial plane is where day and night is equal 1 day a year. Agreed?
Say that.
So the tropics are all set by the elliptic of the sun. One is the furthest point away, one is the closest point to you. The middle of that is just yeah, I'm sure you don't.
I don't, bro.
It's all based on the path of the sun.
Okay.
The tropics.
That doesn't. You're not really saying anything.
Oh, I did. When it gets to the mean point, when it's not closest to us, but it's halfway furthest away from it, and day or night is equal under it, we call that the equator. When it slows down, we call that the furthest tropic out. When it speeds up, because the sun does change rate over the season, when it speeds up and it's closest to us, we call that a different tropic. But
The sun is speeding up? What are you talking about?
The sun does speed up on his elliptic.
How do you know that?
Well, I don't know that, but this is the mainstream ideal. You don't know your own damn model?
No, I've never heard of the sun changing
Maybe
speed.
Google it
No.
and come back then when you Google
No,
it.
I don't. No, dude, this is what I mean.
Do a class
You're,
on it for you.
yeah, I know. You would need to
The
probably.
sun changes speed throughout the year.
How does that have anything to do with the tropics?
See, that's why I'm not going to waste my time. I just explained what it had to do to it, and then at the end you said, how's that got to do with the tropics? Well, I explained it. We map it based off the speed and position of the sun, and that's the locations of the tropics and the equatorial plane. This isn't an argument. That's how it was done. There's no rebuttal for that.
Yeah. Gotta be honest, you're not making much sense.
Well, intelligence sounds like ignorance to the fool.
No, it doesn't.
Sure, if you knew a little bit more about it, you wouldn't be so amazed that somebody is saying the speed of the sun changes throughout the year. You're the first Glober I heard actually argue that point.
It doesn't.
Okay. Can I get a citation?
There's no reason for me to believe it does.
Well, why does day and night differ? The hours of the day differ throughout the year. You can look this up in a fucking farmer's almanac, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do look at the farmer's almanac.
What is it? A ceregial day versus a solar day. And so, yeah, it ends up to be a shorter day at the end of the year than it was at the beginning, less than 24 hours. And why is that? Because the speed changed.
No, it's because it's not because of the speed.
Because in an elliptic, it has to bank.
Dude, the speed makes no sense. It's much easier explained by the Earth being tilted.
Listen, I don't care what some dude. I'm not here to argue what you believe.
The Earth is tilted, that's why.
I'm here to argue the mainstream model. If you're not down with the mainstream model, then I'm not against you. You and I have nothing to debate.
The Earth is tilted, that's why.
That's seasons, idiot. That's got nothing to do with the speed of the sun.
I told you there's no reason for me to believe the speed of the sun is changing.
I don't care what you believe.
You asked me why.
You Google it, but you're still talking.
You asked me why, and I gave you an answer.
If you Googled it 10 minutes ago, you wouldn't still be doing this. I guarantee.
If I Googled what? The speed of the sun?
How bad are you going to feel when you find out, man, what I thought was this dumbass flat earther was wrong?
Tell me what to Google.
Is it just me, or is that funny to anybody else?
Tell me what to Google.
Tell him what to Google, like he ain't been in the conversation.
Google the speed of the sun? Okay, let's see.
I'm laughing, Battle Mod.
Yeah, this guy lives on mute for me because of his conduct in the other server.
I don't see anything about the sun's changing speed, bro. I Googled it.
Really? I'll share with you the first. I Googled it too. I'll share the AI overview with you if you want. It says, yes,
Go ahead. Throw it in the chat.
Yes, the Earth's speed in the orbit around the sun changes throughout the year, meaning that from our perspective, the sun appears to move faster at certain times of the year, specifically when Earth is closest to the sun, perihelion, and slower when it's further away, aphelion. This is because of Earth's elliptic orbit, just like I said, around the sun. On an elliptic, it's not a perfect circle and you have to bank. That requires a speed change.
The Earth is changing speed. The Earth it's not the sun changing speed, it's the Earth.
Did you hear what I said? It appears to change speed.
No, you didn't say it right.
Argue this? No, I did. I read it straight from it. The sun appears to move faster at certain times of the year from
through the sky, right? But that's not what you said.
Oh it is what I said. I just read it word for word. You fucking moron.
That's not what you said, but okay.
Oh, shut up. You're just mad because you found out you were fucking wrong.
I'm not wrong, and it still has nothing to do with what I was talking about.
I'll copy paste what I just read.
Yep, let me see.
Yeah, I read that word for word. They're not my words.
I'm saying before you Googled it.
It's an apparent thing, and that's what I said before I Googled it.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, it appears to move faster when it's closest to us. That's what I said. And we call that...
No, you didn't, bro.
And it appears to move slower. Oh my God. If we time it, it's not a full 15 degrees an hour at its slowest, like it should be. And then it can be above 15.1. This is why the day is so off, and we end up with a fucking leap year. Christ. This is common knowledge. Most people know this is the reason for the leap year.
The problem is, like, they think they have a problem accepting crazy claims. No, they have a problem accepting basic claims.
Don't you blame Christ, Battle Mod. It's not his fault.
I'm not blaming him, and I wouldn't say all of them have that problem, bro. But the hardest ones to deal with too. So if I get too far out there, man, cut me off. But this is just his mainstream model, dude. This is just his model. That's it. This is what they teach. And he's talking about guys who failed algebra.
No, that's not even you. That was some other guy, dude. Relax.
Pay attention in school, man. You're probably not paying attention now, and that's illogical inference.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Derail.
It was me, dude. I'm the one who got expelled in 7th grade and
I'm
didn't
not
finish
gonna
algebra.
derail.
I didn't say I didn't finish it later.
I won't
But
derail. I'll
I didn't
gaslight
take trig. I didn't take trig or anything.
This
Okay,
guy's
well, I
mad
don't
because I
see the
called him
problem
out
with
for his
that.
he was misspeaking.
I didn't hear you reading what I copy pasted. I read that word for
Where
word.
is it? I don't see it.
Then you're blind.
I'm
I
on
gotta
my
give
phone.
you instructions to the text lobby. I gotta Google everything for you. You can't even get a Google. Can I get a copy paste of where it says no? This feed doesn't change.
I don't know. All I see is old dude. That's the last thing in the chat.
Well, is there a permanent text lobby, or are we still using the one right with this live stream? No, we're the open chat. That's what you're looking at.
Yeah, the guy added me Twanger with the tides. I see that.
Right above old dude, but eggshells are flat is the last one that posted. I mean, I can post it again.
Maybe it's different on mobile.
I can post it again. It's still in my copy paste. You see it now?
Nope.
My man, you have a good day, bro.
Yeah, it must be my phone. I'm on my phone right now.
Man, you need some assistance in everything you do, huh?
Just about, yeah.
You're lucky you keep that phone for 911 emergency, don't you?
Yes, I do.
You wear a life preserver when you eat soup?
That's a good one. Who told you
If
that
you're
one?
on your phone, hey buddy, if you're on your phone, there's a little button down the
At the bottom,
bottom.
it says chat. I know. When I click it,
It's for the camera. The camera button.
Yeah, I see that, dude. I'm looking at that. I know.
Yeah, my dad told me that one, man. Yeah, I'm glad you like it. It's a dad joke.
Yeah, I was.
You can use it. Look, I'm not an asshole, so I guess I'm done speculating with you. That's all. It was a good combo, though. You're not that bad. You're all right in my book.
Thanks, buddy.
If you was here, I'd even let you hit this joint.
I got more weed than I know what to do with right now. Harvest season.
It is. It is. Nice. Yeah, we got dry racks full, but this is a family type environment. They try to keep it that way, and I try to respect that. Plus, it's not really our server. It's a politics server, and those kids are nice enough to have us. So we should respect them, too. You and I both.
You trimming all that shit yourself?
Oh yeah,
I hated trim
fucking.
season.
Me?
Dude,
Oh, hell
It's fun
no.
for about a week. It's fun for
Yeah, I
about a
hear
week.
you. Listen, I grow enough so I can keep other people smoking, but they got to help trim.
Yeah, I'm on my third plant trimming. I'm done, man. I do a little each day.
Bought my sister a car this summer, so she's out here trimming for free. But not really. She got an MKZ.
I tried starving a couple of the plants so that the fan leaves just drop off, but it still doesn't even really cut down on the trimming at all.
Are you willing to concede that day and night could work on a globe if you accept atmospheric attenuation to the point of extinction and the elliptic and speed change? Now, the tropics you were wanting to get to, we wouldn't have equilateral tropics on a flat Earth. I know that argument, but I'm not trying to give you the AE map as a model. I'm just saying, I'm sticking to the raw of it, which is the path of the sun is what dictates the tropics and the equator. And all we have to do is take the midpoint and the far point in the elliptical path, and we can mark out tropics over whatever geometry you use to put the sun above. But they don't have to be a relative size to make that true, because size and distance of the object would also affect the appearance and the distribution of light. But when you look at the distribution of light, that's a funny thing. If you take the distribution of light on Earth and ask Google to display it in azimuth, it becomes a crescent, kind of like a crescent moon, and you find that it would work on a flat Earth when you start looking at them. Or the displays in azimuth of the heat distribution, the jet stream, weather patterns. They all look awfully logical, and they make a hell of a lot of sense when displayed in azimuth.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that at all.
Yeah. I'll argue all the arguments. I don't really like the insult game, but I'll play that with you and not get mad. You know I'm cool. I don't get mad. I ain't got no... They took my mute power, so that's why you guys are here anyway. That's a joke. Yeah. No, really, I'd ban all you fucking Globers if they let me. They had to cage me up. They said, Mike, you done got old, man. Anybody else? Anybody else want to speak? Yeah, you come back, man. Somebody else will want to go with you.
Enjoy that spliff, buddy. See ya.
Yeah, I don't like to hog the floor, so anybody wants to change the subject, go ahead, guys. But thanks for letting me talk. I appreciate it.
Hello, Nigel. Is that Alpha guy still in here?
No, I don't see Alpha Veritas. You could tag him if you want in the text lobby. He might come back. If you're on their home server 24/7, he may be over there. Oh, that's a guy from earlier. He got the gravity explanation. You still in here?
Sure. Yeah, I'm in here.
Was it Newtonian or Einsteinian? Which explanation you got? Just for kicks.
Oh, well, hello, can you hear me?
Sure.
I believe I was muted. It's called the Cavendish experiment, and it basically just,
I know
shows
what
that
the
gravity,
Cavendish is.
yeah.
That's your... Okay, so... Yeah, Alpha, I will save that for Alpha. I'm sure he will argue that with you appreciatively when he gets back.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah, that's a never-ending argument. It's really, like, you're not going to come to any consensus on gravity, right? I mean, the entire world hasn't yet.
Well, I mean, I think it's when you do the experiment, you can do the experiment like
Yeah, we can
do it
all
yourself
do
at home,
Cavendish,
and
but we got explanations for Cavendish too. And mind you, we know damn well you don't get the same results every fucking time, but that's neither here nor there.
Yeah, the problem with that one for me is that, like, all of these apparent tests that they carry out with gravity, like, they're not objective enough. They don't isolate the force enough, and you can't build, like, something that detects, like, a measure of the force itself. You have to look at the effect, which just sounds dubious.
Yeah, it's just a mechanism that displays torsion. I mean, I think it's a demonstration of torsion, or friction, but an experiment, I don't know how, but I mean, I don't really want to argue that. That's Miggy's. Somebody else wants to, I'll mute.
Why so quiet?
We've been waiting on you.
fancy asking why it's quiet and then not talking.
I just came into play that. Like it's a gay bar or some shit, man. Everybody's quiet.
Spoken like a man who's never been to a gay bar.
Exactly.
Those places are popping.
I wouldn't know.
Someone must know.
You got there before me. Yeah.
Actually, I can't say that. I went to a rave once in Europe when I had a weekend pass in the Corps. I think that was considered a gay bar.
Before I left Sydney, I started coming up against a bunch of bouncers, and they spread my name around. So the left to drink was actually the Pride Bar, and I'm telling you, nicest people, nicest bar, best drinking environment.
They keep buying
and wall to wall, like aside from the dudes, the chicks in there will be hot.
Yeah, but I'm wondering if
that's the thing.
Are the dudes buying your drinks all night?
No, like generally there's like a division, like spectrum stuff in the front and a lot of like maybe sports bar stuff in the back, so everyone can come there with their friends who might not be there but they might want to go out together, and you just feel like, yeah, you're in a regular bar but there's not a bunch of chauvinistic idiots trying to compete for all the attention, you know.
Yeah, I get that. Liquid courage makes a bunch of dumbasses want to fight. Like a biker bar in the U.S.
You all know how an oscillator works in basic circuitry?
Nope.
We have a capacitor and an inductor. The capacitor stores electric charge and the inductor stores magnetic charge. So when the charge moves from the electric capacitor to the magnetic inductor, it sends a feedback loop and it feeds the electric charge back into the capacitor. This is how like they make most of the radios and stuff. And I just think it's interesting that like you got the sun and the moon and the two different elements of possibly like the electrical phenomena, and maybe that's what they're doing, feeding the signal back into the other to keep the energy self-renewing.
At a constant speed, too, yeah. I think so, too, though. I mean, I came to Flat Earth from Electric Earth, Purple Dawn. So I believe this is an electric realm. I don't think you can debate it. There's places on Earth where lightning goes from the sky to the ground all day long, and then the opposite is true. From the ground to the sky all day long, all year long. There are places where that exists. The lightning bolt itself is a natural phenomenon. Electricity it's natural. We just tap into it. We don't create it. We don't really even know where it comes from. We just know how to manipulate it. But this is an electric realm, from the movement of water, the friction of the clouds, to static charge being built up in crystalline structures. Those are all natural processes. A computer is made of natural materials. So we're just taking advantage of another natural process there with computation through crystalline structures. I believe that some of the old megaliths and pyramids were crystalline computers once they were energized. Probably with holographic keyboards and...
Is there any evidence of any of this?
Well, sure. The pyramids put out electricity. They're made out of crystalline structures. What's the chips made out of in your computer? Your memory chips.
Right, but is there something that you can show that like the pyramids
There's all
generate
kinds of
electricity?
videos on it, man, where they know absolutely you could build a super computer. If you got the biggest chunk of quartz in the world, you could just set it on Earth and draw electricity from the atmosphere.
So why do our phones not naturally recharge without plugging them in?
It's because it's not grounded with the Earth. So none of the electricity that's flowing in the atmosphere is allowed to stop at your phone. It's only allowed to ground with and sync and circuit with your battery.
Right, so just back to what I said a second ago, I just had to talk to a courier. So if the sun is putting out this huge amount of electrical energy and it's dispersing, which is evidenced by the fact that the daylight only reaches so far, it's possible that the moon is there to send all the energy back in the sun and keep it going, because that's how an oscillator works.
So then what about other energy like we have solar, we have wind energy, we have what about that?
Did you really just go to solar? That's basically
That's sun.
what he's
That's sun. I'm
saying.
saying
So
I'm listing multiple energies that goes along with that. Like what about wind energy? What is the excuse for wind energy?
It's like ionic charge, dude. Like, you can call it solar energy if you want. It's still ionic charge. It's electrical energy.
Right. Solar energy is from the sun, but I'm saying what about energy that's generated from wind? That's not obviously generated from the sun. What about that?
Well, the wind is powered by the electromagnetic radiation of the sun. That's what he's telling you.
The wind is powered by the sun.
Without the temperature differential.
Do you understand how insane that sounds?
No, this is your model, dude. This is you saying that all the energy on the Earth is a product of the sun, right? The sun
That's not what I
raises
said.
the...
He just said that the wind is powered by the sun. How is wind powered by sun?
No, all movement on the Earth, that's your model.
When I move my hand and it creates wind, how is that powered by the sun?
You stop, listen, the wind, you're talking about air friction. You created a breeze. That's not wind. Wind is temperature differentials, which is absolutely caused by the heat source. So is weather. And this is your mainstream model. Here's another Glover that doesn't know his model, right, bro? And I like that electric stuff, so keep on it. I want to hear what...
I mean, you're just sitting here making these absolutely outrageous claims. You're saying the wind is powered by the sun.
You should let him finish and then rebuttal it all after you do your Google searches, because it seems you're ignorant to a lot of the shit that he's talking, and it's actually true. And we can demonstrate it in the lab.
Okay, I'll let him finish.
Yeah, look, it's quite early for me. Well, it's actually midday, but I've only been up for about 2 hours. So listening to you all talking about the harvesting while I'm sitting out the front waiting for my medical to arrive, and it just arrived, so give me about 20 minutes and I'll be on fire.
Bro, are you an electrician or electrical engineer? I forgot.
Bro, I'm just a polymath. I'm everything I want to be and more.
Oh, a jack then. A jack of all trades. Cool. I know I've never heard you say anything wrong about how we use electricity or power. I was wondering. I thought you had a degree in it.
Well, I mean, I'm a person of the University of Life, right? That's why my name's Vegan University Dean, right?
Most degrees are founded on research, bro. So if you do research, you could have the credit hours for a degree. Just understand that.
Well, yeah, I mean, at another space, maybe I can set up in this server. I'll run people through like the principles that I've actually created a few inventions on this oscillator principle and how the body reacts to different fields differently. And like this even goes into my jewelry, right? So I have like what do you call them? Like copper and gold rings, and also rings with a lot of silver. And it seems to create a feedback loop from one hand to the other, where I get this semi-constant electrical discharge going from the ring into my finger. Sounds crazy, right? Like you walk around and you build up static charge and you touch your car and you zap. It's happening to me like literally all the time. So yeah, it's like,
so you went from
a really weird science when you apply it to like not just like putting it in a box, but like it's like Tesla, right? He realized that you didn't have to create the energy, you had to access it because it was already freely abundant and available.
So you're saying I just want to cover this. You're saying our body is also electric, right? And it itself is a some type of circuit.
Yeah, I mean, we know that like sickness is, well, one of the symptoms of sickness is a lowering of the electrical output signal of your body. Like it's a dampening of the circuit basically when you get sick. And like all forms of entropy in the body will lead to this. It's just there's different causations, of course.
Yeah, chemistry also can be powered by electric. So Earth's electric, the body's electric. All life forms have what? Electrolytes, right? There's a constant flow of energy in the
Well, I
atmosphere.
mean, if you render the entire periodic table down to raw electrons, it goes electron on, electron on, electron on, and that's how it builds the complexity of the molecule. So, like, everything's the same thing with different variations of charge in it. That's their model, not mine.
Yep. I like this stuff. This is actually one of my bigger categories, but yeah. So Granger deafened himself. He didn't even listen. That's funny.
Funny.
I'm sitting there watching my boss all day build a battery box charger. He basically built a Faraday cage and then screwed in a bunch of transistors and created two terminals on either corner. And now he can charge up like a whole bank of batteries in about 10 minutes and get 10 times the output voltage in any device. Like he's just a natural born genius and like he didn't even finish high school.
I should get that dude to help me build a Earth battery. I want to make a Earth battery. Power it by solar and hydro generators.
Yeah, there's also gravity batteries, which are very, very similar, and they use like a natural silage that you'd have for like your sewage, and that's your basic like your guts of your battery, and there's a moving charge that goes very slowly up and down, and yeah, that's free power in your backyard. But yeah, this is like homesteading basically.
Yeah. What's up? Go ahead.
Nothing. I didn't say anything.
Bust a rap.
I've also I've just installed electroculture around my yard, which is a really simple, easy thing to do. All you do is wrap copper wires around sticks, plant the stick in the ground, and then you put a little aerial off the top of the wire, align it dead north if you're in the south, and dead south if you're in the north. And apparently, this is the claim, it will prevent you having to do things like fertilizing and pest control. Like your plants won't get sick and they'll grow a lot better. So I'm actually seeing benefits after about a month of doing that.
You're homesteading, so you gardening every year. Do you save your seeds and cure your seeds? I put my
Yeah,
seeds.
bro. I don't throw out organic waste. I plant it.
I put my seeds on a magnetic table. So my grandfather did that, and then my father did that. And now I do it. But so now that I'm reading up on why the magnetism helps the process for the seed and germination, you'll get a stronger, better plant from that seed, whatever the
Yeah,
seed is.
my favorite application of magnetics is actually with pain theory, right? Because when your brain sends a pain signal, it's the electrical circuit not completing. It's meant to go from your brain to the extremity of your nerve system and then back again. So if there's damage anywhere in your body, that electrical signal won't flow on that particular tangent and it'll backfire back into the brain, which creates this pain signal. So if you put your body with the damaged part in a strong magnetic field, that actually carries the charge along the magnetic field, which tricks the body into thinking that the damage was repaired, so the pain signal is switched off. Quite fascinating.
It makes sense too. So our thoughts are electric in it. We could get right down to that, right? Where we're essentially a battery, right? We need to be alkaline. We should be keeping track of the pH level, but I don't want to get off into medicine and all that crap because of TOS.
Yeah, we gotta stay away from that.
Yeah, I'm respectful, Craig. Until I'm not, though, until I'm not, brother, I make no apologies.
So the real question is, Belmont, you gonna eat that cornbread?
Man, I thought he was going to add to the electric nature of the conversation. It's electrifying.
Even our cells are like a deep cycle battery. The way that you have a seven year as like as much as it can, and then it dies. But it's got a little telomere at the center of it, and it just chips off a new bit, starts the process again. It's kind of like cycling your car battery when it goes flat.
That's interesting. I never knew that.
Well, this is why we have a fixed lifespan, because our telomeres are only so long when we're born. And there's animals like crocodilians and some jellyfish and lobsters. They create telomeres in their body, which allows them to repair their telomeres. So they have subjectively infinite lifespan, but like disease or something will just take them out. You know what I mean? Like the entropy will still build up in your body, whether or not you can keep rebuilding it.
Right. There's got to be some diet or something that, because if not, some people wouldn't live longer than others. You know?
I was doing a big Google Earth thing last night, and oh man, you look around those volcanoes, there be dragons.
Yeah, I like to do that. I look for dragons on Google Earth. I'm not gonna lie.
I like pareidolia because, like, you know,
Yeah.
you'll say something and people will think, "Oh, you're insane. You don't know what pareidolia is." And it's like, no, dude, I just think it's fun. You know, it's like it doesn't have to be one thing or another. It's just really cool. So I spend a lot of time looking for it.
Yeah, I do too. So if you didn't grow up looking for faces in clouds, you weren't having fun. You spent too much time inside. Some things, though, go beyond pareidolia, right?
Well, I mean, everything can't be a coincidence. People say, "Oh, you know, it's a coincidence." Well, how universal is that trope? You know, it's just an idiom, and it holds true in one situation. It doesn't have to hold true in every situation.
Yeah, so that's not infinite application, huh? I hear that. Crit, what are you doing?
They do love playing those
Looking
games of
over some
idioms.
stuff for tomorrow. Try and get ahead of the ball. I know it's like one of those things like you shouldn't look at emails like after
What's
hours.
tomorrow?
Oh, just some work related stuff.
Oh, I thought you were gonna do a debate or presentation.
No, just like filtering through kind of like a game plan.
You gonna come tonight and hang out with us on X? Oh, that's tomorrow. Never mind.
You mean Twitter?
Back.
You guys are doing X? Didn't he say? What? Help a
His
boomer
ears.
out, man. What's up?
His ears hurt.
Like a secret
You're
VIP room on the server. We all get on X together. Yeah, that sounds fun.
Oh, okay.
I got my hopes up.
I was thinking Pop Tamale, I'm sweating.
It's tomorrow. I thought today was Thursday. Oh, my bad. We're gonna do it Thursday.
No, it's Wednesday. It rained all day, though. I hear you. It's rained for a week, and the rain needs to fucking quit so I can get up and finish some contracts.
But it's funny, right? Thinking about
here, it's been like super dry.
Oh, welcome to Australia. Like, if you think about how oscillation is really governing pretty much everything, it's kind of why we have to keep refreshing our thoughts. You know what I mean? And you find people who start to, like a time traveler. Yeah, I got him to admit he's like between level 1 and level 5. You got to incentivize them to keep that oscillation up, you know, to keep like smashing out the false epistemology with the true one. Otherwise, it'll creep in, it'll take over in real subtle ways. And you'll start to question yourself, start to doubt.
It's like your car battery
It's
thing.
all
You gotta
about
keep
it's
your
all
car
about
battery.
feedback loops in your head. That's what they're doing to people.
Man, that's crazy. So if you interrupted that oscillation, you couldn't refresh your mind. You'd be lagging, huh? So effectively, you'd be a zombie.
Well, it's like if you become like an astrophysicist, right, and then you do 5 years of not studying it, you probably forget everything that you trained your brain to keep remembering, right? Whereas you take anyone at any stage of life and explain this stuff to them, and they'll be like, "Yeah, that makes sense. All I have to do is like keep that in the front of my mind every time something else wants to push it out."
Right. I get that. I've been in a lot of places in life. I'm 50 now, and people ask for specific cases. Tell me about this in the core, and it's hard to remember. It all becomes bunched together. You know what I mean?
The
Like
plus has changed so much.
It's not my recents folder, you know. Yeah, and then their terminology changes too. That's a good point, Chris. So it might be I just don't know what the hell they're referring to because we didn't give it that anagram when I was in there.
Like you can apply this inversely as well and realize that like negative patterns, oscillators, like depression is an oscillator in your head where you're constantly reminding yourself to be depressed.
Yeah, I was thinking that we do have to keep refreshing our minds, but how does a person stay depressed for fucking ever? Because they refuse to let it go from the forefront.
It's like you've got a dynamo on your bike wheel, right? And that dynamo is actually creating everything that goes on within you, but you're giving it the energy to do it by pedaling. That's a choice you're making. So stop giving it energy, and over time, the charge you've accumulated will break down. So you can't just snap your fingers and be better. You can't just wish your depression away, but you have to stop pedaling the bike that's taking you to sad town, you know?
Yeah. Hey, my grandfather, who's Ojibwe, full Ojibwe, he'd say the two wolves thing. Inside you, there's two wolves, an evil wolf and a good wolf. The one that wins will be the one you feed the most.
Yeah, and all that ancient knowledge, it lines up right with true science.
Yeah. So what your thoughts are on, what your heart is on, will probably show in what your hands do. And, you know, that can be religious, biblical. I can get an amen from that statement. So we'll know the truth of their heart by the fruits of their hands. Amen?
Amen.
And yeah, so those were just those parables, idioms, words of wisdom, pearls.
So you know that movie Pulp Fiction?
Yeah.
You know when Sam Jackson does the biblical verse about the the shadow valley. Yeah. So I think
Leviticus
we should rewrite that.
25:17.
Yeah, we should rewrite that for flat earthers, right? Like the path of the flat earther is beset on all sides by the tyranny of globers and evil men. Yeah. So when they're walking through, I can't remember. I'll have to paraphrase. You know, when they're walking to show people there's no curvature, they need to keep their theodolite safe and like their binoculars like handy, and you will know that the earth is flat when you feel me lay my curvature down.
You got to throw in a blessed. You got to put blessed in there. Blessed is he who, in the name of flat earth and good charity, shepherds the feeble globers, the weak through the valley of darkness. That's
Rich has it memorized. That's hilarious.
Well, I had that memorized for a candy bar before Pulp Fiction ever came out. My pastor was crafty when I was a kid. He had whatchamacallits and Snickers and Milky Ways, and you could motivate a kid to memorize a book. You got enough candy bars.
Well, I had the wallet that said "bad motherfucker."
Well, I grew up with the Bible and no meat, so what? Good for you.
Yeah, you know what's funny, Mike, is we learned, dude, I kid you not, we learned all the books of the Bible the same way. we like. I remember in Sunday school.
You get something
Like,
for it, don't you?
like what was that?
Depends on the Sunday school teacher or the pastor, but yeah, you get something for memorizing books, don't you?
Yeah, so like we had like I don't know what it was. It was like an overnight thing on Halloween I think it was, and we're all as a group, and like they had this contest, like who could memorize the name, like the books, and you would win candy, like to say it, like, and then but before they started, they did like this little like a
You know,
memorization thing. It's pretty cool. That's what I learned.
in that sense, I like to say this, what you're relating here. So yes, in the sense that the church gave me my memory, which is a photographic memory. I can do complete rebuilds and restorations on car and stop in the middle of a motor and then come back 2 days later and know exactly where I am. I'm that nitpicky and fastidious with that good of a memory. And in this sense, I can say God gave me that memory. Amen. And it's true.
I think one of the
God
big distinctions,
but it makes
one of the big distinctions, right, between being raised in a Christian environment and not, is your exposure to the Christian media. You know, like all the movies that you'll get, or like kids shows, or like educational stuff that's only being produced and distributed by churches, so you'll never see it on network television. Or maybe it's different in some places, but I think like that kind of stuff really stuck with me in a way that like it'll just come back to me at strange moments. Whereas like you ask me what I was watching at 8 on TV, I'm gonna laugh at you.
Yeah, I was raised in Adventist. I went to an Adventist school. I graduated from a Catholic university. Then I went to MSU, Michigan State, but which was founded by a Jesuit. But I'm not religious, but the focus for us at church or Passover or whatever was to focus on the Torah. We studied the Torah and we studied the Word only. So Adventists don't like to use extra biblical things, you know what I mean? But we did have Adventist-based children's Bibles and Noah story pop-out books and stuff like that. But yeah, where else do you do a play of the birth of the Christ in Bethlehem, you know?
I'm definitely gonna always be religious because even if I'm wrong, I still see it as like the ultimate LARP. You know what I mean? Like there's people who walk around pretend to be a furry, pretending to be like, in the Matrix or whatever. If I'm pretending that like my goal is not to go to heaven first, but go to hell and kick some ass, then like, man, like, if I'm wrong, at least like to me, like life was doomed. You know what I mean? Like,
listen, bro, 100%. I believe I came from source, and I got to go through hell to get to heaven. I'm with you on that. So you can believe you're a fairy, but I came from the source of all life, and I'm going back there one day if I got to fight to get there.
I just think we all have an inner angelic nature, and there's generally like three kinds, maybe like the nurturer, the informer, or the teacher, if you like, and the avenger. And I've always wanted to be the avenger.
I studied so much that the questions I asked and the thoughts I formulated, my congregation no longer wanted me to be an Adventist. You know what I mean? So I don't adhere to an Adventist doctrine. I don't hold their beliefs. I have my own beliefs. I think my path to heaven is between me and Source. It's got nothing to do with other men. If you could tell me what God wanted, you could get God, if he's your best friend, to come down here and tell me himself.
So what do you call source?
Source? There can only be one source for all the energy that is life.
Okay. So synonymous to creator.
Sure. Yeah. That's the source we come from, the creative energy. I don't believe it to be a human being or a physical.
All right, no, I get what you're saying now.
Yeah, it's like you could, I could say prime
Yeah,
creator.
I believed that for a long time, and I'm still kind of divided whether it is like a being that we're in the direct image of, only with infinitely more potential, or as you assert.
No, I believe it has infinite potential and intelligence in its own consciousness. Yes, but I believe we're all part of that. This isn't home. We're on vacation from infinity, bro. Immortality. Your immortal soul is, well, you're doing the Bahamas. How many vacation spots are there on Earth? What do you do with your life? Are you going to war, or are you making love? It's your choice.
But here's where I think it's most useful to use the first way I described it. You know, like in the direct image, because that would mean that you could apply this idea that you have a physical and a non-physical state of being, right? Like you have your waking life, and then you're in a dream, and
Oh, I
like
believe
there's no
that.
physics. There's no
Yeah,
physics because physics is only here for things to be solid or appear solid,
I
right?
believe.
So it's like if you scale that up by, it doesn't have to be infinity, but just a billion at the very least. It's like, what would a non-physical dream state like that be capable of governing in reality? And I think that could be like this concept of source that has this non-personality to it, and then a unified personality. But it's just that big that it's like becomes like the auric field is like the expanding universe kind of thing.
Yeah, so the conscious field. Yeah. The living God, the living universe. I agree. Hell, I agree so much I lost my thought on what I was going to interrupt with. Yeah, I think we all play a part in creation, and we're all part of the creator. So infinite possibilities exist in consciousness, and we're consciousness. We're part of that. The past, the present, and the future are all happening at the exact same time, and we're experiencing it in multiple dimensions. Every possibility, infinitely.
So I was thinking about this idea of like, you know, people like to say that if God created everything, then God must be very evil because look at how much evil there is, and He created the devil and hell and all these things. But if you use my analogy, right, and apply it in the way that you could say, all right, are you responsible for the bacterium inside your body?
Hey guys, you guys want to hear something?
I do.
Yeah,
Maybe.
go ahead.
Okay, well, I just wrote this out. It's the first draft. The path of the flat earther is beset on all sides by the curvature of the intelligent and the buffoonery of dumb men. Blessed is he who, in the name of empiricism and sound logic, shepherds the geeks through the valley of nonsense, for he is truly the knowledge keeper and the finder of lost theories. And I will strike down upon thee with great argumentation and furious rhetoric those who attempt to poison discourse and brutalize logic. And you will know the world is a globe when I lay my evidence upon thee.
Sounds more like Deckard Cain from Diablo.
Well,
I wasn't sure which way you were going with that. Like,
I'll give you 8 for a passion, but you know,
it's
I'd have to.
kind of a twist at the end for me.
Yeah,
Maybe
if
I'm
any,
just impressive.
any flat earther does a version, I will put them above you because they're in like Flynn, you know.
Like literal, I thought you were being ironic when you said curvature. I thought you meant like the curvature of the eye. Like I thought you were trying to make a
Yeah,
higher level
intelligent
argument
men
laid inside it. But yeah, that's funny
and
that you weren't.
curvature. No, he was going globy. I knew it from the intelligent men with their curvature. Shepherd and fools or something like that. Yeah. I get it. At least it's original.
Let's just call that the ironic version then, eh? Because it was pretty good.
You know, the funny thing, yeah, it was pretty good, but he had to get the ideal from a flat earther. How about that?
Yeah, he's very passionate. We just need the evidence part that was at the end now.
Yeah, sure. I think Richie wants to be a flat earther. He agrees with us.
Yeah, Sam Jackson. I mean, I'm walking out this door with the briefcase if you don't stop me, right? Like, don't know what's in it, but it must be the proof.
Man, if you were trying out for the play, man, I would have hired you, bro. That was pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. Love the
You're a bad casting director. I'm white.
Yeah. I'll give you a 9 out of 10. That was good.
Well, listen, we'll just whiten him up a little bit. I don't know. That one dude played a brother. The Downey Jr. guy, Iron Man, could do
Well,
it. You
I guess
can't?
if Little Mermaid's gonna be black.
Well, we just get a white guy to play that part.
Is that Boris?
No, didn't Robert Downey Jr. play a black man? I think
Didn't he
did.
play a black man playing a white man playing a black man?
I think he did,
Oh.
bro. Thank you.
No, that wasn't Robert Downey Jr. That was oh jeez.
Well,
Yeah,
I
it
didn't
was-
know
it
who
was
it was, but
RDJ.
I knew you'd name him. I thought it was.
No, it was the fuck.
We're not
Robert
talking
Downey
about the
Jr.?
Saturday Night Live skit on it. We're talking about the dude that actually played it.
No,
Yeah,
he's like
you're
a
talking about Tropic Thunder.
He's a
Yeah.
Scientologist. And he was
The
in
black
the movie.
man in Tropic Thunder is Robert Downey Jr.
Oh yeah,
100%.
yeah. Okay, I started talking about the movie White Man.
Well, he's not really black. He's wearing blackface, right?
Oh, yeah, you're thinking of the Wayans brothers.
No, not that. That's White Chick. No, the movie's called White Man.
Yeah, they played white chicks. That's what I'm saying.
In Pulp
What's it called?
Fiction, the other
White
actor.
Man.
Yeah, in Pulp Fiction, the other actor who was with
the disco guy
yeah.
with Samuel Jackson.
Yeah,
Who's
yeah.
the other guy? What
His
the fuck?
partner.
Wait, you guys got to admit,
John Travolta.
you guys got to
John
admit
Travolta
that.
Crit's not letting you in, bro.
No, go ahead.
I was just very gonna quickly say I really love the "Blessed is he who in the name of empiricism and sound logic shepherds the geeks through the valley of nonsense." That's come on, that's top.
We were already on it.
Well, it's number.
Listen, we said we liked it.
I'm not allowed to revel at all. Like, come on.
No, you can. We'll let you do that till a flat earther comes and does his. Then we're gonna have to
until a real flat earther gets here. We can talk about whatever I want.
We'll gang up around the guy.
You get it, yeah. That's the
flat earther. All right.
Well, it works because Geeks is like a notorious figure on this server, so you can.
Man, he did the parody before anybody else. Damn it. He took our idea and run with it. So them Glovers are thieves. Remember this, guys.
All
They'll
artists
steal
theft.
your copyrights, man.
All artists theft.
They're like,
What's the second part of that? All art is theft. Something is.
They steal their inspiration and sing of the grief.
But there's an end to that quote. All art is theft, and then something is good theft or something. It's just how well you cover it.
Yeah.
Flat Earth is bad theft.
No, every artist is a liar. Every poet's a thief. They kill their inspiration and sing of the grief.
Well, these are.
Oh yeah, but John Travolta played another movie called White Man.
I didn't think you'd even catch that quote.
Travolta's in what?
White Man's
in
Garden. It's like a reverse. It's like where white people are a minority in America. Like it's a whole America, but like an alternate universe where
only on TV, white dudes was the same.
Hey, I saw that movie. That's a good movie. I remember.
Yeah, he
oh my god, I'm so white. Oh jeez.
Yeah, it's a White Man's Garden. That's a good movie, dude.
It was really good because I mean, a little bit spoiler here, but he gets fired for basically he's a grounds crew, like mowing the lawn and stuff.
We done lost Jesus. Jesus ain't white no more, man.
And then he gets fired from his job because they thought he was peeking in the house, even though he wasn't. And then his friend, which is like a black guy who had the token white friend, wouldn't even bat for him. Said no, I've known him forever, So then he gets fired, and everyone starts yelling at him about how he's a bum and he lost his job and he was staking the place out. And it just like right away, like his life goes like completely off the rails because then, I don't know, you should check it out. It's pretty interesting.
Hey, Crit, I get muted for that.
Muted for what?
Mute for talking about anything other than platter.
Oh, I mean, yeah, I guess it's.
I'm just picking on you, man. Mute yourself, though. Damn it, do it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it has to go with like environmental conditioning and why things are still the way they are. why nothing
That
changes
fucking
around here.
Clover beat us to the parody, man. I'm gonna have to do this my fucking self, ain't I?
He's like, that's the same movie. Like, never go full retard.
I ain't got the speaking voice. Who's gonna work on me? Who's got the voice for it when I do the Psalms from Pulp Fiction from a flat Earth perspective? Come on, Crit. I know you be parodying up when we share it in your DMs.
Okay, sure.
We'll make a
I
flat
don't
Earth.
know.
The goddamn
I don't know if we
Clover
want
beat
to.
us to it, man. What's up? We ain't live
I
streaming
don't know.
this shit,
My
are we?
comedy is reading dramatic emails or DMs from globalists who are really upset. They're like, they're
The
really
best person to
angry.
read that would have to be Dimmick, but
yeah.
he's got that right. He's got that movie presentation voice, Dimmick.
Yeah, get a
You
little
mock.
cussing. Yeah. Get him doing a little bit of cussing and everything. Oh, yeah.
It's like the Chad and his wife meme. But Crit, you have to be fair.
What? What do we
You have
need?
to
It's
respect
not
the
fair.
songs.
Yeah,
What do we need?
I remember that one. Yeah, where the guy's like, I can't believe how unfair this is. And like, dude, do you think life is fair? Like,
What do we need,
to be
boys? What
fair?
do we need? What are you reading?
Oh, and just stuff.
Hey, Pulp Fiction, bro. I'm gonna redo it in a flat Earth hookup, and you're gonna read it. I'm not gonna read nothing. I'm gonna write it. Like, the path of the righteous flat earther is beset on all sides by the inequities of selfish and the tyranny of global men. Blessed is he who, in the name of charity and goodwill, shepherds the weak to the valley of global
Yeah, I see
darkness,
it. I see it.
where he is truly his
I see
flat
it
earth
on there.
brother's keeper and
You
finder
gotta
of lost
capitalize
children.
geeks though, Rich. Like, I thought geeks was the shepherd of the geeks.
Well,
I am
you do your version.
my
I'll do
flat earth
mine. We can
brother's
compare.
keeper. I am the flat earth keeper. The keeper of all flat earth. The keeper of truth. The keeper of worth. The keeper of proof.
I'm the custodian of the Akashic Libraries. It's nice to meet you.
He said he's the keeper of the key.
The crafter of things that don't exist.
The keeper with the key. The keeper with the lock. The keeper with the time. The keeper with the clock. The keeper with the tick. The keeper on the top.
Rich tried to get D-Mock to read his. I need to change more? I'm lazy, Rich. If a flat earther does it, you lose. It's that simple, bro. We already discussed the terms.
Instead of the righteous flat earther, just be like, just the righteous, the path of the righteous.
Okay, well, adjust it. We ain't got D-Mock talking yet. That's just spitting at the wind, Rich don't like it either. I'm just trying to get somebody. Listen, years ago I said, hey man, we need to make a flat earth rap, and 5 guys jumped together and made one when I was on vacation.
Oh, that'd be easy.
Sometimes all you gotta do is plant that seed, brother. You ain't always gotta be the one that puts it on wax. That's called networking. Yeah, Rich, I was lazy. I'm trying to get everybody else motivated to do it. Get off my game, bro. I motivate people. I've always been the boss. I'm not a laborer. I took classes on how to motivate people. Rich, I know what I'm doing. Risque, it sounds religious because it's a biblical verse. Duh.
Hello. Check.
1 2 1 2. I'm that dominating B mod Mike. This is my brother D mod.
I was gonna say, man, they keep it on ice, they keep it on rocks, they keep it with the tubes, they keep it with the pox. They keep it in the tubes, they keep it in the socks. They keep slinging drugs, they keep it on the blocks.
Boys in the corner, ripping at the
Yo,
corner
what's up?
store.
Yo, what's up, Retro Heat?
I need some more.
The fuck? I'm new to this fucking Discord. How are y'all doing today, bud?
Oh, what brings you into the Flat Earth Discord room?
Well, first I saw it said Flat Earth, and then I saw like 20 people in here, and I just wanted to see if like y'all actually thought the Earth was flat.
Sure.
Yeah,
okay,
we're actually we're all in here waiting for any evidence that the Earth's a globe. Yeah, what makes you believe we're spinning on a globe?
So like you, I'm just asking because like I'm genuinely curious. I like to hear people's different point of views and whatnot. Like, what would lead you to convince? What like started your rabbit hole of like the Earth is flat? Like, what gave you proof to think that the Earth isn't a geoid and that it's because it's not spherical, it's a geoid. But
so if everything in the universe is a sphere, why is Earth a geoid?
Well, everything in the universe isn't a sphere.
Yeah, you can look up. They all look like spheres to me.
Well, they're not spheres. There's a more.
Why is Earth so unique?
It's
actually by NASA as a sphere.
Moon?
Well,
What's the moon and the sun? The shape of those. Sorry.
Well, the moon and the sun. Well, the moon is also like a geoid. I guess if you would like to say it's not like perfect. A sphere would indicate that the surface of it is completely flat. You know, and then the sun I would also say is like a sphere.
I'm looking at the Copernicus model here. He says Copernicus stated they're perfect spheres with perfect circular orbits.
Well, yeah, you're talking about a guy who like could only see into space with a telescope. If you could only
look, can do, right? That's all.
Well, not necessarily. Well, not necessarily. You know, like there are like you can go on like NASA's website.
You astral project and some shit.
Well, no, it's not astral project. It's like I'll grant you this. Like, if your reason for not believing something isn't because you can't physically see it yourself, then that just means gravity doesn't exist. You know.
What's that?
No.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, I would argue that there's more that to prove that the Earth is a sphere. Well, no, we're not even going to say a sphere. There's more to prove that the Earth isn't flat than there is to prove that it is.
Then what's your number one reason? Yeah, if you were to run into someone in the street and they would ask you,
I'll give everybody in this chat a very fun science experiment to do. Take 3 sticks and about 100 yards.
That's not an experiment.
Just listen.
No, we already into this.
Take 3 sticks, right?
Aristophanes.
And you take like
we literally all know this.
Flat table.
We don't want to listen to it, bro. This is low tier, low hanging fruit. Can you get
It's not low tier, low hanging fruit.
It's low as fuck, dude.
Bore us. Yeah, you're really starting.
It's boring as hell, man. And I'm being real. Like, we've heard this hundreds of times, dude. Hundreds of times. This is possible on a flat surface or on a globe. It doesn't prove anything.
Okay, so like
using real world data.
I mean, that's That's pretty logical.
Absorb
That's a
that.
pretty logical like way to prove it. If you don't want to do it because it's going to prove you
Did
wrong.
you hear what he said? It's not
You
exclusive
didn't hear what I said, did you?
model. He
Well,
said
like,
it's not exclusive.
say it again, bro.
It's just like if you put all right,
Here,
so
right
what
here.
about
Retro? Look at
You didn't listen again.
Retro,
It's
listen.
here's my next
possible
I'm
on
just
either.
curious. I'm just curious.
Bro,
My next
bro, hold up. Let Crypto talk
You
and he'll tell
deliberately
you.
not listening, or like what's going on? Like it's possible on either. What do you have to say about that?
Well, like if you put like with this experiment, it's like the results you would get from doing it on Earth as opposed to a flat surface is like it's two different results, literally.
No,
Yeah, no, you're all good. But do you know what the real world data actually suggests?
That photons don't lie.
That's not an
And,
answer
like,
to what
you
I
know-
said.
Yeah.
No,
What does the real
asked
world?
me-
What does the real? Yeah, what does the? Yeah, I'll be done in a second. I promise. What does the real world data actually align with better when we've looked at the data?
that our Earth is spherical. That's
No,
actually
it
how. That's actually like the way we found out it's a geoid, and
No, it
actually
isn't.
not a sphere.
No, it really isn't. Yeah, dude,
I know exactly what a geoid
you're
is.
absolutely lying through your teeth right now. You don't understand the arguments, and it's
No, not
painfully
really.
obvious.
I mean,
it's
I'm
painful.
looking-
Yeah, I hadn't finished. It's painfully obvious to everyone in the room that you don't understand the arguments, and that's why we're giving you this grilling. Why don't you stop lying about what you think you know and actually just be a bit more honest?
Okay, so you want me to be more honest?
Yeah, that'd be good. Be a good start.
I think the combined IQ of everybody in here.
Yeah, that's not why I asked you. I'm asking you about Aristotles. I don't care about your insults. Your insults are irrelevant. No one cares about your insults,
Well, they're
dude.
pretty. Well, it's.
No one cares about your insults. No one gives
No,
a
it's
shit.
okay. Like I was just wondering,
no one cares
what
about your
proof you had,
insults.
and nobody
Save the insults. Save the insults.
I mean, like, do you have
We're
any
trying
proof?
to
Do you
discuss.
have any proof? Do you have any
we're
proof?
trying to talk about something you brought up. Shut up.
We're
trying. Shut
like,
up.
literal
Shut
satellite
up.
images.
Shut up. Stop talking.
I have satellite
Stop
images
talking.
of Earth
Stop
from like literal
talking.
minutes ago.
Stop talking.
Like literally. Like
Stop
literally.
talking.
I'm not gonna stop talking because
This guy doesn't listen. Stop talking, dude.
No,
we're trying
I
to
think I'll
discuss.
keep talking.
We're trying to discuss the
Like
thing
a
that.
woman, man.
Yeah, dude, you're acting like a child. Why did you bring something up and you now don't want to discuss the thing you brought up?
What do you mean? I'm discussing it right now. I'm asking.
No, you're
y'all
not.
to tell me.
Satellites
No,
is
where's your
not the
proof?
same
Where's your
topic.
proof? Just tell me where your proof is.
I'm trying to discuss the thing you brought up and you don't want to
just
now.
tell me where your proof is. Okay, just tell me where your proof is.
Yeah, so the real world data doesn't suggest what you think it does because you don't understand the arguments.
I mean, I do. I'm pretty
You
smart.
don't.
I'm pretty smart.
It's not about being clever. It's that you don't understand the argument.
No, I'm not clever. I'm smart. That's two different things.
It doesn't matter what your IQ is. Yeah, go on.
You're not smart.
Smarter than you,
Aristotles
buddy.
didn't discover a globe with 3 sticks.
No, he didn't. The Egyptians discovered that.
That's
the Egyptians discovered that,
shit.
buddy.
They postulated, you moron.
What?
And then they computated. What? There were a lot of assumptions, like
What does
the
computate mean?
propagation of light, the distance to the sun.
Yeah.
Alexander and Cyrene didn't even exist on the same parallel like they thought it did. The stadia isn't a good measurement. Dude, listen, you're not equipped for this conversation. You just want to assert that.
I don't think
hold on. The first clue is that you went to attacking people's IQ before you even allowed them the opportunity to have a back and forth. This guy is. I'm the most abrasive guy here, but the nicest guy was trying to go with you, and you just treated him like a bitch. You guys could have a back and forth and sort this out if you could be civil.
Well, it's like see here lies the problem. See,
what
y'all telling me I don't know what I'm talking about? It's not like I'm.
That's why I'm telling you. Yes.
None of these are like my findings, buddy. Like this is just all
we
science.
know that.
I know, but this is just all science that's backed.
Yeah,
like,
we know it's not your.
Run you through it.
No, but I'm just saying though.
You're not able to follow basic logic, and that's what's frustrating.
Well, no, it's basic logic that like a picture from the satellite that roams around
That's
our
not
Earth.
the subject.
No, but I know, but this
That
no,
isn't
but
the
I'm saying this is
subject.
no. The proof is no, like that is a subject. Like I'm asking you
Why
why
you
you
change
think
It's
the
not.
subject? Why
and,
this is
and,
frustrating for the listener now. So you're not letting anybody address what you said with Aristophanes, and now you want to go to satellites.
Exactly.
But you don't understand the argument because you haven't let anybody express it.
I don't think y'all understand the words that are coming out of my mouth, buddy.
What did Aristophanes do?
Dude, that guy has nothing to do with why
Well,
we think
three
the Earth is.
sticks comes from two, and that's Aristophanes. So you're saying
That's
Aristophanes
no,
proved
that's
the globe?
he didn't do that, buddy. The Egyptians did that way before him.
What did they do?
Where did you get the concept for the third stick?
The three sticks comes from the Egyptians, buddy.
Yeah, I
Aristophanes
know
got that
that.
from the Egypt. He got that from the Egyptians, not the. It's the you got it a little backwards, buddy. The Egyptians were
I
like,
don't. I know the history of it, but he's the one accredited with the idea of
I,
computating the radius of the Earth.
well, no,
He's
the
the one
Egyptians did that.
accredited, but he is the one that's been accredited in history. Are you arguing that?
Who
Well,
did
just
it isn't
because
even
he,
relevant. Who did it isn't even. Yeah, wait, one sec. Who did it isn't even relevant. What's relevant is the method and whether it actually applies to reality. That's what actually matters. And because you don't understand the method, you don't understand why it doesn't apply to reality. It's that simple.
well, I understand the method a lot better than
Can you explain it to me then?
better than you think.
Explain
I
it to
mean,
me.
like it's pretty simple. If you,
Explain it to
I'll
me
just,
then.
all right, I'll make it very simple. If you don't have to use like your yard, but like you can just take like a yoga ball or a balloon,
He
and
said
then
the
you can.
method, not the goddamn place you're going to do it. Give us the method of data
Yeah,
I'm
give me the
collection.
method, please.
I'm telling you the method. Like the
So you
three
take two
sticks is
sticks, then
always
what do you do?
no three. Take
You
three.
can do 3 if you want. Doesn't matter. Take fucking 300. If you take 2 sticks, what do you do?
You put them linear to one another, and
What does that mean?
like you take one stick and you put it in front of you, and then you walk straight, and then you put it at a different point, but it's still
Sure.
on the same parallel line. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I mean, but the line will be conceptual, so any 2 sticks would be parallel to each other anyway, right?
Or if you put them like that, correct? Yes.
Yeah, but
Like that's. I mean, that's
the line would be the shortest distance between the sticks. So of course, any direction you walked in would be a line. So that was redundant. But carry on.
I mean, if you want to like, nitpick. I mean, I guess, buddy.
I'm not nitpicking.
I mean, you are.
I don't think.
Like,
Anyway, carry on. Doesn't matter. You
You're
just said something
trolling
redundant.
yourself right now. He
I don't
is.
understand what you're saying.
So you've got one stick and you've shoved it in the ground, right? You've then walked 10 feet and then shoved it in the ground. What next? Oh, that is a nasty silence for you, bro.
It's getting exciting, then. Putting sticks in the floor.
So we've put 2 sticks in the ground. What next?
Give him a minute. He's refreshing his Google, man.
Bro doesn't fucking know. This is what I was telling you. You don't know the argument, my guy.
What's your assumption? What's your theory? Steel man the argument.
Are you literally Googling it right now?
He's mad. He's Google.
Jesus Christ.
He said
Right.
parallel. I straight.
I'm going to go get a drink. I'll be back in 5 minutes when he's Googled
That
it.
dude didn't know what he meant by linear, bruh.
Yeah, well, as long as the 2 sticks are on the same parallel, we're fine.
Did bro ever return?
Looks like he dipped.
Oh. Who else is as surprised as I am?
I'm surprised that nobody thinks that it's like a geode, not a geoid. What the hell is a geoid? You know how electrically reactive quartz crystal is, and the Earth is mostly quartz crystal, so it has a propensity to form into geodes, which fits the antecedents of a container. Just put a bit of dirt and water in a geode, and there you go, bingo bango. It's enough charge to generate the sun above it in the geode structure, coming from the properties of energy transference according to mathematical laws within the geode itself. And it's therefore embedded in a bigger structure that we call the cardinal plane of subjectively forever. And this whole idea of like the sun shining through the atmosphere and generating a blue sky, what happens when you shine light through a crystal? You get the color spectrum to split that way. I've never seen it, like it does rainbows and stuff when it's atmosphere, so I mean, yeah, fits the antecedents, that's all I'm saying. Maybe that's how to connect the old inner Earth Agartha idea to the flat Earth. Everything does connect if you work at it, I think. Just got to find the right way the puzzle pieces fit together, and then you'll see the reality.
Alive in the super unknown. Guy last night said there's a big soul machine. Soul machine.
So you know how easy it is to generate electricity from quartz, right? All you have to do is hit it. It's how like a lighter, an electric lighter, works.
Yeah, like the Hittites and the Canaanites and the Levites. Hell yeah.
Hey, an electric lighter, how is that biblical tribes?
What?
Don't forget the Moabite.
How? Because back then they was hitting quartz and getting light. They was getting a spark. What do you mean?
Oh, true. Yeah, no, that actually does make sense. I mean, they even knew like battery technology in Iraq. Like they found the Baghdad battery there.
Even older than that. And the Levites were called the Levitationites. The Levite. Yeah.
Yeah, the Amorites were crystal. Huh.
They do sound like stone families, I'll give you that.
And the Jews were really good at seeing like dust and wood mites. They were known as the Semites.
Jewelry.
Well, their god was El. They're Elites, so they're electricites.
Yeah, they're Jewelry. Yes, sir.
Well, they're Elites. Yeah. Yahweh, Father Abraham, worshiped the god El.
El, the one.
Is
I'm a
that the
Celtic,
god
so
who's
like
supposed to be
Elon.
I'd rather
bountiful?
a bigger power structure.
They worship Big Daddy Elon, L1.
I'm a tick
I
on a
always
Kel.
I always just thought that Yahweh was just a really positive guy, you know.
Yahweh.
Why would you
He's
think that?
kinda
He had
young,
to
you know, like,
start over.
lost
He had
that
to
young.
flood the planet. It's not very. He
Because he
could
was
have
the
just done
opposite
it
of
right. He should have done it right the first time.
Well, he was the opposite of no way, right?
Dude, it was
Okay,
probably
fair enough.
entirely necessary. Like, are you kidding? It's like saying, what if Super Hitler won? You know?
Wait, why was Eggshells muted? He said the funniest joke in here tonight.
Oh, you're right. I meant to mute you.
Well, I highly recommend if anybody's got downtime to watch Dashcam Owners Australia. It is the best channel on YouTube.
Dashcam in Australia?
Yep. When you watch American dash cams, they'll be like, hey, look, this guy merged into my lane 20 feet ahead of me. What an asshole. And when you watch the Australian ones, it'll be like some guy that's cooked on meth getting his car strung up in a telegraph pole or something. And the best bit is all the Australians after it being like, Jesus, fuck! They always sound really Australian.
What the fuck are you doing in there?
I think it's the Coriolis that makes us crash better.
Yeah, and then you guys got an extra R. You're like, nah, I didn't cry. Nah, I'm drunk.
I don't know if Americans realise this, but like obviously you guys have got your own rednecks, but we actually exported all of ours to Australia.
You exported a lot of your people. Turns out all you need to do is feed them and let them vote.
Yeah, I wasn't really in charge of that though, I'll be honest.
Yeah.
We know the rest of the world ain't got no redneck.
Because they were meant to be.
That's funny as shit.
They were meant to be shorter on average than the Brits that were left behind, and then by World War One, you can see a lot of the British diaries being like, "Holy hell, what are they feeding the Australians? Those dudes are massive."
Yeah.
But some of that I've actually heard is just because we were sending a smaller percentage of our population, we selected from taller people first. Like our height requirement was just higher. But I think it was also on average we got a lot bigger pretty quick.
Well,
that tends to happen in immigrant populations though. Like immigrant populations tend not to be a representation as a whole. They tend to be like an elite sample. In a general sense, normally if you're considering, say, IQ or height or whatever, they don't represent the population as a whole.
Yeah, I can easily believe that. Like, you can even see it across time with migrants. So migrants, like, a good example of this is like as the wars have been happening in Afghanistan. I forget which country, but they were like, oh, let's do a study on the effect of migrants from Afghanistan. And a bunch of them had come to the UK, like in the 80s, when the Russians were first there. And they're like, these guys are like upstanding citizens. They've got businesses. They're quite successful. Awesome. Obviously, Afghans are a good lot. Let's take them in 2022. And it's like, no. All the rich, smart people left when it started getting funky in the 80s. And now the ones you're selecting from are the ones that weren't smart enough or rich enough to leave. So they're, nutters. You know, the saying is the rich leave when they can, the poor leave when they must, or something like that.
Yeah. The rich leave when they want. The poor leave when
that's
they
it.
must. Bro, who's riding the Yazuki, man? I hear the wind. You snatching gears?
The poor vegan's out of breath.
Man, you guys are killing me tonight, man. I'm not going to be able to handle this if I smoke this other hooter. What was the Yahweh and no way joke? I didn't quite catch that, man. But that is.
I just said Yahweh was a positive guy because he was the opposite of no way.
If you want to do a fitness test on Cam anytime, bro, just you name the time.
I won't do that. I'm cool.
I'm not doing that. I'm happy to crack jokes, but I'm a fat shit. At least I'm not obese anymore. All I had to do was move country, and then they
next week, though, if you're a real athletic guy, it's athletic work.
Dude, just move to America. You'll be underweight.
Some horses don't want to be shoot. You ever wrestle a horse to hold his hoof?
I have, and I didn't enjoy it.
Man, it can be a job. The truth is, you just got to remember he's a boss. Don't ever jerk back when he's saying fuck you. Let him have it, or your back will be gone.
To be fair, I don't know many farriers that don't have fucked backs.
Yeah, that's because they get pissed off and they want to get their work done, bro, and they bite back, Goddamn horse, you know what I'm saying? I won't fight back. I'll go get, like 5 pounds of edibles. Be like, Rosa, want a gummy bear? We give them sugar snacks anyway because they require a lot of sugar. So you could slip them some gummies and then they're like, oh, yeah, you want to see my hoof? Here you go. They don't fight no more. Works good on sickly horses, too. It helps them keep an appetite.
I think it's funny that all I had to do was give that AI like a 5-word prompt and it put a little local sun above a flat plane. I didn't even have to specify. I just said depict Earth as a geode. Like, why can't they work that hard?
Crit, what you going in the draw, man? Oh, Cooper.
DB Cooper.
There's another way you could have pressure as well. Have you ever heard of anhydrous crystals? Trap water inside them under pressure.
No, I haven't studied on that. What kind of crystal?
Anhydrous.
Oh, really? That's pretty cool. That's funny. I haven't heard of this, and I consider myself a rock nerd. Nice.
Have you ever studied gemology?
Somewhat.
You can go to the International Gemological Society, IGS.com or something, and do like courses and stuff.
Really not the topic.
Ah,
What
the
was
crystal's curved.
containing water under pressure? It actually, it does kind of go along with the topic, but yeah, I'll research it on my own.
Well, if you can rope it in, go for it.
It was. Day started with saying you can use these things to create gas pressure, weren't you? How do you say your
Yeah, I'm
name?
just saying, like, having a supermassive geode fits all the antecedents we're looking at, from the electrical charge to the generation of the sun from that charge, to the like idea that there's an anhydro pressure principle creating the space we live in, and everything forms crystalline structure in a fractal space that we call, you know, whatever we want, really.
how do you do all that in one pen stroke? What the fuck? Do you have like a stylus hooked up or something?
No, it sucks because I don't have a stylus.
It'd be interesting to see if you could convince life to live inside a crystal like that. The threshold for that might be very small on the scale of bacterium or something, but not really sure.
What sort of nonsense is Cooper bringing for us now?
All of it.
I thought so.
I was just drawing pictures.
Is that other dude a concave or are you saying we're living on the inside of a crystalline geoid?
Fits the antecedents that I'm going through slowly. I mean, under the condition of these specific gases within the anhydro pocket, then yeah, life could form.
Yeah, I thought that. So it'd be more or less a Dyson sphere, but yeah, okay. All right. I was just wondering.
Can you replicate life forming in an anhydro pocket?
Well, it's generally a very small scale phenomena in crystalline structures. So, yeah, maybe bacterium has been detected or could be detected. I'm not sure. So, I mean, it requires on scaling it up and having this amount of space. So, yeah, I don't know. It's kind of subjective, I guess.
They're definitely cool, though. I'm reading on them right now. I need one of these for the collection.
You'll find that quite expensive, super rare crystal phenomena. I'm studying gemology, like I said before, and yeah, pretty
Yeah,
cool,
I
but
already
very,
noticed
very
that.
rare.
I was already looking at prices. Yep. The ideal thing would be where could I find it? Because that's part of it, collecting it. But
I believe it's common to a schist formation, so that's quite deep usually. It kind of makes sense why you'd ground out always to the ground also. Or the sky, actually. And like the way that lightning grounds between the earth and sky. It fully makes sense, man. So yeah, I think power in the world's all about generating charge. You know, that's how you exert agency over a crystalline structure.
Yeah, I wouldn't argue that part. What do you got a pharmacy that delivers down there? You in Australia? You can get delivery?
Yeah, I've had to wait a week because they changed delivery services, so fucked up right now, but
What if you live in the outback? They going to take a walkabout? Like, here you go. They don't deliver where I live. Where's all the new Globers? I thought the politics server was just full of these Globers I ain't never heard before.
Word got out that it's flat.
I guess Crit had them shook, huh? They all had to split.
yeah, crystals are just very planar. Even when they form spheres.
Do crystals form spheres? I thought you could
Well,
only like
naturally they
cut
do
it to be
occasionally,
spherical.
but
Naturally?
you might be right about that.
I thought they only ever form the shape of their underlying molecule, and the molecule can't crystallize if it's I wouldn't like. I think it would
you're
only have to
probably
be a
right.
single atom, and then it couldn't crystallize because it would need to grow in a direction.
Yeah, that's why it's aggregate. So crystalline, surrounded by a geoid. But yeah, so it's an entire process. Yeah. But the crystalline structure will be different.
I think it's possible though. I mean, they're described in terms of packing of spheres. That's like the first thing that came up.
And the ducks migrating? Were you outside?
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Sounds like dinner.
What are they? Are they geese or freaking are they wild? They're not your freaking ducks, are they?
It's dinner. You already heard.
That's what I'm saying. I had a vegan once tell me nobody's mouth waters when they drive by a cow. I'm like, I think you're wrong. I hear a duck and I'm like,
Duck's one of the tastiest animals.
It's a little greasy, but yeah.
That's what makes it so tasty.
Dude, I could have never ate my ducks when we had 2 of them in Washington.
You don't have to. I'll eat them for you. Let's go.
No, they were really good layers. I would talk to them.
Duck
I would tell them. Man, they literally knew we didn't go to the moon. I talked to the ducks. They were like, I'm like, yeah,
I
I
seen
know.
the eggs that you guys get from the grocery store. You get them eggs that are all bleached white and all the same color. Those are the kind of eggs you people eat.
I'll show you some good chicken eggs, duck eggs when I got some old pictures.
I bet you can. But yeah, mine are all multicolored. I don't want two of the same looking eggs. Something's wrong with that chicken.
Duck eggs are superior by far.
Mine are nice white, just like George Washington intended.
We got one globe champ, man. On the night I'm feeling it. That's how it usually is. That's bullshit. I'm a
So
man.
eggshells is a property of crystals called globular formation, which tends towards sphericity.
Oh yeah.
Bro,
What? I guess molecule. It couldn't be molecules, could it? It'd have to
got
be
a
a single
concaver
atom.
and a glober jumping on a sphere, bro. No offense, I don't like to beat up on concavers, but the glober's gonna get me going, bro.
Hey, Batamon, have you been in Globe Gangsters yet?
No. But listen, so
Okay.
not everything forms of
Rhyolite and calcite, right?
not all
The
crystalline
isolated
structures are
hemispheres or
spherical.
spheres.
Not all crystalline structures form spherically in nature.
Most of them don't. Is I would say.
Yeah.
They're the shape of the underlying, but they're a lattice that relates that are like aggregate of the
yeah.
shape of the underlying molecule is what I thought.
Yeah,
So if
the
you stack the
lattice is
molecules perfectly,
exactly.
what do you call it? Tessellate or something like that, where they all fit together and like snap together in a kind of pattern.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, you're
lattice is a
describing the
great.
gemstone family. Like crystallography is a lot bigger. Just look at the wiki that I just dropped. It's what I'm reading off, right? And yeah, like it's
Yeah, that's
specific
wiki.
gemstones are ones that light goes all the way through, and they're all angular. But everything else is like more free forming.
Right, but even if you get an aggregate, that's got a crystalline structure inside, and even if it looks like a geoid, when you crack it open, you'll see it. It's not. It doesn't even. It's dictated by pressures and a lot of other things, life, moisture.
Well, down at the bottom, you see that reniform characteristic. That'd be what I'd assert the Earth is fitting the antecedents for, with an anhydro quality.
I think it's. I'm not sure about this, but I think it is antecedents.
At the bottom, hold on. At the bottom of the wiki page, and you're right. Antecedents. Yeah.
Anti.
Yeah. Well,
as in before, comes before, like ante-mortem or.
I generally just go with the way it
anti-ising.
sounds in my head the first time I read it, and it gets stuck there because I like how it sounds more.
Yeah, it's the same as like, do you ever like read a novel and then you're talking to somebody else about a character's name and you just say it totally differently?
Bro, I used to call him Gandalf.
No, I just do it
Not
so
like
you
Gandalf,
can
like I
repeat
didn't
the
use the
actual
hard A. And the movie came out, I was like, what the hell?
Just
It was
open the door
Gandalf.
for you, bro. Yeah, but not all crystalline structures actually have a void in the center of them either. For a concave Earth, they'd have to have that void. That void would be the necessity for you to live in, right?
Look, we live in a void and there is a void living within us.
Seek help.
Poetic, man. Hey, who's RTH? Who is that? Is that somebody I know from the past, heretic?
Right the Hand? You got to know Right the Hand. He's famous.
Some clown that's been lurking around for a while. You've probably seen him before.
We act like he know me, but okay.
He's
Maybe
been
I
on your
just-
servers and stuff, I'm sure. He's a fanatic.
I was just wondering, maybe he had another name he went by.
I think he's gone by Right the Hand for quite a while.
Well, right there, it's familiar, but RTH didn't, brother. That's why I said okay. That sounds familiar.
He's just a crazed fan, that's why you don't know him, and he knows you.
Right. Well, that's just an example. When I go to sleep, man, nobody's living rent-free in my fucking head.
No, I've heard the name for a
I
while.
throw the
but I
trash
mean,
out on the way to the door, right? Sorry, D-Mod. Bro, I'm waiting for you to one-up Rich with this fucking Pulp Fiction shit, man.
to one up Rich.
Yeah, you're the man. You got to make it so the delivery's got to be awesome and the voice has got to be on point.
The voice of who? Whose voice?
Oh, you gonna be the face of Flat Earth when you do the Pulp Fiction quote with the Flat Earth meme.
Say what again, motherfucker? Say what one more goddamn time.
Well,
So if you read those quotes right, and you combine those properties of the anhydro agates, scale up the one they found in China, and bingo bango agate eartho.
I mean, sort of out of pocket, to be fair.
Agate Earther. I heard you right? Agate Earther. So you live on one big crystalline crapper?
Yea, do I walk through the valley
I just think it's
of the
cool that
shadow.
those specific ones produce sound when they shake them. So, whoa, another property.
People do that. You know that?
But baby, stop.
No, I knew this was going to go too far. We don't have to go there, man.
You're welcome.
I mean, shaking baby syndrome and all, you know. That's too deep. You might be and they call me mean, bro. You shaking
Well,
baby.
look, the term three-phase relates to the three phases of matter. This is a three-phase inclusion in rock crystal quartz.
You gotta make so much fucking sense, dude. I'm with that logic. Damn.
And God made the firmament,
Man,
and separated the
that literally
water
gives me a
from
different
the
perspective
water.
of the phases of matter. Why would they choose that word phase to describe it if what you're saying isn't true?
Because it's just a phase it's going through.
It resonates at a wavelength.
So, see the bottom of that screenshot? The cavity is then laid with the silica-rich water forming its shell. Right?
Forming it shone like food and
So what's the wild
Like a
speculation?
georock.
Concave fucking earth that's a crystalline structure. Agate earth. Crystalline earth.
Agartha.
Agartha?
Agate earth. Agartha. I don't know. Agate earth.
Is that what he said, Agartha? Damn, you guys.
No, I don't know.
Man.
We got a
Fuck,
raid.
I don't know.
There's a raider
What's up?
here. He's raiding us.
Get that scientific globe proof, bro. Right?
Yeah, we're gonna get raided with globe proof.
We're not raiding. Don't worry. We're here to listen.
We want
he's
you
talking
to
about my
raid.
name.
No,
He's talking about my name.
Raid.
This is Raider.
Okay, well, Use the Grillo proof.
Well, actually, except Eddie. I think Eddie has a debate that he wants to bring up.
We're
with you
going to
guys.
start with Raider. That's who my boy called out. We're waiting on him.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know if you guys want to talk about flat Earth theory or not.
What's your question? Flat Earth theory? Hold up. You say flat Earth theory? You got a citation of this theory?
Well, I don't know what the right term is because I'm actually a flat universer.
Okay.
I believe in the holographic principle.
Plane of space. They call the universe. Okay.
Yeah. Because Leonard Susskind, the physicist, he brought it up.
Well,
I can
holodyne
push
reality is a property of crystal, so if you're new to the conversation, it's already there.
Yeah, bro, you're gonna get beat up by the concaver while you're trying to beat up on flat earthers, so we'll apologize up front, okay?
Well, I'm not trying to beat up on anybody. I just want to know what you guys think about, like.
You better get ready, because the concaver and I, we want to beat you up. You live on a globe. That's not true.
Wait, you live on a globe?
No, you do.
I'm
not. Listen, I'm not buying that flat universe crap, man. Come on, come with better.
All right. I mean, dude, like, so do you understand like how holograms work or no?
Oh, so wait, you said flat universe, but you meant holographic universe, and that's
Well,
another
yeah.
story.
Yeah. So, yeah. That's kind of what I'm getting
You need to
at.
get
Like,
your terminology down, bro.
Yeah. I'm sorry for using woolly words.
Did you have a point in mind when you came in with your holographic universe?
Yeah, what do you guys think about that? That idea that it's not
I
just
think everything you see is a holographic image. Your eyes just sense light. Your brain takes the data and processes it, and you get a holographic image that represents the data. Everything's collected through your senses.
All right, so we're on the same page.
Okay, then. And a flat Earth, a concave Earth, and a globe Earth, I will concede, could all exist in that paradigm for each individual.
Yeah, but then it's a matter of what the ultimate reality looks like, though.
Or is there a base reality?
Yeah, or is existence just consciousness? And so now we've effectively taken on the biggest philosophical challenges we could. Eggshells, you want to take a whack at this?
You're decaying electrical charge, and that's called aging. Deal with that.
Caught between a concaver and a hard space. Making a call for help. I'm making a call for help. Flat Earther down.
I'm gonna ask everybody in here: is the Earth a globe? And is there any evidence?
I'm not, dude. That's such a funny sentence. I've never.
Yeah, I was still talking. So, is the Earth a globe? Is there any evidence for that? That's the question at hand. There's many ideas that you can have for speculations, but what good is that going to do if at the end of the conversation we'll say, well, we don't know. So, is there any evidence that the Earth is a globe? Go ahead.
If the Earth was flat, then why would your mom's ass be so rotund?
Oh! Yeah, so straight to the comedian,
Diet.
right?
No, we could just diet. Next question.
Listen.
We can roll with the punches, Miggy. Come on. And your boy
Yeah,
Granger came back with your gravity proof, and he said he'd be back to get you.
Awesome. I can't wait.
I was just enjoying.
Senior Mod, every time you come in here, that quacking sound happens. So I don't know. You need to fix that, dude. It's annoying.
Do you want me to cut down on the quacking sound? I'm sorry.
Yeah, if you don't mind. All right,
I'll try to do better next time.
No, I'm just saying, like, it's annoying when people are speaking and you hear that.
I try not to like rejoin rooms too much. I don't know.
Is that he has a trans Discord account that it does that.
Wait,
so
yeah, it's for everybody else's safety.
Hello.
Yeah,
that's great. All right, so any evidence that
so that we don't catch it too.
Yeah.
Why are my balls round?
Well, that's great. You can do everything that you can do to not answer the question, which is very telling as to how come you guys don't have an argument for the Earth being a globe. Very telling.
Wait, you didn't answer his question. Why are his balls round?
Can you
I say they're not. We've seen no proof they are. Next question.
Mike. Can you tackle this intelligently?
What do you mean you've seen no proof there? Do you want to come feel my balls?
Oh my God!
I see no proof that the Earth is flat, so it must not be flat.
Do you guys got an actual point, or you just?
Why come?
No, I was
actually. Do you have an actual point?
Listen, Yes, we do. And
No, you.
I don't know.
yes.
This guy's witch hunting for globers. Like, I'm just here to listen.
No, it's not about
Bring
witch
on the globe.
hunting. If you
Go
guys
ahead.
come into this channel, all we're asking everybody in here, is there any evidence for the Earth being a globe? Can you at least can you at least
Yeah,
today
your
be able
mom's
to
ass
present?
is rotund.
Yeah, can you at
Yo,
least
you
today
already asked.
present?
Disqualified.
All right,
We
so it's
We're
just
only
easy
gonna
to
try
make
for
this.
so long.
It's easy to just make fun of this, right? And have no intelligent response. Is that what
All
we have
right,
here,
I'll
gentlemen?
Well,
back.
no, we're
I'll
waiting
back
for
you
you
up
to
here.
move
I'll
on
back
to
you up
your
here
point.
for all my.
This
I
is the
think we're just
point.
waiting.
Yeah,
I'll
the
back you up
point
here.
is
I
you
got
don't
you.
have the evidence. That's my contention. Unless you
I
do.
got you. I got you.
It's
I'll back you
boring,
up here. For all the globers that followed me into this chat, do you guys have anything to say? Because I didn't bring you guys into this chat for nothing, and quite frankly, I don't got shit to say.
Brought me. I saw you, and I'm like, I'm joining this guy.
Well, I'm
All right,
not a
so nine.
glober.
Ride or die.
All right, so
I'm a holographic
9K.
universer.
That's great, but it's still not the Earth being a globe. So, does
I have
anybody
some
here?
evidence.
Can anybody defend the Earth being a globe, or is there no defense for it?
I think
That's something that needs to be understood
I don't
between all
Well,
know.
of you guys.
I mean, Alpha Veritas, if you like, I'm willing to step forward as a contender.
Excellent. I like the bravado. So, can you produce the evidence that the Earth is a globe?
I can't produce definitive evidence, but I can provide a syllogistic argument.
No, I'll take your argument. What do you got?
So there can be a sort of middle ground between having a holographic baseline reality that is perceived as being globe-like in terms of like the local Earth, that is. So I'm kind of like thinking of like kind of pulling together multiple strings, making my own Gordian knot, so to speak.
So locally, you can perceive it as a hologram.
Yes.
Okay. And what gives you the indication that it, in any way, it could resemble a globe, an oblate
Well,
spheroid, or anything of that?
well, given like in terms of how we go about traveling on the surface of this Euclidean space, given that we
Okay.
have, certain things like airplanes that if they go in a straight line, right, we'd end up where we somewhat near started, right? So it gets into like some interesting sort of situations that would give us the impression that perhaps we are living on a globe-like surface, but again, it's an illusory globe-like surface, given that the baseline reality is two-dimensional.
Illusory. All right. So that's giving us an indication that it's suggestive. It could be, right? Because it's illusory, according to you. So what makes it definitive that people will say this is basically settled science? And I'm using that very loosely because I don't think we have defined what science is yet. But if somebody says it's settled science that the Earth is a globe, what is the indication that people everywhere are saying that it is? Because everybody seems very confident that it's a globe. Now you're not stating it confidently, which to me sounds like you don't really stand behind a position that's like, I know it's a globe. You're like, well, could be a hologram or some sort. Isn't that correct? I mean, not
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So what I'm asking the group, I don't know who's here that could defend the globe as in a definitive position that they absolutely know that it's a globe based on any direct measurements or evidence that they could lead them to justify it. That's all I'm asking for, man, really. If
No,
anybody can
I
step forward and do it, like that's what I'm looking. Because yeah, hologram and you thinking it could be, it's very suggestive. It doesn't give us a definitive conclusion that the Earth is a globe. We're
No,
kind
I
of
know
working
Alpha
with
Veritas. I'm aware that I'm not providing a definitive defense of globe Earth, but what
Right.
instead what I'm engaging in is a sort of speculative intellectual exercise to think about the possibility of things like wormholes. How could we teleport, right? And that's where we kind of get into like again what I had initially speculated on, this idea of a two-dimensional plane as the baseline reality that can be folded and warped, allowing for sort of what would look like teleportation, where you are at point A, now you're thousands of miles in point B, but the transport was instantaneous.
Euclidean loop.
Yeah, that's great, but that seems like another conversation. And I really want, if anybody's in here that can defend the Earth as a globe, to step forward. That that seems like another conversation you want.
No, you're right. It is another conversation. I looked at something like, The Fly, and I thought to myself, God damn it, I'd love to teleport one day. So I started thinking about ways in which this could be possible.
I'm pretty sure people have discussed this in certain speculation realms, but I really want to get to the fact that nobody has the evidence behind the Earth being a geometric shape, and that should be kind of at least getting some people to question whether or not they can stand forward and say, I know that the Earth is a globe with any evidence. What I'm doing right now.
Sometimes I feel like you're not a real flat earther. Sometimes I feel like you're just trolling all of us.
Okay, I'm glad that you stated your feelings about what you think I'm doing or anybody else in here, but still doesn't change the fact that I'm still asking the question that nobody can answer unless you're able to, which I'm giving you the floor for that.
I mean, I don't I know it's against the terms of service and stuff to do advertisements for your channel, but I'd really like to know, is there a YouTube that I can subscribe to and stuff so I can kind of give you my patronage?
You mean me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I can't do that because, as you said, I can't promote myself in here because of taking away from politics servers. So that would be against.
But this is the 24/7 flat Earth. Like in any other channel would be wrong.
Yeah, it's still we're told not to do so. So
Wait,
I'm
do
not
what?
gonna
Do what?
So. Promote another channel in this in the server.
Oh, yeah, probably.
All right, fair enough. I don't want to get you in trouble or anything.
No, but I will say this, that I won't tell you where, but I go live on X.
Okay.
So
you mean Twitter?
You do, so you live stream
Twitter,
you live stream this room?
Well, yeah, and on YouTube and on Rumble, and we're 24/7. We're actually a brand, so there's a group of us.
No, right on.
Are you guys the Flat Earth Society?
No, those guys have a different view on what the Earth is, and as far as what they declare it to be. Upwards rising at 9.8 meters per second is basically just like Einstein's general relativity, so not really anything different. Just saying that something's moving, which is the Earth rising up. There's not really. I think it's more like controlled opposition.
It's crazy how it works.
Wait, so are you guys more so supporters of Flat Earth Dave?
Not supporters of him, but there are people that actually watch what he, watch his stuff. He has a different. How can I put it? He approaches the topic differently. This one, 24/7. We have a very much different approach. Ours is more empirical. His has more of a style of going into a bit more speculative kind of understanding, kind of presenting people with something to look at, like an AE map or a Gleason's map, which is kind of like the flattened globe version. We don't adhere to that. Like nobody here can say that that's what the Earth looks like, so we can't stand by it. Because anything that, like if we say that the Earth is this particular map or projection, then we're going to have to verify how we know that's true, because we know that can't be done. I mean, that's not.
You don't believe it could be done. It could be done, but you don't believe it could be done.
No, it can't be done, and I'll tell you why it can't be done. Because cartography, as far as we know, there's a lot of flaws in different ways that they've achieved the fact that the world map that we have today, the Mercator projection, and you can see that Google Maps is actually following the Mercator projection. If you don't believe me, Google it.
Oh, there's one way.
Yeah, tell me the way.
Sure. This is logistically really difficult, but it would pretty much prove, in my opinion, conclusively that the Earth is round. So let's say you got a plane. It's got a lot of fuel. You're in Brazil. You fly over Antarctica. You land in Japan.
Yeah, you're just moving across the surface of the Earth.
Yeah,
so
but
why do you think the surface of the Earth moves when the airplane's in the sky?
Wait, no, he didn't say that. But listen, if we're
that's what
talking,
you're saying.
That would pretty much prove that that there is a connection between Brazil and Japan, and that it would go through Antarctica, and there is no flat Earth way of.
Yeah, listen. When you're flying over the surface of the Earth, that's not an indication that the surface is curving. So you have to have. There has to be.
Yeah, it's a measure of distance, not shape.
Yeah, if
that's
you're
not really the point
exactly.
I'm making, but
Well, no, but I mean, if you're saying that going from one place to another is going to give you an indication that the Earth is a globe, Mike is correct. It's just an indication of distance and not of sphericity.
Right, but what about on clear days? Why can't I see Mount Kilimanjaro?
Can
like,
two of you
from
not
my
talk
backyard?
at the same time when a third person is already talking?
All right, whoever's
please?
talking
that,
right
that
now,
would
stop
be
interrupting,
greatly
please. Thank you.
appreciated.
All right. Like,
You
legit.
too, man.
Why can't I see? I'm actually asking a question. You're just interrupting. All right. Why can't I see Mount Kilimanjaro?
Dude, come on, man. He
when it's
was
a clear
trying to
day?
clear. He was trying to clear the floor
I get
so
what
that
he's
you
saying,
can.
but he's just
No,
he already said it.
Mike, no. Oh, I have the mic now. That's cool. So yeah, I'm not trying to argue anything about curvature. Well, I mean, I guess technically I am, but it's more of like the flat Earth. I wouldn't say model, but the way that guys will often say is that the Antarctica, like, not that it's infinite, but that they don't know how long it is, that you can't go across it. Maybe it's a wall, maybe it's something else. But if you were to go across the entirety of Antarctica through one end to the other, and you landed up in verifiable countries where you know that are on the opposite sides of the Earth, then that would be pretty conclusive, in my opinion.
Yeah, but has that ever happened? And I would venture to tell you that
If it did happen, would that be evidence that Earth?
No, because logistically, this has been spoken of.
No, that's fine. I'm saying that if it could be done, that
I'm
would
about
be
to tell you.
He's answering, dude.
I'm about to tell you, but you just jumped over me.
Go ahead.
Say it. Talk
So
over. Jesus.
Are you guys done? All right, logistically.
Talk over people.
Stop it.
All right,
He's done.
logistically, that has been talked about in, like, I want to say the argument from 2017, 2018. We were talking about this as, like, that would be kind of evidence that if we did that or someone did that. But many pilots already stated that it's not logistically possible to fly over the center of Antarctica because it's dangerous. They do it for logistical reasons.
This doesn't
because of the
rebut my argument.
Well, I'm just telling you that they don't.
That doesn't rebut my argument. Keep in mind,
no
remember
pilot.
you-
Okay,
Dewey,
so you're not. You
remember
don't
my
want the
original
answer to
point.
come forward, right?
Hold on, no, but I want to do a follow up question, and I don't want you guys.
on this debate. No, shush. Listen,
I'll go after.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I love you. Listen, I began my point by saying that it is logistically very difficult, but your original point was that it is impossible to know, and I said there's one way to know. Now I agree that, like, there's snowstorms and all that stuff. You would need a plane with, like, a lot of fuel, but, like, if
No,
X
that's not the
and
barrier.
Y, I'm saying if
That's
X
not
and
the
Y, and you're
barrier.
saying no, not X. X can't be
I
done.
was gonna tell you, but you jumped over me once again. You're excited, and I get it.
You're just
But that's not
not
the barrier
just
for why pilots choose not to go that direction.
That doesn't address the point at all.
Okay, so you're just not. You don't want the answer then.
Keep
Is
going.
that true?
I want to interrupt, and then I'll explain that you didn't address it. Go ahead.
Yeah, so basically, the pilots that have the idea that it would be easier to travel over Antarctica, like the center, say that it's not logistically possible because if they had problems on their plane, there's nowhere to land. So that wouldn't be a viable option for any pilot to travel over the center of Antarctica. So even though you thought that would prove something with enough fuel, it wouldn't be viable for any pilot to even make that travel over the Antarctic. They
Now, I have
don't
a follow-
ever want to do
No,
that because it's logistically it would cause a lot of problems for safety. So they don't do it. They
Yeah.
avoid that. So they
It's a
won't
suicide
travel it.
mission. It's
Okay.
a suicide mission.
May
But
I
here's the thing. Here's the thing, right? I have a follow up question, right? And I don't want you to think that I'm being facetious here. I just want to know if like the top brass of the flat Earth community are just engaging in this so that they can get a free circumnavigation airplane ride when the logistics becomes possible.
That would be very
No,
funny.
I don't think that has that has come up in many different. Let's see, who was it? There was a guy named Greater Sapien, I believe. You might want to look him up. He's a total anti-flat Earth guy, but they had something of that effect. They were gonna fly over Antarctica, if I'm not mistaken. I think he was one of the ones that were booking people to go. It was like real big. Flat Earthers were trying to get involved, but I think none of us pitched in. And a lot of Globers did, and he basically took the money and ran. So it was just a grift. It wasn't
So
anything
can I
that they
respond to
were.
him now?
So nobody.
I really want to respond because I did wait patiently.
Go ahead.
So it's kind of frustrating though, because while I did interrupt you earlier, I interrupted you because I predicted your point was going to be logistic.
Dude, just go. Quit
I'm
whining.
talking right now. This is part of the point. Logistically, be very difficult, and then I let you finish, and then you made the exact point that I said. Like, it makes me think you're not listening. Like, logistically, it is very difficult, if not impossible, to go from Japan to Brazil. But if you could, then you would demonstrate, and you haven't rebutted that.
Yeah, and I told you that
Actually,
just like Mike said, It's only going to prove distance, not sphericity.
No,
It's not going to listen.
It's not going to show you that the Earth is
doesn't
curving in any
show
way.
us any curvature or
Maybe
measure
some
any
ice wall or
curvature.
something, or
You
it goes
travel
over
a distance and then reify a model. It doesn't. It's not 100% absolution of any complete curvature or geoid or.
It would demonstrate that.
What's an ovoid though?
It
might collaborate with your model, but it wouldn't demonstrate sphericity. It's not
would-
showing a globe.
Yeah.
It would demonstrate.
You ain't
that
even
the
going
Earth-
a quarter of the fucking radius.
That's what I did answer you. So that's the answer. It's not talking about sphericity, Teach.
man.
It's only talking about you went from point A to point B. Oh, you got frustrated and left? Wow.
I mean,
it's true. Like, what do you want us to do? Like, say that it's not going to tell you that you went, X amount of distance, but it's not going to talk about like how much curvature there is on an oblate spheroid, that's the question. Like, if you're saying that the pilot knows he's negotiating over a specific amount of curvature over the distance, then that's something. But he's not doing that.
Yeah, but the issue here is also about maybe it's not definitively knowing that the Earth is a globe, but perhaps it's the pragmatics of operating under that assumption and seeing where that takes us.
Well, that's the point. Like the pilot that's flying the plane, he doesn't operate under that assumption. He actually is taught on how to fly a plane over the idea that the Earth is flat and stationary. Now, the pilot, he doesn't believe the Earth is flat. He just has to, for practical purposes, fly his plane like it is. So when he flies his plane, practically, he's taught how to do it as if it were flat and stationary. So he's not taught to negotiate over any specific amount of curvature. We know, we've talked to the pilots, but they're not themselves saying that the Earth is flat. They're saying it's a globe, but just for practical purposes, they have to treat it like it's flat.
So are you saying that if a pilot doesn't dip the nose of its plane down and it just flies straight the whole time, in theory, it should fly off into space?
No,
Yeah,
that's
but
not what I'm saying.
planes don't fly totally straight anyway.
I'm just having
Yeah.
trouble understanding, so I want you to
No,
just
it's the fact of the pilot, like how he understands navigating with this plane. Like, is he like actively like trying to figure out how much curvature he's gonna negotiate over the course of his flight? And that's a no. He's not doing that. All he's got to do is keep a level flight and maintain it like on a cruising altitude. So that's all he's worried about. And of course navigating through like whatever heading and probably weather and such. But other than that, like he's not trying to figure out how much curve he's negotiating. That's never factored in. So you don't have to worry about that, which is why I'm telling you this is not a consideration for a pilot. He's not thinking of those things.
So, so what would happen? Because I know you believe the Earth is flat. So then tell me if the Earth was I want you to tell me if the Earth was a globe, what would happen to the pilot if they just flew the exact same way that they do now?
Yeah. So if you think about curvature, right? So if the Earth is curving, there's going to be a significant drop over the distance. For every mile that he travels, 8 inches is going to be squared on that mile. So he's going to have his plane is going to have to adjust because flying straight and level, it's think about a tangential line, right, on a curved surface. If you have a tangential line, that tangential line will continue to move straight in that path. But if you're following a curve, then an active negotiation around the curve is going to be taken into consideration. So he's either flying straight on a tangential line on a curved surface, which means the Earth is dropping away from his tangential line of going straight, or he's actively negotiating around any specific amount of curvature. Actively, like he's trying to figure out how much of curvature he's going to negotiate from the point where he's leaving to the point where he's going to arrive. So none of this is being taken into account, is what I'm saying. So practically, he's not doing anything to make the idea that he's flying over a globe. So that's something for us. But for you guys, it's like, well, that's fine because the Earth is locally flat or whatever. But, what we're pointing out is that nobody is factoring in curve at any time. And
So
that's a big problem.
Wait, doesn't a plane always adjust when it's flying? It
Yeah,
doesn't
of course.
just stay on one plane.
It does adjust. It is adjusting, but not for the curvature.
But it's adjusting to the altitude. It's adjusting to the altitude. It's saying, I'm going to stay. Yeah, it's saying, I'm going to go at this altitude. And I'm sure they have, exactly, there you go.
Yeah.
They have instruments to read that, and they adjust as they fly to make sure that they're at the readings they're supposed to be, right?
Sure, but that has to deal with just altitude above the Earth's surface, not about how much curvature they will have to negotiate.
Right, but if there's altitude, and there's a line going from the ground to the plane, if it's curving, it's still going to give the same altitude to the plane.
No, there's an
that line is going
there's
to
something else that needs to be taken. Yeah, there's something else that needs to be taken into consideration, because if you're flying, if you're off the Earth's surface, right, and you're flying straight, if you're trying to just make sure that you're maintaining level flight, if you're doing it around the surface of the Earth as it's curving, then there's an active knowledge of what negotiation you're doing over the surface that's curved. There has to be, because if you're not trying to figure out how much curve there is that you're traversing over, then something's going to be off.
So no, you don't have to do that if the plane's continually adjusting and you have the instruments to adjust to it. You don't need.
Yeah, but
you are continually adjusting. You are.
You're saying that
it is accounting.
Hold on, you're saying they're adjusting for the curvature, and that's incorrect. The pilot will never tell you that they're adjusting for curvature. That's ridiculous.
No, because that's a ridiculous statement. Not they're staying at the same altitude is what they're doing.
Right, which doesn't include the negotiation actively over curvature. That's the reason why I'm telling you.
You're just putting an extra part into it. You're putting an extra part into it.
It's not there. So therefore, the pilot,
it's not there. You know what's also not there is cherry plums and fucking sweet.
Yeah. So that means that the pilot's treating.
You're just adding an extra
because it's not there. I'm telling you, then he doesn't need to account for it. Therefore, practically, the Earth is flat.
You're arguing for something that's not there, and I'm saying I could argue for something that's not there too.
That is the reason why I'm telling you the pilot doesn't account for that, because he treats the Earth as it's flat and stationary. That's the way he's treating it. Yes, we've spoken to many pilots. If you haven't done so, you need to do so. They're treating the Earth practically as if it's flat and stationary. That's how they treat it, even if they think it's a globe. They still practically treat it that way because it's easier. They don't need to think about it like a globe.
Maybe because the distance they're traveling doesn't need them to do that.
It doesn't matter. It's still true. We've talked to them. They can come in here and tell you if the pilots of the commercial
I didn't say you were wrong. I said maybe that's because they don't have to.
Your excuses are not going to negate the fact that my point is going to stay the way it is that they never account for the curvature, period. There's no.
Yeah, they never account. They never account for like an apple pie going into their face while they're flying either.
Yeah,
I could just say random shit too. I could say random shit too. That's just a random thing you're adding onto it.
It's not
random.
Everyone's
got a good argument though, because indeed, for all practical purposes, not just pilots, but most industries treat the Earth as though it is flat, and that is technically correct. So
yeah.
I said yes. I said yes.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just
realizing that. I'm just realizing that is in fact true.
Yeah, I never
because the distance, the curving of the Earth that's happened, the curving of the Earth that is happening is so far apart that yes, you can treat it as.
It doesn't negate his argument, though. That's the thing. It is technically correct, and despite the fact that okay, fine, it treats the Earth as though this, blah 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 blah, different distances, he's still correct.
Yeah, the point still
remains. I agreed with him. So what the fuck are you talking about? Shut the hell up, you drunk fuck.
Ooh. All right, yeah, but we don't have to go there. I mean,
we can though. It's Discord.
No, because I keep saying I agree with him. I keep saying I agree with him. So why do you keep?
All right, everybody, calm down. All right, Alpha, go ahead.
As well as the heads-up display, the artificial horizon. So if you want to show me where the curve is in that.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, so the point still remains that it hasn't been negated. So that was the whole point, right? I think we reached the end of that. That we know the conclusion of that.
Why is he being banned?
Huh?
Nobody banned him. Don't lie.
I don't think he's banned. He probably might have got muted and then he rage quit.
Whatever. I'm out of here. Have a good night, guys.
Have a good night.
Pip, pip, cheerio.
Come back anytime, man. Keep it flat.
Yeah, you too, man. You too.
That bot kills me with the list, man. It just shows everybody. Look, your boy went to jail with all these people.
Oh yeah, all the
The
bands.
bot's a snitch. Yeah, earlier I was talking to some dude, and then all of a sudden this list come up, and his name's at the end of it. I was like, "What's that?" I had to look at it.
Who is it?
No, he's talking about the bot and the text chat.
Oh,
Yeah, it needs its own damn lobby to post that crap in. What's up with their bot? Or is it
It
their
is supposed to go
programming
to
skills?
So what do you guys think about satellites then, like, and like geosynchronous orbit? Like they're not real or whatever?
No, nobody's ever said that. There's technology that can be above our heads and do whatever allegedly they claim that they do. If you look up Project X right now, Google search it, Project X. It was a discontinued Google Loon project. And I think that X actually picked it up, Elon Musk company.
Yeah.
So if you there's
I'm aware of the Wi-Fi balloons.
Yeah, the stratospheric Wi-Fi
Yeah.
balloons. And the way they
Yeah.
operate essentially is the same type of idea as Starlink. They were gonna launch them all in like a little train, so they were all gonna be flying around together, and some of them were gonna be geostationary and such. That Project X actually explains a little bit of like what you want to know about how does it actually operate above our heads. So the explanation of the balloon technology that they were using, it just goes through it, so kind of keeps it real simple. They use
Lighter than
diagrams and
air.
such.
Yeah.
I'll post the video.
I can
Appreciate it.
kind of use inference to deduce like how it works, like lighter than air technology to keep
Well,
the balloons floating.
it's not
Yeah, you just
it's
put it
not
up
something
there in
far
the jet
fetched.
stream.
It's not something far fetched. So for us, it works just fine. I mean, you don't have to leave the Earth to go anywhere just to have that.
No,
Yeah, but what
just
about direct TV? Did you guys ever have that or no?
yeah, I
Yeah,
did. It
so-
comes from a dish that points at a tower. Yep.
Yeah, we've
Oh, okay.
people. There's repeater towers that like this. Yeah, this argument has already been like talked through. There's nothing. Nobody's denying technology. I mean, I think if you're in a conversation and people are denying it, then you got to ask like why, But
I
nobody's
love
denying
outer
it.
space, right? I love outer, so I have a vested interest in
too.
believing
Yeah,
it's real.
we get this spaghetti. We get that
I was
because a
gonna
lot
be
of
a
people,
Jedi.
a lot of people come from that like perspective. They have they identify with space, and it sucks that we're saying what we are because it makes space and the Earth being a globe like a mythos. It turns it into like just fantasy versus like where you think it's reality right now. So you're fighting something bigger than what maybe it's not just like an argument about globe and flat. It's your identity. You're in a crisis right now because you're trying to figure out if all of what they're saying is true, then my idea becomes like a fantasy, becomes a mythos. So you're gonna have to square that within yourself, and that's what the pain is, where these guys are, coming in here to debate us. But we're only asking the simple questions that they can't answer. They come in with the trolls, and they come in with, the anger and maybe the bravado.
Yeah, and
I
the
know it's
question
a
is,
globe
can you
and stuff.
definitively prove that the Earth is a globe? That's the question you asked. Yeah, and then I answer, I can't definitively prove. However, I'm going to engage in the pragmatic lens of assuming it's a globe because it's useful for me.
Yeah,
Right.
which led
It
to
helps you.
application. Hold up. And he demonstrated that through application 9 times out of 10 and in various trades and specialties, it's not applied as a globe, whether it's
Right.
construction, nautical,
Mhm.
or
Any
navigation
industry-
on the ocean or the sea or the air or land. You don't have
Any
to. You don't
industry
need
that
a globe.
uses the information about how people travel over the surface of the Earth, they're never going to think about it as a globe. That
Yeah, but
only that
okay.
that only
Missiles
appeals to
don't need a
people.
globe.
Yeah, that only appeals to people that trying to make the space mythos, like the heliocentric model idea, correct in their minds. But in no way.
You're right. You're right about the compartmentalization of knowledge that only certain people are going to need to know things like orbital dynamics and astrophysics in order to get from one planet to another. But for the most part, once you're on Mars, you don't really need to know orbital dynamics to build a house on Mars.
With absolute proof you were there, we wouldn't be here, would we?
No, but
No,
see,
but here's the thing, right? Like, I don't have absolute Mars that I don't have absolute proof that Mars exists. However, I want to believe it exists because
no, it's not listen, I don't think nobody's arguing.
Been there.
When they point to the light in the sky and they tell you that's Mars, like everybody can see that, right? We're not denying that. When you say it doesn't exist, you're actually disqualifying even your simple observation. So don't do that. Like what we're saying is there's a story attached to what Mars is. Now that doesn't exist in reality. That's this idea that you're branching off of, like what you see in the sky. Then you're making there's a narrative attached to it, like what it's consistent of, like what is the elemental composition of it, like it's got nickel iron core, it's got polar ice caps, all that stuff is something they gave you to think about. Now you're thinking about it as if it were real. So you're like, well, you say it like this, once we land on Mars, then how would we, adjust for living there? Your head is already up in the clouds.
It's not up in the clouds, no. Because let me explain where I'm coming from, right? Like I'm an adherent of cosmogenesis. I'm an adherent of cosmogenesis. So like I don't know if you're familiar with Pierre Teilhard de Chardin. He was a Jesuit priest that was unfortunately excommunicated from the Catholic Church. We can get into that later.
Spans.
That name sounds familiar.
Yeah, he wrote the Phenomenon of Man.
Panspermia. Like you're
that's right. That's right. Yep. That's him.
Okay, I'm with you.
So like maybe that mythos is completely fictional. I don't know if it's real or not. However, I want to believe in it. Like I love it.
Yeah,
like, I really do.
I think everybody here gets that.
Me and Mickey wanted to be Jedi. I'm not bullshitting. I was gonna make my own fucking lightsaber and all that. I was gonna choke little dudes like you down over the internet with the wave of my hand and shit. Never happened.
I hear you, man, but here's the difference.
Hold on.
Okay.
They gave you a whole nother fairy tale. You're gonna police space, bro. You're gonna be Space Force. You're gonna be out there cruising around in motherfucking Tesla.
Yeah, the issue with that is the differences between you wanting to be a Jedi, right, and me actually having dreams of outer spaces. That when I was growing up, my uncle would take me hold on. No, my uncle would take me. My uncle would take me to rural areas where there weren't a lot of houses, and then we would take the rockets that we would build. We would actually install cameras on the rockets, so it would take pictures at the highest point, and you could see the Coriolis effect. It was actually beautiful, right? So it was
the Coriolis effect of the rocket.
No, you could see.
Yeah, they spin the rocket.
No, what I'm saying is you could see you could say maybe perhaps it's an artifact of the camera. Yeah, that's what I meant, coronal. So like
okay. Yeah,
I misspoke.
The coronal atmosphere. Yeah. Okay. Yeah,
yeah, so essentially it's that, that childhood memory of building the rockets and launching them and then seeing the pictures and to me, like I'm going to tell you right now, man, like my eyes are actually getting kind of watery thinking about it. It's like that formative memory. That formative memory.
Like panspermia, you said a minute ago, was it?
Yeah. That formative memory of building those rockets and seeing those pictures.
Let him get through it, guys.
All I'm trying to say is like maybe it's all a mythos based on bullshit, but for me, it's part of who I am, right? And I will die with that fantasy, right? That fantasy that space is real and that we can conquer the cosmos.
Sympathetic resonance when you like hit one tuning fork and another tuning fork ring.
Hey, I think Mike was talking.
Yeah. Listen, there's the opportunity there because you can break the chain of the sins of your fathers, and one day you could play with your child and what you know to be the absolute truth and not fairy tales. You could participate in the building of reality.
I agree, Balaman. I agree. And one day I hope to have a son or daughter where I'm going to build rockets.
You think you want.
Yeah.
Whatever you want.
And I hope the rocket technology is advanced enough that we can land those rockets on Mars. Hobbyist rockets landing on Mars. That's a beautiful dream.
Let's let Dai get in here because he wanted to say something. Dai.
So, if you want to have like other spaces that are like this space, and you need to have like life transferring over this vacuous void or whatever, can you just use like sympathetic resonance to infer that like life is just in this space that resonates, right? Like this is your concepts of teleportation. He's the same guy who was talking about that before.
Yeah. So
Yeah, right.
I'm
So,
glad you
Tie
brought
into
that up.
wormhole theory.
I'm glad you brought that up because that's another reason.
there's other ways to account for these things that don't have to like violate their own logic, which is like the whole space voids and planets thing. But anyway.
I mean, that's a fascinating idea, and I'm open to that possibility, right? Like, I love thinking about, perhaps if we really look at the possibility of space being two-dimensional at the baseline, if you can warp this two-dimensional space, you can teleport. But now it's a matter of figuring out how to warp that space. How do we fold space?
Well, what I'm saying is you wouldn't really have to if it's a sympathetic resonance, right? It's just like your resonating frequency,
delivery.
and if you can like a radio and a receiver, you just need something to act as a receiver, basically. But we don't understand how to do that. But I mean, you can use that to infer that like reality is planar, so that's how the resonance is able to be on like an equalized transfer. So it's like you got to delete all this chaos out of the equation, and things become a lot simpler.
Well, one way we could do it, and this is me just speculating here, is perhaps we land a humanoid isomorph that's an analog to an actual human being on Mars, and we figure out a way to interface our brains with the isomorph on Mars, then we can essentially be the isomorph on Mars with sympathetic resonance. That is a very far out there sci-fi possibility, but it again, this is
You just
Yeah.
you just gave us the plot of Avatar.
Yeah.
But check it out, man. Like I think what's happening here is that you're realizing that you can either have your fantasy or you can live in reality with all of us and have some proof that.
But why
people
not
are
both? Why not both?
Because Ender's here.
It's contrary to what reality is. Either reality is demonstrating that these are possibilities, or you're actually just fooling yourself to believe this fantasy.
What are you talking about?
Can we get into Nietzsche?
Spag.
Go ahead.
So just like a lot of people like to believe in different narratives, like fantasy narratives, and they think about like living in the old days with swords and knights and castles and all that. Like they like that whole narrative, so they project that onto like films. They project that onto going to Renaissance fairs and all that
HEMA.
kind
They
of
do.
stuff.
They even do HEMA. They even do historical European martial arts. Yeah, I know.
Right. So that's a
I'm
whole
aware.
thing, right? Now people love that.
The reality, though. That's the interesting part, and I'm glad you mentioned that. So, is it a fantasy at that point? It's a Ship of Theseus argument, where at the point where they're wearing the armor and they're actually engaging in the combat, can you really be accurate in characterizing that as a fantasy, or is that now fantasy made reality through premeditation? Hold on. This is an argument that I'm making regarding Nietzsche and his concept of the will. As will is, that the world as will is representation. Where yes, you're right. Reality is one thing, right? However, we as humans have the faculty of the mind and our ability to envision things that are not real, and furthermore, the ability to engage in premeditation and take the intentional steps to make the not real real. Would you agree with that?
No, because
you wouldn't agree with that?
You live in a time where things have already, like, you can categorize them with past, present, and future, right? So we can say that was a part of our past. We at some point have a history of this happening, so that already occurred. The thing that's occurring now is what's relative. So you're going to base your reality on the things that you live with now. However, within now time, you can actually change your mindset to say that you are a furry, or you're some person that lived in the 1200s. It doesn't really matter. Whatever you say you are, that's subjective. It's your interpretation. And so by your interpretation, you could put on a production to kind of will something into existence, but it still won't make it true because it already happened. That era had taken place already. We are now today. Whether or not you identify that today is what, like, your surroundings. If you refuse to say like you live in this time where that isn't your reality anymore, That's on you. We can't change that. Like, and of course, a lot of people.
You're not addressing my other point there. You're not addressing the premeditation and the intentional steps taken in order to make the fantasy reality. In other words, it's one thing. It's one thing to say
Does
I'm a furry.
fantasy become reality, right?
Yeah.
Right?
So again, it's but what I'm trying to say is it's one thing to say I'm a furry, and it's another thing to go to the doctor and get the surgeries, right? And now we're getting into a completely different horizon. But that's really a reduction of what I'm getting at, which is a deeper argument regarding our perception of time, where you can be animalistic. You can be animalistic and you can see time in a sort of linear fashion where the past, the present, and the future are unique and localized. Or you can see a sort of like fluid simultaneity where you can kind of be the meta thinker and be like, okay, I understand that the past is a product of my memory. The future is a product of my inference, deduction, and my ability to imagine possible scenarios. And the present is what I am sensing. And furthermore, with the faculty of the mind and will, I can shape the present with intentional action. That is what I'm talking about. This is a very esoteric philosophical argumentation here that I'm engaging in. I just want to make sure that you're understanding.
Yeah, you want to play pretend. That's
No, it's not. Again, oh, wait a second. The playing pretend is what children. No, hold on. Playing pretend is what children do when they sit around the table. Hold on, and they fill the cups with imaginary tea. What I'm talking about is actually getting tea leaves, grinding them up, and putting actual tea in the teacups.
So you're playing pretend about a scenario, not about the objects you're using within reality to actually make that scenario.
No.
Yeah, well, yeah.
You're straw manning me, dude. You're straw. That's not what I'm talking about, dude. I'm talking about premeditation. How is pretend premeditation?
Because you're saying whatever scenario, because we were drawing from many different scenarios, right? But for the sake of like keeping it just to one, like the old days with like knights and castles and stuff. So you're saying basically, of course, kids can play around with like little foam swords or whatever, but you're saying let's actually make some real swords and let's do things like they did in the old days, right?
People do that, dude. People literally do. It's called HEMA.
I know that. And they're playing pretend.
No, they're not. But dude,
we don't live in the olden. Listen, hold on. You're not letting me finish because I let you go on about your.
You're calling it pretend, and it's a bullshit argument.
It is pretend.
Like you're straw manning me, bro.
You're mad because it's pretend.
No. I'm mad because you're straw manning me, and you're not engaging in an actual debate here.
They're pretending.
How is it pretend?
Because they're pretending that they're living. Thank you, guys. Go ahead and jump over me. It's cool. Go ahead.
No, listen. He is pretending, but that's a reality here, so it is reality.
Yeah,
So
he's pretending
you're
about a
actually both
time
right.
long ago.
Yeah, you're both
No,
right.
here's like, listen. It doesn't matter what you say. It's not going to change the fact that the people are pretending they're living in the past.
Dude,
like
you know that we're having a debate about the Matrix scene with Cypher, where he's like, I know the steak is fake, but I don't give a fuck. It's still juicy in my mouth, so it's real to me. Dude, this is literally what we're talking about here. It's a phenomenological argument regarding the nature of reality. So
no, you're just trying to give an excuse.
Wait a minute.
You're giving an excuse to play pretend.
Alpha Veritas. I'm taking it to the medulla here. We're going to the crux. Okay, so you can either be intellectually brave about it, or you can step back and be like, I don't really want to go that deep. I'm cool. I'll step back.
You just want to be verbose in the way you're.
No, I'm not being verbose. No, dude, we're talking
because I broke it down simple.
No,
you're saying that's not giving you credence to speak verbose.
We're talking about the nature of reality. Okay, and what relationship you want to have with reality. Okay, so what I'm telling you is
I don't.
Well, that's dude, simple. you could call it plain pretend, and what I'm saying is engaging. It's engaging in premeditation to shape reality.
You want to play pretend?
It was a glorious battle. Too bad you were.
No, again, dude. Here's the difference, right? You can accept reality. Hold on. Let me actually give the closing argument. You can accept reality for what it is, like an animal, or you can shape it like the master, like the man. What road are you going to take? Are you going to accept it for what it is, or are you going to make it what it is?
Accept it for what it is. What do you mean?
Okay, dude, that's cool. I'll accept it, and I'm not going to be reductive. I'm not going to.
You ran with nothing.
I'm not going to be reductive. If you're going to accept reality for what it is, that's fine. I don't settle. Alpha Veritas, I don't settle. You do, and that's fine. You want to call it pretending? I'm going to call it not settling. There we go.
Yeah. So you want to sit around with a bunch of adults and say, let's pretend it was like back in the days with the swords and the castles and such, and we can all have a Renaissance fair and we can all play pretend, and it's going to be hunky dory. But then when you actually leave that place and you go to like Costco or you go to Walmart and you're like, oh shit, man, they didn't have this back in those days. Then you're in the reality, walking around with a suit of armor, looking like somebody that doesn't belong because you like
and people
pretending.
still want to take pictures, and people still stop you and want to take pictures. And this dude, you look real cool. Can my son do a TikTok? Alpha Veritas, what you're not realizing is ultimately, dude, like we're both right here. Battlemod was actually quite prescient in pointing this out.
No, we're not both right.
That on a certain level, on a certain level,
trying to take the olive leaf.
No, but this is a reality of it, dude. This is. Dude, you can, dude. No, it's not about being wrong or about being right. It's the Battlemount. It's about what. It's about what relationship. It's about what relationship. No, dude. It's about the relationship.
I do it. I had to wait for my kid. No, you really fucking did it. It's just,
dude. It's about the relationship you're gonna have with reality, right? And however you want to call that relationship. He wants to call it a play pretend relationship. I'm calling it one where I'm refusing to settle for the animalistic baseline, and that's it.
But
it is perspective. It is perspective. You're absolutely right.
But they're both true. It can be your reality, and to him, it can be
and that's subjective
as reality, and you can be
if you say this is my reality, that's a subjective point of view because a third person perspective, we all see you walking into Walmart where they didn't have Walmart back in those days. So that's subjective. It's not objective. Objective is now we live in relevant time.
Yeah, and if you got in a real battle, you wouldn't be experienced, so you'd probably get lame to quit.
So do you understand? Like that's why I'm saying
it's just again, you are only calling this a W in your mind because you insist on calling this playing pretend. When I'm calling it what it is, a phenomenological relationship with reality based on your own subjective experience and understanding of that reality. So you can either accept that reality's will is representation, where what you do, the actions you engage in, define your reality.
You're not going to justify playing pretend.
Or you can accept reality for what it is.
It.
I'm sorry, Alpha Veritas. I'm sorry. This is a stalemate.
Listen, bro.
This is what it is. It is a stalemate. And it gets you mad you didn't win. I'm sorry, dude.
Your reality's cool. If your reality is what's real, can I be the court jester and you're going to
walk around with a suit of armor.
Yeah. No, I want to be the jester. I don't want to carry
as long as you make me giggle, you can be the court jester all day, dog. As long as you're making me giggle, why not?
About your mama all day long.
Why not? As long as you're funny.
Liquor and beer.
As long as you're funny, I'll pay you in liquor and beer, and I'll even let you fuck my wife, dude. As long as you're funny.
All right. Yeah.
Hold here. I didn't ask for a yak.
Well, that's me tipping you. That's me tipping you and being generous. As you know, if you're going to be a good jester, I'm going to be a good patron. Why not?
I'm sorry.
All right. You said quite enough, man. Just relax. All right. So basically, all the people in here have your same complex, right? There's a lot of people in here that actually vehemently would agree with you because they want to play pretend as adults. They want to believe in the space mythos. They want to believe they're in an infinite galaxy with so many planets and different places to go. That is real to them in their mind. Subjectively, that seems like a worldview that they could get behind because they're just like you. It's like Santa Claus for adults. So essentially, they want to will it into existence by coming into this forum and debating about it as if it were real. But when we get down to brass tacks and talk about empirical evidence, they got nothing to show for it, which you don't either, which nobody else does as well. So what we have here is a bunch of people playing pretend about a fantasy globe Earth. And that's what it is.
And the great thing about playing pretend, right, to echo the words of Shakespeare, all the world's a stage and we're merely players. So you might as well play your part, play pretend. And if you play pretend well enough, you might actually get an applause. You might get an applause from the crowd. You might get a standing ovation even, right?
It's an illusory.
So you better pretend. Otherwise, you're going to get ignored.
Deception is pretty big to just hand wave away in the world that we live in.
Well, dude, listen, we live in a world where objective truth has died with the advent of deep fakes and the ubiquity of them. So you want to play pretend that there's objective truth.
Right.
I'll go ahead and remind you that objective truth died circa 2008, 2010. When deep fakes started getting real big.
Aren't you of the mind that everything's subjective? Your subjective interpret. Yeah, well then there you go.
Absolutely.
It's only true. That means that it's only true to you. It doesn't mean that objective.
Yeah, well, You're right, but here's the thing about subjectivity.
That's true because
But here's the thing about subjectivity, though, bro. So when it comes to the court of law, interesting thing is photos are no longer admissible in the court of law. So now it's like subjectivity is even more important, and eyewitness testimony is becoming the gold standard now. Crazy thing about subjectivity in the court of law, huh?
Okay, eyewitness accounts of you doing something. How is that subjective? If I see you doing something and you say, "No, I wasn't doing that," and I was like,
Dude,
"Yeah,
I don't think you heard what I said, dude. So basically, since deep fakes are so ubiquitous, you can't use photographs as evidence. So now subjective eyewitness testimony is the gold standard.
No, it's not. It
is actually.
No, it's not. It's factuary evidence.
Dude,
that's also true. That's also true. That is also true.
Yeah.
Whatever it's like whatever whatever makes you happy, you're just gonna agree with because
Paper trails don't lie. No, he's right. No, I'll admit it. Paper trails don't lie. But aside from paper trails,
your narrative, and you're fine with that. Like you're having
that's
some
what
sort of like.
Here's the thing, dude. I'm a pragmatist. I'm a pragmatist. So for me, I'm not looking for like the capital T truth. I'm just looking for the truth that works for me. Dude.
Oh, then that explains everything. That's the reason why
I'm glad. I'm glad I was able to clarify for you, dude.
Well, I already knew that. You're just basically telling everybody else who didn't know.
I just believe in science.
Yeah.
You don't need to believe in science.
Can you be more specific with science? What category?
I think he's talking about scientific realism. So he believes that electrons are real and stuff, even though they're just
let him speak for himself, man.
Well,
you can't impose your subjective opinion on what he thinks.
Well, I'm just making a joke, bro. I'm making a joke.
But Alpha, it's his reality. Isn't that where we're at? It's his reality, and that's reality.
He's painting that other guy's worldview with his own brush. It's like that's your brush.
No, but it's a cross pollination because it's your reality meeting my reality, creating a new shared reality.
Yeah, but you can't speak for the reality that's shared if you're the one that's interpreting it because your interpretation is not his. So I wanted him to speak, not you.
Well, all the evidence corroborates a globe Earth. It's
what evidence? Can you be
all
more
of it.
specific?
Like
I'm going to keep asking this question when you make vague statements.
All of the evidence.
Like what?
So cite the corpus. I'll wait.
Like the stars.
What about sky gazing once again? What do you get from looking at up at the sky? What geometric consequent shape information are you getting by looking at the sky?
Because if the Earth were flat, you'd be able to see all the stars.
Oh, because if the Earth were flat, but it's not because the Earth is a globe, right? It should be because the Earth is a globe. That's how you should start that statement.
Yeah, the stars make sense. Dude, the stars make sense on a globe Earth. They don't make sense on a flat Earth.
Okay, so tell me how the stars make sense on a globe Earth.
Now we see all the stars.
When you're in the northern hemisphere, you look up, you see northern stars, and when you're in the southern hemisphere, you look and you see southern stars. They're not the same.
Where do we derive northern hemisphere and southern hemisphere from? Where does that come from?
From the globe Earth.
No, it's not the globe Earth, Twonger. You're incorrect. There's something called the celestial sphere, not the terrestrial sphere that you think that it's derived from. Please look that up. Celestial sphere. Maybe you have heard of it, maybe you haven't. But that's
I don't need you to be verbose. I'm just saying when you're in the northern part.
This is what's being spoken of when you actually refer
Did you hear
to
what I
northern
said?
hemisphere. You said
You're
northern
distracting.
hemisphere. You said northern hemisphere and southern hemisphere. So I'm pointing you
Right.
to where the foundation of that knowledge is garnered from. That's the celestial sphere.
When you're in, okay, let me not even use that terms. When you're in certain parts of the Earth, you see some stars. When you're in other parts, you see other stars. If it were flat, it wouldn't be like that.
No, it doesn't. It's not about geometry. You're only looking at what stars are doing. Either they're moving east to west, or
you see different stars.
Who cares? You're looking at the stars, not the Earth. The Earth is what's in contention right now, whether or not
and
its
if the
surface
Earth
is
were
curving.
flat and everybody looked up, they'd see the same things.
We're not talking about flat, Twonger.
Yeah, this is 24/7 flat Earth.
Listen, you wouldn't see stars.
But
that
if
are
we're asking you that if the Earth has a curved
stellar
surface and you don't have any
This is
evidence for it,
24/7 flat Earth.
I don't care what it's named. If you don't have any evidence for the Earth being a globe, that's the reason why we are telling you.
I just gave you evidence.
No, you haven't. You said I looked up at the sky and I saw stars moving around. Yeah, well done. But how is that a consequence of a geometric shape looking at stars move in the sky?
I just explained it to you.
No, you didn't. How?
I'm not repeating myself.
Because you don't want to implicate yourself by saying northern hemisphere or southern
I'm
hemisphere,
not
which I'm directing
repeating
you to.
myself.
It's about the celestial sphere. That's where you got that from. And you didn't know that, did you?
I'm not repeating myself, bro.
You don't have to. I'm doing it for you. Northern hemisphere and southern hemisphere are garnered from the celestial sphere. That's where you get those words from.
What does
And
that
the
even
equator.
mean, dude? What does that even mean?
Just type in celestial sphere in
No,
Google and you'll
tell me
see
what
what
it
I'm talking about.
means.
It means
It
that
means
ever
it
since
means
the sixth,
nigger.
yeah, thanks for that. Ever since the 6th century, people have been using this specific conceptual model, which is how the stars move about in the sky.
I'm
Where
not
it looks.
talking about how they move, bro. I'm saying which stars are where.
What do you mean? What stars are where?
You see different stars when you're in different parts of the earth.
Yeah, of course, and the celestial
What do you
sphere
mean, of
answers.
course? That's if it was flat, you'd see all the same
No, it's
stars.
no. That's incorrect. I don't know where
No,
you
that's
got this
correct.
information. No, it's
That's
not.
yes,
It's
it
not
is.
correct because
Yes, it
how we
is.
Twanger, you have no idea what you're talking about.
I do. I'm
Oh,
very
then tell me why
familiar
that's
with this.
correct. Tell me why that's correct.
Because if it was flat and you look up, you'd see the same thing no matter where you were.
How far can you see off into the distance, Twanger? Let's see if I'm going to test your knowledge on vision. How far can you see? When you look straight on, how far can you see?
I'm not talking about that.
Yeah, because you're saying you should be able to see all the stars.
Yeah, and
Really?
what is stellar extinction?
I want to know how far you can see on the Earth.
Dude, just think about it.
I have. I want you
if it
to
was
tell me.
flat and you looked up, it would look roughly the same from anywhere on Earth.
No, you don't understand vision.
Yes, it would.
You don't understand how vision works, and I think that's the issue right now.
What about the video stick?
Stellar extinction is?
Everything that's happening according to the celestial sphere is that
Dude,
we're seeing.
you see totally different stars in the southern hemisphere. Do you understand that?
Either you're gonna be able to listen.
What about the
wait till I'm
videos?
done, or you're gonna sit on mute while I'm finishing.
I'm sorry,
It's up to you.
Battlemod was talking too.
Right. So just focus. Right. If we're talking about how vision works, everything's being converged
I
off.
don't want to talk about how vision works.
Okay, well that's the big issue as to why you don't understand what you're talking about. And if you don't want to talk about how vision works, then you have a misunderstanding and you're going to stay ignorant, which is
No,
fine
I
with me.
don't.
Yes, you do. I was going to tell you about it, but now it seems like you want to remain ignorant, which is your talking point's going to go by the wayside because you don't really understand what you're saying.
What about the videos taken? The
What videos?
Hold on, let me see what Battlemod said.
Bro, there's no videos proving the fucking Earth is flat. Like all the videos, just you can
What
see
videos, Kafa?
any video on fucking Google or whatever site, bro. You can see like they
Globular
take.
or side? Dude, do you know how to get into this argument, Kafa?
I'm not trying to join the argument, bro. I'm trying to.
It seems like
No,
you
is it?
are.
No.
Yeah,
I
these
just want to
guys
know.
are
Is it?
they'll call you up, bro.
I want you to tell me
Yeah,
how is it
100%. We'll
flat,
call them
bro?
up.
How is it flat?
Yeah,
Just
we don't even know if you know if it's a globe, Kafa. You're coming in here half cocked, jumping into an
no.
argument, and okay, let's just talk about it. Go ahead and tell us how you know the Earth's a globe.
Bro, I don't know. I just know it's fucking
That's the
like
point.
it's
Kafa,
fucking
that's the
rounded.
point. No, it's not fucking round.
I didn't see it myself. It's not. It's like an egg shape.
Listen, if you're not able to articulate the point of how you know the Earth's a globe, how are you then going to demonstrate that it actually is one, Kafa?
I can tell you how I know.
Not you, Twanger. So if it comes right down to it, Kafa, and you have no idea what you're talking about, you're just saying Earth is a globe, okay, and you're not. Listen, I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt, dude.
I
Do the
didn't go to
best you can.
space. I didn't go to space. I don't know, bro.
So
I don't have a.
so what? Listen, dude. A long time ago, before people ever went to space, did you think that they knew that the Earth was a globe, Kafa? Before that, before the advent of space travel.
What?
Before the advent of space travel, do you think people actually knew that the Earth was a globe, according to what they say? Not you, Twanger. I'm talking to Kafa.
I know.
Yes.
I easily dispatched of you.
Yes, bro.
Okay, so how did they figure it out before they went to space that the Earth was a globe? That's what I'm asking.
Planes.
No, dude. Oh my God. All right. Let's say if you can think about when the first person thought
I
about
went
how
to
the Earth is a globe.
listen. I went to I went to a fucking plane before like twice. I can see when he go like very high. You can see it's not even flat. You know, it's not even that like far away distance. You can see it with your vision, bro. Like the Earth is not flat. Even you can see it in the fucking plane.
according to Neil deGrasse Tyson, who's a scientific communicator, he says at 120,000 feet, you cannot see the curvature of the Earth. That stuff is flat, according to him. Now, a plane flies at about 50,000 feet at maximum cruising altitude.
Yeah.
That's maximum. That's pushing it.
Yeah,
Now, it
yeah.
doesn't fly above 50,000 feet, but yet a guy jumping from the Red Bull space jump at the, he had a gondola he was jumping out of 120,000 feet. He said it was the edge of space jump. Now, he's much higher than your airplane. And according to Neil deGrasse Tyson, who's a scientific communicator and speaks of space stuff, he has a thing called Star Talk. Now, this guy, he's a scientific communicator, says that you cannot see the curvature of the Earth even from 120,000 feet. So you are saying you can see curvature from an airplane at 50,000 feet. Now, Neil deGrasse Tyson would say that's absolutely not true. You cannot see curvature at that altitude. He still believes the Earth as a globe, but he doesn't say you can see curvature from that altitude.
Okay, I agree with you. What are you saying? But like, but you already can see, even if you can see, like, if you like, you can see on the plane, right? Like your vision can see the ground, even if it's not, if it's like blurry, you can see like stuff by your vision, and you can see it's.
Kafa, it's a nice try, but even if you did see curvature from an airplane, then what you would have to do is demonstrate that the curvature exists when you land on the ground. So there has to be a measurement of drop over the distance.
What are you talking about?
So if he's let's just say Kafa was seeing curvature at 50,000 feet.
Yeah.
If he said he did see it, when he lands on the ground, he wouldn't know until he tested the measurement of drop over the distance.
Yeah, you can measure that too.
I know, that's what I'm asking him. If he was able to do that, then he would solidify the point that there is curvature because he saw it, and when he landed on the ground, he was able to measure it. Now, has it been measured any time in history, Kafa?
Yes.
Not by you, but by anybody.
So you're saying all the videos on the internet is fake?
Mile.
Per mile square. What'd you say, Kafa?
That's
you're
what I
saying
said.
all the humidity known, like all the videos on the internet
Try
is
that.
fake?
Yeah, no, it's not about it being fake. So if they're showing you something that you can't ever verify, like if I showed you, I got a video of a Lamborghini in my garage, but and I have testimony of people that say, yeah, he's got a Lambo in his garage, but you can't ever see if I have one in my garage.
But I can see it in the videos. I can see you driving it.
I know, but what I'm telling you is that all of that stuff can be faked, right? I can show some kind of photoshopped image of somebody driving a Lambo, and I can say that's me or whatever, and you won't never know if I actually have one in my garage. That's the problem.
How can you fake you? How can you fake you driving a Lamborghini streets?
It's possible, but the thing is what I'm saying, Kafa. If you're not able to verify for yourself that I do have one, then there's no way that you can say that I have one.
Then you can't verify it by yourself either, bro. You can't verify.
Yes, we
either,
can.
bro.
We can. But that's beside the point. Right now, we're trying to look for how you can demonstrate the Earth has curvature. And according to you,
Yo,
you said
Alpha,
you saw
are
it
you
from
ever honest with yourself? Like ever?
You said you saw it from an airplane window. Now, when you land on the ground, you're gonna have to try to measure that curvature that you saw from the window, or find out if somebody's ever measured it. And that's the other part, right? You said you saw something. That's great. Now you have to make sure that you can measure it to make sure that it's there. So has it been measured?
It is flat. There's no ending of the fucking Earth or what?
We're not talking about that. Stay focused, Kafa. Has
I'm
anybody
focused,
measured?
bro. I'm 100%, bro.
Yeah. Can anybody measure the surface curving?
I don't really know, bro.
All right, that's honesty. But I would say that if you want to answer the question, that if you did see curvature and somebody measured it, combine those two, and then you have a winner, right? Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Then you could bring it to us, and we're looking at it like, so now Kafa has saw curvature, and he's got a measurement for drop over distance, which means that the surface is curving, and we now can measure the thing that Kafa saw.
Are you totally ignorant to science?
You get what I'm saying, Kafa? We don't have the measurement. So you're still missing information.
Is there a fucking ending to the Earth or not? That's a question, bro.
Is there an ending? I mean, nobody can explore the Earth freely, like just to go and find out what they want to know
But you
about the
can
Earth.
listen. You can. I'm gonna tell you something. I'm not very.
No, you can't.
Let me talk, bro. Let me talk.
You can explore the Earth freely. No, you're not going to tell me. You're not going to justify that you can explore the Earth freely. It's not possible.
Let me say
You
something.
can't do it, bro.
Let me talk. So you saying there's like places on the fucking Earth nobody explored it yet because there's nobody knows the ending. That's what are you saying, right?
Well,
But
we can't explore.
But what do you mean you can explore, bro?
We cannot explore the Earth like we'd like to if we wanted to find out what the limitations to this Earth are, because there's limits to where you can travel on the surface of the Earth. Let's put it to you this way. Can you go to another country without any passports, without any documents, just walk over? I know, that's my point, right? So everywhere you go on the surface of the Earth, whether it's water, air, or land, you need documents, you need paperwork, you need something to go to another place. This is obvious.
How do you need a passport to go to something you don't even know? Like it's fucking unknown place.
So what I'm telling you is, wherever you go on the surface, you're always being monitored. There's always people that know where you're going and why you're going there. And if you end up somewhere that you think you're going to escape all of these eyes, or you're just going to do something because you want to find out, you want to explore, you're going to get caught and probably put in prison. Now,
Bro,
this is
you're
the thing.
crazy, bro. No, you can't, bro. You can, like, all the countries are in the Earth is fucking known. Like, you can. That's why it's fucking like whatever it's circle or whatever egg shaped. I don't know what is it, but like all the fucking countries and all the fucking places in the Earth is fucking known. So you can, like, the plane whenever you travel, you can go like to like country beside a country, bro. So it's all like in a fucking like circled way. Like there's nothing fucking flat. So there's like places unknown.
Yeah, so you still can't go anywhere you want to.
Who said that, bro?
You did.
You did?
You said you can go anywhere. Like, you're like, why can't we know where the end is? Because you can't travel as you wish on the surface of the Earth.
Why? Who?
Because
No.
there's limitations where you can go, Kafa. Didn't you just hear me tell you that you can't go to with documents? Okay,
but
then. I made my point.
I mean, your point is good, but
okay,
it's not even proving that fucking Earth is flat, bro.
That's not what you were trying to ask.
If
You were asking
you
about,
think the Earth is flat, you have Down syndrome.
No, I think you don't know how to articulate a point of how the Earth is a globe, and I think that's the issue. Do you, Par? Is this all you got? Let's see what you got, man.
Yeah,
Is
you think the Earth is flat? Have you ever flown? Have you ever flown a plane? Have you ever flown a plane?
It doesn't matter about me flying a plane.
Have you ever flown a plane?
I want you to articulate the point how you know the Earth's a globe. Go. Let's see if you got what it takes. Muster up that fortitude. See if you got that energy.
You want me to repeat everything everybody else has said to you?
I want you to tell us how you know the Earth is a globe to everybody listening right now. We're on YouTube. Yeah, we're everywhere. So
you would like me to repeat everything everybody else has said to you that is scientifically correct?
So you don't have information to support the claim that the Earth is a globe. You don't have that, do you?
That's no information. Nobody has ever done that. Wow.
Go ahead and do it if you think
Holy
you got the scruples.
shit! I've been on an island like you.
You got the scruples? Go for it.
Holy shit! Do people need to say that in every chat they get in with you? Do they need to repeat the same thing?
Right. So nothing. You got nothing.
Do they have to repeat the same thing to you every time?
Nobody said anything that would prove it, dummy. So
ladies and gentlemen,
really, nobody has.
Correct.
Go ahead.
Really, nobody.
You got what
has?
it takes. Go.
Really, nobody has.
Yeah, if they had, you could just repeat whatever it was they said that proved it, but you're not doing that.
Well, I could repeat everything.
Then do it. Then
yeah, but nothing they said proved.
But that would be kind of pointless since you've already seen all of that. And you're just doing this to make zero money.
5 seconds ago, you got here 5
you're
seconds ago.
Doing the whole flat earther thing to make money, even though you're not making any money, which is insane. You're on Discord and you're not making any money off of this, and you're just following individuals that started this to
Globe
make
Earth look
money
more
off
foolish,
of it.
even by the moment
That's
that you're speaking.
insane.
You're insane, dude. You're
that
literally
is actual insanity.
You're
going to continue something
out of your mouth
that
right
was
now,
starting
dude.
from insanity.
Hey, Alpha, look in the chat. Look in the chat. I send you a proof.
Guy's just uncontrollably motor mouthing delusions, like.
Yeah, because he doesn't have what
Imagine thinking the Earth is flat, like an absolute
Imagine somebody not having
idiot.
evidence. for the Earth being a globe. Imagine
Oh, so you have evidence of it being flat when people literally tried to prove it was flat and
you
prove
haven't done it,
themselves
Park.
wrong. That's insane.
Park,
Wow,
go ahead.
this guy's
Stop
really in
talking.
pain.
Stop running your mouth and let's see how you have evidence for the Earth being a globe. Go for it.
You want me to repeat everything everybody else has said?
Put your money where your mouth is because it's running like 1,000 miles per minute. Now show us that the Earth is a globe. See what you got. If you got what it takes.
Show you right now with our cameras off and no experiments running in front of you. No matter what I said, shut up.
So there's nothing.
Why are you wasting your breath on not
No matter
proving
what
it?
I said in front of you.
Keep being a scrub. Keep being
Yeah.
a scrub and bounce, dude. Because there's nothing you're offering.
Yeah, you're
Just
pathetic,
as I
dude.
thought.
Like I said, you won't even let me finish the run your experiment sentence before
No,
you
we
say
don't
it.
need you to finish because all you were going to say is that you're not going to accept it. There's no reason for me to bother. It's already been said. That's all worthless garble, dude.
Alpha, explain the picture in the chat.
Tell me you were in LD classroom without telling me you're in LD classroom.
You gotta
Explain
go
it.
and hang out with the rest of the scrubs, Par, because you're not gonna be doing justice here for the Earth being a globe.
Really?
Go hang out
I
with the
don't
rest
think
of the trolls,
I
bro.
don't think I have to. What,
Bro,
what
chill,
do you,
chill,
I know.
chill.
That's because
what
you can't.
justice do you think you're serving by saying it's
because
flat?
you can't. Justice? No, this is truth, my friend.
Explain
So
the
what do you think you're doing? What
We're showing
you
people
know,
that they're delusional, thinking
you know
that
what?
the Earth
Let's
is a
say
globe.
I'm 100% wrong. What do you think in this Discord you're doing?
I'm demonstrating that you're ignorant
Probably
to the truth.
fucking nothing.
I told you, you numbnuts, that you're ignorant to the
Probably
truth.
fucking nothing.
And you want to yap
Thank
like
you.
a freaking idiot.
Yeah, you're sad. Okay, yeah. Yep, some
He's
fake
projecting. Just
false
end this. Just end this
Yeah.
pathetic parade.
Yeah,
Let
some
the
false-
other guy has something he wants to talk about.
Oh,
and
he
this one is
can.
a loser.
He can.
All right,
Yeah.
well, put
Pathetic
yourself on mute
loser.
so we can talk to him. Because you offered nothing. So go ahead, Kafa. You there?
Looks like Kafa don't care.
I think he does. He's probably AFK.
It's like nobody's got any evidence to share.
Flat Earthers definitely don't.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We
talk
love
about
your,
them some more. Yeah,
we
keep
love
up
your
with the
color
ad homs.
commentary. It's
Help the
great.
case.
That's an ad hom?
Yeah, you're talking about
So
us,
that
right?
so if that's an ad hom, everything you
Trying to attack the
Paula, what are
character
you doing?
of the people that you're talking to instead of just refuting their argument with something logical.
they don't.
You just blab through the entire explanation, so now you're going to stay
I said-
stupid about what an ad hom is. That's how
Paula,
you
what do you
manage to
think
be this
you're doing?
stupid. You don't listen. You just blab, blab, blab nonsense.
People
Do you
because you
think you're
don't agree with
accomplishing
them,
something, Paula?
liberals.
You just have nothing to say, and you want everybody to know you have nothing to say.
He's
we
just
get
coming
it.
in
We
here
get
with
it.
a look at me conflict. Look at me. Well, look at me. All right, so Kafa, if you're there. Kafa's giving up. I was just gonna tell him I couldn't even see his snippet. So. Yeah. It's funny they got all the energy to troll, but none to bring any evidence. Crazy.
Yeah, if he doesn't want to play the game, you don't have to play the game. Opt out and get the hell out of here.
Go on, get.
Explain the picture in the chat, bro. Alpha.
Hey, I can't see it. You need to get a better version of that image.
Okay, okay.
And he
I don't
needs
know
to
how you're
explain it.
Yeah, and I don't know how you're copying and pasting it either. So you probably need to do.
It's from Wikipedia, bro.
Just drop the link, Kafa, and then just tell me where to look. That would be better because I can just go to the website. And then when you do that, go ahead and tell us what relevance this has for you, demonstrating the Earth as a globe.
Here,
All
bro.
right. Well, where do I need to go there?
Just
All
search
right,
it. Just search it.
visibility of distant objects on Earth's surface.
Yeah, just search it. Proof the Earth is round.
All right. So, what do you want to point out in this particular article on the website?
This picture proving. Wait, let me read. This picture proving the Earth is round, bro.
No, it's not proving it's round. It's just giving you an idea how to think of the Earth as if it were round. It's not proving it's round.
You can look. You can, if you went on the link, you can see like there's more than one proof.
Yeah, it's not proving
The
anything,
the,
Kafa.
the appearance of the moon, the observation of the sky from.
That's great. Yeah, that's wonderful. But
Yeah.
this image that you posted is not proving anything.
Okay, not about the image, bro. You can see like there's more than one proof.
Well, then you have to show me what else you have, because I'm only looking at the image, and take me
Okay,
some.
so you only
put up
you.
a citation of wherever else you want to take me. But
Okay, okay. Let me read a good proof. Then I'm gonna say, okay.
yeah, take your time. We're here 24/7.
All
Don't
right,
have to be in
bro.
a rush.
All right. Okay, wait. I have one more question. I think
up?
everybody asked you that. How does the sun work if it's flat? Is it like going like two sides or what?
No, it just moves east to west in your horizon.
East to west,
So, yeah.
and it goes down. So like down, like if it's like
Yeah.
up.
So
Well,
I can just tell
yeah,
you. So
yeah.
perspectively, when we see the sun in the sky, because of the fact that we see everything converging, well, there's something called convergence. I don't know if you're familiar with that. I can give you an example of convergence if you want me to tell you. So
Yeah.
basically, have you ever looked down a long hallway, like a corridor, Kafa?
Yeah.
Okay, so convergence would be when you see at the far distance away down the long hallway, it looks like the ceiling and the walls and the floor look like they're converging to a point. Like the ceiling looked like it's going up and the ceiling looked like it's going down and the floor looks
Mhm.
like it's ramping up and the walls look like they're
Yeah.
closing in like to a point.
Yes.
All right. So that's convergence. Your eyeballs are seeing the whole world when you go outside in that way. So when you see something far
Mhm.
away, it looks like the ceiling. You remember the ceiling is ramping down. So you see the sun at a.
Oh.
You get it? You see the sun
Yeah.
at a far distance. Yeah, go ahead.
That's how your vision works. You mean
Yeah,
like
yeah,
you?
yeah. That's
Yeah.
why you interpret. That's why you interpret your vision when you see the sun at a distance away from you, like it's
Oh,
coming up.
yeah. That's a good point. That's a good point. But is the
Yeah.
sun rounded or flat?
Well, it appears like a circle in the sky, but as far as a sphere, there's no way to tell that it's an actual sphere, but it does look like a circle in the
What about
sky.
the other planets?
Well, I mean, we could see the idea that people talk about them like Mars, Jupiter, Venus, like and all that, like in the sky. But as far as like what they actually are, nobody knows. So we do see them though. We're not negating the fact that our observations are the same as yours.
But what
We
is the
see this.
difference between
The
other
difference is,
planets and Earth? Like you
yeah.
got proof in Earth,
So
but
well, you're trying to identify the Earth in a cosmic uh idea. Like you think the Earth is in a some type of space, like a vacuum of space, like it's in a galaxy. So you're putting the
Mhm.
Earth already in this cosmology. But what we're saying is there's no way to identify that you're in a specific galaxy or in a cosmology in the way they're describing it to you. So your mind thinks of it like you've been told. They've been telling you this idea that you're inside of a galaxy, inside of a solar system, and all of these ideas. But to prove that, they're going to have to demonstrate to you that what they're saying is true. They can't do that. No one can. It's just an idea.
bro, actually, like I'm not gonna lie, you got a point. You're a good talker. I'm
Yeah.
not gonna lie, but I still like I don't like disagree with you. I don't like I don't argue, bro. Like if
Right,
you
right.
got good points, I believe, but it's hard for me to believe. I need like more proofs. I need to search more. I need,
Sure.
you know.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. Like it for everybody it takes a different amount or measure of like what it would for them to
Yeah,
understand. What I would say, Kafa, is our home server has many, many
yeah,
different types of links that you can look into. I mean, so many. But I would rather you look into them yourself and then you come to a decision of like what you think about them, or maybe come back in here and talk to us. But
yeah,
it's
sure.
uh yeah, discord.gg/flat earth. That's the
Uh huh.
server. And just go there and you once you're in there, there's informations in the bottom, like there's categorized. There's way too much for me to even go over, like because we've been doing it so long. There's like terabytes of information. So for you to look over.
But do you know? I don't know how can I say it in English. Do you know like there's wait? Let me search it up first. Then I'm gonna talk. Okay, give me
Sure.
like yeah.
Take your time, man.
You know, all you really need is water for this, because if water's seeking level, then the Earth's a plane. Period. It's that easy.
Absolutely. Water's the easiest way that anybody can ever tell you that that's how the physical and natural world demonstrates itself as a flat plane.
You know the lunar wait lunar eclipse.
Yeah, which one are you referring to? Anyone?
I'm gonna try to like the sun. It's like the sun and the earth and the moon. It's
Oh
just
yeah,
like
syzygy. You're talking about
yes,
syzygy.
yeah. So how can it work? The earth is what?
Well, I mean, if you can think about it, it doesn't have to be the Earth in the way that's causing like a lunar eclipse or the moon in the way. Because number one, we can't ever identify that it's the moon getting in the way. We don't ever see the like because when you see the moon when it's lit
Yeah.
up at night, you can tell it has features, right? It looks like it's got
Yes.
different features on it. Okay.
Yeah.
So when the moon allegedly is getting in front of the sun to cause a solar eclipse, you don't ever see the features of the moon in any way. Not even a little bit.
Yeah.
Not even as it's approaching to the sun. Because you got to think about this. If the moon was a sphere, like they say it is, as you get like if you just think about this for a minute, Kafa, you have a light
Yeah.
source, right? And you have a
Yeah.
sphere. And you have you're looking at the sphere, right? You put like imagine if your head was the earth and you have like this other object that's a sphere and you move it in front of the light source. At least to the side of that sphere as it approaches the light, you will be able to start to tell that you could see the features of that sphere. Whether it's a baseball or whatever. You could start seeing the the side of it being lit up, and then you could tell that there's features on it because the light's hitting a side of that baseball. So the side of it will be lit up because it's a sphere, and at some angle the light will reflect off of that sphere and hit your eye, so you would be able to tell what features are of that to conclude it's a moon that's getting in the way. But you can't even see any features as it approaches. It looks like something totally black is getting in front of the sun.
Oh
You get it?
yeah, I kind of get it, bro. I kind of yeah, I
Because
understand.
yeah, if we're talking about just physics in a way that the light interacts with an object, then that object that gets in the way of the light's path would then
But
at least the rim of it would be lit up bouncing off the edge so that you could see what it is that's getting in the way, like a little bit of it anyway.
but
Because the light,
you only can see the lunar eclipse from like not from everywhere, from like
right?
specific uh location.
That's correct.
So it cannot be if it's flat. You can see it from any location because it's like the same way you can look into the moon. It's like straight up. But if
Oh
it's like
yeah,
round,
but that's incorrect, Kafa, because like remember we talked about perspective.
yeah.
So with seeing the sun rise up from the east and set in the west, we're noticing that perspective plays an active role on how we see things in the far distance. So if somebody is geographically in a location like let's say 1,000 or 2,000 miles away from you, their perspective will be different than yours. So what they see, according to how their perspective works on that location, will be different to as far as like a distance away to as far as they can see. So they basically see everything converging at a different rate than you do, let's say. Do you get it? Because your vision is operating basically concentric to your position. That means that radially from your position, your eyes are viewing as if the earth and the sky as if you were the center of the universe. Because everything is radially from your perspective.
Yeah, yeah,
And so the
yeah.
guy on another geographic location will be viewing the earth or the sky radially perspectively as if they were the center of the universe. So everybody has a perspective concentric to themselves.
Yeah,
Does that make sense?
yeah, it makes.
So
I'm
that's why I'm saying it's very difficult to have that idea that you're seeing a lunar eclipse in one location, and the other guy who's in a different location because his perspective won't allow for a specific range of distance to be seen. Because according to him, he'll see the rising and setting of the sun very differently than a guy in a different geographic location.
I'm actually trying to search
isn't that
this
what
up
he's
already.
confused about?
Giving me proof. I'm trying to
Yeah, go
search it
ahead.
up.
Sure.
Actually, I'm not getting a good point.
I'll give you something to look up if you're gonna look something up. I told the other guy to look up celestial sphere.
Okay.
That's gonna give you the conceptual information of how you can visualize it. And there's really nothing wrong with that. So I really want you to actually take a look at that. That would be beneficial for this conversation.
Whatever, bro. Whatever. Yeah, I get your
Yeah,
point.
celestial
Bro.
sphere.
No. I'm not getting to this point. Okay, bro. I'm a search more about this, bro.
Yeah,
we got
dude,
we got a BBW in the chat. What's up?
Come back prepared if you want.
No, what's going on?
I don't know, bro. This guy's just talking shit to me through the chat for no reason, bro.
I mean, dude, like
No, I was just asking for details. Don't take it personally. You good?
No, bro. But like, you just keep fucking hating on me for no reason. I'm just trying to like. I'm
No,
not trying to.
it's all good, bro.
Alright, bro. Alright.
We can ask the chat if does anybody brand new coming into this chat have any evidence that the Earth is a globe. I would.
Alright, Alpha. I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna join you later. Okay?
All right, man. Have a good day or night or
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah.
Does anybody else in here think that the Earth is a globe? Anybody? All right. Yeah, I know what you're saying, Skip. He might. At least he's not as combative as the other guys are. But just never know. All of a sudden, he can come back and be all wired up, totally rejecting everything. What's up?
Surely we have a ball enthusiast or two in here.
Scanning the chat, it looks like we just have BBW and Shutter Sherlin, whatever his name is, underneath him. Those are the only two.
Yeah, I'm working, man. I'm not here to debate. I'm just here for background noise.
Oh yeah. Well, thanks for joining the chat. We got Chow. I guess I can just name him Chow. Chow, if you're there, you want to discuss whether or not the Earth's a globe, do so. We got a baller in the chat. His name is AJ. I think he's a glober. What's up, AJ? I like that meme I just put in the text.
Yo, Alpha, you there?
What's up, Mick?
It's good. That's good. I've been meaning to ask, how's that the whole Twitter Spaces thing going?
Yeah, 2 nights ago, man, we blew up. We were like at 80 people, dude, in there.
80? Whoa.
Yeah, we had AJ, me, APOC, Flatsy was there. We did it up, man. It was pretty cool. We did like a different type of format. We didn't debate anybody. We're just like, okay, so present your globe Earth evidence, and yeah, I have it recorded on there. So if you get a chance, go check it out. But it's basically, we just let them say like how they know the Earth's a globe, and then afterwards we critique them, like what they said, like all their points. It was a lot of fun. Some people say the
Sweet.
craziest
Okay.
things, huh? Yeah, we're planning on doing another one, but I was waiting for APOC to get online.
Have you had any people of quote unquote prominence or providence show up, or is it all?
Yeah, Red's Rhetoric showed up, I think, on episode 3 or 4.
What did he try to argue?
Oh, you won't believe the thing that he was like.
Who is this guy?
Huh?
Who is this guy?
Red's Rhetoric?
Just a classic anti-flat zealot.
Yeah, but one of his videos got like 3 million views, so he made a little coin off of like his YouTube fame. Anyway, yeah, he had his argument was arguing about what him and Jaren were arguing about. Do rockets work in space? Or no. I think it was that the rocket goes all the way up and then comes back down. They didn't have a continuous shot of a rocket doing that, and he said that he disproved Jaren's point that he showed him a rocket that actually was uncut footage that went all the way up and come back down. And so he's like, yeah, I debunked what Jaren was saying. So flat earthers are like something, but he made a point about saying that it was like we're just speaking nonsense when it comes to that. I'm like, dude, I really don't care about rockets. I'm not here to talk about what they do or they can or cannot do. Like, and so yeah, he knew the format that we are trying to show him about, so it's different. And he just wanted to argue about that point and how he knows the distance, the size, and the speed of the ISS, and that's how he can prove that the Earth is a globe through that. Red's Rhetoric, that's his whole. He doesn't have like. I'm telling you, man. I think he just got famous really quickly with the anti-flat because he was like one of the earlier anti-flat earthers. If you've never had a conversation with him,
So knowing the distance and the size of it's going to tell you what the surface is like.
Yeah, according to him.
How does that work out?
They're all inferences, right? And there's only so far that you can get by making inference.
Yeah, I mean, like even if you take him on his trigonometry, whatever he's using to say it's this far, this big. So what does that tell you necessarily about the surface?
Yeah, he really didn't bring a lot of support for that.
I mean, don't they model it as a plane in order to launch these things and do all that anyway?
Pretty much.
Yeah, but he doesn't.
That's what all the NASA papers say, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think he'll ever admit to that though.
All right, well that's cool. Glad it's kicking off there. Because sometimes I come in here and I see you guys are here, but you're muted or deafened or whatever. Like, oh shit, the room's dead. So it's like, oh, they're
you know where I'm at.
Twitter.
Yeah, do you have X? I mean Twitter.
I don't, and I refuse to embark
You're not
on
gonna
that.
get it. Okay.
Nah.
Well, Yeah, it's a lot of fun. But I mean,
I want to go in. I'll go in next time if I'm around.
yeah, it's a lot of fun, man. I mean, you to each your own, right? You don't have to go there. Just another platform with new ballers over there. So the ballers over
Yeah.
there are a bit like the young ballers, in the arguments.
Is there a link to like the recordings?
Yeah, there is actually.
Is it public? Because I remember I tried to I clicked on one of your Spaces links at some point. I figured it might be actually publicly available, but like just to listen in without actually jumping in, and I couldn't.
I think I can do it editing my profile, if I'm not mistaken. I think I can do it. Oh no, I had to have what you call it, Nitro, don't I?
To do what?
To put something in my bio that you can click on.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I can only do it if I unlock with Nitro. And then I can
Are they
just leave something.
streamed to YouTube or?
Yeah. Helio was streaming it from my the recording to YouTube. Or it was either Helio or Indio.
Okay.
But yeah, all we're on episode number 9, so the next one should be episode number 10. We're doing a continuing series. They're all
Are they
good.
all available? Or?
Yeah, every single one's available. You can just click on any one you want.
Sick,
And they're
okay.
high quality audio clips too, so I think it's quite
Nice,
I mean, yeah, I would even cuz I sometimes have to go back and listen through them cuz there are some tidbits of information. Oh, I posted a clip that's really funny. It's on my profile page. One of the funny things that Baller said. But once you go and listen to it, you'll see why. I just can't post any links here because got a bit upset about that. But
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. But my name on X is AV_overdrive. That's
Hang
my
on, I'm
handle
gonna
on
try.
X.
Gonna try and find your thing.
Yeah, AV_overdrive.
But you were saying the link is in. Okay, Into the Break just sent something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just sent it to you.
Thank you.
They didn't allow me to send stuff because I mean I could DM. I forgot I can do that, but I can't post anything. And I was telling them too here in politics. I was like, it's kind of funny that you don't allow me to post the link because I refer people back to here. They say that we're on this platform and on, our home server. So I'm actually actively like promoting this server and the other one. That's cool. I mean, if they don't want me to post links or whatever.
Hello.
Hey,
I'm back.
Welcome back.
So, I did some research on gravity itself.
Excellent.
And I found a couple things.
Okay.
But, I'm guessing, here, let me make sure I'm speaking of the right term. It's, the Cavendish experiment. I'm sure you're aware of that, right?
I love this one.
Yes, I'm aware of it.
Right. What's your opinion on that? If you don't mind me asking, because,
Sure.
depending how your opinion is.
No natural observed phenomena.
Yep.
Thus, no experiment.
Yeah,
So,
say this. I concur.
go ahead.
No, I concur with what a heretic said.
So there's no natural observed phenomenon, is what you.
Yeah, what we would state, of course. In Cavendish, there wasn't a naturally observed phenomena, and also, it wasn't about. Okay, well, I don't know what you know from Cavendish. What do you know from? I was gonna make a statement, but I don't know what you know. I'd rather.
I've watched a video on it and how it's conducted, so I know a little bit about it. I don't know the things behind it, but I know what it is. Put it that way.
Do you know
So,
the foundation?
let me understand.
Do you know the foundation of why it was even thought to be brought up?
I do not. I'd like to know though. if
think there's a
possible.
paper. It's floating around. You could probably look it up. Cavendish.
Right. Okay. Yeah, because I've only seen the video. I didn't really. I was kind of looking for more, like, test it at home experience. What you guys were looking for. I kind of figured with because the posts I've seen evolving around it seemed like it wasn't very credible.
No, I think
Right, like
the main bone of contention was that, like as Heretic said, there's no naturally observed phenomena, therefore negating the fact that it could be an experiment. A natural experiment was one that needs to be able to be varied and manipulated by the researcher of a naturally observed phenomena that occurred, so that you can find out what causes a reaction to the the dependent variable.
Right.
So you're trying to
Okay.
manipulate the independent variable to cause a reaction in the dependent variable, and so it doesn't follow a method that you can test. So it's not known as an experiment. It's the word experiment has been bastardized so much. So
Right. Right.
it actually has a specific connotation, which not being useful here.
What is the specific connotation, if you don't mind me asking? That way, because I'm gonna attempt a little bit more research, try to find something that's more credible. But once again, there's not much you can prove, and
That's the hard part,
like
Gringer. That's the hard part.
right,
It's like looking for a ghost in the dark. So they don't give
right,
you
and
much.
sorry, go ahead.
No, you go.
Well, in relevance to gravity in itself, there's not really much you'd be able to prove unless someone actually one of us, so to speak, went to space and experienced it firsthand, right? Because obviously there's videos and there's stuff like that, but there's nothing that we can actually prove 100%, that it's not in a studio or anything.
And even I would say it this way: even if you could go to this location that they say you could go,
right?
The only thing that you'd come back with is a big fish story. So when you say,
Right.
"Dude, I went up there and the curvature exists. I've seen it with my own 2 eyes," and then what you do with the people down here are gonna be like, "Okay, so then I have to trust you about what you saw." That's about the extent of
Right.
where that would go, and then of course they would either trust you or not. So they could believe you, accepting that what you said without any evidence.
Right, exactly. So
yeah.
Find
what
two
would
other
you
problems as well, right, dude?
it's
Because
riddled.
one that cannot control, vary, or manipulate gravity in order to it to be applied to experimentation.
Yeah.
Two, you can't even isolate and identify what it even is.
Yeah, that's another
Until
slight
you
I
do
have.
that.
It's kind of begging the question with it, because they're just assuming that what they're calling gravity is the cause of what's happening in the apparatus, and then they just go and try to quantify its strength from there.
Right. So, well, then what do we say? So, there's been a total of just under 700 people that's been in space. 600, I think it's 76 might be the exact
But
number.
check it
So,
out. There's something even worse than that. There's people that have been in space, quote unquote space, and then those who have been far enough to see the Earth as a globe is even less. So you have the people that went on the moon missions were the only ones that could actually have said that they could see the
right.
Earth as a globe. So that
Well, in
because that distance would be the reason why a fewer number of those, from 700, it would dwindle to maybe a handful, maybe
I'll
7
get
or
the
8
exact
people.
number.
Yeah, sure. I think it's the
That
ones who went
way.
to the moon missions. That there was 6 moon missions.
Right,
if I'm not
right.
mistaken.
12 people total have walked on Earth's moon.
Well, and then those who could say they really know that the Earth is a globe from that vantage point, according to
So,
who could say?
24 total have been to the moon and 12 of them walked it. So, but in relevance to gravity itself, if all six, for example, if all 676 people said that gravity exists, would that help your guys' argument, so to speak? Or would that,
I mean, we're
or
talking
would it still
about
be decredited?
no, we're talking about the observation of an effect. So the effect, we can quantify. Like when you see something happen. So if I drop something in the medium of air and it falls, then I'm seeing something happen, and then I can quantify the average rate that it falls with. and then we can do all kinds of fun stuff with that. We can change the medium, and we can change the object, and that would have a difference in relationship to the object and medium. So the object and medium relationship, once changed, it affects the other. So a way that I can put it to you is like, we're only talking about the effect at this point. We haven't even came across what the mechanism is that makes it do what it does, like the propensity to move up and down, like in the vectors that they do. Like, what gives an object that specific propensity? We cannot just say that we see something fallen. If that's just the effect, we have to describe the cause for the effect. In the case for, if you want to say that the Earth is a globe and we got all kinds of gravitational effects, then what is the cause for the effect, the phenomena? That's what we're asking for, the idea
Right.
that
Which I don't think we're ever going to be able to truly understand the complete understanding of gravity. I was more shooting towards that it exists, right?
well,
Because
yeah, we don't deny we don't deny the fact that we see things falling, and you could quantify that with an average
right,
rate
but
of fall.
obviously there's a lot of things that you could claim rather than gravity. Like you could say it's just the weight of the object, like, and gravity might not be a thing at all, right?
No, well,
Which
yeah, because okay, gravity, more specifically, specific gravity, right? Relative density, that could be
right,
understood easily. I mean, not easily, but through a method process, you could say, once I change the medium, the object reacts differently. It changes its vector, right? So we could
right,
do it that way. But as far as the causation factor, we don't know what drives the thing to actually move in the specific direction that it does once the object changes or the medium changes. Like for us,
right,
we can't know what's driving it to do that. We can only get to the point why it does do that, because we can change the medium to do so, or
right,
the object.
right.
You get what I'm saying?
Like
So
the
the
weight,
answer,
the size, the everything that goes
yes,
into it. There's a bunch of different factors.
but what I'm saying is the cause for the effect is not
Right. It's
scientifically validated. It's more like a theory, or
right.
just an idea of what, like, bending and warping of space time, or mass attracting mass, something like
We're
that.
right. Like in terms of like once you get out of Earth's atmosphere, you start going up instead of down, right? Like you're no longer pulling
Yeah,
towards the Earth, which is what most people, tend to believe, right? Like
there's a
because
lot of
it's
stuff attached to the effect that people want to talk about, but there's no way to validate it scientifically, so it remains
right,
in the realm of like a theory. So it never comes
right,
back into the realm of like, we can validate this with science. If that makes any sense.
right. Which makes complete sense. And like obviously there's theories about like once you get outside of Earth's atmosphere, gravity becomes once again I guess I don't know the term. Like what we know as normal gravity would become abnormal, right? Because you're no longer like experiencing
Affected.
it firsthand, pulling towards the Earth. You're now pulling away, right? Because you're no longer in the atmosphere. But
And
there's
you have
also the
to.
beliefs that like I know Hirtik said something about it, like the Earth's atmosphere and space in itself cannot coexist, right? So like that becomes another thing. Like space isn't even there, right? So then once you get out of there, there's like a bunch of different
Yeah,
factors that goes
more
into it.
specifically, the vacuum of space, because
Right,
space is just length, breadth, width. So between you and me, there's space. So if
right,
we're describing the vacuum of space being what they're talking about when you get to the place beyond the Kármán line, that is
right,
considered space. Outside of that region, when you keep going out further, then you're in outer space. But you have to first be
right,
in space, where
right.
you know. But
So
yeah,
like outside the I believe it's the exosphere. Like
no,
I
it's
think that's the
actually the
last
upper.
like
If you actually look into it, it's the upper part of the thermosphere, right before you get to the
okay,
exosphere. The
okay.
Kármán
That's
the
when
Kármán
you
line the Kármán line is it's anywhere from like, and I'm gonna say it this way because there's not an arbitrary point, and it's a
right,
bit fluid. So it's a span of like, I think, 12 miles distance between anywhere from like 50 miles above the Earth's surface to 60, 70 miles, 72 miles, something
right,
like that, in between there. But it's there's always these changes in like where they say it is, so it's not like an arbitrary position.
right, right. That makes sense.
But
So like
yeah, it's
I think it's just all around like a tough subject. Like it's all like theoretical based, right? Because like like none of us will ever know firsthand whether the Earth's flat or round, right? We all have our
Actually,
beliefs
we do know
and
that
what
it's
we view
flat.
it.
Sorry, Gringer. Yeah, we do know that it's flat, and I'll give you the understanding. I don't think I walked you through this. If you allow me to, I will. But
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
there's a guy that left when I was explaining. It gets a little long in the tooth, so forgive me. Basically,
You're good.
the three ways that we talk about it is observation, measurement, and practical use. So with observation, the Earth looks to our vantage point like it's locally flat. I don't
Right.
think anybody disagrees with that. They're not saying it's
Right.
necessarily flat, but it looks locally flat. So everybody agrees with
Right.
that pretty much on both sides. So we can say
Correct.
that with observation, that kind of checks off that box. So we move down to measurement. Basically, what we do is try to figure out whether or not the Earth can be measured um, as a globe, an oblate spheroid. And if that's possible, then you'd be able to measure drop over distance, which would mean that uh, where you're standing, you can create a tangent line. That tangent line would just be like a ruler on top of a basketball. So that line would
Right.
extend outward from your location. It's like an invisible line that you could notice that the Earth would be dropping away from. That would be the drop over the distance. As it drops away from the tangent line, then you know exactly how much the Earth is curving at a specific rate. So to say, according to the geometry of the Earth being a radius value of 3959, it would conform to that. So the Earth would be dropping away at a specific rate. Yeah, according to the size of the Earth and how big it is and such. So
Right.
that ruler on the basketball is a tangential line. So you would be saying that on this ball that we stand on, I can create a tangent line. And from that tangent line, anything dropping away from it would be the measurement of drop over distance. Now, if that were true, then we could measure the surface of the Earth as curved surface. But what happens is, in reality, we only measure, the horizontal plane from the line vertical point, excuse me, at the mean sea level point. Like when you say the rise and fall of tides, the median point of that would be a vertical point that's established as mean sea level. Now, any distance away from that would be a horizontal plane. So let's say you have, you're standing on a hill on the surface of the Earth, then that point
Right.
above mean sea level would be, at an elevation profile at a specific. You could just give it an arbitrary number, like 150 feet above sea level, for example. So if you're 150 feet above sea level, well, you're drawing a horizontal plane from the vertical point of mean sea level to where you're standing on at an elevation profile. Now, if you were to dig straight down from that elevation profile at 150 feet above sea level, you'd meet the horizontal plane that is mean sea level underneath you, right? So
Right.
90 degrees from that vertical point where you're standing down to the place where the horizontal plane of mean sea level meet, all the way to where mean sea level was taken from, it would create a horizontal plane and a 90-degree angle to where the person understands they're above mean sea level. Now, that horizontal plane extends further out into the distance, which we consider flat Earth. So the Earth that's flat, that we're saying is flat, is what all of nature abides by. So water behaves in such a way that abides by the laws of nature, which are that water lies rest and does not conform to the exterior of a surface, but what it does is it lies horizontally flat. So as a body of water is undisturbed, we know that there's no convexity on its surface. So a large body of water will display no convexity on its surface when it lies at rest. So which means that if you understand that water is already showing you that the horizontal plane extends, which of course water is a demonstration of it behaving according to the horizontal plane, then we know a simple fact that the Earth is not curving away at any specific measurement. So we can't say that there's no drop over distance. We know that the mean sea level that was got from the rise and fall of tides often to any place on land, we'll say, well, this place is above sea level. We'll say that, right? But the only way we know that is because there's a horizontal plane that's got from that vertical point where mean sea level was taken from, often to whatever distance you're going to say on land you're standing on. So this place that I'm standing on land, well, this place is above or below sea level, right? That's how we established that horizontal plane. Now that horizontal plane is flat Earth, so there's no deviation from horizontal. It's just a straight flat Earth. So the land that you know that you're standing on has an elevation profile, or it dips underneath mean sea level, and that's garnered from the place where you took mean sea level from. So, can you understand what I'm saying so far?
So I understand what you're saying, right? But so with all of that in fact, right? Assuming flat Earth is what it is, right? Is so with it being flat, that means there would have to be an end because every flat surface has an end to it. Where is the
Yeah.
end to it, right?
Yeah,
Because so
yeah, I was just gonna say, I got one more point.
go
So
ahead.
that point for measurement is checked. The box is checked, so it measures flat because water is demonstrating horizontal flat surface when undisturbed. So we've checked the box where the measurement for flat Earth is 0 curvature. There is no curve. So measurement done, 0 curvature is the numeric value for how much curvature there is. There isn't any. So if there is no curvature, the Earth is essentially a flat plane. All right. So measurement, we move off to practical use, the last point. So like when people traverse the Earth in any way, is it known to be a curved surface that we're traversing over, as in the Earth being a globe, not just mountains and valleys and such, but are we traversing over a larger spheroid that we would say would be the we have to take into account when we're traveling over the Earth, whether plane, whether boat, or whether car. So it doesn't matter what method of travel, or submarine. I don't know if you want to go there, but any way that you travel over the surface of the Earth or in the water, is there any way that we have to factor in a negotiation of curvature over that surface? And I would submit to you that has never been done by anybody that's traversing the surface in any way. The curvature of the Earth never is taken into account. So for practical use, the Earth is demonstrated and practically used as a flat and stationary plane. So it's never taken into account. Therefore, the practical use for pilots and for mariners and for people who travel in cars anywhere and submarines, they travel the Earth as if it were a flat and stationary plane. And the only thing they account for is elevation change from their altitude or their height, stuff like that. So never does the curvature of the Earth ever taken into account. So practical use, you can check that box too. So gathering the 3 points: observation, measurement, and practical use, the Earth is a flat and stationary plane. Thank you.
Right. Okay, so I have a couple questions, right?
Sure.
So assuming with all your points, with there being no curvature, right? And it being what you consider right flat Earth, right? So if I go from, let's see here, if I go from North America, right, and I travel to Antarctica, right, for example, right, and I keep going past Antarctica and I come back up at top, right? Assuming, right, that's how it would go. You would go down through Antarctica and you would come back up near, let me think, not South America, but it's farther north, right? One of the other continents of what we consider, right? Why do we come back up top rather than, like, with it being flat, you'd have to either turn around, right? It's like driving a car on a desk, right? If it's flat, you have to go the whole way through, and then there's eventually nowhere else to go.
So I guess we're playing with if the Earth is flat or if the Earth is a globe, and I think that that's a bit of speculation, and you're assuming things. I think let's stick to what we can test and measure and know, because that's how we're going to end up with something favorable in the way of conclusions. So we can say that we know that we travel over the surface of the Earth in a manner that indicates, not assumes, that indicates that the Earth is a globe. I think that would be best. But if you say, well, we can travel a distance and end up in a specific geographic location due to the fact that it could be curved, it could be flat. Like, we don't go off of subjectives, because if if you leave room for another conclusion, you'll be inconclusive. You will never have an end to whether you know or not that the Earth is a globe. So for us and for you, it would be better if we kind of leave that to the side, speculations and assumptions to the side. We don't want to work with those right now. We want to work with what can be demonstrated to be true, and then base our premise off of that.
It's not technically an assumption. Like I know that for a fact. If I would drive from North America down through Antarctica and come, I would end up back on the top of the world of what we consider. I
Have
don't
you ever?
like
Let me tell you why it's an assumption, Gringer. Have you ever done that or known anybody to do what you just said?
multiple people have traveled the entire world. It's
That
proven.
sounds great.
It's
It
known.
does, but it sounds great. It sounds great. You have the motivation to say that that's been done, right? Now it's time to show. Can you do that?
Give you 5 minutes.
Take your
And I
time.
will attempt to
Take your time.
validate what I said.
Take your time.
Hey, Flurfers.
What's up?
What's up, Twonger? You ready to be wronger?
I was hoping you were not here.
I can sit back if you want to. Talk to somebody else.
Yeah, I'd prefer that.
All right. There's a whole bunch of people in here.
Well, what else is there to say? I mean, water can't be beaten in an argument.
What about water?
It lies flat and level.
It also follows the curve of the Earth.
No, that's a contradiction. Can't do both of those things.
Yes, it can.
No, it can't.
The same way you say everything else is level.
What? Don't say everything else is level.
How can it not follow the curve of the Earth?
How can it when it lies flat and level, which is not curved at all?
It's not level, it's 8 inches per square mile.
That's not what flat and level means. Go and Google those terms.
Well, you're wrong about that.
I'm wrong about which part?
water being flat and level.
Really? I just provided a kindergarten level citation for you.
In regards to traveling, right? As I claim, traveling the Earth with it, when I claim the globe, right? So I think the best, thing I could find for it was the traveling of airplanes, right? So instead, when it comes to airplanes, right? Why does an airplane not go straight to its destination? Why does it follow in a certain curve? Is what we claim.
Flight corridors.
Right? What'd you say?
They have flight corridors, which are kind of like highways in the sky. They have to follow, so they don't just beeline it from A to B. They have to take certain routes.
What's the reason behind that, then?
I guess so they don't have planes smashing into each other. Same principle as driving on the road.
What about all the pictures we have of the curvature?
You don't have any.
They're all over it.
No, they're not. You can't post one.
If you go high enough, you can see
post
it.
one. That's garbage, dude. Neil deGrasse Tyson thinks you're an idiot.
You think
If you look at the site I just sent,
you think all that stuff is fake?
What? What do you mean all that stuff? Like what?
All the pictures and video we have of curvature?
All the pictures. Like what?
Oh,
Which pictures?
I just sent a tracker regards to airplanes, and that'll show you clearly that it's not about planes crashing into each other. You can clearly see that on what it's saying.
No, they follow the curvature of the Earth as they fly.
Right. Exactly.
What? No, they don't. They assume flat and level.
They do.
Okay, well,
They don't say flat level.
Show us a measurement of that curvature then, so that we know that it's even there to be followed.
Yeah, I told you 8 inches
you
per
have,
square
you have
mile.
to prove that
8
there
inches. It's
is
not
a
8 inches
measurement
per
there.
square mile. It'd be 8 inches per mile squared. So get your lower right for one thing. And also, who measured? No, it's not.
That's the same thing.
No, it's not, you goofball. But I'm not going to
You've
belabor
been
that.
so rehearsed in your points that you can't even think straight for yourself.
No, it's not. A square mile is not the same thing as square. Like squaring the mile is exponential. That's a parabolic formula. It's not the same fucking thing as a square mile, dummy.
Okay, look it up then, and you'll feel really bad.
Okay, you go do it.
I'm telling you, it's the same thing,
I know you're
dumbass.
telling me something really dumb as usual.
No, you're the one being dumb right now.
No, I'm not.
There's also there's a YouTube video I posted in chat, right? That
You're the second flat earther tonight who actually fucking fell for that because you guys are so rehearsed at the same dumb shit.
completely explains
Hang on.
why
Who's the
airplanes
numpty
take.
Hang
No,
on.
Twonger is retarded, dude.
Who's the numpty that says a square mile is the same as squaring the mile?
Yeah, it's fucking
Twonger,
Twonger. He's dumb as a pile of shit, dude.
He's wronger.
It's a square mile is a square. That is a mile. It's a mile by a mile square. That's what a fucking square mile is, you numpty. Okay, so squaring
what
the
does
mile
that
is
end
a
up
completely
being?
different thing.
That ends up
Squaring the
being
mile, multiplying 4 by 4.
How do you
something
square
else.
something, buddy?
No, it's not. We're not talking about a square. It's a parabolic formula, not
the
a
problem.
square.
Yeah,
It's an exponential drop. It's not a square.
Yeah,
you
it's the same
stupid.
thing, dumbass.
No, it's not the same thing. An exponential drop is not the same thing as a motherfucking square. Is there something wrong with you? Hold
Check
on,
this
man.
out. Check this out. No, I got this.
Well, I already got
the
it.
The number, just to clarify for him. Sorry, I'll let you go after there. The number turns out to be the same. If I take 1 and I square it, I get 1. 2, I square it, I get 4. But in your mind, the way that you phrase it, when you say mile squared versus square mile, the concept is different. One is you actually have an area, right? A square area, versus the phrased the other way. You're talking about a linear distance, right? And you're squaring that value, so your distance it gets exponentiated. You're not talking about a surface area.
I'm talking about a square area. You're talking exponential drop.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
It's longer. All right, listen. You're not talking about a square area. You're talking about an exponential drop out in front of you. They're totally different concepts. Okay, so different.
I understood what he's.
So you are wrong. But anyway, I didn't want to get sucked into this anyhow because it's just a diversion from your point that they're following this mile square drop as they travel around the curvature. show us the measurement for that in the first place, that curvature that you say that they're following.
I didn't really hear what you said, but yeah.
It's okay.
Same thing I said like 15 times that you just keep avoiding.
No, I honestly didn't hear what you said.
Want the curvature measurement. Don't tell me that a plane is following it before it's even been measured.
8 inches per mile squared.
No, that's not the measurement. That's the value. How was that measurement? How was that value obtained? By what measurement?
Through the arc segment of a parabola.
That's just word salad, dude. What was actually
it's
done?
not.
Yeah, what was done on the Earth to measure that drop over its surface?
What was done? They used trigonometry.
How? Provide the method.
They did math, bro. That's all they done.
They wrote down some formulas on paper. That's not measuring anything in reality. That's not how you measure. Do you measure your door by writing a formula? You're just going to walk away from the door and sit down and write a formula?
Yeah, you can.
You're an idiot.
You don't have to measure the door in any way. Nah, you don't have to.
No, you do.
There you go. That's the part I'm asking about.
That's some cowbell right there.
So if you're flying right from Canada to the United States,
yeah,
why do they go up, curving around up through the oceans, right, and land?
I just have to say, brother, I know you want to go onto a point, but when you ask us a question, that sounds like you're unprepared to understand the answer because you should already come in with the facts.
The answer is simple: is that it explains the complete curvature. That's why instead of going from Canada to Russia, right, they don't just go straight across, the ocean that's in between us. That they go up, around, and they loop it.
Gringer, we're talking about distance.
Right,
now.
distance. It's a difference between 12.5 hours and 8.5 hours. Why would you not take the 8.5 hour route?
It doesn't matter why they traveled in the time it took them to get there. What we're looking for is the curvature that should be in between the 2 points that the plane is traveling over. That's what we're looking for. We don't care the distance or the time it takes for them to get from one place to the other. We're looking for how much curvature there is in between the 2 points. That's the only thing we're concerned with. And if you know that the plane can get that information, how did they do that? That's what we're concerned with. Not the distance, not how fast the plane's traveling. That's not going to help us. We need to know how much curvature there is between the 2 points.
Alpha, I thought you were going to sit back.
I'm talking to him, not you.
I don't want to hear you.
Oh, God.
Well, we don't want to hear you interrupting.
Well, at least I'm learning things tonight.
Well, then keep your mouth closed and your ears open.
I haven't really said much at all, but okay.
You're talking right now.
You just derailed an opportunity to learn.
And these are points that are brought up, over the course that we've been doing this. People think that is relevant to the curvature. It's not. I think what's relevant is when we're talking about geometric shapes, that the shape can be directly measured. So if I say there's a cube in my hand, I know that because we all agree upon what a cube is and how to measure a cube or a cone or a cylinder or any of the other geometric shapes that I can talk about. Now, if I say that we're standing on an oblate spheroid, well, then we better damn well know how to measure that in 2024 directly. My goodness, it makes it sound like when we talk about geometric shapes, you guys are just like, your brain turns into spaghetti. Like, why? If we know how to measure shapes now, with all kinds of ways to measure too. I mean, think about the technology. We have lasers and LiDAR and just every kind of possible way to measure something. And you guys can't even think of one single method how to measure the surface that we're standing on. It's curving.
If you take a loose piece of string, right, and you run it from your house, you go the whole way. I don't know where I'm guessing you live in United States, Canada.
Yeah, U.S.
Okay, you go from the United States, you go the whole way to Russia, you go across that ocean, and you get back to your house. You tell me it straight then.
Gringer, bro, seriously.
That's what I'm saying. You can't prove it.
No, but we're talking about a piece of string. Like, I mean, Wouldn't there be a better way? All I'm saying is, why do we got to go to the why can't we use a ruler, or something? Like, dude,
You can't use a ruler because if you're claiming it's a globe, the ruler will never prove your point.
Oh no, I'm
It's the
just saying,
same way
like,
you measure an unofficial or a globe that you can see in person. You take a string and you take it the whole way around, and that's how you measure the curve of it. It's how you do it. If you take a piece of string from your house, you go the whole way to Russia, you go across that ocean, and you get back to your house, and if you can prove to me that it's still straight the whole way around, then I'll accept it.
a piece of string, Gringer. Are you serious, dude? You can't be serious.
I'm giving a valid example. You can use
not valid, bro.
whatever you want to use.
It's a far-fetched hypothetical. It's not even practical.
It's not a far-fetched hypothetical. If you run something from your house, right, and you go the whole way to Canada, and you make it back to your house, right, going the whole way to Russia, going through that ocean, and you can show me that you're still going flat when you get the whole way back to your house through that ocean, down past Antarctica, wherever you choose to go, right? And you can show me that it's still flat, then I'll believe
we heard you the first time, Gringer. Can you check your DMs? Someone messaged me telling me to tell you that.
Really? Who did
Nobody
that?
DM me. Nobody DM me.
I wonder.
If you buy the string, I'll do the test.
Give it to Hills Angles. He'll do it. Yeah.
I believe.
How much string
Let's
you
see.
need?
You need a lot, but I bet it would be worth to prove all of you wrong.
All right. Well, make all checks payable to hellsangels.com.
If that's your standard, though, who did that for the globe?
Let's do a piece of string. Come on, man. Look at what we're doing here. I mean, you can't see what we're doing. Pieces of
Become
string.
desperate.
This is
no, I'm making a valid point.
Bro, this is a
you're
classic
trying to prove
grasping at straws. Classic. You can't say that that's something practical. Like I said, it was far-fetched. Dude, there's nobody on Earth can ever do what you just said. It's not even feasible.
It's the same thing as if you take a plane from the United States, Canada, and you fly it to Russia. The same thing. They're not going to go in a straight line. They're going to go follow the curvature of the Earth up through the oceans, right? Exactly as how it's shown in what I sent you guys in the flight path thing, right? And it'll show you that if it was straight, they would go straight across, but they can't, right? It's not something they can do. If they go straight across, they'd go into the ground.
I don't even want to ask you how the fuck you know what they're doing.
Gringer, you went full ignorance right now.
I didn't go full ignorance. It's simple.
What? Simple what? Hypothetical? Yeah.
So imagine you have a bowling ball in front of you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? And you take off from a certain location on that bowling ball. Imagine mini plane, mini bowling ball, however you decide to imagine it, right? And they take off, right? And so what is the reason for the 35,000 feet in the air then if it's flat? There'd be no reason to go 35,000 feet in the air if it's flat, right? Because they wouldn't have to worry about anything.
Oh my God, Gringer, you're all over the place. You're a hot mess, brother. I think you need to kind of get back in your thoughts about what's. You're a hot mess.
Okay.
Take 5.
I'm not going to argue, right? Because I just
shoes, maybe a bologna sandwich or something.
I just clearly explained something in regards to planes and proving it, and you're not really taking it into consideration.
Oh, dude, but I am, because I'm saying that what you're proposing is a far-fetched hypothetical. It cannot be demonstrated as a practical hypothetical. A practical one would be something that, as a thought experiment, you could do practically. You can't even do that practically. There's nobody that can do it. Nobody's gonna do it. It's just strange.
I mean, multiple airplanes have flown that before, and you can see that. And it's the same thing if you take.
Gringer, I'm not talking about airplanes. Your string analogy of how you can wrap it around.
Guys, you want to see what the Earth looks like? It's like this.
If you enlarge a bowling ball times 300, right? It would be nowhere near the size of the Earth, right? But when you enlarge it to the massive point, right, where it's no longer in, for example, what we would consider human form, right? That's one of the reasons that you can drive around the Earth the way you can, or travel around the Earth the way you can, and it ends up meeting back in the same spot because it's that big. You can't fully comprehend it, right? At once,
You
right?
think you're going in straight lines, do you? You think you're
just
going in a straight
assuming
line?
you're just assuming the Earth's a globe now. You're just all the way assuming it now. There's no way that you're producing any evidence that it
I'm
is.
not assuming it's a globe. I'm explaining to you the reason behind
Did it?
why you
Who
can
did it?
drive
What
around.
example can you give us that happening in real life?
An example of what? Example of what?
he lost the plot, dude. Like there was too much time.
I'm wondering what he's looking for an example for. The plane,
The
the
example
driving,
that
or
what
what?
you just Gringer, what you just outlined is what he's saying. Who's ever done that? And you're like, done what? Like immediately after.
It's not. It's simple. Like it's simple understanding. If you enlarge a ball of any size times however many you want, right? Times to a size that it would no longer be carryable, like whatever you may conceive, right? Like obviously not the size of Earth, right? Because that would be too enlarged, right? But it would prove the same thing. You enlarge it enough, you'd be able to drive around it the entire time, whether it's a curve or not, because it would be that big. It wouldn't matter if it's a curve, right? It appears flat of where you're at on the surface at the time.
I'm saying this, but I don't know if anybody else can catch it. Doesn't he sound like he's not like you're losing touch right now with your point? It's like you're trying to make it sound like you're speaking of it's already a foregone conclusion that the Earth is a globe and we could only travel on the surface in this way that you're describing. But you can't do that because you haven't shown a demonstration of how the Earth's surface is actually curved to then say that what you're saying is true. It's a faulty premise. You're going on a base assumption. And that's fine if you believe it that way, but there's no demonstration of it being a curved surface. Just you're
Well,
saying
you guys
so.
also deny the 670 people that have went to what we consider outer space and have seen Earth
Gringer,
itself.
that's
What
anecdotal
are they
testimony,
lying?
dude. No, that's anecdotal
So
testimony.
they're lying. What are they?
It's
All
not
a part of
about
the?
them.
Are they all in
It's
on
not
it?
listen, it's not about them lying. You need to get a grip, bro, because you're losing it. All right. So what it is people are telling you something that you cannot verify. Anything that they've said
When
about
it's
what Gringer, anything that they said of what happened up there, can you verify what they said? Can you go there and say, yeah, I see what you mean now. I'm looking at what you're
I can
looking
make
at.
a rightful assumption that if 700 people tell me something, right? Are
Assumption,
all
Gringer.
700 people in on it?
Assumption, Gringer. That's what you can only do when they told you a story. It's assumed that they're correct. That's it.
They haven't proven me any reason that they'd be wrong.
It doesn't matter. They haven't given you a validation of how it is. You haven't.
So what you're telling me is the only way you'd ever accept that the Earth is round, right, or is a globe, is that you'd have to go to space yourself and see it.
Well, if there's a method by which I can know that the Earth is exactly what they say that it is by their vantage point, then I could affirm that what they're saying is true. But because of the fact that that information is at arm's length away from all people, the only thing you and everybody else can do is just believe. That's acceptance without evidence.
It's not belief. I've seen the pictures, man.
Pictures are not the actual. Pictures are not the actual way that they actually view the Earth according to their story, like Gringer's saying.
It's not a story, bro. You can see the pictures.
Butt out, Twanger.
Yes,
Somebody else is taking the stand right now.
I'm tired of Alpha saying the same dumb stuff over and over again.
I got Bigfoot pictures.
Yeah, I'm sorry that it affects you, that because I'm talking about the thing that you want to play pretend about, the Earth being a globe. It gets
Dude,
you
you're
upset.
pretending that all the stuff isn't real.
It is not real. There's no evidence.
You're the one pretending.
No, it's not a pretend to say that the thing that you're talking about is fake. It's pretend to say that you think that that thing that you're talking about is real when there is no evidence.
Do you realize how stupid you sound right now?
No, I'm pointing out your error. That you're saying that I'm pretending, and I'm like, no, you are. You're the one that believes the Earth is something that it's not.
I've seen the pictures.
Great. Now, wherever have you seen something looking like the pictures in reality?
Look up at the sky. Look at the moon.
Yeah, who cares about the moon? The pictures that they're showing you, Tonger?
You just asked me how I know, and I'm telling you.
So when you look at the moon, you're
and
not
you say,
looking...
who cares, dude? You're delusional.
Yeah, I say who cares because we're not talking about the moon. We're talking about the Earth. Now, if they're showing you a picture of the Earth and you're saying, aha, the Earth looks like this, And I'm asking you, where on Earth can you see the Earth like that? Not the looking. Well, the moon looks like.
Why would the Earth be any different than the moon?
Because have you seen the Earth look like the images, Twonger?
Yes.
Where? Where have you gone geographically so we can
When
go
you're
there?
in an airplane.
Okay, which like how? What's the height
I don't know.
or altitude rather?
I have no idea.
Right.
20,000 feet, 25,000. I don't know.
Well, even a generous 50,000 feet, it still wouldn't be curving like the way that you think it would, because according to the size of the Earth, a geometric shape of the size of what it's said to be, you wouldn't even need. You would probably have to be a lot farther above the surface of the Earth, because at 120,000 feet, according to Neil deGrasse Tyson, you cannot see the curve of the Earth with the
I
Red Bull
heard you
space
say
jump.
this earlier already, man. You're a broken record.
Well, I think it should land sometime with your mindset, because it hasn't landed yet, and you should take that into consideration. That a prominent scientific communicator has said that this cannot be witnessed at 120,000 feet, where you said at 50 it can be.
Show me the clip where he says that.
Well, we have it somewhere, but you got to also take into consideration that we're using Neil deGrasse Tyson as a hostile witness, because he disagrees with flat Earth. He knows, well, he doesn't know. He would claim that he knows that the Earth is a globe, but he says also that you can't see the Earth's curvature from the altitude.
Dude, let's be honest. Everyone here knows it's a globe. You just do this for fun.
No,
That's
they
not
don't
an
know
argument.
it's a globe. They believe it's a globe. That means they're accepting it without any evidence, like you.
No, all of that is no. We know from the evidence. That's the point.
There is no evidence.
All of the evidence.
What?
Yeah, all of the none that you've provided.
You haven't
All
provided
of it.
anything.
I gave you moon evidence,
all of
star
my
evidence.
It's not evidence, you clown.
Tide evidence.
Star evidence? Fucking astrologer or something?
I gave you sun evidence. I gave you all the evidence.
Yes, the star people descended from the sky and told you about the globe.
I gave you seasonal evidence, weather evidence,
Seasonal
climate evidence.
That's a joke,
sun
dude.
evidence, moon evidence.
None of that is
star
geometric proof,
evidence.
dude. None of that is any kind of geometric proof.
All of that is proof.
Wait for winter,
Swanger,
dude, then
you're
you'll
being
see.
wronger right now.
Yeah, you're going crazy here.
Wow, it rhymes, dude.
Yeah, I know. Every time.
None of that, not one of those things that you brought up overturns flat level water at rest.
You're just like the other guy. At some point, your mind is reaching like that brick wall that you can't pass.
There's
and
no
you're just
brick
trying
wall,
to-
bro.
Yeah, you're trying to punch it with your
Dude,
fist.
you're the one that wants to immediately make up fantasy
That guy
stories
has
because you don't believe it.
this fraud guy is completely completely proven to me that you guys, no matter what, won't accept it being a globe. He just stated that when if he would go to space and he would see the Earth being
It's
a
a
globe,
hypothetical.
he still. No, this is what he stated himself. He said if he would go to space and he would see the globe, like he would see. No, I'm reading off what he just said. How is that a hypothetical statement? This is what he said.
Because you said if.
It's not true. It's a conditional statement. If
Can I read what he said, or do you just want to keep calling it a hypothetical over and over and over again?
That's
because
what it is.
He stated that if he goes to space and sees
If he
the
goes to
globe,
space.
you're not letting me finish. You're not letting me finish. You're not letting me finish.
Just
You're
want
not
a
letting me
direct
finish.
measurement, and you're just trying to
You're
take us
not
into
letting me finish.
hypotheticals, right?
I'm reading
Because you
what
don't know what a
he said. If he goes
hypothetical
to
is.
space, if he goes to space and sees the Earth as a globe, then
You didn't get
he
that
will
bologna
still say
sandwich,
it's
did you?
flat Earth. He will still say it's flat Earth.
think you're
That
angry,
completely
brother.
proves where my mind, where your guys' mind are at.
No, Fry is not a. He's a globe earther. He's not.
I
Not
don't
a
know.
flat earther,
He's
dude.
taking Fry to be some
He
kind of
just said
credible
he's a
source.
flat earther.
Okay, who
Okay.
cares? What do you think we are? A hive mind? This is the Borg or something?
I
Like
don't
one of us
think
speaks
you
for the
guys
whole
are
collective?
anything. I don't think you guys are anything.
Who cares what that guy says? Why don't you respond to what we say to you? If I went up and I saw it's a globe with my own eyes, I would go, okay, there we go. That's the whole problem, though. Nobody can show that it is one.
Dude, you're doing
676
this
people
for
have.
fun. You're just doing this for fun. Admit it.
Oh, shut
Oh,
up, dude.
Shut up. That's all you
You
have.
guys
at the
just
end
do
of the
this to
end.
make people angry.
No, we do it
getting
because
angry?
you guys are delusional. You think that reality is something that's a
Alpha, can you stop with this?
Reality is that
It's a
676 people are not lying about the Earth being round. 676 people have went to outer space and seen the globe.
Gringer, you just believe people. That's your evidence. is believing someone.
These are trusted individuals. So you're saying?
That's it,
So
right?
do you think the entire government? Do you think the entire government is? Do you think the entire?
No, answer. Is
Go
science
ahead.
Is science believing someone? Is that what science
When
is?
you
Believing someone? Yeah. Is it believing someone? Is that what science is? Just trusting an individual.
What it is accepting the not only the proof but what you would throw out that it's not proof, right? The images,
Is that
the everything
science,
that
Gringer?
you guys don't even believe that
Is
space
that
exists.
science,
So what are you
Gringer?
arguing about?
Is that
You guys don't
science,
even
Gringer?
believe that's. You guys don't believe that space
Dude, you're not
and
answering
the
my question.
atmosphere.
You're running from my
I'm saying
question.
right now,
I
you
see
don't
why you're
believe
running.
that the atmosphere and space
Spiral
can
now.
coexist. So it does not
Gringer?
matter at all. No matter
Gringer,
what I say.
is trusting somebody scientific? Is that how we get evidence of something scientific? Trusting someone?
But scientific evidence would be. But there's also another form of. There's also another form of
Answer my
physical
question, though.
evidence.
Is it trusting someone? Is that scientific?
It's not, but there's physical evidence and there's scientific. There's physical evidence and there's scientific evidence. Physical evidence is a picture. Physical evidence is a picture. When you see,
Gringer, we got to the end. You said it's not scientific. Okay, well there
I said what I said was there's two forms of evidence. There's scientific evidence and there's physical evidence. It's
you don't
like
even have physical evidence. What are you talking about? What physical evidence do you have?
Oh,
what physical evidence do you have, Gringer? You don't even have that.
Okay, what physical evidence do you have that the Earth is flat?
Why are you asking me? You're the one with the evidence that you don't.
There
You're
is
the one
evidence.
claiming the Earth's flat.
Just watch a boat go down over the horizon. You'll see it.
Yeah.
Hey, go ahead, Mick.
Bro, I'm just gonna say, dude, you're using the term. You're using half the proper phrase. You're saying these are trusted individuals, right? Now that could be fine, but in the scientific realm, normally people go about the term trust, but verify, right?
Yeah.
You can trust someone. Oh, they publish a paper or whatever. Oh, it's interesting. Let me try this shit out. Let me verify it. Right? That's what quote unquote peer review is all about, right? The gold standard in the standard academic model or realm or whatever. There's no way for you guys to actually verify them. This is the problem.
To verify that it's flat.
Yeah,
when you go stand on the beach of the Pacific Ocean and you, I'm not running away from anything. I'm letting you know. I'm telling you. When you go and stand, when you go stand on the beach of the Pacific Ocean, the Atlantic Ocean, anything, and you watch the boat drive away, why can you not see the boat for 15 miles or whatever the distance is?
You're reversing.
Is it your eyes?
You're reversing the burden of proof because you can't answer the question that Mick just gave you. I'd like to point that out.
What's the question? What is the question he gave me?
You were quick to give your little question, but you forgot to answer his.
He didn't ask me a question. He made a statement. Okay, go ahead and repeat it.
He was talking about how peer review works, and that validation would be the way to
right. And I heard that, and when someone creates a hypothesis on something, and you go and test it out and confirm it's the truth, that is what scientific evidence is.
Yeah,
physical evidence, once again.
Hold on, Gringer, but it's void of trust. You don't need to trust somebody at that point. It's not trusting somebody like what you said. You said you have to trust them. That's not science, dude. You even admitted it's not science.
No, he said trusted individuals.
Yeah, who cares about trusting them?
Stop strawmanning, dude. And you asked for evidence
about trusting them.
In your way of looking at things, then you should not vote. You should not do anything because you shouldn't trust the presidents. You shouldn't trust anyone. You shouldn't even vote because then your opinion is invalidated.
Damn right about that.
If that's how you look at it, then you should not vote. Then don't vote.
Yeah, but we're not talking about voting. We're actually discerning.
Well, no, I'm stating a clear fact. You're stating that you cannot trust someone part of NASA. You cannot trust someone part of the federal government. No, I'm telling you clear statements that if you cannot trust someone. If you cannot trust someone part of the federal government, you cannot trust someone part of NASA. These are people who have studied the atmosphere, been to the atmosphere. Then you shouldn't vote. You shouldn't.
Okay, what's their evidence then? What's their evidence?
They've been there.
Who? Post somebody who has and show what the evidence is that they.
Neil Armstrong. Neil Armstrong's been there. He's seen it. He's been on the moon. He's seen the globe himself.
Yeah, you can't.
How do you know that wasn't just a movie?
That was a movie. Like, once I stated just again, you shouldn't vote if that's how you look at
saw
things.
that on TV. Who gives a fuck about
Maybe
voting?
you're in a movie. You're in a
The
fucking
whole
movie.
other
Then that's what it
argument
is.
about voting.
You really
That's
want
what
the
it
Earth to
is.
be a globe.
You shouldn't.
Yeah,
You shouldn't vote. That's what it is. You're in a movie.
Yeah.
Because if you're voting, your vote really doesn't count because you're in a movie. Remember?
Yeah, so
no
people
matter what,
walking
it's
on the
going to be the
moon
outcome
on
that they want.
TV is not evidence, dude. You're fucking spiraling.
It was
All you need
live
to
stream.
dude,
It was
just
fucking live stream.
cool off, man.
It was fucking
How do
live stream
you
from
don't know
the
that. You
spaceship
don't
itself.
know where. You don't know that
Look at
that's
the
the
fucking
case.
video. Look at the video. Look at the
Dude,
video.
shut the fuck up.
Look at the
Shut
video.
your
There
mouth.
was fucking.
Shut
There
your
was
mouth.
5 billion.
Shut your mouth, you spiraling little spastic. There's one thing we're asking from you, and one thing only. We just need you to provide a surface curvature measurement from the Earth. Nothing else. All this crap about what you've seen on TV and men walking on the moon and boating and blah, blah, blah. That's embarrassing for you, man. That's just you losing your shit. We just need the surface measurement. Yeah, it's just fucking, it's a clown show, dude. You're embarrassing yourself. I did you a favor muting you.
You know he's paid to report or when.
Yeah, he wants. Yeah, but I mean, he really wants to trust somebody, Heretic. Like at least someone that went to space.
Go ahead.
For God's sakes, man, the guy he just wants to have a good trust in someone, right, Gringer? Like you just want to
Go ahead.
believe.
Go ahead and believe. Have your little belief system and your little church and your congregation and these people on TV that you trust and place so much blind
My
faith
brothers,
in. Go ahead.
I need you
For
to
us,
raise
it's not
your
good enough.
hands, and I need you to say it with me. Earth is a globe. And
You
say,
don't
I believe.
Okay, so look at
watch
chat.
the boat go over the horizon.
Come on, Twonger.
quiet.
Say, I believe in the Earth as a globe.
I tried saying that to them and they wouldn't accept it. You go stand on the Pacific Ocean and you watch the boat. You're gonna clearly see, right, that the boat doesn't go in a flat line as you claim, right? It goes over and it eventually disappears out of your eyesight. What is the reason that I can see mountains fucking 100 and how many miles from here, right? What is the reason behind that? It's not because the Earth's flat. It's because the height and depth of them, right? Because you can still see them, right? That's the only reason. You can't see whatever you
So
claim.
are you asking a question, bro, or do you have a claim? Which one is it?
He's firing shooting from the hip.
You can look in the chat, and it's the clear video that it does exist, right? Go ahead, look. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Do it now.
Go look.
Look
I never once stated that boats are falling off the edge.
Gringer, you didn't take my advice, bro. You didn't get a glass of orange juice and get a sandwich. You're hangry, bro. You need to go eat something.
I'm not angry, bro.
You can't attack.
I'm not angry.
Arguments. Yes, dude, get a peanut butter sandwich, man. For God's sakes.
I mean, I know you guys all know it's a globe because you're in here every day.
Yeah, I'm sure, Twonger. You're always wronger. So
You've been in here so long. Like, I know you've looked at the material. You know it's real. You're just like, let's frustrate people. That's all it is.
It's real.
no, I just want to frustrate you. That's all.
There's an R in that word, by the way.
Can I do that?
Clip that. We got the admins. They're not really
I
flat
do. I
earthers.
just want to frustrate him like as much.
There's
as
an
I can.
R in that word, bro.
Really?
There's actually 2 R's.
I know. Let's not be a dickhead, right? Your name's still Twonger. What kind of fucking name's that?
No,
I've gotten many compliments on my name. Your name's kind of silly too, buddy.
Yeah, well, maybe you should make your name longer. Maybe grow your penis a little
Maybe
bit.
you should make your shit cringer.
Wasn't Gringer
Get outside, boys.
the cat that fought against with He-Man?
No.
That was his name, wasn't it? Gringer?
No, this name is completely generated just by me. This is original.
I think it was the cat that fought with He-Man.
There's no way.
Yeah.
Cringer with a C.
Cringer. Oh, my bad. Yeah,
Okay.
you're right.
I was going to say, I was going to have to change my name here in a
corrected.
second.
You're right. You probably do have a unique name. I don't know. Maybe let's do a Google search and see if it's unique.
Is that like a redhead cringer?
Alpha,
Yeah, I'm a redhead, so.
Alpha, what do you do for a living?
Me? I
Makes people
bust
mad.
globeheads.
You what?
Okay.
I'm a professional globehead debunker.
You don't have a job?
Yeah, that's my job.
Yikes,
I
dude.
professionally annoy you.
And me too, I guess.
I don't know. You're a byproduct. You're just an innocent bystander of me annoying him.
I'm glad you admitted that at least.
Yeah, why not? Kind of fun.
I know, you clearly get fun out of this, bro. You're always in here.
Yeah, but I'm always looking for you. When you're in here, I'm like, yes. Turn up the heat now. And it doesn't. It should end with a rage quit. Then I've accomplished my mission, and I can go back to Netflix and chill.
By yourself.
Well, yeah.
Sorry. If you would start believing that Earth's a globe, I would join you.
That's actually a good idea. I think I'm gonna go watch a
You guys
movie
are
or something.
so religious.
I know they are.
If you would just believe, please just believe with me.
It was like I was saying earlier.
Nutjobs.
My brothers, raise your hands, and I need you to just touch your TV screens and do it with me. I believe in the globe.
Yeah, you come to us like the door-to-door Jehovah's Witnesses, basically. Like, we're just sitting here, and you show up, and you're like, what will it take for you to just believe?
And once you're ready to shut the door,
Do you think the Bible is a thing? Do you believe? Do you think God is real?
We're not even gonna go there because.
Do you think God is real?
No, you didn't.
It's a simple question. Do you think God is real?
Because my brother, you just
no, it's not. It's not about arguing evidence. Do you think God is real?
You just trusted in NASA.
No, it's not about arguing. I just need a yes or no. Do you think God is real? Do you think God is real?
Just
all I need to know is a yes or no. Do you think God is real?
Will that make the glob real?
Do you think God is real?
No, it won't.
No, it won't. It won't. I'm asking, do you think God is real?
You would like to know that information.
You're running away from my question. Oh, let me just repeat what you said 20 times. You're running away from my question.
No, I'm just ignoring it because it's not relevant.
He's just doubling down on it. He's still just doubling down. He's just like, he's still just going, what's it going to take to make you guys
Number one, there's I personally believe in God, but there's no hard physical evidence that he's real. None of us have been there, right? But you believe in something, right? It's the same thing, premise of that.
Same thing as a globe,
Well,
that's not what I said.
Yeah,
if you
believe in something without evidence, you just
I think
conceded it.
It's different. No, there is evidence that the creator exists, but I don't want to tell you.
What are you talking
I'm gonna
about?
ruin it for you.
Not true. It's not true. You haven't been there.
Oh,
You don't know. It's
Yeah,
not first.
it's true. It's true. So the
Okay, that makes sense.
necessary antecedent for creation is a creator. So if you can have information being passed on to the thing that's being created, and also for the
How do you know it was created, bro? What are you talking about?
Well, you're interrupting the fucking explanation.
If you keep interrupting, I won't be able to tell you, obviously. So if you have the thing that's being instructed to take this instruction and also have the capacity to understand the language of the instructions, then you have cells that can divide. But if cells that divide don't have the information capacity to understand the language of why they need to divide, they won't ever divide. So the method by which the life is formed is done in such a way that the intricacy of nature being such that there's perfect ways that things are developed have to deal with like information being given to the thing, like such as DNA given to the thing that has a code to give it a structure, a formation. So once the cells understand that they need to divide in a specific way, then they start to divide and become more cells, and then all of a sudden some type of life form is being produced. And then next thing you know, that life form takes on a specific shape, and therefore that information that's conveyed from the information giver to the receiver is understood, and therefore it is translated over into creation, something being made. So all of creation follows a different type of specific pattern, which different things are created differently, and cells divide and form different things. And then we have different things in creation forming and becoming life on earth. So this life is given by a life giver, a lawgiver, and a creator. So there's information being given, but only because the thing that it's given to has the capacity to understand the language that it's given the information from.
Yeah, stick to flat, dude.
So then God was a dictator, right? Because if God created us on this planet knowing of what you claim, right, that Earth is inside of a physical ball, right? It's a physical thing. That's what was stated here yesterday, right? That Earth is not outside the atmosphere, does not coexist with the atmosphere itself. Space does not coexist with the atmosphere, right? So then you're claiming that God was a dictator, right? He trapped us here knowing what would happen, right?
No, we're not trapped, and he's not a dictator. What it is
Well,
you're
how are we not trapped? We're inside of a physical ball. What you guys
yeah,
claim?
but we're not. See, so when you could go, and I would say it this
You
way:
wanna go, man?
have you explored every place on Earth?
I'm not.
Okay, so do you feel trapped to do
Have
so?
you?
Are you?
Have
Answer
you?
my questions. Answer my line
No,
of
I'm
questions.
in regards to leaving Earth, right? Because this is flat Earth. Remember, this
Yeah,
is the
but you're
flat Earth
saying
argument. I'm in regards to leaving Earth.
Yeah, you're saying leaving Earth, but I've asked you if you've explored every place on Earth. You said no, which means that there's
You haven't
beautiful
either.
places. Well, just let me get to a point, dude. So if you haven't explored every place, and there's some very beautiful places here on Earth that you haven't been to, do you think that because you haven't been everywhere, and possibly what could change your mind is that once you go to specific different places, you could see the beauty and majesty of the Earth that you live on, versus this very narrow view of just only the place that you live at, and possibly
No, that's an if. That's a
and
hypothetical.
possibly a shitty life that you have. You could probably get out of that mindset and probably into a different mind where you could think like,
No.
wow, this is such a great place, and it's not like a prison like I thought of it once was. Because even if you thought the Earth was a globe, right? Let's just say you thought of it that way, and you could possibly leave a dying planet. Maybe, perhaps, because you haven't been everywhere, you haven't explored how beautiful the Earth actually is. And then you could say, wait a minute, you know what? I don't care what happens. I'm still going to be on this Earth no matter if everybody leaves it, because I think it's a beautiful
No,
place.
but those are, you listed all ifs. That's all hypotheticals. What if right now I'm not happy and I want to leave? I can't. But that's a hypothetical. You can't say that. You can't say that.
Go
You
where?
cannot say,
Go
right?
where,
You
dude?
cannot say.
You're gonna go.
You cannot say that even if I was everywhere, that I would be happy, right? That's a hypothetical claim, right?
So think about
whether
this.
I'm happy
You're
now or not. It's a
yeah, because you said so yourself. You're not happy. You want to leave Earth. So if, like T-Dub was saying, if you're leaving Earth, where are you going? Because every other place.
That's what I'm saying. Your guys' argument was that you can't.
Every other place would be more depressing than the one you're actually leaving, because the other places, life would be much harder according to the lore.
It's not the point. Your argument is that we can't leave.
It would be
That's
much
your
harder
argument, that we can't leave.
No. Your idea that you think you can, right? Because in my idea of the Earth being a globe, I can leave the Earth. Yeah, where are you going? To a more depressing place where you could actually die
from. Not the point.
You could die from actually leaving a pod or going outside of a little dome habitat or something like that. You just die like in what's that movie, Total Recall, where you're choking off with no air. Like, you would rather think about some idiotic.
So then you are admitting, right? You are then admitting that space does exist outside of the atmosphere.
No.
That's what you just said. Because I'm
talking about your mindset, Gringer. Your mindset is one that would be.
My mindset has nothing to do with, remember, hard proof evidence or facts, right? Your facts that you stated is that, no, the facts that you stated were that Earth is trapped inside of a physical ball. We're in a container, right? Meaning that we cannot leave the container, right?
I never use the word
right, but we're inside of a container where you can't leave, right? Restricting us from leaving, right? In so-called creation, that you cannot go outside the Earth, whether you like it or not.
That's a problem. Why would you want to leave, and what's the purpose of you trying to get?
It's not the point of why. It's the point of can you or can you not.
Who cares? What's the reason why?
Well, it completely has matter to it. Because your claims of that the Earth is trapped inside of a container, then it completely invalidates leaving or not leaving.
What merit?
It doesn't matter. It has no relevance.
Yeah. Well,
it has no relevance.
You think
why or why I don't want to leave has no relevance.
You think it's a prison place? It's a flat Earth, and you can't leave, so it's a prison. We're trapped.
In your claim, it is a prison because we're inside of a container, meaning we have no choice of leaving.
Listen, I told you it's not a prison. It's a beautiful place, and I'm glad that we live in a place such as this. We can make the most of it. It's your mindset. You guys, that's a prison, Gringer.
But the issue is, you guys all have different beliefs on what flat Earth is. You guys don't all agree on the same thing. You have some people that think it's a container. You have some people that think this. I heard someone yesterday say that the sun's not even the sun, right? The sun is a controlled environment, right? So in all of your claims, they don't add up. You guys don't make sense.
Who cares?
Because
what somebody says about some speculation, who cares about that?
If flat Earth did exist, right, or which in consideration it does, right? What you consider, right? Then what you consider doesn't make any sense, right? Because if we're trapped inside of a container, you wouldn't be able to leave, right? When you're restricted from leaving something that is what is considered a prison, right? You don't have the option to leave. If we were inside a container, if you're inside of a container, then you can't leave, right? You cannot break the container, right?
Let me get in here, okay? This argument about the trapped thing, okay, you gotta let that go, okay? Because in both worldviews, you're confined by similar constraints, okay? In the heliocentric model, there is still the standard model still suggests that there is a so-called edge of the universe. Now, if you want to go down that route, okay, if you believe there's a creator and the creator created the universe, we have balls spinning around and we can supposedly travel from one ball to another, you're still confined by the so-called edge of the universe. Okay, this argument is bunk. There's plenty of room to wiggle, okay, in either quote-unquote model, okay?
Yeah,
This
everybody
dictator
knows.
bullshit, like, let that go, man. Come on.
Everybody knows that you're just trying to poison the well as to how we perceive the Earth, and you're trying to make it sound like all of us are thinking that we're trapped. There's nowhere to go.
I never
Oh
said that you guys think you're trapped, right? And I never said I think I'm. That's not what I said. I said we are inside of what you guys believe a container, right? Meaning that when you are inside of something that is unrestrictable to leaving, that is what you consider a prison, right? It's just like normal prison as you would consider in your world.
No. What if it's a safe habitat that protects us from other things that on the outside? What if it's that way instead of the way you're
So
describing?
then, once again, you are agreeing that there is something coexisting with Earth's atmosphere.
Well,
Either way, what you say contradicts what you were saying.
What I'm saying,
You can't backpedal. Explain on what you just stated.
You're making it sound like there's a prison here. There's not a prison.
It doesn't matter how I made it sound, right?
Yeah,
Whether
it
it's a
does.
prison, not
It
a
does.
prison,
You're
it
poisoning
has
the well. You're
complete.
making it sound like we're describing to everybody that the place that they live in is a prison. You're making it sound
That's
like
not
there's
what I
a lot of
stated.
it's
I
derogatory.
explained on why you could consider it a prison. I didn't say it was a prison. I explained why you could consider it a prison because
but it's not.
if you truly,
dude, check this out. You're missing the point. Your worldview could also be argued as being quote unquote a prison. It's just a quote unquote bigger prison with a lot more hell to go through to get from one safe place to another. So that's fine.
Well, there's actually been no proven safe place outside of Earth. So whatever your argument just said there is invalid. No, it's not, right? Because we haven't explored all of it once again. We haven't explored all of it once again, right? But what I'm stating once again, right, that you believe, right, that Earth is inside of a container, right? And once again, I already stated this, right, that if you are inside of a container that's unleavable, you can consider it a prison due to what we know about prisons now, right? You're trapped inside. You're not supposed to leave,
Dude, all
right?
right, whatever.
So
You think you're in a prison,
let me
so
finish.
what?
Let me finish.
No, we're not gonna let you
Let me
finish
finish.
talking about a prison, dude. We already know that it's
You
not that.
think the Earth is flat, right? I never said it was a prison. Once again, I never said it was a prison. I said that. Go ahead. Go ahead. What do you have to say?
I just don't get it, man. You are keep.
I tried to explain it to you, and you're just backpedaling. First, you said that no, because you guys stated yesterday, right, that Earth.
You're double speaking.
You are the one who stated yesterday that Earth cannot coexist with space, right? And you just said today that it's protecting us from something outside of our atmosphere, meaning something does coexist with Earth's atmosphere. That's what you stated.
You're just a hot mess, dude. You're not.
So okay, then go ahead, say what you stated. Go ahead and say what you stated.
So basically, if we're talking about this place that we're in right now, that it's contained, the idea that you keep using the word prison is making it sound like derogatory to the people who think that the place that they live in is very special, very vast, very beautiful, and there's no prison to be thought of. You're using that term as if it's something to say. Although Mick just described to you that you could actually think of the globe being more like a prison because it's a lot harder to actually get from one place to the other, and it's more like terrifying to think about being on a prison planet. So if you even thought about it, you actually are on the prison mindset, not us. We don't think of it that way. So stop saying
I'm explaining of what you, okay, I won't say we are limited to a safe haven, right? Is that what you want me to say?
Yeah.
You're limited to it, right? Because either way, we're
yeah, at least that way we're not disagreeing the fact that there is a limitation in the place that we are because we have gas pressure. Now, if that is the case, then what's the beef with that? I don't find anything wrong with that unless you have some disagreement that you have something
because
against it.
it completely contradicts what you guys said yesterday. You said that it's protecting us from something outside of what we are in now, right? If that is true,
Really?
that's what he stated. That's what you said. That it's protecting.
Alpha? Why did you say that, Alpha?
Listen, this is what I said. So I said that if it were possible that because we're inside of a contained system, you said I was using the contrast between being in a prison and us and me telling you, oh yeah, think about it this way. What if this is a safe place to be living in right now? And it's whatever we're in right now is protecting us from the outside of this place that we're in. If you think of it that way, then you won't see it as a prison, but a safe haven. Do you get it?
Right. That's why I say it's safe heaven. That's what I stated. Right. But you're admitting, right, that there is something outside of Earth's atmosphere. Well, then don't say it.
No,
it's a way to
Don't say it.
Your mindset. I wanted to change the way you're viewing the word prison versus like this place was created specifically for us to be living in. So for you, it's like, well, I'm in a prison. I need out. I'm like, dude, what if it's a place that's yes, you want to leave because you're like trapped.
I stated that I was comparing
gets
to
out and he's
prison
like,
due to the container.
Exactly.
Due to the container, that's not what I stated. I never said I wanted to leave. I'm stating that you're arguing that there is a physical container around Earth, which there's.
No, it's a physical necessity.
That's what you
for the gas
argue.
pressure that's here. Yeah, it's a necessity for it.
Check this out.
It's an antecedent.
Right,
So,
and something
just a bunch
physical
of
you
whining.
cannot
He's just taking a standpoint, basically, of whining for your globe.
Yeah, he's
You
whining.
cannot escape something that's physical. You cannot. It's a physical feature.
Oh, bro, check this out. If we condense your argument down to a sentence or two, it sounds like, and I could be wrong, but it sounds like what you're trying to do is paint one picture of your worldview is lesser than the standard worldview of everyday person, because yours is limited, ours is expansive and much more vast. Therefore, yours is probably wrong because it sounds lesser, or it sounds like your worldview accepts a dictator that limits you into a confined place, but ours is expansive and limitless and all that stuff. That's not an argument. Okay, that's an appeal to your fifis. Come on.
It's not what I stated once. I stated that.
It is.
I stated that you believe
your argument into a more.
And you're going to belabor the point.
Saying you
too.
believe.
You're going to belabor the point. As soon as we're done talking, you're going to go back to the belaboring the same point, like you've been doing for 15 minutes. You're going to keep doing.
Okay, so do you or do you not think that Earth is trapped within a physical container?
The Earth.
It's a simple yes or no.
Yeah, it's inside a physical container for sure.
What is the physical container made up of?
Nobody ever made any statements on that.
Well, you said it's a physical container, right? So if you know it's a physical container, then you have to know something what the physical container is. What is the physical container made up of?
Matter.
We don't have.
So then you're making assumptions.
No, we don't need.
Because if you don't know anything about it, have you been to the physical container? Have you been to it?
We don't need to satisfy any itch that you have to scratch about what it is, as far as speculation goes.
But have you been to it?
Do that.
Okay, have you been to it?
We do not have to tell you what the elemental structure is of the container. We just
okay. Let's get past the elemental structure. Have you been there?
That doesn't matter.
Have you seen it? Have you seen it? I'm asking for evidence, right?
Yeah,
it's the same thing you do to us, right? Do you have evidence?
The evidence is we have gas pressure here on the Earth that you're on. That's the evidence.
Well, there's also air pressure.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
So that's what I'm saying. If there's something that's containing the gas and air pressure, what is it?
Well,
you have to know what it is if you're going to claim. If you're going to make a claim that there is,
that's it. It's the same thing.
The container?
Gas,
that's what I'm
gas,
asking. What the container is?
Here's the problem. Here's the problem. Containment is all we know that has the ability. Physical containment is all we know. The only thing that we know that actually has the ability to contain gas. If you can demonstrate that not being the case, or cite something that has demonstrated that to not be the case, then you have wiggle room. But at the moment, this is pretty much the brass tacks. So it's unfortunately
right, and I've
emotional.
already stated that I think that it's Earth's atmosphere keeping the pressure how it is.
Yeah,
right.
that's
It's
your claim.
we all agree on that.
That's your claim.
What?
Now, can you?
You have nothing else to. That is your claim that you think it's a physical.
No, dude, you're mincing words.
Hold on, Mick. Hold
You
on.
want to take it?
So
Go for
Gringer, you've made a statement that it's the air, the gas pressure, that's the container, right?
I said Earth's atmosphere, which is made up of tons of things.
Like what?
But none of us have ever been there, so we don't know what it is. None of us have ever seen it firsthand. None of us have ever. None of us. None of us have ever exited Earth's atmosphere, right? So there's nothing we can say in regards to it.
I'm getting the feeling that you're on something right now because he sounds discombobulated from reality. I don't know about you guys. He's really he's out there right now. Basically saying that we don't know what Earth's atmosphere is made of. Not what he's saying.
I never
He just said it's made up of a ton of things, and you said like what? And he just rambled on like it didn't.
You know, I don't know about you.
I can obviously go into research and get the exact things Earth's atmosphere is made up of, right? And what consists in the atmosphere, right? But you're saying it's a physical container. I'm asking.
Just ask Google, what is Earth's atmosphere made of? Just type that in.
You made a claim. You made a claim.
No, stop.
You made a claim that you made a claim.
Gringer, go look up
You
the
made a claim.
I have to physically stop you. I have
My
to.
God.
He's a runaway train.
He's starting to sound like fucking Matt.
Yeah, he sounds like Matt. Yeah.
You believe you made a claim. You.
Go look at the information and come back, and then we'll talk about it. Take 5. You know what? Get something to eat, dude. Dude's hangry. And just go look it up. I'll unmute you in just a moment, so give you some time.
He's doing this thing where the atmosphere contains the atmosphere. The gas contains the gas, right? But I don't think it's as if he doesn't see that the atmosphere is the gas. He's conceptualizing it as this extra thing.
It's just too emotional to think straight. That's all.
I agree, Heretic. So if I unmute him, he's not gonna. Okay, so Granger, you have to tell us the constituent parts of the atmosphere. Go ahead. Nothing more. You said you were ready. I can put you back on mute.
I'm not talking, am I?
No, you are now.
So Earth's atmosphere, right, is made up of 78% nitrogen, 21% oxygen, 0.9% argon, and 0.1% of other gases. Hello, am I unmuted? Am I muted?
Yeah,
unmuted?
we're hearing you. Go ahead.
Did you hear what I said?
Yes. Now, how is that?
Earth's atmosphere is made of gas.
Yeah, how is that being a container? What you just described.
You tell me. You're the one who claims it's made up of a container. That's your job.
You just T-Dub.
You stated that the atmosphere is a container. So explain to me how it's a container. That's your claim.
Are you?
That's your claim.
Serious?
You said Earth is within.
Just done a double backflip.
Hold on a minute.
All right,
Oh
this
my
motherfucker
God.
is now trying to spin shit on us. Dude, you said the atmosphere is the container. We're saying the atmosphere or the air is contained. We're not saying the air is containing the air. You are. This is your model. Your model states that the atmosphere, the gas surrounding the Earth, is being held in either by gravity or by some way.
By the atmosphere is containing. Mick, let's get it straight, dude. He said the atmosphere is containing the atmosphere. That's
exactly. This is your claim, not ours.
All right, let's see. He's saying that
Fuck.
we said that. I said that. What?
Yeah, no.
Atmosphere
Mind
containing
game.
atmosphere containing the atmosphere. Do you have any evidence of that? It's on 56K dial-up brainwave. Dee-doo. Bang, 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 bang.
Your reverse card didn't work, man.
Yeah, it didn't work. No, you're saying
I'm not going to sit here and go in a continuous loop. I'm not going to do that.
Man, his Adderall wore out.
Yeah, go grab a pizza, man. You'll be all right.
You should go to bed. That's what you should do.
Yeah, actually.
Go
It's
grab
3
a
in the morning.
pizza,
I agree.
orange juice. Your You're a bit malnourished, man.
I'm malnourished. You also said I'm on drugs because I believe that the Earth's a globe. Because you
I
won't
never said
accept
you
the,
were on drugs.
because
No.
you
I
don't
didn't say
accept
that.
pictures.
No, you're mad.
You
No,
actually
dude,
said you
you're
believe
mad.
I'm
No,
on a drug. That's what
bro,
you stated.
bro, your mannerism is what's suggesting that you might be on something. You're flailing around, getting all angry. You're raising your
I'm
voice,
not
etc.,
mad.
etc.
I'm not mad. I'm not mad. I could care honestly less
Nah, I
of
doubt it.
what your opinion is,
Bridger,
right?
you're in here.
It just
You're in here raising your voice, and then you're
it
saying
it just mind boggles
You have the
me.
audacity to say that you're not doing the very thing that you are doing, which is you're all up in arms about why you can't
It just
provide evidence.
it just mind boggles me that you think the Earth's flat. And I already
Why is it
explained to you
mind boggling?
how you can believe the Earth's flat, right? Because the
Dude,
Earth is so big. The Earth is so
yeah, you don't
big
know that.
that
You don't know that. You don't know that. You're
so the
just
Earth
saying
isn't
things.
big.
How big is it? How big is it?
I believe the exact distance is 40,000 miles.
I believe.
Oh, okay.
I
What
believe.
is here? I'll look it up. What is the
Yeah, go ahead.
circumference
You know
of
that you're looking it up
the
right now?
Earth?
Do you know that you're looking it up right now?
39598.
Yeah, you didn't know that information prior to you asking the question. So that means
40,075 kilometers.
Oh
What I
my
just
God,
stated.
dude.
40,000.
Yeah, how do you know that's true?
You can't prove it's not true. Prove it's not true.
How I'm asking
Oh
you a
my
question.
God.
Answer it. Answer the
Okay,
question.
then
How do
what?
you know it's true?
Okay, well, so you're saying if that's you're
Bridger.
saying right?
No,
Go
stop.
ahead.
Stop.
Go
How do
ahead.
you know it's true?
Go ahead.
How do you know it's true?
Okay, then what is the distance?
Well, dude, you just read it to me. How do you know
Well,
that
you said it's
information?
not true. So if that's not true, you give me the right information. You're making a claim that something else is the
All right,
distance of the Earth than what I just
so
provided. So
whoever's
you tell me.
let's check this out. Whoever's around you right now, you need to talk sense into your friend here. Get him to realize that I'm asking him. He just told me a number. He's got to verify how he knows that information. All I'm asking for him to do is to tell me how he knows that. He's not doing that. He needs a piece of pizza or something. The guy's losing his marbles in this chat. What's going on?
You stated right that that is not the proper distance,
no,
right? So I'm stop cutting me off. I let you talk. You didn't choose to, so just stop. No, now it's my turn. I just let him talk. Now it's my turn to talk. You weren't even involved in. You weren't even involved in the conversation. Okay, I muted you. Thank you. I'm done hearing you. So back to what I was stating is that you just provided I provided a number, right? You said it's not true, right?
Stop. No.
So provide the number that is true.
Listen.
I'm asking you to back.
No. Stop talking. Dude, you're not being told that number is not true. We're asking you how you know that number is true. Think of it like when you're in fucking like first grade math class. You know, your teacher says, oh, you know, do these work problems and then give me the answer. If you just write the answer down, the teacher might actually agree. Oh yeah, and look at your stuff. Yeah, that is the right answer. But how did you get to that? You might actually have the right number, but what's more important is showing your work. That's what's being asked here. Show your work. You might actually have something correct here. So he's not saying you're saying your number is not valid. Listen to the fucking words being said. Don't spin them around.
Okay.
Go get your pizza first and then do that. Come on.
Here's what I'll say instead. I don't believe the number's true. Can you provide the correct one?
Oh shit! Then why even say them?
No, what you're so there obviously has to be a distance of the Earth or circumference. I don't believe that number's true. Can you provide the correct one? If that's not the correct number, you provide the correct one.
Why are you asking me to provide the evidence that you need to be substantiating?
Because I just gave you evidence, and you said no, it's not a claim. There obviously is a distance and circumference of the Earth. If the number I just provided, I don't believe it's true. So do you guys have the right one?
It's not our claim to provide the information.
Okay, so then you don't even know what the distance.
It's not our claim to provide the evidence for your claim. This is what you need to be telling us how you know the information of, because you said it's true. Yeah? So now you got to validate that information somehow. It's not upon our burden to have the information given to you. It's upon you to give it to us. We need to know how you arrived, like Mick was saying, at the information that you're looking at. How did they get there? Simple. How did they get to that information? Are you quick to throw that information under the bus, man? Like, honestly, I do think you need to take some time away and like rethink all of this because you're too emotional, man. To be honest, you got your feelings involved.
Are they still on?
Yeah, we're still on, and we're trying to tell Gringer, your friend, that he doesn't know if the Earth is a globe, but obviously, I told him to get something to eat. Maybe perhaps he can eat something and come back and have a clear head. Maybe not. Maybe you're just too emotional to have the conversation.
Okay. So there actually is. So my way, right? So there's no true way to prove how you guys believe it, right? Because you obviously think the Earth's flat, right? Assuming the Earth is a globe, right? In my way,
We know
right? You know it, right? You know that the Earth is flat, right?
Yes.
So then whatever I say has nothing to do with whatever I just said, right?
Well, if you
Because you
feel
think
like
it's
you can
flat, so
provide
it's not the same
evidence,
thing.
yeah, if you feel like you can provide evidence, well, it has to pass a methodology by which we can all examine. You could put a method in our hands and we could say, okay, let's test this. Because you just made a claim and you're trying to substantiate it with the demonstration so we can test the claim. But is there something we can test? Or are you just saying words like, trust
Okay.
me, bro, NASA said so.
So
Trust them,
I'll
bro.
completely explain how to test it, right?
Go ahead.
So you go to the place would be Syene, Egypt, right? Right? It's in Egypt. It's a, I believe, city, whatever it may be, right? It's called Syene, Egypt, right? You following?
Yeah, Eratosthenes, I know. Continue.
Right. You go to Syene, Egypt, right? 0 degree when the sun is directly above, right? So you already stated what you know. What I'm talking about, right? You were these. That's
Inside
how
and
you
out, dude. I've
prove
been
that.
arguing this for 10 years. I know what you're. The whole. I'm
Right.
standing
So
at the
then,
end of your argument.
there's no point of me stating
Yeah,
because you
you
already
can do
know it.
it.
You're just trying to
You
get me to
can do
prove
it.
something.
No, you can do it, but I want to know how you articulate your point. I want to know if you grasp the concept of what's being done or what's being said and why it's being said. So there's much more than just like you presenting the information. It's understanding what's being presented. That needs to be something that you walk away with. If you don't walk away with that, then you haven't learned anything. You're just basically throwing stuff at a wall and seeing whatever sticks. So for me, I think it's a teachable moment for you to realize whether or not you can articulate a point well enough to understand the point that you're making, whether it's coherent or you feel like it doesn't have any relevance to the physical and natural world. So please continue.
So you want me to go through the whole thing, even though you know what I'm
I
talking
mean,
about?
if you want to do it the best way you can. Give it the best shot that you can. I really do want you to.
Okay.
I mean,
So
honestly.
the sun above Egypt would be 0 degrees, right? Measuring it directly above sun above Egypt, 0 degrees, right? We have no argument there. It would be the longest day of the year.
Yeah, just present it.
Right.
I'll mute up. Just present it like you would if you're gonna tell me.
Longest day of the year. You stand in Syene, Egypt, with the sun overhead, right? 0 degrees.
Tired. Yeah.
I think your folks are in the background. They probably want you to finish up.
They were.
Gringer.
No, they weren't asking me, bro. Anyways, right? It's not the point, right? Anyways, and then so the summer solstice, right? You go to the summer solstice and you measure the angle of the sun above Alexandria, right? And you measure the shadow casted by the sun with a pole, and you get the angle, right? Then I'm going to provide 7.2 degrees, right? That goes along with 0, right? And then you divide, the distance of a circle, which would be 360 degrees, right? The distance of a globe, right? The whole way around the globe, 360 degrees, by 7.5 or 7.2, right? And you get 50, right? Which is the distance between Alexandria and Syene, right? Which was 500 miles. And it's 1/50th of the total distance around the Earth. So when you multiply 500 by 50, right, to arrive at his estimate, right, which was the estimate was 25,000 originally, and it ended up being 24,900, right? So with that, it was only 100 miles off, but it got there.
All right. Did you assume anything in that explanation?
I don't believe so.
Think about it. I'll let you think about it.
I'm assuming it's right because I didn't do it myself.
Well, not that. As far as the information you presented, was there any assumptions being made about what the Earth is?
Oh, right. Once again, I already said it assumes the Earth is a globe, which I stated from the beginning that it would completely invalidate it anyways. But you told me to go along with it anyways, so I did.
Yeah, I want the reason being is because you have to walk the path so that you can understand what's being said and how you articulate it, and more than that, how it resonates with your mind. So if you're saying that this has to be assumed prior to the entering the idea whether or not he's measuring lengths of shadows and then putting them against like the radius of a circle. So if you're doing all of that, there's the assumption made that it's already something to do with the circle. So if you are thinking about the Earth in a way that it's spherical or it's circular, then it's called begging the question. You're already inserting the premise of what you think the Earth is at the beginning before you even understand at the end the conclusion would be stated that it is a globe. So it's already at the beginning when it needs to be at the end, not the beginning. When you start off trying to figure something out, you want to inquire what it is, as in, what is the Earth? Not, I know the Earth's a globe, I'm just going to verify it that it is. You don't start in
Right.
a line of
But
questioning that way. So you want to make sure that when you're starting to talk about the Earth and what it is, not as it already is, let's just verify it, because that makes the question that you're already thinking about, that you're begging within the premise. That you're saying I'm using it as the total radius of a circle. So if you're doing that, you're already begging the question whether or not it is one, because you're pre-assuming that it is one at the beginning. And now your conclusion will be that it actually is one. So because you started with one, it's one at the end. You get what I'm saying? So there was no measurement done here for the drop over distance. The measurement of shadows would confirm the idea that you live on a globe with a mathematical construct, and it has no adherence to reality being a drop over distance measurement. So what all you're doing is confirming that some math supports the idea that you believe the Earth's a globe, and pre-assuming that it's one prior to the idea that you're measuring shadow lengths. So it's a problem, right? Because you can't beg the question if you're trying to inquire what the Earth is, because you don't know yet. But if you're
right, but I'm
pre-assuming that it's
asking for the
something,
correct distance then. If you
well,
believe the
no, it's
Earth
not.
is flat, what is the correct distance with the Earth being flat?
It's not
How do you
about
prove that?
it's not about distance, Gringer. It's about drop over the distance. So there needs to be a specific drop rate that you get from going off of any distance on the surface of the Earth. So like, let's say from
There should be no
Alexandria.
drop if you think the Earth's flat.
From Alex, yeah, there should be. So if you're talking about from Alexandria to Syene, there should be a specific amount of curvature that's in between those 2 points. Like,
But there should be no curvature if the Earth's flat.
yeah, I know. But what we're talking about right now is the idea that we're using Eratosthenes to provide at least a measurement or a standard by which we can measure the drop over the distance. Now, this wasn't done with Eratosthenes. It was just measuring shadow length. And so there's locally even. So locally, they did a shadow length measurement and they extrapolated out off the radius of a circle, and they only did a math construct, and they didn't do anything to test how much over the distance, the 500 stadia from Alexandria to Syene, is the Earth dropping away from a tangential line. That wasn't done. So it was just assumed that the Earth is a globe, which is, of course, what we have
Okay,
today.
so
Is the
assuming the
assumption.
Earth is flat, how do you measure it? What is the measurement of the Earth being flat? If
Yeah,
you
didn't I
know,
go through this with you? I'm pretty sure I did.
but you know for a fact, right, that the Earth is flat. So what, with
Yes.
you knowing, right, that for a fact that the Earth is flat, what is the distance of the Earth?
What do you mean the distance of the Earth? Like
What
the
is
whole,
the
the whole
what is the
extent of the
correct
entire
distance
Earth?
of the entire Earth, right, with it
That
being
no one,
flat, one side to the
nobody
other?
knows that. Nobody knows that.
How? How?
That there's no way that you can know the entire realm that you exist in. It's never been
You go
understood
from
to.
one side to the other side.
Yeah, that's great. And how
It's
do you know?
flat, so it should have
Yeah,
no
no,
issue.
listen. Yeah, let's talk about that. How do you know which way is which on the Earth that you have never experienced except for the one that you thought of as a globe? So you're thinking of the Earth as a globe, and all the continents.
I'm thinking of the Earth. I'm thinking of the Earth as you would say flat, right? So if you go from one side of flat Earth to the other side of flat Earth, what is the total miles? What is the total distance?
We're only crossing known distances. Known distances and travel distances. So travel distances, that's fine. But there's a bigger question I think you're asking. Is the macro overall worldview from the extent of the realm to the other extent of the distance from the extent of the realm. Nobody knows that information. But from travel distances and places we can say that we've been to, that we can say. That we can talk about distances from New York to Europe or whatever. But on that we can talk about. Now the distances.
I'm asking from, as you would claim, flat Earth, the edge of, I believe it's maybe the Pacific to the whatever is on the other side of Europe, which I think is also the Pacific. So conveniently, right? There's.
You can get close.
I'm asking the distance.
Yeah, you can get close to with approximation.
So then give me an approximation. Give me an approximation.
No, I don't honestly. Distances traveled have no relevance to whether or not the Earth is a globe.
Well, no, I'm asking a question, right? With you confirming for a fact that the Earth's flat, I'm asking for you can give me an assumption, you can give me whatever you choose to give me, right?
It's a non sequitur. It's a non sequitur. That means that it doesn't follow. There's nothing here that we're going to talk about that lends any credence to whether the Earth is a globe or flat. That has no relevance.
Right. It has no relevance, right? That's what I'm saying, right? So whether you prove that the circumference of the Earth as a globe, or you confirm the Earth is flat, I'm asking for the distance of the one side of what you would claim flat Earth to the. Okay, so let's start there. What do you claim? So with there being a flat surface, there has to be an end and a beginning. What is the beginning? What is the end? What are the two sides to the flat surface?
Nobody knows that information.
Well, how do you not know that?
Because we can't travel everywhere on the Earth freely to explore and know that information. It's not possible. Logistically, we cannot just travel wherever we please on the Earth. Do you know there's limitations?
Right, but people have done it. People have done it.
No, that's cap, bro. That somebody's told you they've done it. There's no evidence that somebody could, and even if they told you, yeah, bro, I travel from this end to the other end. How can you validate that information? What's the standard?
Right. I'm saying, I'm not saying one or the other. I'm saying assumption based. Give me an assumption based answer. This is you assuming. Well, you have to have some sort of measurement of the Earth. You have to have. If you claim it's flat,
we don't have the overall worldview measurement of.
I'm not looking for the overall worldview measurement. I'm looking for one side to the other side. That's all I'm looking for.
One side to the other side of what? Of America?
Of the Earth. What you claim flat Earth. What you claim flat Earth.
That is the entire.
You can't provide it. You can't provide it.
You're asking for the entire.
You can't provide it. You can't provide it.
I don't know what you're asking. The entire realm or just continent? I don't get it, man. You're not being clear on what you're asking.
Okay. So if Earth is flat, is it a square or is it a sphere? What is it?
Nobody knows the entire Earth and what it looks like as overall. Gringer. I'm stating
I've asked you multiple questions. So you don't know the distance, right? So we don't know the distance. We don't know the shape. How do you not know the shape of where you live?
Of the entire realm. Neither do you, nor does anybody. Yeah, thank you for whoever said that in the background. It's just flat. It's just the description.
It's just flat.
Yeah.
So it's a rectangle.
Gringer, it's the description of the surface that you're on. Just like your table's flat. It's not telling you the dimensions of the table.
Right. You don't know the shape, right? Because obviously the surface you're on, with how big the Earth is, it's going to be different from a higher view.
All right. So at least you get it. At least you get it. So what I'm talking about is just the surface description. So if we're saying overall, what is the entire Earth overall? No one knows that. Not even you, or anybody else who thinks that they can come up with
4,000 kilometers.
Yeah, that's great. Those are some numbers that you can't verify, sir.
No, that was verified as if the Earth was a globe. That was experimented. That was tested. That's proven.
By who?
I forgot. You don't believe it's not scientists, right? Because I didn't personally do it.
I'm asking you to. And I don't care if you did it.
I just read it off to you. I'm not repeating it again.
Yeah, by who?
What?
Who tested it? I'm asking you who tested it. If you're saying someone tested it, who did it? I'm challenging your mind right now. At least giving you a run for your money. If you're saying somebody's doing it, give us a person so that we can look into whoever you think did it.
You just stated his name. It was Eratosthenes. You stated his
but
name.
he wasn't. He only did it from Alexandria to Syene. And did you know the method by which he was using to measure? It was the length of a human stride, Gringer.
Okay, so let's go from your point of view, right? The Earth's flat. What's the center of Earth?
And we're not talking about all of that, man. Like all of this.
That's exactly what we're talking about because you claim the Earth's flat. So what's the center of it?
So I don't need to tell you.
On a flat surface. How do you not have to tell me? You're proving your point. What's the center of the flat Earth?
It's a non sequitur. It means that what you're talking about does not follow whether or not we're going to be discussing if the Earth has a flat surface or if it's a curved surface.
I just asked you a simple question. What is the center of flat Earth?
I'm telling you the simple
answer.
You
don't know, right? That's the simple answer. You don't know.
It's a
so you don't know.
sequitur. I don't need to.
What is a non sequitur? You don't need to engage in the question. It helps prove your point.
It does not follow. I don't need to talk about that line of questioning.
Okay, so then let's throw out the right. But we've already got past the circumference of the Earth. You can't. You have no way to prove what you said.
Neither do you.
What the distance of Earth is, right? So the distance doesn't matter. So I'm asking, what's the center of Earth?
We don't need to talk about it. It's a non sequitur.
No. Okay, so let's talk about it. Let's talk about it.
No, we don't need to. We don't need to. It's not going to be a discussion.
Slow down, dude. Slow down.
It's not going to be a discussion.
If Alpha can't give you an answer or doesn't give you an answer or claims he doesn't know, does that mean the Earth isn't flat?
I never said that. I'm asking to help him prove his point. I'm asking what's the center of Earth, right? What's the center of flat Earth?
So what?
Okay, well then I'm done until you're ready to talk.
That's not what we're talking about.
I'm done until you're ready to talk about that.
Yeah, no, we're not going to speculate on ideas of things that you.
Well, no, it's simple, right? You don't want to talk about it right now, so I'll wait till you want to talk about it.
It's not that we're not going to talk about it right now. It's that we're
okay. Let's talk about it.
It doesn't need to be, dude. You're like a child right now. Honestly, we don't need to give you.
I'm like a child. I just asked. You're doing the same thing that you claimed I was doing.
Entitled baby. We're not going to give you what you want when you ask for it, and you're going to cry on the floor and throw a tantrum.
No, I simply stated, right, that I was going to wait until you're ready to have that conversation, right? Because you're doing the same thing that you claimed I was doing.
Zero conversation.
Because you don't know. You don't know.
It doesn't need to be talked about because it's
if
not relevant to the discussion.
If Earth is flat, then there has to be the center of it.
All right, but so what?
How do you come to that stupid conclusion?
So what?
How do I come to that stupid conclusion? Because everything has a fucking center, you fucking numbnuts.
Everything's got a
Are you stupid?
You're out of control. I think, like I said.
So let me get this straight.
So
I'm going to go
saying
by
that
my
things do
metrics.
not have a
Hold on,
center.
Gringer, shut your boy off for a second. I'm going to go by my metrics.
You
I'm flying from
up.
Australia. He's going to listen for 5 seconds. I've flown from Australia to the US. So based by your everything has a center, the center of my world is somewhere in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Is that good enough for you? Unless somebody has hit the edge or done something or even walked around the fucking thing, nobody can say this is what the outside shape is. That's what you want to know. You want someone to put their finger down and say it's a circle, it's a square, it's whatever. I haven't been around there, my friend. Furthest south I've been is Melbourne. Furthest north I've been is drove around Lake Superior. So outside of that, I don't know what shape it is. And unless someone's been a lot further than me and they're willing to put their hand up and say, oh, by the way, Matrix, it's this shape, no one's going to put their hand up and say it. So if that's what you're after, there's your answer. Outside of that, I do not know. And anyone else here is more than freely open to put their hand up and say they do know or don't know if they've been further.
Yep, but we don't need to answer that. It's a non sequitur. It's a stupid speculation that you guys like to get on because you feel entitled for us to give you an answer to something we don't need to give you an answer to. And you get in your feelings because we don't give you an answer to it, and like you start throwing a tantrum. We don't care. We're only here for what you can test and prove. And if there's nothing that you can do so, then so be it. You haven't proved that the Earth is a globe in any way.
Right, but all I was asking was what he said, right? He said somewhere in the Pacific Ocean, right?
No,
that's a good answer to me. I asked for
No,
I'm going off of what he said.
No, we're not going to go off of what he said.
I'm not dragging it. I'm making a statement. I'm making a statement.
It really isn't important.
I'll mute you, and then
You're actually going to get muted.
I'll speak to
You're
Matrix.
the one that's going to get
I'll
muted.
speak to Matrix.
You're not going to speak at all. Zero speak. You got a red mic next to your name. So it's a non sequitur. We're not going to engage on that point. It's not. There's nothing of it that follows from anything that you can provide evidence that the Earth is curving. Dude, no one's going to talk about your silly speculations. You either have evidence that the Earth is a globe, or you can sit there and think about it.
Grand Rising, everybody. Hope y'all doing good.
Hey, what's up, Piggy? I remember you
Hey.
this time.
How you doing, Alpha? You good?
I'm not gonna ask you because I already know. I could do it just for old time's sake, but
Do it one more time, man.
all right. So we got a guy named Mur, aka Piggy. We don't know if he's a glober or not. So let's see if he. Nah, I want. It's old.
I'm definitely concave, you know.
I know. You and a couple of others that come into this chat. A few of you.
How have you been, man?
Yeah, pretty good actually. It's been pretty lively in here today. We got a lot of spiraling happening. Right now, Gringer's hair's on fire, but he's trying to put it out. I told him all he's got to see what happens when you get that upset. I figure, get something to eat, sit down for a little bit, maybe hear somebody
Yeah,
else talk.
take a 5-minute break, reset.
Yeah, you'll feel better after a while. We got Kodos in here. Kodos. What's up? There's other people. Time Dash is down there at the bottom. What's up, Time Dash? Are you playing Baldur's Gate?
She muted for me. No, he's not. He's just not speaking with you.
This guy's been going hard in the paint. That Gringer. He really wants the Earth to be a globe, like with all his might. Like, he wants to wish it into existence.
Yo, I know how he feels, man. I wanted that as well. Like my favorite TV show of all times, top 2, is Stargate and Doctor Who, man. I want timey-wimey shit to be actually real, you know?
Yeah, but I mean, we live in a world where reality is what it is. Doesn't care if we want it to be one way or the other. It just is what it is.
Yep. And to be fair, reality in essence, like where we live in, it's much more magical than any heliocentric model.
That's what I told him too. But he said, "No, this is like a prison. It's like just making it sound like because you're trapped. It's contained, so you can't go anywhere." I was like, "Dude, this is."
We don't know if we're contained, right? We don't know. Like, we can't talk about the shape because we don't know. We haven't been there. Nobody has ever, been there. Secondly, we don't even know if there is an edge. It could be just like the universe within the heliocentric model, ever expanding. We don't know, right? So there is no point in speculating or talking about it because we won't have a conclusion unless we can actually go there and verify ourselves. So why waste time, breath, and energy on it?
All right, let me see if he feels better. All right, Gringer, I'll let you up. You have him muted?
I do not have him muted.
Okay.
I'm refraining myself from the debate.
Good.
I'm no longer going to argue. I'm no longer going to argue other people's opinions, right, or facts, whatever you guys claim. What you choose to decide and what you choose to, in quote, believe, or what you claim is the facts, is you can believe it, and I'll choose to what I decide to think. That way, there's no issues between anyone.
Well, there needs to be, because that's how we learn.
Well, but I'm not just going to go in constant circles and circles, which is all I'm doing, right?
Mode?
So
if you're not going to go in full glow mode.
right. I'm not going to sit here and just keep repeating the same thing over and over again, right?
That's the definition of
because
insanity.
I feel that I've made clear questions, right, to help your side of things, to help prove how the Earth could be flat, right, and none of them have been
you're a
answered,
fountain.
right?
You're a
So,
fountain of wisdom,
Doesn't
Cringer.
rely. It
so
doesn't rely
I'm
on those things that you the
okay. Go
answers
ahead.
to
Yeah,
those
right. You
questions.
go ahead. Go ahead and cut me off. Go ahead.
No, it's just that the flat Earth doesn't rely on those things, the answers to those questions. That's not how you determine if it's flat or not.
I think after
Well,
a good sleep, you'll wake up
I
and feel better tomorrow.
completely understand what you're saying. That's why I just, I tried explaining that I'm pulling myself and refraining myself from the argument, but you decided to cut me off and completely go on your own rant. So if you actually decide, if you actually want, you
Eat
can actually
something for
just keep
God's sakes,
ranting.
man.
I just
Golly.
tried to refrain myself from the argument, and he just jumped right back in like a stripper in a bar. Like he just doesn't stop.
Dude.
Like,
Yo,
so I'm gonna
Granger,
pull myself out of the argument. Go ahead, man. What's up?
I have a question for you. How about we don't have a debate or argument? How about me and you just have a conversation on this topic? Open field, no like this is this because it's true, it's facts. Let's just have a conversation and let our minds work. How about that? Would you like that, or do you just want to completely now refrain from the? Okay.
Sure.
So, what do you can start off? Ask a question
What's your
like where
favorite
do you
ice
want?
cream flavor? Sorry, I'm kidding.
How do you feel about the color
not-
purple? Just one. I'm asking for a friend.
It's an
About
okay
purple?
color.
I love
It's
that
an okay
color.
color.
The only color that I like more than that is like magenta.
Magenta's a good color. I like that color, but I'm more partial to purple.
I'll let you start because you brought this up. That way I know what we're bridging off of.
Well, so
All right.
we're just trying to figure, what type of ice cream is your favorite? I mean, really. I mean, think of all the flavors you can have.
Strawberry.
Which one?
Yo, Alpha, come on now, man.
Well, I mean, we're not gonna talk about what's important. Like, truth is irrelevant. So let's talk about the easy stuff.
No, I'm gonna talk about him with we're gonna talk about heliocentrism and geocentrism. Me and him right now, man. I'm gonna try to make this a conversation, not like a debate or argument. So we'll see what happens with that.
Right.
Because I don't want to like my goal right now isn't to prove anything to him, right? I just want to have an open conversation and let our minds run and work, right? That's it. Sound good with everybody? You as well, right, Gringer?
Yeah,
I don't think it's a good method, but I mean, if you want to do what you want to do, it's up to you. I think
I want to try, man.
that's just coddling him. That's giving him a good way to think of other things other than challenging his mind to where see the whole thing that he's doing with the spiral, that's needed for every person that's listening right now. Whatever he's doing is absolutely needed for everybody that's going through what he's going through, because it's the point where you're starting to realize that you need to up your game a little bit, like turn it up. Like, it's not a
I
time to
agree with
turn
that.
it down, because turning it down and going back to let's just sit on the couch and see where it goes. No, because if you do that,
Wait.
he'll never be challenged.
I know that. I agree with you on that. But my thing is, he was like, as you said, he spiraled, right? I just want to downshift him so nobody is emotional and we don't have those subjective feelings that we're being either attacked or mocked or whatever, right? I just want to go back to a neutral zone so we can continue the conversation that way, right? And if it doesn't work, we can just say,
I don't feel I'm being attacked at all or whatever people would decide. I'm not that type of guy. Like I respect everyone's opinion or whatever they decide to bring up and prove, right? I have nothing, no issue against that, right? It's the fact, right, that I was called out earlier previously for backpedaling around a question, right? And I attempted not to answer it, right, what you guys claim, but I'm doing the same thing and I'm just getting the same response, right? Like, that's where it spins me in a loop because it's the same thing and it goes both ways. Just because I'm a glober or I'm a fire earth or whatever you guys assume, like it doesn't mean I have to answer every single one of your questions and you don't have to answer any of mine. Like,
Yeah, go ahead, teach.
All right. Let's see.
Do you have something?
So we all agree that the Earth is a globe now, or what are we doing?
No, we didn't agree that. I think Gringer's just kind of
We'll win you
reflecting
over
on the
yet.
previous conversation.
We'll win you over
Oh, okay.
one day.
Hey, a man can dream, right?
Honestly, you have to kind of meet me halfway.
No Black Eyed Peas songs. Come on, man.
Is that a Black Eyed Peas song?
Meet me halfway.
No. Oh, stop. Shush.
Honestly, we should just kick you out of here.
You should, honestly. I kind of deserve it. I've been trolling for a long time now.
I think Gringer's parents were even telling him, "Come on, man, it's
No, they were
way."
sitting in the background laughing at y'all because
fine.
they also like I said though, it doesn't really
Nobody's
their
nobody's
opinion
actually
on it doesn't
nobody's
really
actually
matter.
challenged nobody's actually challenged them, man. I think, and that's why you're getting at least a challenge. So, if you think about it, you didn't produce any evidence that the Earth is an actual globe. You just basically said what you feel, and you pulled some stuff up from Google, and you said some numbers. We asked you, how did you verify that? You're like, well, then it's not real. Then and it's like, then you tell me the answer. You're asking us, and it's
Right,
like
because
nothing.
for something to be proven wrong or not be proven right, there has to be something to go along with it, right? There has to be an alternate answer. So I'm asking for the alternate answer, right? With you believing the Earth being flat, right, and the method or the experiment that was conducted as the Earth is round, right, then there would have to be an alternate method to whatever I just explained, right? And I asked for the alternate method,
You didn't
right?
have
And
you
it
didn't
wasn't
have an
provided.
explanation. I think that's the problem that I was trying to highlight here. You gave a number and you didn't know the method. So you didn't produce a method so that I could say, well, that's your method, here's mine. You didn't give me a method. You just said some numbers.
I explained the method of how you
No,
do
you
it.
didn't. What was the method by which, like the 4,000 kilometers, or excuse me, 4,000 miles? What did you say? You brought out a numeric value. I think it was 4,000 something.
I think it was 360 divided by 7.2, which would come out to equal 50. It would be the distance with miles between Syene and the other city that was.
Oh, yeah,
it
no.
was
I mean,
that.
no. I was talking. No, it was another. No, it was something else. It wasn't. It was before you started, either before or after Eratosthenes. Because I was asking you, does Google present the
40,000?
information? Yeah,
40,000
that's it.
kilometers?
Yep, that was it.
Right.
That's circumference, right?
Correct.
Okay, so I'm asking you, how did they figure it out? We want the method. Now, Eratosthenes was a whole different subject. That was the numeric value you gave earlier or after. I'm not really sure there, but you did say that. So and I think Mick jumped in on this one too. Is like you have to have a way to show how you got
Right.
that
The
information.
40,000 kilometers is the same method as the miles. 40,000 kilometers is 25,000 or 24,900 miles for an estimate. And so that's it's the same method, just in a different form.
What method?
It's the same. It's the experiment I just provided to you.
Eratosthenes?
Correct.
But we
24,900 miles.
discussed that it was begging the question. Remember, we've talked about it.
That is the method I provided, right?
I know, but I'm
so
telling
then
you, it
provide
wasn't
a
begging
method
the
for
question.
me.
It was presuming that already the Earth was, or excuse me, assuming the Earth was a globe.
Right, but you
already.
believe the Earth's flat, so I'm saying provide the method for the Earth being flat.
Yeah, but you didn't realize that you didn't produce any information as a method for me to say, okay, that was your method and here's mine, because there's no way that it was validated as a method. It was just an assumption.
It was the method that was proven if the Earth was a globe.
A method would be that you'd have something to demonstrate. No, it's inconclusively thought of as a globe, because if you said that you could have a light source that's closer and the Earth was showing that the shadow lengths were done over a flat surface, then you can have a flat Earth. So it's inconclusive. It wasn't conclusively to a curved surface. You can't draw that Eratosthenes was a conclusive method to know that the Earth is a globe.
Okay,
That
so
method
provide. Can you
isn't-
give me a conclusive method?
It's not my claim, Gringer. It's
Right,
yours.
but
You have
I'm
to
trying
find
to
the
help
conclusive.
understand it. If you want me to help understand it, you're saying the
Yeah.
method I provided isn't correct. So provide
And it's
me a conclusive
inconclusive.
method.
It's inconclusive, meaning that you can't determine that the Earth is a globe via this method because it could
Right.
be
So
happening
provide
on
me
a
a
flat
conclusive
Earth.
method that the Earth's flat.
That is your claim.
You claim the
It
Earth's
should
flat.
have already been provided
Yeah, if
with
the
that
Earth is a
method.
globe, you should already have a way to validate that. You could determine.
Thousands.
You could determine that the Earth
See,
is a globe by a method. You
but
can't
this
do
is
that.
exactly what I say. We're just going back to circles. That's why I'm not sitting here and I'm going
We're
to keep
not
arguing
going
this.
in
Right?
circles. I'm
I
actually
asked.
pointing out the fact that you don't have the proof to show that the Earth
Right.
is
So I'm
demonstrated
asking for
as
the
a
proof and the
conclusive globe.
method that you believe it's flat. If you
No,
believe,
you're
if
not
you
listening though.
He's not.
He's telling you all the reasons that you've been given, that we've been given too as kids, all the way to adults, that it was a globe. Those were reasons, right?
right, and I understand that.
Hold on. Supposed evidence. So what we're telling you is if they're not evidence, and if it's not proof, and everything they told you to go do, you and I can't go do ourselves, something's wrong. That doesn't mean you and I know the answer. That means we fucking don't know the answer, right?
Yeah, so how can you extrapolate from what you saying that you can't know conclusively that the Earth is demonstrated to be a globe via Eratosthenes? So then what are you left with? A whole big bag of nothing. You're not holding on to any evidence, and that's the issue.
Right.
He's not saying he has the answer for you. He's saying, like, together as a human fucking race, we can have the answer. We can get the answer. The military knows more than we do about the attributes of the dirt and water and where we live in the realm where we consist in, right? They know that it's a horizontal playing field that they fly over. They know it's not rotating. They know that. Now, what the fuck it is and the full extent of what it is, don't know. They've
So
supposedly only
so what
done.
you're saying is that we both agree that we don't know the distance of the Earth.
No, it's
Right.
like it's simple. It's simple to say that you don't have the proof that you thought you did to
Well,
conclusively say
I'm
the Earth is
asking
a
you,
globe.
right? So if
You can
none of
ask me. Listen, you can ask me about how I know the Earth is flat and stationary, and I can tell you. But as far as what I'm pointing out to you that I think you're just whistling past the graveyard with, is that you're not seeing or realizing that I'm pointing out to you that everything that you can think about as the Earth being a globe is not evidence of it being determined as a globe. I'm showing you right now, Gringer. You need to like realize that. Because we could talk, like I said, we could talk about it all day long. That's observation, measurement,
I'm
practical use.
simply asking, right? That if we're both agreeing that what I provided that
Doesn't determine the Earth as a globe. Right? Right?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. So then? I don't know if you're still here.
I'm still here.
So then what?
What are you asking me?
I'm asking you. So then, what? Now that we can determine that we don't know if the Earth is a globe via that method, you didn't hand over a method we can test, so that I can show you a method that I can show you that you can test for the Earth being flat and stationary plane. Because right now, you might think still that there's another method that you can use that shows the Earth's a
No,
globe.
okay. Well, let's go. I don't think there's another method. I'm asking for a method to be provided that shows the distance or whatever you want to say of the Earth. That's what I'm asking. That's what I've been asking for the past 30
If you want
minutes.
to know the distance or how to understand whether the Earth doesn't have any drop over distance. So it's pretty simple actually.
So do you think the Earth has a radius?
No.
Okay. I'm stepping out. I'm gonna let someone else argue.
You're done?
I'm going in circles, and I'm not gonna keep doing it.
All right. Well, collect your thoughts and perhaps try again.
Like he's stuck on sphere, circle, hula hoop. Everything's got a radius except that tree
That's
outside.
not true because I also asked him for the
So what's
shape.
supposed to? Why are you asking him about a radius then?
I asked him for the shape of flat Earth, and he couldn't provide that either. I asked him
Brother,
for what
what's
the
the shape
center
of
of
a
flat
pile
Earth
of
is.
shit? Brother, listen to me real quick. Some stuff doesn't have a shape, you idiot. Quit being so stupid.
Everything has a shape to it.
A cloud. What shape is a cloud?
Whatever you decide the shape to be.
Much?
Some shapes,
Oh, dragon
some shapes are
shaped
shippers.
What?
That's not an answer.
Clouds are randomly
No, they're not
generated
a shape,
between
right?
water.
Not a square. Not a circle, not a triangle, not a
Right, but
sphere.
they're also not a flat surface. If something's a flat surface, it has to have
Flat's not a
shape to
shape
it.
either, dumbass.
What'd you
That's what I'm
say?
trying to tell you, you idiot.
What'd you say?
Shit doesn't have to be what you fucking been told and been
Shit's not a flat.
brainwashed to
Shit's not a
popularize.
flat surface.
Just listen. Your surfaces are fucking religion. Spheres,
Right, but
cubes,
something that has
pyramids.
is a flat
Brother, where do
surface
you see
has to have a
spheres in
shape.
nature?
Yeah,
Outside in
we
the
don't we don't
jungle.
we don't need to entertain
Here,
the fact
you
that you're
know.
trying to figure out the whole entire Earth, like what it is. We don't have to entertain that. That I told you that before. It's a non
Don't
sequitur.
entertain it, but he's saying that clouds don't have a shape. They obviously don't have a shape because
Yeah.
they're not a
So
flat
yeah, but
surface.
you're
So I'm
trying to figure out
asking,
Wrong. That is
overall what the Earth
incorrect.
is. Trying to figure out overall what the Earth
what?
is.
Go ahead
There's
and go ahead and speak. Whoever said it was incorrect, go ahead.
Yeah.
Why would
Go ahead, Regis.
something inherently have a shape just because it's a flat surface or not a flat
Because
surface?
anything that's flat, it has a shape to it.
So let me get this straight. If I draw on a piece of paper some squiggly lines and shit and connect it up and ask you what shape it is, what would you say?
It's not. That's not. It's what the flat surface is on. If you draw something on a piece of paper, the piece of paper
All
is a
right.
flat
Once
surface.
again, because we're back to
Right,
this.
so it's
No,
got
because
nothing
I'm
to
having
do
a
with anything.
no, Alpha.
Gringer,
Let me have a
Gringer,
conversation with him.
Gringer, just
Go
breathe.
ahead.
Slow down. Gringer, just
Go
slow
ahead.
down.
Go ahead.
You're trying to
Go ahead.
overrun yourself. When you said straight away that they must have a shape, Demok proved to you. He shut that down straight away. You need to start listening instead of this indoctrinated "I'm right" attitude.
When you draw something on a piece of paper,
It's got nothing to do with the subject, my friend. So just
Granger.
start listening to Alpha. Thank you.
Granger, does the universe have a shape?
He doesn't know that. He doesn't even know that he thinks he knows that the Earth is a globe. He doesn't even know that.
Like if
he's confused
I'm trying
right
to take
now.
his concept right now. I'm trying to take his concept, but he keeps on saying that the piece of paper is, if anything's flat, it has a shape, right? Okay, cool, that's true. But the universe is also flat. Even scientists tell you that. But the universe doesn't have a shape because it's ever expanding, right? So that you can't.
Nobody knows that. We can't go there. That's
No, I'm just saying what he believes in, right? I'm using his own things. The people that claim that model are saying, right? To give him an example, that if you're not doing it on your own criteria, why don't you ask that question? Why don't you ask them what is the shape of the universe? Then you don't do that. Yeah. Why are you starting with this? Then we can't test them. Yep.
Sorry, Piggy. Just gonna create another narrative for him to talk about something else that he doesn't know. And it's just right now he needs to just deal with what's been said versus some other point that's going to get put in here where he's not going to be able to focus on what's been said because he's got another point. He's more happy to talk about other points than to deal with the points that have already been spoken to him about. And that's the difficult thing. When other people come in and bring other points up, it's not going to help him focus on the ones that he was talking about. You said that like
you can
4 or 5
argue with
times.
Right, and you keep talking to me, so you can argue with someone else. I'm done.
Yeah, see, when they don't have speculations, they just shut down. Because that's the only thing the globe has.
No, I just choose to no longer go in circles with someone for the past
all
2
you
hours.
have is
No, I'm
speculation.
stepping. Okay,
No evidence.
you're right. Then all I have is speculation. Sure.
Yeah. No evidence whatsoever.
Yep, you're right. I'm wrong.
Well, at least I'm right about that. That all you want to do is engage in speculations. Ridiculous. We don't need to do that. Waste of time.
Then drop it. It's over with. Argue with someone else.
It needs to be discussed because the mindset of some individual.
No, because when I begin discussing it, I get muted. So I'm done. I'm not going to just keep you getting muted over and over again.
You'd rather talk about other things other than the specific thing that you need to be talking about, which is the curved surface of the Earth. You don't have any information to validate.
So then I'm done. Simple. Just drop it. I'm done.
Well, it would have been dropped, but you keep going on and on and on because you
Well,
think
I'm
you're
done
right
now.
and you're not. That's the truth. You're not right.
What you went out of this whole situation is for me to say the Earth is flat. No, I'm not going to say that. I think
you don't have to say it's flat, but with the information you're bringing forward, I want you to say you can't validate, which you've already done that.
So then why are you still going on about it?
Because you want to draw the conversation to some other point that has no relevance to the topic.
Right, so I'm done asking questions. I've asked multiple questions that can't be answered, so it's over with. Simple. Stop dragging it on. You just want someone to argue with. I'm done.
No, actually, you do, because you're still here.
I've muted myself multiple times, and you just keep talking over and
Why
over
do you
again.
keep
and no one-
unmuting yourself? Because you could stay muted.
That's how a conversation works. You talk back and forth. Someone one says something, and someone else says something. That's what a conversation is.
But I thought you said you weren't going to engage.
When someone engages with you, the normal respectful thing to do is respond.
But you said you weren't going to do that.
Right, because I dropped it, and then you asked me something. That's how a conversation works, as I just explained.
Yeah, but you're not dropping it because you're still.
But you're still dragging.
No, you. No, you. It's a game called I Win, Gringer. I win.
See what I'm talking about? You're still dragging it.
Yeah, because I win.
Still talking to yourself.
I am the winner. You are not.
You got it, man.
You got the Aussie group coming in. What's up, Alexander?
Hey, bud. How are you?
Pretty good.
Sway.
BRB.
All right, so Renee, what you're going to have to show is that water curves at rest. Because I can provide citation after citation demonstrating otherwise. So what you're going to have to do is prove all my physics textbook citations wrong, and also the preschool citation that I gave you, because I thought that was more your speed.
The claim was made that the surface of water can never curve. I mentioned meniscus.
Okay, stupid. So that claim came from a fellow baller in the chat. I don't even know why you said that, but that was Rumham729. I didn't say that. That's not what my citation said.
Somebody else did, and that's what I threw up.
I don't care what someone else said. So what you need to do is prove that water at rest seeks a curve, a convex surface.
Whatever, dude.
As per the globe radius. That's what you got to show.
Whatever.
That's it.
Whatever floats your boat.
Done. It's never been done. Never been done. I'm just going to take
floats your boat.
here and hold on. I gotta find what you said. One sec.
Whatever floats
exactly. Yeah.
Level
yeah.
water.
What I said.
Yeah. So what you said. Yeah. So what you need to do is
put words. Hey.
Prove Earth unequivocally to be a globe. You nor anyone else can.
Put words in my mouth.
Yeah.
Don't
I
try
just
to put words in my mouth.
I'm just replacing flat with
Shut up,
globe.
son.
That's
Young
the actual
pup,
That's why we're spiraling out like this, because you can't do it.
Don't try to put words in my mouth.
No, I'm just
pup.
flipping your
Back
statement
yourself
around
up.
on you because
Back yourself up. Back yourself up.
I already did.
Pup.
All right.
Yeah, back it up. Back yourself up.
Okay, got him real mad. Okay,
Wait,
so
let him. Hey, why are you mad?
I'm just going to post the preschool citation for you once more. Are you ready to follow along?
In my mouth, puppy.
You ready, class?
Don't try to put words.
Pay attention, Johnny. Okay. So water will always form a flat surface unless it is acted on by another force such as wind. Did you catch that, Renee?
Just in the test tube and it will curve.
No, he
Big
he's
damn deal.
He's having a psychotic episode. We'll just have to move on to the next one. This one's cooked. Poor guy.
See, it makes me feel that you think I'm on drugs, but not that guy.
Well, listen to him. That guy's
like that's what makes me. That's what mind boggles me. You think I'm on drugs, but not that guy. Like
that guy's rabid, dude. I don't think he's on drugs. I think he has rabies. Let's see. I bet he's still going. Let's see.
Renee, tell us why you're mad.
Yeah.
I'll have nobody putting words into my mouth.
Grown men shouldn't start crying over the word level meaning a horizontal condition.
Somebody stated that water can never curve, and I simply stated meniscus. That's all.
Yeah, you gave me a concave.
And then
What is that when
everybody
when it's
inside, and then
concave?
everybody inside chat started trying to say that I had said things that I hadn't stated, and now you're continuing to try to do it in VC.
Well,
What
yeah.
the hell's
Well,
your,
you so
what
you
the
you
hell's your
know
problem?
the surface tension that
Are
would
you
be
just that
tension.
mentally decrepit?
That would be tension. Hey, calm down. That would
But
be
that's all I
tension, and
stated.
so
I
it is
just
water
gave
at
an
rest.
dude. I
Its
just
surface will be
simply
flat.
gave an example of a way that water can indeed curve. That's all.
Do you understand that there's
What is
tension
it?
and that would not be at rest, right?
See, you're doing it again.
Renee,
You're trying to put words into my
Renee,
mouth. Leave
I
me
don't
in.
want to put words in your mouth. I want you to shut up. We don't want words in your mouth. We want words in your ears. Let's read out what Heretic posted. Water will always form a flat surface unless it's acted upon by another force, such as wind. Just wait. Now, would surface tension be a force?
And to that end, I could not care less because that is not
So hang on a minute. That shuts your
my
argument
original
down, and now
post.
you want to fucking backpedal. You're a weasel.
No, that wasn't my original point at all. Somebody had simply stated that water can never curve, and I simply
We're moving
stated
past that because that was
meniscus.
another baller. So we don't need to sit and belabor that all evening.
No, that was me.
Keep up. I'm saying the thing that you responded to was something that was said by a baller in the chat, and we don't care. The citations I posted don't say that.
Okay, whatever. So why are you guys trying to come at me sideways like after all I'd done was give
Dude,
an
just shut the
example?
hell up, Cupcake.
Yeah, you guys are just looking for an argument. That's all.
Hey, Cupcake,
Well, you
I'm a
haven't brought
blower
one yet.
myself.
Just looking for an argument.
Well, you didn't bring an argument. You don't got one.
It's kind of sad.
If I'm looking for it, you don't got it, buddy.
Cupcake, I'm a glower myself, and I just think you need to shut the hell up because you're just yapping a whole bunch of random words.
Well, he switched into that accent like Kamala Harris.
It sounds better talking to someone that's mad. Well, I guess that worked.
He needed to hear it from a baller.
No, don't put words in his mouth now.
Probably a half-assed one at that.
Hey, Cupcake, why don't you explain to me why you think the Earth is a globe? Prove why I think the Earth is a globe more than you think. Maybe we should do that. Because, I kind of think me and you are on the same level.
Well, I mean, pre-kindergarten is above this guy's pay grade, so.
All right, buddy.
I mean, I gave him a preschool level citation like 4 times, and it went over his head every time. So I don't know if you want to say you're on his level.
Because you were trying to make an argument out of nothing.
Yes, you thought it was nothing because you couldn't even follow the basic preschool level citation.
Out of nothing because that wasn't even related to what I was trying.
Yeah, you were just addressing red herring. So it's just red herring.
A meniscus. I just posted a pic of a meniscus.
Yeah, who gives a shit? It's always a red herring.
For a guy who said that water can never curve.
Is that all you got? You're just going to try desperately to steer it back to this stupid red herring about a meniscus.
You're dumb. I watch you in action.
You can't even form a sentence. Just shut up.
You are not.
Just shut the fuck up.
Very bright, my friend.
You can't even speak. English is too hard for you. Pre-kindergarten is too hard for you. Everything is above your pay grade. Just shut up.
Hey, Cupcake, stop speaking.
What a pathetic troll.
Well, I guess it's working, isn't it? Because you're still talking.
I was trolling before half of you were
Mute
even
your
born
mic
yet.
back up. Mute your mic back up, buddy. I'll probably see you trick or treating this year with all the kindergartners.
Surely somebody has something to say.
I think these two dudes arguing in chat should bring it to VC. Really,
Yeah,
really
Rumham,
spice it
come
up
up
in
here.
here. Come up here, Rumham, and click cord.
Oh, he's another one of these too afraid to talk in VC types.
I don't even think Clipcord's in here. He's not. Clipcord's not even in here.
Damn it, he ran as soon as he was called on. That's got to be somebody who's on an alt that we would recognize, probably.
I mean, what can they say anyway? They can't really say anything. Well, they can, but they've got no evidence for a globe. Let's put it that way. And when they try and describe how the globe's measured, they will be describing elevation angles, sea level, plumb, vertical. Nothing to do with curvature. That's where they are at the moment. Stuck between a rock and a flat place. And I guess this is what it's going to be like now. Now the globe is finally dead. Conversation's over. The debate's over. Not that it was a debate. There's nothing more to say. We'll probably just sit in rooms quietly now. It's done with.
Maybe one day they'll be ready for the postulations and inference navigation once they get over their hyperfixation on allegation and false correlations.
Possibly.
Hey, Crit, are you there? Have you been over to Globe Gangsters? It is AFK.
Hey, Subdued, I saw your picture of like the drawn cartoon water on the Earth. What do you think down means? Where is water pulled to?
What do you think down means, bro?
Towards the center of the globe.
So some imaginary spot.
Not imaginary, it's very real.
Have you seen it?
No, that doesn't mean it's imaginary, though.
Have we even gotten close to it?
No, but that doesn't mean it's imaginary.
Well, it is imaginary, dude. It's in your imagination.
So, things that exist, you can test to see how they exist. And if we test to see that the center of the Earth exists, then we know it exists.
Things in your imagination means you're imagining.
That's not our imagination, that's testing things to see if they exist. Like, does a blind
It's your
person just
imagination,
nothing
dude.
exist? So, if we never see like a
Now don't go into your
like
all or nothing
the inside
bullshit,
of
dude.
another person's beating heart, if we
You
hadn't seen that,
imagine
does
the
that mean
center
it
of the
didn't hurt?
earth,
It
brother.
didn't exist?
You have to imagine it.
Why'd you
straight
interrupt
up.
me, buddy?
Because
You're the one linking cartoons as your evidence of the globe debunk.
bro, I thought maybe you could understand that.
Yeah, I understood that you don't understand what down means.
No, you don't understand. You imagine.
Okay, explain down to me then.
Imaginary center of the earth, dude. I'm sorry, man. I don't know what to
Yeah,
say to
explain
you.
down to me then. Subdued, explain down.
Why?
Because your drawing is trying to debunk the globe by using down.
No, that's what you're saying it's trying to do, dude. I can look at that drawing.
No, that's
and
what it's trying to
assess it
do. I'm not
very
stupid,
easily,
mate.
man.
So,
does
in your
water
drawing,
does water flow or does it not? Like, if there's a change in slope, does water flow?
only if there's a change in elevation.
So, what would water flow until all points on its surface are zero slope, or would water?
No, the same elevation, not zero slope.
Whatever.
Don't whatever me, mate. Don't run away from this.
I'm not
Elevation
running
and
away
slope are
from
the
you. I
same
already
thing.
told you, dude. You're in your imagination, man. I'm sorry. I don't know what to do for you, right? It's like cog dis. Like, we know what water
Dude,
does,
you were
man.
trying to debunk me
pour
with a
glass of
shittily
water.
drawn drawing.
Pour a glass of water onto anything you like, man. Like, and watch what it does.
Yeah, and it's going to do exactly what the globers say it will do. Nothing the flat earthers say will do, because they don't have physics. They don't have anything. Do they?
Oh my god, you're just butthurt, bro. Ridiculous. You're just here to feed your ego.
I know, man. He just wants
do you
to
have an
argue,
argument
right?
that isn't just vibes? Because you guys have so far just given vibes.
Vibes.
Dude.
Yeah, man.
That's your new thing, is it? That's your new little argument. You just the vibes, mate. It's just the vibes. Here on
Well, you
vibes.
don't have any measurements, do you? You've just got vibes. You think water's flat, and you think that like the
vibes.
Earth is flat because you see too far or something.
Water's flat?
You think water is flat, but you've got no measurement
No.
of it, so it's just vibes, bro.
Water at the surface is obviously flat to everybody.
Yeah, that's your vibes, man. That's your opinion.
It's vibe. Do you know what vibes means, idiot?
Yeah, vibes means you feel that way. You don't have any evidence for it. You just kind of feel them.
Oh, that's obvious to everyone, you retard.
Where?
What do you mean, where? You ever seen a swimming pool?
So,
you ever seen a pond?
You ever seen Mr. Sensible's Mage 2 video?
Yes, I've seen it. It's ridiculous.
Okay, so there's curved water
We're
in
talking
that.
about water, and then you want to bring up some anti-flat earther.
Yeah, because there's water in that, and he did an experiment that
Some
would
video
show you
that was
exactly
done,
if it was
10
curved.
years ago, 5 years ago? Sorry?
Why does that matter? Could you explain to me why that would matter, DJ?
Why what matters?
Why it being done 10 years ago would matter? Go on, explain it logically.
That's the best you've got. You know, guys bring that up on a daily basis, right? Where's your videos?
Why does that mean it's untrue?
What's untrue? You haven't presented anything.
So Mage 2, why would Mage 2 be untrue just because it was 10 years ago and someone else
I
did
didn't
it?
say it was untrue, because this is why you get banned from all these places, because you're full of shit. When
What did I say that was full of shit?
untrue? You said water's not flat on the surface. Large body of water at rest isn't flat at the surface.
Yeah, Mage 2 shows that.
What doesn't?
Yeah, it shows the curve of the Earth over water. It shows like literally the
No, it
ocean is
doesn't.
curving in the Mage 2 video.
No, it doesn't. Even your science educators say that you cannot see the curvature from the height.
Did they send a video camera up to check? No. Have they seen the footage of Mage 2 when they were talking about that? No. Does Mage 2 show the curved water? Yes. So I don't know what you're talking about. Do you understand how logic works?
Oh, I do understand how logic works, mate, but you're just believing some guy's video, right?
Yeah, because I saw him set up the video, I saw the full video, and I saw the end of it when he collected the camera. I
You saw
understand that
him
there's
set up
references in the
the
video,
video.
and the video shows the positive curvature of the Earth as opposed to some potential flat water that you guys can't show ever.
So from your side, you have to throw people way, way, way more educated than all of you put together under the bus.
No, if I went to Neil deGrasse Tyson, I said, hey, look, there's a video of the curvature of the Earth from however high Mage 2 got.
Neil
He'd agree with
deGrasse Tyson says he's done the math and you can't even see the curvature from 300,000.
Yeah, that's really great that he said that, but how does that debunk Mage 2? Do you know what logic is? The opinion of a person doesn't discount evidence.
Someone from your own side that's not in the anti-flat Earth community, right? He's saying that you guys are wrong. He's much more educated than you in your own model, right?
So?
You're throwing him under the bus. He's not just saying you can't see it at 120,000. He's not saying you can't just see it at 120,000 feet.
Why does that matter? Why does it matter what he says? The opinion of a man doesn't.
Don't talk over me. Don't talk over me, kid. Right? If you can't see it at 120,000 feet, he's saying double that height, more than double that height. He's saying around 350,000. You can't see the curvature of the Earth. He's way off, isn't he?
So if you want to mute me, that's fine. But just while you're muting me, just directly address the thing that I said.
Because this is our room, so if you want to come in here and talk over people, you're just going to get muted. You should be used to that.
Yeah, I know, and it's kind of sad that you're so upset and that you have to like be a big man only while I'm muted.
Yeah, go tell Tyson. Don't tell us. Let him get a good laugh. Run your numbers, show him your data and stuff, and be like, "Hey, Tyson, you're wrong." This is probably the best way for you to test your epistemology, to see if anyone on the globe side gives a shit what you have to say. And once you realize they don't care what you have to say. Then maybe.
All right. So how does Tyson's opinion change the facts of Mage 2?
Well, he's much more qualified than you on your side, right? It's funny that a bunch of anti-flat earthers are throwing him under the bus.
You've already said that, so how does it change the facts of Mage 2?
The reason why they threw him under the bus is because a lot of them are atheists and makes them racist also. So they see Tyson as like a problem.
Oh, is Crit talking? I got him muted because he's just trying to do the epistemology, not deal with the facts.
So if you're gonna have moderators muted, then all right, I'm just keep you on mute. So you can unmute Crit now.
Yeah, that's fine. Run away from it, mute. DJ. Just run away like you always do.
I always do. You just said in the chat before you didn't even know who I was. Yeah, there we go. Better.
Yeah, he broke his worldview there. I have no idea who you are. This is what you always do.
He's angry. He just wants to yell.
Yeah, man. He's butthurt. He's an atheist, isn't he? Seems like an atheist to me. Now he's going to chat skank. As usual. The dogs are gods.
Right,
You
so
lied 2 times. You lied 2 times in the chat, right? I spoke to you for 5 minutes. You lied 2 times.
oh, okay, yeah, that's fine. If I was wrong about the time, then that's fine.
If you were wrong about what, sorry?
If I was wrong about how long you spoke to me, then that's fine. It doesn't
That's not the
change
problem.
the
You're
question
saying
I've asked you about 10 times.
You're saying that basically what you were saying is that because we see large bodies of water not curving, therefore the Earth is flat. You're saying flat earthers are using visuals as their primary evidence and only evidence that the Earth isn't a.
Yeah, but you guys are using opinions without references. So Mage 2 has
No,
reference
no, no.
lines. That
So
means that
do you
anything in
admit
those
that
reference
that's
lines
not
would be
true?
curved.
So, okay, so you're not going to be able to find me a single flat earther that says just because we observe it, the Earth is flat, therefore the Earth is flat. As their
I don't
only.
speak for all flat earthers. I'm just going off what people have said to me before. I think there was some guy called Hollywood who said that too. It looks flat, therefore it's flat.
Oh, if I saw some globe earther on the on a TV show tell me that there's alien bases inside the moon, therefore I can just say that about all globe earthers. Or say, globe earthers say there's alien bases inside the moon. Is that fair, or is that just me being dishonest?
That flat earther, that alien baser or whatever would be dishonest. But I've heard flat earthers say to me that the Earth is flat because it looks flat. There was an Australian guy as well, very upset, he's spaghetti ex-veteran, and he said the same to me as well.
What did he say to you?
He said that it was flat because it looked flat. He said he sits out there on an island in the Northern Territory or Western Australia or something, and he looks out over the ocean and it looks flat, and that's why he's a flat earther. But none of this is you dealing with Neil deGrasse Tyson's opinion doesn't invalidate evidence.
Where's your math that Neil deGrasse Tyson's wrong? Where's all of the other scientists saying, oh, Neil deGrasse Tyson, maybe he was wrong about it. None of them are calling him out. It's only this little anti-Earth crowd.
Yeah, so no one cares what Neil deGrasse Tyson says because there's actual video evidence of the Earth curve from space. It's not very easy to see, but you can definitely make it out in the video.
Oh,
because of the reference lines.
How come the main camera is on the alleged Chinese space station, which is about 1.2, 1.3 million feet high? The main camera basically shows a completely flat horizon from every angle in every video.
I haven't seen that. Do you have video of that?
Chat for you. Just give me one.
Do they have reference lines like Mage 2?
Reference line? Does it really matter? If it's look, yes, I've seen it. I see the 2 little lines going across this.
Yeah, what do you think those lines are?
Close to the camera, right? I mean, I've done countless product photography 10 years straight. Right? I used to sell lenses and collect lenses basically for a living, and used to have extreme trouble even using rectilinear lenses, getting straight lines, like when I'm photographing picture frames and things like that, paintings.
Mm-hmm.
Slight warps, in the straight lines. Very frustrating because it makes the artworks and so on look damaged. I have to go to extraordinary lengths to try to. Yeah, even using rectilinear lenses, I was having that issue. A line straight, close to the lens, isn't going to show any distortion. But if you have a line at a distance, you're going to start getting all sorts of different distortion.
How does that work? Where does the distortion happen?
You can see it clearly in many videos. I mean, you can go out with a rectilinear lens and you can. No, you don't need to explain it to me. I've seen.
Well, but you don't seem to understand. You just said something wrong.
I didn't say something wrong.
So the distortion happens when the light enters the lens. That's why you can sit next to a camera and you can see a straight line in the distance. But then when you take a photo of it, it can be distorted because when the light enters the lens, its path is changed and the picture is therefore distorted. Mage 2 had two lines, taut lines, set up in front of the camera lens so that if they were distorted, you'd know that anything outside of them would be even more distorted, and you could inference that anything within them would be less distorted but still distorted. Now, they were both
Would it be
straight
more
in those
distorted? So if
videos,
something's
and so
further away,
anything
it's
in the
more
middle of that
distorted.
lens would be less distorted than those straight lines.
If something's further away, it's going to be more distorted. You can even see many times when the camera's rolling around at the curvature, the supposed curvature, or what the horizon is doing, is warping around, right? It's going from flat to slightly looking like globe, right? It's moving around constantly.
And where does that happen?
As the camera. Okay, so let me ask you this: is a cloud
I
deck
asked you a question.
meeting
Where does that distortion happen?
the camera lens is causing the distortion? Obviously, the actual horizon isn't distorting. But in Mage 2, we're not talking about a horizon, are we? We're talking about a cloud deck meeting the sky. A very cloudy day. It's cloud decks. Have you ever been up in a plane and seen varying level cloud deck? I have.
Yeah, I have,
Happens
but the
all the
clouds
time.
also curve with the Earth because they're generally of the same altitude. But the problem is that this
No.
flip-flopping of
Look, hold on a
the shape of
second.
the horizon that you see,
No, I'm not
the
flip-flopping.
flip-flopping is...
Dogs of gods, I'm going to have to mute you because... You know why?
Because what?
Because you're not looking at a horizon, are you? What's the definition of a horizon?
Oh, I'm just going to finish what I was saying. You can mute me to run away again if you want, but the
I'm not running away because...
the flip-flopping of the horizon, the idea that the horizon was curved in the middle, and then when it was above the camera, it would seem to be kind of flat, and then when it was below the camera, it would be even more curved. That fits what we know about lens distortion, and that's why we know it happens when it enters the lens. It's not about the distance to the object, so you're just factually wrong about that.
No,
And
but
so
you can
anything in the
see
middle
when
of that
barrel
image must necessarily be as straight or straighter
No,
than
we're
the
not just
lines, or at
talking
least
about
less distorted
we're
than the
not
lines.
just talking about lens distortion due to focal length of the lens. We're also talking about barrel distortion, right? And when you're curving the lens left and right, and you can also see some of the more prominent distortions happening in the Mage video. The fundamentals lie incorrect in that video. So you're claiming that the horizon is what you're observing, but what you're actually observing is a cloud deck hitting the sky.
So what was wrong in that video? What fundamental?
Okay, so what's a horizon? Define horizon.
Where the land meets the sky.
Okay, so not where the cloud deck meets the sky.
No, but did you know that you can change the contrast of an image like that and you can see the horizon more clearly?
Not a horizon, it's a cloud deck.
No, there's a horizon there.
No, there isn't. It's very, very...
oh, you haven't seen the video? Cool.
I have seen the video. Would you
have you?
feel free to...
Okay.
Yeah, I have many times, my friend.
Oh, great.
You're more than welcome to post where it's not clouds meeting.
I'm just going to post the video and I can give you a timestamp if you want.
Because you're not going to, look over a mountain range and say, "Oh, look, I can see the curvature," right? Over land, say, "Look, the horizon's curved because the land can vary, the mountain range can vary, and if you've been up, clouds kind of act like mountains in a way. Like you have all types of different clouds. Some are popping up higher than other clouds. You've got cloud decks at varying levels."
Why does any of that matter, though? What do you mean? What do you think the
Why
difference
does
is
it
between
matter?
the cloud altitudes versus, say, the shape of the Earth change?
Well, it's not where the ocean's meeting the sky or something like that, where it would be, you would be able to gauge what you're looking at much better. Like obviously, if it was the ocean meeting,
cloud deck follows the shape.
If it was where the ocean was meeting the sky, that if that's what we're looking at, or you could use that and say, "Oh, look, it's appearing to curve at this particular height," right? But you're looking at a cloud deck.
Yeah. So you know that Mount Everest is like a fraction of a percent of the change to the curvature of the Earth. Right? So I don't understand how a cloud deck with the clouds would not just mimic the curvature of the Earth.
Because if you've been up in a plane, I mean, I fly all the time, man. You can be up in a plane, and you've got all sorts of cloud decks at different levels. You've got some way higher than others. I mean, they do all sorts of crazy stuff.
I don't know what that means. All sorts of crazy stuff. What are you talking about? Like it mimics
cloud
the
decks.
distance from
Cloud
the Earth.
decks.
It mimics
No,
the
it
shape
doesn't.
of the Earth.
You think the cloud deck is just an even deck,
does?
like water over the ocean? No, a cloud deck. You can have cloud decks at varying heights. You can have clouds popping up out of other clouds. You can have one cloud deck higher than another cloud deck. You can have all sorts of crazy things happening with clouds, and they're moving constantly.
Okay, so if there's a 1 degree worth of change every 69 miles to the
You're just
curvature of the
making
Earth,
up numbers.
and then
Okay.
well, that's a factual number from celestial navigation. I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
but you're just
don't
using
understand.
degrees. Just use actual use different measurements, because you're saying 1 degree, but that's actually a huge amount, right?
Yeah, if you have
60
8 inches
miles, did you
of
say? 60
drop per
60
mile
miles.
square.
What is there? 3,000 feet of drop or
Ooh,
something
you're getting
like that?
upsetty spaghetti, mate. If you're
Well, I'm not
using
getting
1 inch,
upsetty spaghetti, mate.
Okay, if you're using what is it?
What I was saying there, dogs are gods, is you're saying 1 degree. You use these little tactics, these little snaky tactics, to try to make it seem less severe. You're saying, 1%. But you're not going to say, 3,000 feet of this difference. 1%. 1%'s nothing. 1 degree. 1 degree is nothing. But actually, that's a huge amount.
Great, so 8 inch per mile square, if you want to use that, well then the difference of the cloud deck over thousands of miles, which is what you should be able to see with the view of that camera, it would be a fraction of a percent of the overall change that you'd see from the center of the image to the edge of the image. Same with Mount Everest.
It's not the true horizon, though, is it? It's just a false horizon due to a cloud deck being there.
All images of horizons are false horizons.
No, but it's not where the ground and the sky appear to meet, right? It's not like
Why does
water
that matter?
meeting. That's the definition of what a horizon is, right? It's not a horizon.
Why does that
is it?
matter, though?
There's clouds in the way.
This is the 10th time I've asked you why does it matter to something you've said that just has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Because the
And you
clouds
can't
are
answer any
blocking
time.
No, I'm answering you that the clouds are blocking where the horizon is. So you're not even able to see the horizon because there's clouds in the way.
So you're just saying that in every part of this image with the camera twirling round and round and round a circle and the curvature of the Earth being shown, and the cloud deck matches the curvature of the Earth, that we say in all of these, and when you mathematic it out like Walter Bislin has done, to see if it matches the curvature value of the Earth, it all fits. All of that magically fits because in the center at all times the cloud deck just happens to be in a hump.
Magically fits, does it? So what did he counted for refraction? He was able to tell how much refraction was happening and all that sort of stuff, or he just kind of reverse engineered it, right? What's the go with the Chinese space station then? Like, come it shows a completely contradicting view of the Chinese faking it. Look, you can see here. Have a look at the video.
The answer to that's pretty easy, but you actually said it before.
What was it?
Oh, they're not using a rectilinear lens and they don't have references, so you can't trust at any point in the image
what
the
lens,
distortion is.
What lens straightens out a curved line from all angles of the view? From all angles of the frame.
I answered this before. Did you forget, DJ?
No, you didn't. You didn't forget. I mean, I didn't forget.
Oh, okay. So
you didn't answer it. You didn't answer it before.
So you said that all lenses distort. I said, yes, they do all distort. That's why you need references. And that's why anything at the top or the bottom, above or below those references, would be even more distorted than the references. But in the center of the lens, there will be the least distortion, which is where all these Mage 2 images that are taken and tested come from, the center of the lens between the two references, which are straight lines that would be distorted and are distorted by the lens.
Look, I
but
understand
in Mage
how
2,
lenses work.
the middle is less distorted than those references. and the Chinese space station doesn't
I
have
understand.
references.
It doesn't matter. It's at 1.3 million feet, you idiot. Look, it's completely
How does that
freaking.
change anything?
How does that change anything? You would see a drastic amount of curvature from that height, right? But you're seeing none. So either
No,
they're
you see the
faking it,
exact amount of
which is
curvature that you're
obvious.
meant to see.
So you should see no curvature from 1.3 million feet, but you can from 120,000 feet, you can see this drastic amount of curvature.
Neil deGrasse Tyson might be wrong, and that's okay. A person's
I'm not
opinion can
talking
be wrong
about
when
Neil
it's
deGrasse
tested.
Tyson.
You can't say the
I'm not
evidence is
talking.
wrong.
Hey, I didn't bring up Neil deGrasse Tyson. The Chinese space station footage. When did I say Neil deGrasse Tyson? I said from
If
all
it's Chinese space
angles.
station footage, that doesn't have references. So why are you talking about it?
What do you mean? The Earth is a reference. There should be a huge amount of curvature. Okay, so you're saying listen, dogs are gods.
What do you think a reference is, buddy?
Look, the Earth is a reference, right?
Answer the question. What's a reference?
Listen to the question. Okay, you see a specific amount of curvature that you're claiming at 120,000 feet. This is 1.3 million feet.
Why are you repeating yourself?
Because you
I
are
already
being
know the
dishonest,
question at
man.
hand. I answered it.
No, you're not.
The Chinese space station doesn't have references, so you can't be sure that any point in the image the horizon isn't distorted. Mr. Sensible does have references, so you can be sure that anything between those two references is less distorted than the reference lines themselves. There, I've answered it, buddy.
No, you haven't answered it. You're not able to follow along. You're trying to actually avoid answering.
I can
this
repeat your question back to you, and my answer will be
No,
the correct answer.
I will repeat the question, and you'll answer the question. Right?
I did.
If you see a specific amount of curvature, 120,000 feet, would you see way more curvature from 1.3 million feet?
Not if there was a different lens, and if you were only ever seeing the curvature at a specific part of the picture, like the bottom or the top, and there were no references to tell you the distortion of that portion of the picture. There, I fucking answered you again, DJ.
It's pretty simple.
So from all of the angles of the frame, so even if the horizon is right at the top or right at the bottom of the frame in this Chinese space station footage, it's still completely flat, completely contradicting your Mr. Sensible video.
Is this a full video?
Have you not watched it yet? You could have been watching it while we were talking.
No, I didn't know you'd linked it, but what specific timestamp do you want me to go to, or do you want me to watch the full, however long it is?
Just probably just post a few screenshots from it. Did someone else want to jump in then and say something? Sorry.
So, I'm looking at exactly 50 seconds, and it seems pretty curved to me.
You're looking at.
Do you mean?
You're not looking at them. Oh my god, dude! Are you not seeing that they have different types of cameras? They have one extreme fisheye, right?
Yeah.
And they have a bunch, 2 or 3 of the main cameras, which shows a completely flat horizon. I'm talking about footage from the main cameras. Obviously, if you switch cameras and it's going from completely flat to completely curved, both contradicting what we see from NASA. Obviously, it's the switching from a fisheye to a non-fisheye, a rectilinear to a wide angle. Obviously, I'm talking about the main cameras. Even if the horizon is at the top or the bottom of the frame, from these main cameras, it's still completely flat. Can't have both.
In Mage 2, as you said, as it flips around, it changes from looking flat at the bottom of the image to looking even more curved at the top.
We're seeing lens distortion. It's not a very good rectilinear lens, then, is it?
That's what the reference lines are for, DJ. Are you not listening to what I'm saying? The reference lines, DJ. Where are the reference lines in the Chinese space station one, DJ?
Look, it's a huge amount of. Look, you're talking about 1.3 million feet.
Are you giving me vibes?
Compared to 100. I'm not giving you vibes. I'm showing you actual footage, you idiot.
Yeah, so your vibe is that actual footage is non-distorted.
I'm going to go into the flat Earth chat and say vibes. That's my new argument. That's ridiculous, bro. I'm showing you 1.3 million foot, and at all angles, at all places within the frame, horizon is flat. Completely contradicting what we see from the NASA space station, completely contradicting your Mr. Sensible.
It doesn't move through the frame in this video.
You don't think China could be faking it? Don't think
DJ,
so?
DJ, it doesn't move through the frame. It changes camera to camera.
Oh, at some points, the horizon is at the top of the frame or right at the bottom of the frame. It's still completely flat. It doesn't change how flat it is, whether depending on what angle of the frame.
No, it's changing from camera to camera.
Dude,
and one's just flipped upside down.
You just said, even in the Mr. Sensible video, which is only 120,000 feet, that when it's in the center of the frame, it's going to show it's true, the line's true shape, right? And then when it's higher or lower, it's going to distort, right? Due to the camera properties, the lens
for that camera,
right?
And we know that to be true because of the references.
Yeah, so that doesn't happen in this Chinese footage, does it?
There's no references. And it's not in the center of the camera.
You're looking at the horizon, and you can draw a line across the frame, screenshot it. You can draw a line across, and the horizon's basically completely flat at every
So you want me to
angle of the frame.
cartoon this into existence, do you? You want me to reify it?
Cartoon? What are you talking about? Look, obviously, if you see that drastic amount of curvature, like in the Mr. Sensible video, at 120,000 feet, and at 1.3 million feet, don't see any curvature. You can't have both.
What don't you get about this? Of course you can have both. I can have a squiggly line, like straight line, and I can have an actual straight line if I just change lenses. If I have one where the lens is so distorted, so like weirdly concave that it squiggles the line, then I can have the real straight line that I could put like a straight edge up against, and it would look squiggly in one picture and not the other, buddy. There's no references in the Chinese one. Can you even tell me what lens was being used on the camera in the Chinese one?
No, I think it's probably freaking completely faked. I think it looks ridiculous, and anyone in their right. I think anyone in their right. This is just my opinion. Anyone in their right mind that thinks this space station footage is legitimate is completely brainwashed. But you're not able to throw them under the bus, are you? You're not able to look at the clouds. Look at the way the clouds are moving. Look at it. Look how fake it looks. You're not able to admit that maybe the Chinese are bullshitting you. You're not able to admit that, are you? Because it contradicts other things you've said.
So, what was your evidence for what you just claimed, that it's all faked? Is any of it something substantive that isn't just your vibes and your feelings and your opinions?
If you have the horizon line at the top, the middle, or the bottom of the frame, and it doesn't warp, right? It doesn't distort at all, then you have some issues, right?
So, DJ, when it's at the top, that is the image flipped, because you can still see all the same components as you can see when the horizon is at the bottom as well. So the space station is upside down if you were to be standing on the Earth, compared to the first one where it's right side up if you're standing on the Earth. The other ones are different cameras, different camera angles. So at no point does that horizon travel in like a single continuous shot from the bottom through the center to the top of the image, so we can test if it changes as it moves through the lens.
If the horizon's at the very top of the frame, it should have some distortion, right?
How do you know it's at the top of the frame and the whole camera hasn't flipped upside down, so it's at the exact same amount of distortion?
Do you not get what the original argument was? That if it shows X amount of curvature, if you're using a rectilinear lens, it shows X amount of curvature from 120,000 feet, and it shows no curvature from 1.3 million feet, have a problem. It can't both be right.
Buddy, you said you've done camera work. You said you understand that lenses distort shit, and there are no references. Why can't you get past this simple fact?
You think that the Chinese should have some little strings across the front of their lens? What are you talking about?
No, because they don't give a fuck about people like you and me and whether the Earth is flat or a globe. They're in fucking space, mate. They know it's a globe.
So the horizon looks... Okay, so how come we're seeing completely different rate of curvature from NASA, from the International Space Station? It's roughly the same height. Completely
Different
contradicting horizons.
cameras, different angles, different point in the lenses that the horizon appears in. I don't know. What else do you want?
Which one's more correct?
Mage 2. That's why I use it as evidence, and I don't use the ISS, and I don't use the Chinese space station as evidence.
Oh, really? Okay, so 1.3, an image of the horizon from 1.3 million feet isn't as reliable as 120,000 feet where there's clouds in the way of the horizon in every single shot. Every single...
What do you think my answer to this is going to be? I've said it a few times. What do you
blocking the
think mine is?
horizon.
Not the
Clouds
clouds,
blocking
the
the horizon.
reliability. What makes Mage 2 more reliable as evidence?
It's not reliable because there's clouds blocking the horizon.
DJ, I've said it to you like a dozen times now. What makes it more reliable is evidence. It's like a true image.
Don't see the horizon. Yes, the horizon's blocked by cloud decks.
No, the reference lines, DJ. The reference lines on the camera to show that there's not lens distortion in that portion of the camera, DJ. I said it to you 12 times. Can you not remember?
Look, if the cloud deck's warping around like crazy,
Did I not say it to
the
you?
lens distortion. Look who's getting all upset. You tell me I'm getting upset. You're the one getting upset, dude.
No, this is performative.
You don't see
I'm
those.
roasting you because you just like you can't even admit something that I've said to you 10 times.
No, you're not roasting anyone. Firstly, I said that you're not seeing the horizon because there's cloud decks in the way, but you can even see the line where the cloud decks appear to meet the sky, right? You can even see that warping around all over the place, but you don't see those little straight lines in the foreground moving because they're so close to the camera, right? They're not. Long. What are they?
What the hell are you talking about? Where does the distortion happen? We already went through this, DJ.
Calm down, dog.
Where does the distortion happen?
Calm down, bro.
Where does the distortion happen in the image? It's not called far away and close up distortion, is it? It's called lens distortion. So it happens when the image enters the lens.
You're freaking out, man.
Do you think I may have said this to you like 10 minutes ago? Did you forget?
See the false horizon in the Mage footage warping around, but you don't see the little lines warping around, right? So that contradicts what you just said. Said.
What do you mean? So when it's above the line, it's warped. When it's below the line, it's warped. Those lines don't warp because they're not traveling, they're not moving. The lens isn't moving behind them, and they're not going to different points in the lens. They're always at the same point in the lens, so they're always the same amount of distortion.
It backs up what I was saying because the huge distances because you're looking at huge amounts of distance in distance, but those little lines that you're talking about are close to the lens. You're not going to see much distortion as displayed in the video. You can see the false horizon moving around due to distortion, but you don't see those little lines ever warp around due to distortion once, backing up what I'm claiming. But you don't even see the horizon. Look, you're not seeing the horizon in that Mage video. You're seeing cloud decks.
DJ, do the lines move through the lens? Do they move from higher and lower on the portion of the lens it's capturing?
DJ, it's like gives you a second to try to think of something.
No, I had this already lined up because what you'd said before was that those lines stay the same because they're close. But I guarantee there's no way you're going to be able to describe how the light being far away means that it's somehow more distorted. And it's not the lens that's distorting it, like when it touches the lens, which is already past those lines. But those lines, they stay in the exact same portion of the image, the same position of the lens. So, of course, they're not going to change their distortion because the lens and their angle isn't changing at all. But the horizon does change its angle to the lens throughout the entire video. So, of course, that's going to distort. So can you explain to me how light, just being farther away, would mean that it would suddenly distort more than the strings in front of the lens?
It's obvious in the video that that's happening, and it's not the horizon. You just lied. It's actually the horizon's being blocked by clouds.
Explain to me why distance causes it to warp differently.
It's obvious in the video. It's
explain to me the physical way that it happens.
It's obvious in the... Okay, so in the video, do the little straight lines going across the camera warp?
How is this an answer to the question I'm asking? I'm asking, why does it being further away cause it to warp?
It's not the answer that you want, is it? The straight lines don't
It's not an answer, it's answering a question with a question.
The far lines warp around, straight lines don't warp.
Why?
They're close, they're short.
Okay, but what in the properties of photography or visual effects or light cause the thing that is closer to you to have less lens distortion than the thing further away? Are you just saying it is? Because of vibes again?
I'm saying because it's obvious in the video, and you also admitted it, that you can see the false horizon warping around, but you don't see in the video closer lines warping around. whatever
why
the
is that?
technical.
I'm not saying that it doesn't happen,
matter.
but why is it happening?
So that does happen. So we're in agreement that the short lines close to the camera don't warp around, and the lines in the foreground do warp around.
Yeah, and I've explained why. The why of it is the lines that are closer always stay with the same angle to the lens, which means lens distortion doesn't change throughout the entire video. There is the exact same angle the whole time, whereas the horizon or false horizon, it changes its angle the entire time throughout the video. So the distortion changes the entire time with the angle change between it and the lens. The distances have nothing to do with it unless you can give me a principle of photography or a principle
I can give you evidence from the actual
light
video.
that
No, I
means
can
that
give
the
you
further
evidence.
something is away, the more
Evidence from the.
likely it is to just rapidly change its distortion. Go ahead, DJ.
So the lines, the close lines, aren't even center frame, right? So they're above and below, quite a distance from the center of the frame. So they're not
Good
showing
job.
any distortion. They're not showing any distortion.
Yep, that's because if you look, he used a rectilinear lens, which means that the distorted portion of the lens occurs further from the center of the lens.
Backing up exactly what I said.
How?
Because the straight lines are close to the lens, they're not showing any distortion, but the further lines are showing distortions because they're further away from the lens.
Bless
like
you,
just
DJ. You're
explained.
confused by vertical and oh my god, you're confused by distance and the position from the center of the lens. So from the center of the lens to
Confused
the
by
end of
anything.
the
You
image.
just literally said that. Oh, look,
Oh,
I just
Buckaroo, but you're
said
confused about the words that I'm using.
look,
I'm sorry.
right now you just sound like you're freaking out.
All right,
Ridiculous. You're
are you
getting all
ready?
upset.
So when
Yeah,
I say
ready,
distance,
bro. I'm ready.
when I
Go
say
ahead on me,
distance
man.
to the lens, when I say distance to the center of the lens, I don't mean as in distance how far away from the lens it is. I mean the distance of the actual on the lens itself. If you were to make a cross like hatch pattern on the lens, it would be however many centimeters up the glass lens that appears in the image. The light comes in at that point of the lens instead of it being at the very center of the lens. But you keep saying that something being closer in distance, so instead of it being like a foot away from the lens, or instead of it being like 1,000 feet away from the lens, it's a foot away from the lens, that changes the distortion. You are yet to give me a singular reason in physics, photography, or anything that will back up your claim, whereas I can very simply say to you that when you have a straight line and you take a picture of it at the very bottom of an image, it'll be distorted. At the middle of the image, it'll be less distorted, and top of the image, it'll be very distorted again. That proves it's the actual angle to the lens.
That's what I said as well. Obviously, that's how lenses work.
Okay, so how do the two lines being right in front of the lens mean that the horizon very, very far away from the lens will somehow be like more distorted than those lines if the horizon's in the...
You admitted that we see that in the video.
Only when it's above or below the lines is it distorted.
That's exactly, but the little lines that are above and below the line aren't distorted.
Because it's a rectilinear lens, so the point at which it starts distorting is further from the center of the image than on a normal lens. Well, it's not rectilinear, but it's similar.
Cool.
Like, so, at this point, I don't understand how you don't get it.
No, I do get it. You don't seem to be able to admit that it's not... The horizon is being blocked by the clouds.
The horizon is... The clouds match the horizon. It's as simple as that. The change in the elevation of the different clouds is less than the 8-inch per mile square sort of tangent formula that you get for the shape of the Earth.
Dude, have a look at this footage that I'm just posting now in the... of the clouds in the side chat. See, as the plane goes up, it's fast forwarded, right? And he goes up through different cloud decks, and you can see how much the cloud decks vary. There's different cloud decks, they're varying heights, they're not perfectly straight. You're not going to use that as a measurement. You know, that's not like looking over water, right?
Why? Because of your vibes?
No, because clouds vary in height.
Yeah, your vibes. So you're looking at the top of the cloud deck, which would have at least a similar elevation.
You got to drop this
above
cringe
the shape
vibe
of the Earth,
thing.
and it be consistent.
Really,
that's why it is
really
left and right
cringe,
the same elevation, and as the video pans around, as the actual balloon spins and spins and spins, you see that the cloud deck, anytime that image is between the two lines, it always seems to be humped in the middle and then dropping off to either end, almost like a curve, which is an amazing coincidence that clouds always do that when you have the image keep swinging around and around and around and around. It's just a magical coincidence, isn't it?
I'm glad you're not calling it a horizon anymore. Step forward.
Well, it would still be the horizon between like the base of the clouds and the and space. So it'd still be a demarcation
where the
between
cloud,
two different things.
Yeah, where the cloud decks appear to meet the sky. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not a horizon, dude.
Why not?
Not in any definition of horizon, and cloud decks vary in height.
Yeah, you went through that. The cloud decks always happen to have a little hump, like they've got a hill in the middle of that image that just so happens to magically mean that the cloud decks are causing that curve, and it's not the shape of the Earth. It's all magic, isn't it?
Warps around. Magic, yeah,
Does
amazing.
it? When does it warp?
You admitted before it warps.
Above the reference line. Sorry?
It goes above or below center frame, it warps.
Yeah! That's exactly the point of the reference lines. Yay! DJ, yay! But in the reference lines, every single time it's pointing at that cloud deck or the horizon or any way you want to put it, it just magically happens to be a hill in the middle. And then isn't that interesting that you're claiming it's something to do with the cloud deck, but then when it's like above the image, then it straightens out and that cloud deck no longer has that massive hump for some reason? Why is that?
Because you're seeing lens distortion. You're not seeing what you're truly looking at. You're just seeing a distortion of the lens, but those little lines that aren't center frame, little lines that are closer to the lens don't warp at all.
Yeah, great. We've gone through this all 10 times, so do you have anything new? Because all of you,
I presented it. I presented
are just like vibes,
Okay,
and you
so-
think that for some reason a tree off in the distance will be more distorted
This vibes
than
thing's
like a
just
line really
ridiculous.
close. But it's true. Nothing you've given me has been a fact. It's just been vibes.
Not just vibes. I showed you literally from 1.3 million foot. You should see how much more curve should you see from 1.3 million foot than 120,000 foot? A lot more?
Here we go. That's the vibe part. You should see.
not
There's
the
no
vibe
mathematics. There's no like
Okay, so-
lens analysis. It's just your vibes that you should see this thing that you don't see, therefore flat Earth.
No, when did I say that this is validation of flat Earth?
Well, you don't think it's real, but that's me facetiously pointing out that your argument is just vibes.
It's not just vibes. Okay, so I'm showing you contradicting footage to your footage.
No, there's no
Can't have
contradiction
both.
because you haven't looked at the lenses. You haven't got any references in the Chinese one.
It
So it's not
isn't a type of-
It's
hold
not
on a second.
contradictory. It's non-analogous. It's not.
There isn't a type of lens that can straighten out curved lines from all angles of the frame. There isn't one. There's no lens that can make curved Earth look flat from all angles of the frame. From 1.3 million foot, it completely contradicts what you're seeing from the NASA footage. You can't have drastic curvature that you see from the NASA footage from the International Space Station, and then all of a sudden have completely flat horizon from all of the angles, all of the shots from the main cameras on the Chinese space station. You can't have both. You need to admit that somebody's lying. Either Mr. Sensible, NASA, or the Chinese space station.
The Chinese space station never has the horizon in the center of an image, the center of the video, when it's the same camera showing it at the bottom or the top of the video. It only ever has the top, the bottom, or the center. It doesn't have it move from one to the other across the lens. You can't gauge how distorted any of that picture of the horizon is. How do you not get this? I've gone through it again and again with you.
If you have three images, right?
Are they the same camera?
Same camera.
They're not the same
What do you
camera,
mean?
DJ, you idiot.
What do you mean they're not the same camera? You're not seeing any curvature from 1.3 million foot, idiot.
Oh, for fuck's sake, DJ. The first part of that video, you see that it's
Vibe's
at the
broken,
bottom
mate.
of the first camera.
got the bad vibes
second one,
happening.
you see it's in the middle of the second camera and it's very curved. And the third one, it's at the top of the camera. But what it actually is
Off
flipped,
with the
because
camera.
if
Are
you
you
look,
talking about the
then you see
frame
the
or the
actual
camera?
space station equipment itself has flipped as well. So the entire space station has either gone upside down or something. Or, yeah, it's gone upside down as reference to the Earth.
Idiot.
So what you think of as the top of the image is
Listen, Hamas. It's where the horizon is. It's where the line that we're talking about is within the frame. Where the horizon is within the frame.
Yes, you've said that. Now, where is the horizon in the frame where it moves across such that you can understand the lens distortion of that particular lens?
It looks... Does this look remotely realistic to you? Have you watched the video? Have you read the comment section?
It looks fake, so it's fake, bruh.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying it looks completely fake.
The top comment is, wow, what a beautiful curve.
Bruh. Dude, it's
where's
just
the curve
vibes. You haven't
though,
given
hey,
anything
guy?
that isn't just vibes.
You're
Done
just
some maths?
giving
We can do
that-
maths
you're just-
next.
Okay, yeah. Where's the math that shows that Neil deGrasse Tyson's math is wrong? That you can't see curvature from 350,000 feet. You did the math. Where's your math?
Well, I don't know if Neil deGrasse Tyson's done that math. He said he did, but
So he
has
just
he ever
lied.
shown
So
it?
he's just lying, and no one called him out on it except a bunch of anti-flat earthers.
A lot of people have called
No
him
one
out on
cares,
numerous
DJ. No one
things
cares
that are
about
wrong.
it. No one cares that.
Hey, guy, who called him
Yeah.
out on it besides anti-flat earthers?
If he says something wrong, I'll call him out.
Yeah, you're an
I
anti-flat
know that
earther,
he
who
said.
besides anti-flat earthers called him out? Nobody.
I have.
You're an anti-flat earther.
No.
Yeah, you know you are. I know. I see you getting around in all of these servers for a long time. You're
I'm not anti-flat
literally...
earther, I'm pro-science. That's just who I am.
If anti-flat earthers don't call themselves anti-flat earthers, right?
Yeah,
we call
but
you anti-flat
I'm not
earthers.
going to hijack the conversation, so I can you can
No, the
unmute
other
him
one's
and then
over.
I'll mute myself.
The other one was just going in circles.
Yeah.
But yeah. So you said that somebody else called him out. I said it was only these anti-flat Earth debunkers, right? Who else called him
You
out?
can
from
talk
the
to him
science
if you want
community?
to. I'll mute myself. I don't want to interrupt the conversation.
No, I'm
No,
curious
well, you
about
just
the
made it.
pro-science thing. What do you think that means?
I want to talk about the lens distortion in the China's image, or dogs are gods. Had that conversation with you, so I don't want to interrupt that. So you guys can continue. I'll mute.
Yeah, you forgot we said that conversation's over. It went circular.
Okay, then I guess we are finished.
What did you want to talk about in the Chinese space station? Why does it show a flat horizon? From all
I
angles?
think I will just reaffirm what he said, because he was talking about barrel distortion all the time, and I noticed that you thought he was thinking distance in terms of kilometers distance, and he was talking about angular distance from the center point, which is barrel distortion. So yeah,
We're talking about
but
what I was talking about distortion in general. Barrel distortion's a very small effect, right?
it depends on the lens.
Yeah. Right, so how
So
come,
if you
how
have
come
like a
the how come the
GoPro, it's a lot.
how come the Chinese space station footage completely contradicts the NASA footage? They're roughly the same height. Which one of
do they have the same lens?
They don't. Obviously, NASA's using a fisheye lens. I mean, obviously, they're both ridiculously.
No, I'm
fake
asking you
looking, in my
if they have
opinion,
the
but
same lens. So
saying from
how would
your
you
guys'
determine
perspective.
which is fisheye lens and which is not?
Okay, so would you see curvature from 1.3 million feet?
Yes, but not if you use a fisheye lens. You might not.
Really? So from all
Yes,
angles
really.
of the frame.
It depends. Like if you have a lot of barrel distortion and the horizon is at the lower part of the lens, it could counteract any curvature. If the Earth is curving convexly, it would counteract it. Yes.
Only if it was in one particular point, right?
Not
The
one
frame.
particular point in the lower part of the.
You couldn't have
frame,
2
yeah.
points in the frame that's making a curved surface look flat.
A curved surface could look flat with lens distortion, yes, with barrel distortion, depending on where.
Only if it was in one perfect point within the frame. Anywhere else
Not
within
one
the frame,
perfect.
it would look.
Well, first of all, it
Sorry?
is curving slightly, and it is actually in the bottom part. So if there was actually, if it was, how should I say, if there is barrel distortion or not, it's going to counteract the Earth curvature, and it's actually quite, even with however much barrel distortion there is, it's still curving convexly. So there is curvature, and that is
This is curving
undeniable.
convexly, is it? In the
A
side
tiny
chat?
bit, yeah.
Really?
Not that one,
that's-
but the image that I have
Oh,
here.
so not that
Let me
one.
see.
Not that one.
Let me see. Here. This is still the lower part.
So if something's lower in the frame, like what I just presented,
In the
it would
lower
be-
part,
it-
lower part of the middle.
lower part of the
lower
frame.
part of the middle.
Dude, I can show it to you from in the top of the frame. It's still a perfectly straight line.
Yeah, I just opened your video and I just took a pause, and that's the image I took.
My video.
Right, the video you posted. So so that is the lower part of the frame. If it is barrel distortion, the lower that horizon will be, or any line. It doesn't have to be a horizon, obviously, but it could be any. Like if it was like a fence or something, the more it's going to curve. Let me see.
I'm just saying at all angles, at all positions within the frame, it's still pretty much a flat line. You're saying that's a fisheye lens effect. That's ridiculous. It's the opposite of what a fisheye lens does.
Here, this is a fisheye lens. I'll post an image. You see that lower part? That is straight, but it's curving the opposite way. You see that?
So see when that line is at the top or the bottom of the frame or anywhere outside of the center of the frame,
yeah,
it's curved. It's curved, right?
Yeah, if it's barrel distortion, it will curve. Yeah.
Okay, so if I show you that, hold on a second. If I show you frames out of this Chinese space station where it's at the top or the bottom of the frame and it's not curved, then you can't use that same argument.
Sorry, if it's I would say if there is convex curvature and it's at the bottom of the part of the image, then I don't think you have a good argument.
No. You don't have the good argument because it doesn't do what you just displayed in that example. It doesn't do that.
What? Yeah, but if it's
what you just said, it does. You just showed an example.
It's curving
right?
the opposite way, right? It's curving the
it's
opposite
not doing
way.
that. It is not doing that in any space station footage.
Let me show you. I'm going to take this image into Paint. I can see it through the clear eye, but if you're going to argue what the image is showing, I'm just going to draw a straight line. It has to be red and thinner. 2 seconds. There.
Firstly, you need to remember that you're supposed. This isn't a. So what you showed in your example are straight lines, right? 1.3 million foot high. You don't have a straight line. You don't have a straight line on a globe at 1.3 million foot high, do you? Do you agree
it's not straight?
Curved, right? The curvature of the Earth.
Yeah.
So are you admitting right now that NASA is using fisheye lens or a wide-angle lens, and that's the reason the Earth looks like it's curved in the NASA space station footage?
No, I don't. I'm not sure how much barrel distortion there is in that NASA image or whatever.
It's the same height. It's the same height.
Yes, but that depends on the fucking lens, right? If you have a fisheye lens, you can have flat things look curved.
No,
And you can
if
have
you have a
curved things
fisheye
look
lens,
flat.
you can have. If you have a fisheye lens, you can have. Yes, right. So
So
you
how
can't have
wide
a
angle is
curved.
this China's? It's not the same camera, so why are we arguing that?
Of course, it's not the same camera, but you can't have what NASA shows you, and you can't have what China shows you at the same time. It's a contradiction.
Yes, if they have the different lens, then obviously they
No.
can look different. What the fuck?
Dude, you're saying that the Earth is curved from that height.
God,
The Chinese space station shows basically a straight line from all areas within the
Just
frame.
look at my image. I posted an image, and it's at the bottom part, and I drew a straight line. I drew a red straight line in paint from the edges.
So therefore, NASA is using an extreme wide-angle lens. What they're showing us, right?
How can you know that this could be barrel distortion?
Dude, how can you not?
It could make something that looks curved more flat.
Dude, it's the tiniest little difference. It's the tiniest little difference.
Yeah, but
you would have a huge amount of curvature, wouldn't you? According to NASA, there's a huge amount of curvature from that height.
Anti-globalist. Even you don't need NASA. You don't need NASA image to prove that this is curving.
Because
curving.
The point is they
Let me explain you why. If there is barrel distortion here, any flat line at the bottom part will curve concave. It will make any straight line turn concave.
So the horizon's straight, is it?
How can this line curve convexly when it's counteracting that even? It's impossible.
You think there's that much curvature? But there's only
It
that
is
much
some curvature.
Look, how are you not getting this?
But it is curving here. Even if it's little, it cannot be. It
do you
has.
think that it only
if there is
curves that
curvature,
much? So you're saying that it would only curve that much?
That much? What does that mean? I don't know how much curvature is because I don't know how much barrel distortion there is. I can't know.
You not see how much curvature you can see from the NASA footage space station.
I mean, do you agree with what I just said? I can't know how much curvature is unless I know how much barrel distortion there is. I don't know how wide angle imaged it is. I have no idea. Do you agree with that sentiment?
Dude, I think you guys are being completely dishonest.
My fucking god. Can you answer that? Jesus Christ.
You're saying that the only distortion is just barrel distortion, not from the focal length.
That is
of the
what
lens.
you get from a lens, unless you are forced, unless you have
all
correction
lenses have
to
a
make
slight
it
amount of
concave.
barrel distortion. So you're saying that a fisheye lens is only showing distortion. It's just barrel distortion.
Fisheye lens only has barrel distortion. Yeah.
The only distortion we see from lenses is defined as barrel distortion.
Unless you have a specially made to have it made concave. I don't know how that would work, but yeah. I don't know what the point of having a concave barrel distortion. If you're going to correct something, you'll make it flat, right?
You have more or less distortion depending on the focal length and type of lens you're using, right? So you have something that's below 18 millimeters, you're going to get a huge amount of distortion when you on a straight line when you go above or below center frame, right?
Yeah, well, it depends. You can have corrective lens that are huge and expensive and have corrections, but you can have also just tiny lens that are simple and just have a really wide angle like a GoPro, and it has a huge amount of barrel distortion. I have no idea what lens they have on this China one, but its purpose isn't to demonstrate to flat earthers and globers that it's flat or curved. That's not the purpose. So it could possibly be just a normal web camera that's not really expensive. But I wouldn't know.
The Chinese would use a not very expensive web camera on there.
It could be like a camera, like a lens to $1,000. Right. It's not the cheapest one, but it's not like a China cheap one, but it's still one that could have barrel distortion. Yeah.
Do you think that when I show this image from NASA, do you think that that's the true curvature rate of the Earth, or that they're being misleading?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't have a lot of straight references. I see that there is some barrel distortion along the edges, so there is some barrel distortion.
It's just a little bit, right? So if we show
I
the same,
don't know.
show the horizon
I don't know
in
how
the
much.
same.
Don't take my word. Don't say a little bit, right? Don't say that. I don't know. There is like very few. It would be easier if there was like a long straight thing along the line. The best thing is to take the picture when the horizon is close to the center, because at the center you won't have barrel distortion. But if you take it in the top right corner, if there is barrel distortion, it's going to make it more convex. If that Earth in the picture you posted, if that is flat, it could make it convex. Yes, but in the opposite way, if it's look convex and if it's at the bottom part, that's not possible unless it's already curving convexly. Because any curvature, any barrel distortion is going to make it more concave. Do you get that?
Yeah, I understand how the lenses work.
Okay, so then it's impossible for that image I posted. It's impossible for that image I posted for that to be curving, for that to be flat or concave. It has to curve convex.
Bro, look what you didn't even draw a straight line. You know how to draw a straight line? That's not a straight line. Look, I've drawn a straight line across that.
I took it from it's pixelated because the camera is slightly tilted. It is straight.
You click on one side. Listen, you don't even know how to.
Paint can't draw
not a straight
lines.
Line, dude. That is not a straight line.
Yeah,
you click on one side of the horizon.
Is that the argument?
Tomas, you don't know how to draw a fucking straight line. You click on one side of the horizon. You hold Shift. Right?
I did.
And you drag the line across to the other side of the horizon, so it doesn't matter if the horizon is tilted. Dude, you don't know how to draw a straight line. That isn't a straight line.
See how pixel? See, this is a straight line. Do you agree or not? This is a straight line in Paint. Do you agree?
Yo, what's up, nigga?
You agree that the picture I posted, that is a straight line. It's a line. I used a line tool in Paint. Are you saying Paint don't know how to draw straight lines?
Dude,
is this literally what we're arguing for now? Paint can't draw straight lines?
Dude, that's not a straight line. I'll draw a straight line next to your line.
This is a straight line in Paint. Jesus fucking Christ. It's just pixelated. Oh my god. The length of arguments you're making.
That's not rising up.
Fucking insane.
It's got like 1, 2,
It's not a straight line, dude.
1, 2, 3, 4.